Heading out for a late-night snack, I unexpectedly found the school beauty huddled and crying in the rain. It turns out her biological father was forcing her to marry a divorced 40-something coal mine boss just for a 150,000 yuan bride price. How dare he lay a finger on my girl? I just went out to grab a late-night snack, but I somehow ended up bringing home the school beauty that everyone has a crush on. Classic anime protagonist luck, right? I thought she was just going to take a simple shower, but she started crying out of grievance. Can I stay here every day? Let us rewind. I was heading home with my food when I turned my head and saw a helpless girl huddled in a corner under the pouring rain. I walked closer and was shocked. How could it be our school beauty? You Quince.
Classmate.
Do you need help? No thank you. She looked up, saw it was me, and quickly buried her head even lower. It seemed she really did not want me to see her in such a miserable state. This brought back memories of how we first met. Back then, her desk was constantly covered in weird doodles every day, and her books and pens were always torn or snapped in half. She was definitely getting bullied out of jealousy by other girls. Later on, a group of delinquent girls cornered her in an alley and slapped her. I could not just stand by and watch, so I stepped in to help. Because of that, they ended up cornering both of us later, but I have practiced martial arts for a few years. Of course I did. I am the main character. Handling a few bullies was a piece of cake. After that incident, they stopped causing trouble for you Quince. I thought we would never cross paths again after graduation. But fate works in mysterious ways, does not it? I looked down at you Quince. Do you have anywhere else to go? Do you want me to call the police for you? Hearing this, she looked up, and then desperately shook her head. Then, what are you gonna do? This is the university district. Hotels and inns are all pretty far from here. Or, if you trust me, you can come to my place for now. I honestly expected her to refuse. After all, following a guy you barely know back to his house is super unsafe. Stranger, danger is real, kids. But who would have thought? She actually opened her mouth, looking a bit shy. Is that okay? Will it be too much trouble? 2.5 minutes later. Did we sprint back? That is suspiciously fast.
I brought you Quince back to my house.
Do not just stand there looking silly. Follow me, hurry up, and take a hot shower, or you will catch a cold. You Quince let out a soft and followed behind me, tiptoeing to avoid getting the floor dirty. I dug out a brand new towel and toothbrush from the cabinet and put them on the bathroom rack along with some clothes. Then I turned to her and said, the towel and toothbrush are new, but I do not have any brand new clothes for you. These have been washed though, so just make do with them for now.
Thank you.
She thanked me with a voice as quiet as a mosquito, and then lowered her head and walked into the bathroom. While she was showering, I popped my late-night snack into the microwave to reheat it. 20 minutes later, looking at you Quince who was sitting on the sofa, much less tense now, I pushed the food toward her. Eat something, campus belle. She quickly waved her hands. No need. I'm not hungry. This is your late-night snack. If I eat it, what are you going to eat? She asked. It is fine. I am not actually hungry. I already had dinner. I only bought this because I was craving a bite. I waved my hand to explain. But she tried to say something else, but I cut her off. Right now. Just eat it. If I get hungry, I will just order delivery. Do you really think I would let myself starve? You Quince pursed her lips and stopped arguing. She whispered a quick thank you and started eating. I stood up, picked up the wet clothes she had changed out of, and walked toward the balcony. Watching my back, a faint smile finally appeared on her face. She had originally planned to jump into the river tonight to end her life, but I just had to show up right at her most desperate moment, so this time she wanted to be a little selfish, a little greedy. However, out on the balcony, I completely froze. As I moved her outerwear aside, the underwear hidden underneath was revealed. It was not that I was being a creep wanting to sniff or touch them, but I was genuinely shocked by the style. Hollowed out floral patterns, lace trims. This incredibly seductive, almost lingerie-like style was definitely not something a well-behaved student would normally wear. Carrying this massive question mark in my head, I sorted the rest of her clothes and shoes into their respective bins and left the balcony. As soon as I walked back into the living room, you Quince, who was eating, suddenly spoke up. You saw it all? Did not you? Her voice was very suppressed. She did not show any of the typical shame you would expect from having a secret exposed. I just gave a non-committal and ducked into the bathroom to put some things away. When I came back out, she asked again, are not you curious? Are not you going to ask me why? She was really nervous. She clearly wanted to explain, terrified that I would mistake her for some kind of loose, indecent girl, but she was also afraid that telling the truth would make me despise her. So she was stumbling over her words. I did not take the bait and interrogate her though. Instead, I sat back down next to her and gently comforted her. Right. Relax. If you do not want to say it, you do not have to.
I trust your character.
Smooth line. 10 protagonist points. I won't deny that I'm curious, but sometimes revealing a secret might get you a moment of sympathy, but it could also become a blade that hurts you in the future. Whether you want to pour your heart out or not, you need to think it through very carefully. Of course, if you insist, I can be a good listener. While I can't guarantee that in the future I won't use it to hurt you in a moment of anger, I can guarantee that it will rot in my stomach. I laid out all the pros and cons right in front of her. Asked for what she would choose. That was entirely up to her. After a moment of silence, she seemed to gather her courage and said very quietly, "As long as it is you, I am willing no matter what."
What did you say?
Because her voice was so tiny, I did not quite catch those words that basically amounted to a confession. Her face turned bright red, looking like she wanted to bury her head in her chest. The courage she had just managed to build up vanished into thin air. Her brain went into overdrive, and she quickly tried to cover it up. "Then I will have to trouble you to be my listener." After she finished eating, I led her to the guest bedroom. Noah Owen has lived in here, and the blankets are brand new. It is really late now, so just get some rest. Whatever it is, we can talk about it slowly tomorrow.
Thank you.
She stared blankly at the clean white bed. A million thoughts were racing through her mind. She did not know if this comfortable environment was real, or if this was heaven after death. Would she wake up tomorrow and be back in that nightmare of a home? Or maybe she would just never wake up again. Gradually, in a daze, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, having just finished my morning run, I shook the breakfast bag in my hand and said, "I bought some food. Come and eat." Quince looked a bit embarrassed and pointed toward the kitchen. "I did not know you went out to buy breakfast, so I boiled some noodles. What should we do?" "It is fine. I will just heat them up for lunch." Then I frowned. Something looked really off about her face. Her cheeks were flushed, but her eyes looked dull and lifeless. I quickly walked up to her, pressed the back of my fingers against her forehead, and said with a hint of scolding in my voice, "Could not you tell you were running a fever?" Feeling the post-workout testosterone radiating off the guy in front of her, Quince, dizzy as she was, subconsciously admitted, "If you're sick, why are not you resting in your room? Why did you come out to cook?" I asked, genuinely confused. I thought she just did not realize she was sick, but it turned out she was powering through it on purpose. "It is okay. I have always been like this. It usually goes away on its own after a couple of days." She brushed it off casually, actually turning back to the kitchen to finish the noodles. What kind of logic is that? Her words honestly shocked me. There was no way I was going to let her continue. I grabbed her wrist, pulled her straight into the guest room, pointed at the bed and ordered firmly, "Take off your shoes. Get in." Looking at my bossy attitude, a bit domineering CEO trope, but we will let it slide. She did not resist anymore. She obediently kicked off her slippers and climbed into bed, pulling the summer quilt over herself like a timid little rabbit. 5 minutes later, I took the thermometer back from her and checked it. 38.3 degrees. Just wait a bit.
I will go mix some medicine for you.
The fried dough sticks are too greasy right now, so I will get you a bowl of the noodles you just made. Eat up and then get some good sleep. I am really causing you trouble.
Thank you.
She sounded incredibly guilty. Me taking her in for the night was already imposing enough, but her useless body just had to get sick on top of it. Now, I had to take care of her again. Would I find her too annoying? I did not have nearly as many overcomplicated thoughts as she did. Instead, I was actually pretty annoyed by how overly polite she was. "This is my last warning. If you act this polite with me again, I am throwing you out." She immediately swallowed her inner doubts, held her head, and nodded vigorously. Seeing her acting so silly, I could not help but laugh. I put the food and water on the nightstand first, then set up a bed tray for her. "Hurry up and eat. Rest a while after you're done. If you do not feel better later, I'm taking you to the hospital." No need. I do not have money. Plus, it is just a minor illness. I really do not need a hospital." She frantically waved her hands in refusal. I knew how stubborn she could be, and I could not be bothered to waste my breath arguing. So I just laid down the law. "I'm not asking you to pay. And besides, this is a notification, not a negotiation. You just need to be a good girl and listen to me. Now, eat and rest." Hearing that tone, she instantly wilted. Not daring to say another word, she obediently picked up her chopsticks and started taking small bites. After cleaning up the dishes, I went back to my own room and played some video games. Before I knew it, it was already noon. Feeling the call of nature, I closed the game and stretched. I got up and headed to the bathroom, but the moment I pushed the door open, oh no, here comes the anime bathroom cliché. A soft gasp reached my ears. My brain was a bit fried from gaming, but I immediately noticed the corner of the room. Quince was squatting there with her back to me. For a second, my eyes went totally blank, but it was not because of her graceful, youthful figure. It was because her skin, which should have been as flawless as porcelain, was covered in bruises and scars. This was clearly the result of long-term abuse. She kept her head down in total silence, just desperately trying to use the shower gel lather to cover up the marks on her body. "I'm sorry, you finished washing up first?" My face turned deadly serious. I did not ask any questions. With a heavy tone, I apologized and turned around to leave because her body was covered in scars. I was not the least bit aroused by this accidental peep show. All I felt was a deep, aching pity. A little while later, she walked out. She had not washed her hair this time, Her loose hair was only slightly damp. I was in the kitchen stir-frying some dishes. She sat quietly on the sofa, constantly turning her head to look at my busy back. Because of the immense awkwardness of having her shower and her secret exposed, she wanted to come help, but was too embarrassed to walk over. Once the food was on the table, I called her over. I do not have many ingredients at home. I usually just order takeout or eat out. Ordering or going to the store right now would take too long. So we will just make do with this for lunch. I will order something really good for dinner. It is fine. This is already really good, she replied, looking down. After a moment of silence, I gently apologized for what just happened. I'm really sorry about earlier. I did not know you were taking a shower, mainly because the lights were off and there was no sound, so I completely missed the signs. She shook her head, acting like it was nothing. I do not blame you. I woke up covered in sweat, and since your door was closed and you did not seem to be coming out, I figured I would grab the chance to rinse off quickly. I did not expect you to walk in right then. Speaking of her waking up, I asked out of concern, right? How are you feeling now? Did you check your temperature? I checked it when I got up. It is 36.8. I am perfectly fine now. She nodded sincerely. Then we both fell into silence again, eating our meal without saying a word. After we were full, she sat down on the sofa. I grabbed 2 bottles of ice-cold cola from the fridge, opened one and handed it to her, before taking a seat a short distance away. Can you tell me how you got those scars? I took a sip of my cola and asked softly. After all, she was a girl I had once liked, even if those feelings had faded into a mild fondness over time. Suspected abuse is a huge deal. I really wanted to know the truth. She took 2 sips of her cola, a complex array of emotions flashing through her eyes. After a moment of silence, she slowly began to speak. My mom died when I was born. My dad and stepmom have hated me since I was little. At home, I always had to sleep on the sofa, while my younger stepbrother got his own room. By the time I was 8, I was in charge of cooking all the meals, but I was only allowed to eat pickles and rice porridge. I was not even allowed to eat the leftovers. My brother did not want. Even when I was sick, I was not allowed to rest. This went on until I was 14. I got my first period. I begged my stepmom to buy me some proper underwear and sanitary pads. Instead, she got annoyed, pinched me a dozen times, and then dug out some of her old, tattered clothes and lingerie from her closet. Wait, what? That is cartoonishly evil. Except, they were all lace and semi-transparent. As for pads, she told me to just tear up an old cotton coat and sew some pieces together to make do. And the money I earned from my summer jobs, I had to hand it all over. They used it to buy my brother a new phone. I was not allowed to buy a single thing for myself. Then, one day I came home, and my dad told me that the school wanted to hire me as their spokesperson. The payment was 100,000 yuan. He told me just to follow the school's arrangements. I wanted to fight back, but remembering the beatings my stepmom would give me, I gave up again. Right now, I just want to study hard, get into a good university, and get far, far away from them. Far away from that house. Her voice grew increasingly agitated. But last night, my dad, for a bride price of 150,000 yuan, he sold me to a guy living in a mountain village, a divorced coal mine boss in his 40s. Why? Why is he doing this to me? I am his child too. If he hates me so much, why did he even let me be born? Why did he keep me around? I study so hard. I try so hard not to make any mistakes, just because I'm terrified he will take away my right to go to school. But why? What do I have to do for him to finally let me go? I want to be loved too. I want to have my own room and my own clothes. I want to eat good food and drink nice things too. Is that really a crime? Why? Why does my brother get everything, but I get nothing? Her emotional dam completely shattered. She pulled her delicate little feet out of the slippers, curled her legs up onto the sofa, wrapped her arms around her knees, and buried her face, sobbing uncontrollably. I felt like I was transported back to that rainy night when I first saw her. After hearing everything she had been through, my heart ached with a sharp pain, and it felt like something was blocking my chest, suffocating me. There was no perfect student or good girl. There was no fairy who had descended from heaven, untouched by the mortal world. There was only a pitiful broken girl, tormented by a heartless family, desperately trying to escape. I finally understood why her underwear was so mature and provocative, why she looked at normal snacks and cola with such longing, why she had silently endured the bullying back then without a word. When you have a scumbag father who plays nice in public, but acts like a beast behind closed doors, what good would telling the teachers do? Call the police. She was so smart. Of course she knew that child abuse and selling a daughter under the guise of a bride price were illegal, but that was still her biological father. Maybe it was because she could not bear to lose the only blood relative she had left. Asked for why she had run away from home last night in the pouring rain, and why she was covered in fresh bruises. The answer was glaringly obvious. If I had not shown up, that arranged marriage would have been the final straw that crushed her completely. Looking at the weeping girl, I slowly shifted my body and sat right next to her. I patted her on the shoulder, but did not say a single word. It was a silent, steady comfort. But what I did not expect was that she suddenly threw her arms wide open and hugged me tight. I froze, feeling the softness pressing against my chest. I awkwardly raised my arms in the air, my body going completely stiff. For a moment, I honestly had no idea what to do. This was the first time I had ever been hugged by a girl. Achievement unlocked. My heart started racing. After taking a moment to adapt to the situation, I slowly lowered my arms and hugged her back. My right hand gently patted her back, like I was coaxing a baby. I do not know how much time passed, but her crying eventually subsided. She suddenly realized she was still wrapped in my arms and immediately pushed herself up and backed away. Her eyes were completely red from crying, and her face was flushed like a ripe apple. Seeing the huge wet patch her tears had left on my shirt, she hurriedly apologized. "I am so sorry. I will wash it clean for you." I waved my hand, showing I did not care at all, and changed the subject. "So, feeling any better now?"
Thank you.
she said, her voice full of gratitude. It was true. After pouring her heart out to someone, the heavy grievance suffocating her had dissipated a lot. I did not wait for her emotions to fully settle before asking the most important question. "What are you planning to do next? From what you have told me, your father is absolutely dead set on selling you. If you want to go to university in peace, you either need to call the cops or find someone who can completely intimidate him. Otherwise, once he finds out which university you're attending, he will just go there and make a massive scene. Not only will you lose your chance to study, but your fate won't even be in your own hands anymore." She just shook her head, utterly lost. She shook her head again, completely dazed. She really had no idea what to do anymore. The reason she spilled everything today was not just to vent her frustrations. There was a tiny hidden motive mixed in as well. From the moment this boy appeared before her in the rain last night, she had wanted to be selfish just this once. She desperately wanted this boy who had helped her, who had shown her warmth, and who she trusted with all her heart to save her. Even if he just reached out a hand to give her a little push, that would be enough. And my next words definitely did not disappoint her. "I can help you break free from that family completely. I will get you far away from your scumbag of a father. On the contrary, I have conditions too. Think it over." Hearing that, I was willing to help her. Yu Quince nodded and agreed without a second of hesitation. "Girl, at least ask what the conditions are first. I will help you solve your problem. From now until you graduate from university, your tuition, fees, and all your living and entertainment expenses will be covered by me. You won't have to pay back a single cent, no matter how much you spend. In exchange, you need to study hard. I do not care what you major in, but you must minor in something accounting related. And after you graduate, you will work for me at a low salary for at least 5 years. Of course, I say low salary, but it will be adjusted to the cost of living at that time. It will be enough to cover your daily expenses. You just won't be able to save up much." A capitalist in the making. I see. Saying all this, honestly, only I knew that this was just an excuse to make you Quince feel comfortable accepting my help, though I might actually start a small company in the future. Maybe not making billions like my mom's corporate group. Wait, his mom is a billionaire, plot twist. But at least enough to maintain my current cushy lifestyle. So having a trustworthy accountant by then would be pretty crucial. If Yu Quince kept her end of the bargain, great. If she did not, whatever. I would just treat it as a failed investment. Yu Quince nodded and accepted the terms. However, she added, "Just covering my first year's tuition is enough. I will work part-time to earn the rest." But I shut that down immediately. Right. Stop arguing. University is like a mini society. If you look too shabby, people will look down on you and bully you. Working for me at a low wage for 5 years, in exchange for a good life now, that is an equivalent exchange. Full Metal Alchemist vibes right here. Just treat it as an advance on your salary. Hearing me put it that way, Yu Quince finally stopped arguing. "As for where you will live, should I rent a temporary place for you for the next 3 months until school starts?
Or do you want to just stay here with me?"
I asked. "Can I stay here?" She looked up at me, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. There was nothing happier than waking up every day and seeing the person she liked the most, living with a beautiful girl. Obviously, I was not going to object. It would save me some hassle anyway. I was more than happy with this arrangement. Then I quickly changed the subject. "So, since you are staying here, when I get tired of eating takeout, I will be relying on you to cook and occasionally clean. I am seriously lazy."
Of course, I will give you an allowance of 3,000 yuan a month.
She immediately waved her hands. "No, you really do not have to. Just consider it my rent for staying here for the next 3 months. Just do as I say. Is your dad home right now?" I did not want to keep going back and forth on this. There was still an old bastard we needed to deal with. Time to face the final boss of the prologue. Even though there were still nearly 3 months of summer break left, I wanted to nip this in the bud before things got complicated. Plus, I had nothing else going on right now anyway. Let us just go over there and put him in his place. He works as a driver for some boss. He usually leaves for the company around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Yu Quince answered. I glanced at my phone. It was already past 3 p.m. Go to the washing machine on the balcony and grab your school uniform and shoes to change into. They should be totally dry by now. Let us head over to your house right now. An hour later, Yu Quince gently knocked on her family's metal door. Very quickly, a middle-aged man opened the door and peeked out. The moment he laid eyes on her, he started cursing aggressively.
You little brat.
You finally decided to show your face. What an ungrateful little wretch. You even learned how to run away from home now? If you delay the boss coming to pick you up, see if I do not beat you to death. You are just like your dead mother. You just need to be taught a lesson. After you marry him, you better serve the boss well. Squeeze more money out of him for the family. Your brother still needs to buy a house and get a wife Father of the Year right here, folks. Absolutely sickening. Did you hear me, you little tramp? If the boss gets tired of you Owen Day and kicks you to the curb, I will send you straight to the red light district to earn your keep. Yu Quince was already completely immune to his verbal abuse. She did not react at all, just as he finished his rant and reached out to grab her by the hair. I quickly stopped the recording on my phone. I pulled Yu Quince safely behind me and stepped forward. Without a single word, I delivered a brutally heavy kick straight to his chest, sending him flying backwards a good 3 or 4 meters. Falcon kick, so satisfying. Yu Quince jumped in shock at my sudden strike. The middle-aged man was completely dazed from the impact. You dared bring some punk back to hit me. I did not give him a chance to run his mouth. I marched into the house, grabbed him by the cheeks, and dragged him backward before he even had a chance to put up a fight. I viciously slammed his head straight into the wooden sofa behind him.
Kill me if you have the guts.
Otherwise, I will sue you until you are completely bankrupt. The battered, middle-aged man spat out his threats between gasps of pain. Seeing this, Yu Quince quickly rushed over, grabbed my arm, and pleaded, "Stop hitting him. If you keep going, you will actually kill him." It was not that she felt any sympathy for this scumbag of a father. She was just terrified that the guy she liked would end up going to jail over it. I knew when enough was enough. I leaned in slightly and whispered to the man, "That was your punishment. Now let us talk. Is not it all just about money for you? I will give you 200,000. And your daughter belongs to me. Deal." Hearing the outrageous sum of 200,000, Yu Quince frantically tugged at my shirt and whispered, "Do not. That is way too much money. I'm not worth it." I completely ignored her. I could not afford to break character now. Otherwise, this guy would lose all his fear of me. The middle-aged man, however, hearing there was cash involved, and realizing it was more than the coal boss offered, immediately changed his tune. 300,000. You assaulted me. The extra is for my medical bills. Otherwise, I'm calling the cops. Also, you're going to have to explain this to the boss yourself. After all, she is practically his fiancée now. Heh. You sure are greedy? Like I said, that beating was a punishment. Why on earth would I pay your medical bills? I let out a mocking sneer, trying to keep your own hands clean. Drop that little trick of trying to make me fight your battles for you. I'm taking her with me. As for how you explain it to him, that is none of my damn business. You think that coal boss is someone you can't afford to offend? Do I look like someone you can mess with? Then, I leaned in close to his ear and whispered menacingly, I come from a very rich, very powerful family. Ah, the classic, my dad owns the city bluff, never fails. Care to guess if I have the guts to pour you into a concrete barrel and sink you to the bottom of the river? Your son is pretty cute, by the way.
Looks just like you.
I wonder how much of a beating he can take. No. 20,000 is fine. Just do not touch my son. Seeing the absolutely lethal glare in my eyes, and remembering the ruthless beating I just handed him without a second thought, he fully realized that the boy standing in front of him, a kid no older than his own daughter, was absolutely not some soft, spoiled rich kid. Plus, it involved his precious baby boy. He instantly folded. You are a smart guy. Think very carefully about whether you want to involve the cops. Hand over the household registration book. I will return it once I am done with it. And stay the hell away from Yu Quince from now on. Otherwise, I might just invite your son over to my place for some entertainment. He gulped hard, scrambled to his feet, and practically crawled to the bedroom.
Go pack your stuff.
Yu Quince stared at me blankly for a second, then shook her head. There is absolutely nothing in this house that belongs to me. Hearing those words, my heart shattered a little. I gently rubbed the top of her head. I did not say a word. The sudden, intimate head pat made her lower her head in utter shyness. After waiting by the door for a few minutes, That scumbag father scurried back out, clutching the household registration book. I snatched it from him and asked, "By the way, what is the full name of that coal boss you mentioned? Where exactly does he live? And where is his coal mine located?" The man did not dare hesitate for a second. "His name is Zhang Xiang. He lives in a little place called Yunshan Village out near Shangping County. But as for his coal mine, I swear I really do not know where it is. Give me your bank account number. The money will be transferred within 4 hours. You better watch your step from now on." After memorizing his account number, I shot Owen last freezing glare at the pathetic excuse for a father and walked out the door with Yu Quince. The girl, having watched this fierce, terrifying version of the boy the entire time, suddenly felt like he was a total stranger. It felt as if this was the real him. Or maybe they were both the real him. On our way back, she looked at me with incredibly soft eyes and murmured, "Hey, I know you have money, but 200,000 is way too much. Please reconsider. I am seriously not worth that much, and giving it to that man is just an absolute waste." In that moment, she was feeling a sense of freedom she had never experienced before, like the heavy shackles binding her had finally snapped. She was touched beyond words by what I had done, but she really did not want the guy she liked throwing away a fortune for her. I turned my head toward her and jokingly said, "Relax. Just consider it paying off your dad for raising you, plus the bride price. You are my fiancé now after all. Smooth, bro. Very smooth." But when I looked at her, I realized her face was entirely flushed pink. Her delicate lips parted slightly, and she softly whispered, "Okay." Oh crap, the joke went too far. She actually took it seriously. I frantically started backpedaling. Okay, I was just messing with you. You're just feeling really grateful right now. It is not actual love or anything. If you still feel this way after some time passes, then I really would not mind having a sweet romance with a gorgeous girl like you." Hearing that, a flash of disappointment crossed her face, but there was also a hint of relief. She just quietly replied, God knows what was actually going through her head. At that moment, I was completely oblivious to her emotional roller coaster. I just pulled out my phone and dialed Sister Meowshu's number. After a couple of rings, her elegant, melodious voice came through the speaker. "What is it, Chenshin?" "Sister Meowshu, how is the old man doing?" I just heard a soft sigh from the other end of the line. "Still in the ICU. It is not looking good. He probably only has a couple of days left." Whoa, sudden dark family lore drop. I hesitated for a second before saying, "Sister Meowshu, I need to ask you for a massive favor. I'm going to send you information on 2 people. One of them runs an illegal coal mine. Just get him locked up. As for the other guy, teach him a lesson first. Make his life so miserable he does not have the time or energy to bother anyone else. If that does not work, lock him up too. He is, unfortunately, Yu Quince's biological father, and he did technically raise her. If he can just stay out of our way, I naturally won't push him to the absolute brink. But if he won't behave, then let him rot in a jail cell. Or I will swallow my pride, go beg my mom." And then, click. The woman on the phone went dead silent for a long moment before replying, "Do not you worry your head about this. Just send me all the information you have. I will make them disappear. Sister Meowshu does not mess around. Right, I will leave it to you. I will text it to you as soon as I get home. Stay safe on your way back." After I hung up, Yu Quince, who had heard the entire conversation, did not utter a single word. She just leaned her body a little closer to mine. Halfway home, I made a quick stop at a pharmacy. I bought a couple of bottles of medical spray for bruises and blood flow. Then we hailed a cab back to Moxian Academy. As soon as we got back inside, I led her straight into the guest bedroom. "Campus Belle, do me a favor and lift your shirt up." She was surprisingly cooperative. She took off her jacket and slowly lifted her shirt, revealing her pale, flawless back. I did not let my eyes wander. I simply sprayed the medicine on the bruises and then told her to pull her shirt back down. I handed the bottle to her. "You handle the rest yourself." Then I asked casually, "What is your dad's name?" She replied, "Yu Wanqing." "Keep this spray. Just use it once a day. If there are spots you can't reach, just ask me for help." She nodded, her face flushing again. After that, I took the audio recording and all the information I had gathered and sent it all straight to Sister Meowshu's email. "Right, it is done. Everything is handled. Your old man probably won't be able to bother you for the rest of his natural life," I said with a reassuring grin.
Thank you.
After expressing her thanks, she could not help but ask curiously, "Is that Sister Meowshu really that powerful? How could Owen's single phone call fix all of this?" I gave her a mysterious smirk. Powerful does not even begin to cover it. As long as it does not break the law, there is absolutely nothing in this world she can't handle. Her jaw literally dropped in shock. "You actually have such an incredible relative. Your family must be super rich and powerful too, right? Then why on earth are you studying in a tiny city like Linjiang?" The girl immediately zeroed in on the glaring plot hole. She has got a point. Why is the OP rich kid in a random small town? Just think of me as a regular guy who hates the vibe of massive cities, who just happens to have an aunt who loves spoiling him. I expertly dodged the question, seeing that I clearly did not want to talk about it. She was smart enough to drop the subject. Instead, she pivoted to a different question. Aunt, did not you just call her sister? Hearing that, I let out an awkward laugh, a rather painful memory flashing through my mind. I explained, technically, by family tree rules, she is my aunt. But she absolutely hated it, said it made her sound ancient. Since I was a kid, she gently beat it into me to change how I addressed her. Ah, the classic violent anime older sister figure. So, sister it is. She nodded, accepting the entirely plausible excuse without a second thought. Since we had nothing else going on and I figured she was probably bored out of her mind, I brought her into my bedroom. I decided to introduce her to the magical world of video games. Just to kill some time, she looked around my room with wide, curious eyes, even though the room did not smell weird or anything. Taking own look at the absolute disaster zone, that was my bed and desk. She could not stop herself from roasting me. It is so messy in here. I could not even defend myself, because she was 100% right. I grabbed a dining chair and sat down, pushing my expensive gaming chair over to her. Take a seat. She sat down obediently. The ergonomic backrest was so comfortable she instinctively melted back into it. I booted up a bunch of different games for her to try, and the final conclusion was, she could not care less about gaming. She belonged to that rare breed of people who could play them, but found zero joy in doing so. Well, plan B it is. I just handed her my own smartphone. Here, just scroll through some TikToks or something. Or just browse whatever you find interesting. The passcode is 060305. First thing tomorrow, we are going to officially transfer your ID and household registration out of that family. And then we are going on a massive shopping spree. She took the phone from me, tilting her head in adorable confusion. Shopping for what? Do not you worry your pretty little head about that. Just follow my lead. I deliberately kept her in suspense. Right. She sensibly decided not to press the issue. She started playing around with the phone and quickly unlocked the screen, even though she had never owned a smartphone herself. She had spent years watching her dad, stepmom, and stepbrother glued to their screens, so figuring out the basics was pretty intuitive. The sun slowly began to set. The hazy veil of twilight started creeping in from the horizon. I threw my arms up in the air and let out a massive, satisfying stretch. Right, playtime's over. I'm heading out to grab us some dinner. Just hang out here and wait for me. I can cook for you. She immediately slammed the phone down and offered. I grabbed some cash from my drawer and patted her gently on the shoulder. Even the greatest chef can't cook without ingredients. The only things left in this kitchen are eggs and dry noodles, and some milk and soda. You literally could not cook a proper meal even if you tried. What are you craving? I will grab it for you. She just shook her head. I honestly have no idea. I will eat whatever you decide to get. She had literally never been allowed to eat street food in her entire life. She genuinely did not even know what was out there. Fair enough. With that, I headed out the door alone. Now that the girl realized she had the whole place to herself, she suddenly got a little bolder. Before, she was only brave enough to scroll through standard short videos. Now she could secretly snoop around the rest of the phone, driven by intense curiosity. She started tapping through all sorts of different apps, just trying to figure out what everything did. Eventually, while swiping around, she accidentally tapped on a folder labeled study materials. Oh no! We all know what study materials means on a teenage boy's phone. Yep, she opened the infamous study materials folder. The first page was just boring stuff, regular browsers, normal video platforms, but when she swiped to the second page, there were several very suspicious-looking apps. She casually tapped on one of them. Instantly, her screen was flooded with incredibly explicit NSFW anime illustrations. The door to a brand new, very adult world, which had only been slightly cracked open, was now kicked wide open. I mean, she did frequently hear her dad and stepmom making certain noises in their bedroom at night, so she was not completely clueless about the birds and the bees. But after clicking on a comic and binging over 40 chapters straight, her face was burning red as she whispered to herself, "How is that even physically possible? This is so utterly shameless." Yet, despite her words, she was mentally taking notes, thinking that maybe, just maybe, she and I could try it out in the future. Girl, what are you plotting? When she finally snapped back to reality, her face turned the color of a ripe tomato. She frantically force-closed the app and cleared the background tasks, locked the screen, and slammed the phone face down on the desk. Feeling incredibly guilty, she desperately started organizing my desk and making my bed, as if doing chores would somehow scrub the digital footprint of her sins. About 10 minutes later, I walked back in. I looked at her sitting stiffly at the dining table and asked, "Why is your face so red? Did your fever come back?" That was the absolute worst thing I could have asked. The moment I asked, all those spicy comic panels flashed right back into her mind. And the fact that she had been thinking about us, her face turned so red it was practically emitting steam. "No, I am just a little hot," That is all. She tried desperately to act completely normal. I stared at her suspiciously for a few seconds, but decided to drop it. I walked over to the coffee table, grabbed the AC remote, and cranked the temperature down a few degrees. I walked back and sat down at the table. I pushed a can of soda in front of her. Lychee soda. See if you like the flavor. If not, I can grab you a Coke. And this is Sichuan boiled pork slices. My absolute favorite. Try a piece. She did not have to be told twice and immediately started digging in, taking a sip of her soda, then stuffing a slice of spicy pork into her mouth. Her eyes literally sparkled with joy the entire time she ate. After absolutely devouring the incredibly satisfying meal, she slumped back onto the sofa and let out a tiny, adorable little burp. I chuckled softly. I picked up the TV remote, turned it on, and suggested, "Hey, Campus Belle, want to watch a movie? Anything is fine." Even though she tried to sound casual, I could clearly hear the pure excitement bubbling in her voice. But then she paused and added, calling me Campus Belle sounds way too distant. Is not it perfectly fine that I called you Quince at my place?" I explained, "I only did that to assert dominance in front of your dad. Otherwise, I could not have intimidated him. If you do not mind, I will just keep calling you that from now on." Hearing this, Yu Quince gave me a sweet smile. After that, I put on a popular movie for us to watch. Yu Quince was completely engrossed the entire time. Whenever a stunning scene came up, she would let out a little gasp of amazement. She looked just like a child discovering something new for the first time. Must protect that smile at all costs. It made my heart ache a little for her. At the same time, I secretly made a promise to myself. If I ever got the chance in the future, I would make sure to double compensate her for all the fun, food, and experiences she had missed out on. After the movie ended, Yu Quince still looked like she wanted more. I glanced at the time on the TV and said, "Right, top student, it is getting late. Hurry up and get some rest. I'm taking you on a major shopping spree tomorrow. Good night." After saying our good nights, we both headed back to our own rooms. But the moment I pushed my door open, I saw that my desk and bed had been completely tidied up. My books and test papers were sorted into categories and stacked neatly against the wall. My stationery was perfectly arranged on the right side. The blanket was folded immaculately at the foot of the bed. The bed sheet was smoothed out so perfectly. There was barely a single wrinkle in sight. Get yourself a girl who organizes your chaotic gamer den without being asked. This silly girl. I smiled helplessly. I lay down on the bed, read a web novel for a bit, and then turned off the light to sleep. Early the next morning, I had just finished my morning run and returned home when I caught sight of a familiar figure in the kitchen. Yu Quince was holding her pants up by the waist with one hand and holding a spatula in the other. Her long hair swayed gently with her movements. She actually looked incredibly cute. "I knew you would get up to cook. Good thing I did not buy breakfast on the way back." She turned her head and smiled sweetly. "I fried some eggs, but unfortunately we do not have any bread, only milk." Back at her old house, this was the breakfast she usually prepared for the family most days, even though she never got a share of it. "Eating something simple is fine. Once we finish our errands this morning, I will take you out for a massive feast at noon." After saying that, I headed straight for the bathroom and took a quick shower. By the time I came out, golden fried eggs and warm milk were already set on the dining table, and Yu Quince was sitting there obediently, waiting for me. I pulled out a chair, sat down, and asked, "Why are you waiting for me? You should have just started eating." "It is fine. I do not mind waiting a bit." Yu Quince gazed at me with incredibly soft eyes. I do not know why, but her tone had become so gentle and sweet. She was no longer acting overly polite like she was yesterday. In just one day and 2 nights, it seemed she was already treating me like family, seeing me pick up a fried egg with my chopsticks and stuff the whole thing into my mouth like a pelican. She quickly scolded me in a soft voice. "Eat slower. You're going to choke." As she said that, she pushed the glass of milk closer to me. "I am fine." I picked up the milk and took a sip, but when I ate the next egg, I made sure to bite it in half first. While I was eating, I sent a quick message to Shen Miaoshu, asking her to get Yu Quince's household registration transferred out ASAP. At the very least, she would not be heavily restricted by that scumbag dad anymore. Shen Miaoshu agreed immediately. First, she asked for a picture of the registration book, watching me go into my room and come back out shortly after. Yu Quince did not think much of it, and just continued eating quietly. After breakfast, I took her to the local police station. Since my own household registration was not in Linjiang, I could not transfer her into mine. She had to be moved out into an independent household. We also applied for her ID card while we were there. It would be mailed to us in about half a month. The girl practically skipped down the street on our way back, happily holding up the registration book that now only had her name in it, a huge, radiant smile overflowing on her face. She was finally truly free from that house. The look of pure liberation, absolutely priceless. She knew very well in her heart that this went so smoothly, entirely because of me. For a moment, she stared at me without blinking, her eyes so full of tenderness you could practically pull strings from it. I completely missed this scene though, as I was too busy swiping on my phone to hail a ride. Soon after, we arrived at the largest shopping mall in the area because it was summer vacation. The mall was packed with students who had just finished their college entrance exams. Whenever guys walked past us, they could not help but steal a few extra glances at Quince by my side. After all, with her pure campus belle aura and her first love face, she was incredibly eye-catching even in a standard school uniform. Main character's girlfriend privileges, basically. But Quince could not care less about their stares. She was too busy taking in the massive mall. This place was completely alien to her. She had only ever bought things from tiny, cheap corner stores. Affordable and practical. Shopping at a huge mall for clothes was a first for her. The first floor was mostly food and drinks. I bought her a cup of pearl milk tea. And then we headed up to the women's clothing section on the second floor. When getting on the escalator, she even nervously tapped the step with her foot first, before quickly hopping on. It was genuinely adorable. Escalators are intimidating the first time, to be fair. The moment we walked into the nearest boutique, a sales girl enthusiastically greeted us. "Hello, welcome in." I pointed at a white floral dress on display and pushed Quince forward slightly. "This dress here, grab own in her size, please."
Thank you.
Quince, still biting on her boba straw, tilted her head in confusion. "Buying clothes for me. Everything we are buying today is for you. You can't go around without some decent clothes." "But how can I?" She was just about to decline. "Whatever I buy for you today, you accept it. If I hear even a single word of refusal, I am spanking you when we get home." Bro is walking a very fine line between teasing and an HR violation here. Lol. Hearing that, her cheeks turned slightly pink. She could not help but act a bit reserved as she said, "But..." Because there were layers of clothes in the way, the slap would not sound very crisp, so I just vaguely squeezed my hand in the air, evaluating. The feel should still be acceptable. Quince froze for a second. Then she quickly covered her slightly sore behind with own hand, her face turning as red as a tomato as she buried her head low. She mumbled indignantly, her voice barely audible. Big meanie." The salesgirl quickly walked over with the dress. I took the milk tea from Quince's hands and let the salesgirl lead her to the fitting room. On the way, the salesgirl looked at the blushing Quince and teased, "First love, right? You're so shy just changing clothes for him to see." Quince peeked at me from the corner of her eye and shyly nodded her head, murmuring a soft, "Looks like you two just graduated, huh? Campus romance is wonderful, but make sure to protect yourself well, okay?"
Thank you.
Although Quince understood what the salesgirl was implying, she really did not mind the warning. 2.5 minutes later, Quince stood in front of me wearing the pristine white dress. "Does it look good? Do a spin. Let me see." She obediently twirled around. I nodded in satisfaction. "It suits you perfectly." I turned to the salesgirl and said, "Ring it up, and have her change into that other outfit I picked out while you're at it." She then changed into a white blouse paired with a pleated skirt. After paying the bill, holding the shopping bags in O in hand, and holding the hand of Quince, who had changed back into her Jake uniform with the other, we headed upstairs to the restaurant floor. "Let us go. Time to eat first. We will buy the rest of the stuff this afternoon." Quince obediently followed my arrangements. Soon after, we arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Following the waiter's lead, we sat down at a table deep inside the restaurant. We ordered a split flavor pot, added some beef lamb and the usual hot pot side dishes, and finally ordered 2 bottles of iced orange juice. When I got up to go to the condiment bar, I carefully mixed a bowl of dipping sauce for her, a combo of sesame paste, sweet vinegar, and sesame oil. Top-tier dipping sauce combo right there. Zero debate. "I did not dare put any bird's eye chili in yours," I explained softly. As I placed the sauce bowl in front of her, she smiled faintly and nodded. She actually had no idea how to mix a good dipping sauce anyway. But with me there, all she had to do was accept it. After a heartily satisfying hot pot meal, we rested at the table for a bit before getting up to leave, continuing our grand shopping crusade. Over the next few hours, I bought Quince dozens of sets of clothes and shoes for all 4 seasons. I did not even skip out on the white stockings. We also picked up indoor slippers and pajamas along the way, though the pajamas were all just standard, comfortable cotton styles. The most scandalous thing we bought was an ice silk nightgown. As for anything more revealing, that would have to wait for the future. Some might say I was buying way too much. Oh please, I am not exactly short on money. Plus, Quince legitimately needed all of this. And besides, it was all for my eyes anyway. Why would I complain about having too much? As for that nonsense about spending money to raise someone else's wife, absolutely ridiculous. I am not an idiot. I could clearly see that Quince had significant feelings for me. If I managed to let her slip away despite all this, I might as well just castrate myself to prevent future embarrassment. By this point, Quince was so exhausted she did not even want to speak. She was completely numb from just trying on clothes over and over. So much for feeling embarrassed. So much for politely declining. So much for acting reserved. None of that mattered anymore. She finally realized it. I was truly loaded. I did not even blink when paying the bills. In fact, I seemed to be enjoying it endlessly. It was like I had all this money and no idea what to do with it, and now I finally found something interesting enough to splurge on. Whatever. She decided to just accept whatever I bought her. I had already spent $200,000 on her anyway. Being a little more in debt would not make a difference. Worst case scenario, she would just have to offer herself to me in marriage to pay it off. Girl went from this is too much to guess. I'm a trad wife now real quick. Though, that somehow felt more like repaying kindness with a curse. But wait, she was considered a beauty, right? Her figure was not bad either. And she certainly was not the type of bad woman who would cheat or be unfaithful. Worst case, she would just give him a few extra babies in the future. Surely he would not be losing out on that deal. Right? Besides, they say all rich men fool around. At most, she would allow him to secretly keep a mistress outside, but he absolutely could not bring her home, and definitely no having kids with her. If I knew what kind of wild thoughts were spiraling in this girl's head, I would definitely brand her with 5 words. Ultimate love struck fool. On our way to the 3rd floor of the mall, I suddenly noticed a stepmom dress, a mature bodycon dress in one of the boutique windows. I immediately wanted to see what Quince would look like in it, so I pointed straight at the mannequin and asked her, "Quince, want to try that dress on?" She looked at the extremely form-fitting dress, a flash of shyness passing through her eyes, but she still nodded and said, "If you want to see it, I can try it on." Great. Getting her permission, I led her into the store. I turned to the sales assistant and said, "Excuse me, please find that tight dress on the display mannequin in her size." Right away. "Please wait a moment." Soon, the assistant brought the dress over, pointed to the fitting room, and told Quince to go change. But after waiting for quite a while, there was absolutely no sound or movement from inside. Confused, I walked over to the fitting room door, knocked twice, and asked, "Quince, are you not done yet?" "I am done, but this is way too revealing." Her voice was tinged with a slight tremble. Then the lock on the fitting room door clicked open. A little head, flushed completely crimson, peeked out. She said, dying of embarrassment, "You come in and look at it. I do not dare go out there."
Ahem.
Just as I was about to step inside, the salesgirl nearby suddenly spoke up.
Sir?
"This is a public mall. Please be mindful of your behavior." Salesgirl doing her job guarding against public indecency. Total respect. My face immediately darkened with invisible lines. With a handsome face like mine, do I really look like a pervert? Thanks for the reminder. I know what I'm doing. The salesgirl chuckled awkwardly, flashing a stiff smile. After stepping into the fitting room, I saw our campus belle with her arms crossed tightly, covering her chest and stomach. "How am I supposed to look if you cover everything up?" I pointed out. Hearing that, she gritted her teeth fiercely, uncrossed her arms, and instead covered her face with her hands. Her stunning, curvy figure was instantly revealed. That slender waist, quite impressive volume up top, and those long, beautiful legs teasingly visible through the slit. While she did not quite have the mature aura to pull off the sultry stepmom vibe, and it clashed a bit with her innocent temperament, her beautiful face and amazing body completely made up for it. It was not until the salesgirl knocked on the door to remind us of the time that I reluctantly stepped out of the fitting room. "I will take this dress, write up the receipt. Let us scan the code," I told the sales assistant when Quince finally came out. She was back in her lovely Jakey uniform. I left my address with the staff to have the items delivered to my house and then took her up to the 3rd floor. This floor was for bedding and underwear. I took Quince to buy some intimates first. It was pretty awkward, mainly because the saleswoman kept praising Quince, going on and on about how incredibly gorgeous my girlfriend was, while simultaneously trying to push the most insanely sexy lingerie sets on me. Do salespeople these days have absolutely zero sense of boundaries? In the end, I did not give that saleswoman the satisfaction. I just bought a few normal sets and quickly left. I did, however, manage to add that saleswoman on WeChat, just in case of future needs.
Yeah, just in case.
Keep telling yourself that, buddy. After that, we bought some new bed sheets and blankets. Finally, on the 4th floor at the Huawei Far Ahead Premium Store, I picked out the absolute newest smartphone and tablet for her. Seeing her cradling the new phone so carefully in her hands, I teased her, "Why are not you telling me it is too expensive?" Quince blinked her large eyes and replied, "Did not you say so yourself? That I am not allowed to refuse anything you buy for me. Otherwise, I will get spanked when we get home." I let out a helpless laugh and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Right. All right, let us go buy you a laptop now. You will definitely need it for university. I will teach you how to use the phone in detail once we get home." She gave a soft, sweet A few steps later, we arrived at a Republic of Gamers store. This time, I did not even need the staff to explain the specs. I just pointed directly at a fully maxed out, top-tier gaming laptop. A maxed out Rogue for an accounting minor. Absolute overkill. I love it. Sure, the edgy design probably was not what a typical girl would prefer, but whatever, performance comes first. If she really hated the look, she could just buy some cute stickers online and decorate it herself. Next, we headed down to the basement level. This was where the supermarket and daily necessities were located. I led Quince, who was happily munching on takoyaki, over to the daily goods aisle. We loaded up on a massive amount of supplies. Since I knew absolutely nothing about women's products, I just blindly followed the store guide's recommendations the entire time. Before heading home, I made sure to take her to get a SIM card set up. After we took a cab back to the apartment, I ordered 2 portions of dry pot braised rice for dinner. While we waited for the mall deliveries to arrive, since we had nothing else to do, I started teaching her how to use her new smartphone step by step. "Give me the phone. I will show you." She obediently handed it over to me. I opened the settings, turned off auto brightness, navigated to the passcode setup screen, and handed it back. "Set a passcode for yourself." She did not take the phone back. Instead, she said, "You type it in for me? Just use your passcode." I smiled faintly. As I typed the numbers in, I reminded her, "This is also the passcode for the front door. Do not forget it and lock yourself out." Okay. Next is fingerprints. You have to do this part yourself. After she finished registering her fingerprint, she asked softly, "Can we add yours too?" I instantly understood what she meant. That is basically handing over the keys to her digital diary. Trust level 100. Without a second thought, I added my own thumbprint to her phone. After that, I guided her through registering accounts, adding my contact info, and downloading all the essential apps, streaming platforms, short video apps, online shopping, and food delivery, patiently explaining how everything worked. Time quietly slipped away. Quince was curled up on the sofa, happily exploring her new phone. While I was busy reading my web novel, Night Edge, suddenly, my phone rang. The food delivery and the mall's delivery trucks had arrived almost at the same time. Thank God our building's elevator did not require a keycard to go up. I grabbed the takeout and placed it on the dining table, then went back out to help the delivery guys carry all the boxes in. Quince silently stepped up to help too. Before long, everything was hauled inside. Looking at the sea of shopping bags, shoe boxes, and giant cardboard boxes covering the floor, I suddenly felt a huge headache coming on.
Buying it was super fun.
Unpacking and organizing it. Pure torture. We left the tablet and laptop on the coffee table for now. Shoved the dozen boxes of sanitary pads into the storage closet. Even though this was a 2-bedroom apartment, the small storage closet in my room was already pretty stuffed with daily supplies. Now it was practically bursting at the seams. Quince sorted her clothes and shoes and put them away in the guest bedroom's closet. The extra bedding was shoved into the storage compartments under the bed. New underwear went straight into the washing machine. Toiletries were neatly arranged in the bathroom. Only after tackling all of that did we finally sit down to eat our now lukewarm dinner. By this time, Quince had already changed into her white blouse and pleated skirt. Though since her new intimates were currently in the wash, she was temporarily going commando underneath. As for all her old worn-out clothes and shoes, we had tossed them all in the trash. The only thing she kept was one set of her school uniform, as a memento of our 3 years as classmates. That night, we both sat quietly on the sofa, scrolling on our phones. As sleepiness began to take over, the girl slowly stood up. "I am a bit sleepy. I'm gonna go to bed first. What do you want to eat for breakfast tomorrow?" "I will make it for you." I just waved my hand and said, "No need. I will bring back some tofu pudding after my morning run. You can sleep in a bit longer." "Right. Good night then."
Good night.
"Oh, right. I transferred 10,000 to your account. Just consider it a 3-month advance on your allowance. Make sure you accept it." Quince was just about to refuse, but I immediately cut her off again. "No refusing allowed. Otherwise, you're getting spanked." Bare-bottomed. "Okay."
Thank you.
She instinctively covered her little behind, obediently accepted the money, and scurried off to her room. I did not think there was anything arrogant or overly domineering about my behavior. I was just pampering my future wife. That is all. Early morning. I stretched as I woke up from my slumber. Getting up and walking over to the window, I realized it was drizzling outside. Was not it supposed to be cloudy yesterday? It is completely overcast. Well, there goes my morning run. A truly tragic excuse to stay indoors. I was just about to order some tofu pudding through a delivery app, but I could not. The owner is an old man who does not know how to use food delivery platforms. Got to respect the old school hustle. Right at that moment, the door to the guest bedroom opened. A slightly drowsy Quince walked out. She paused slightly when she saw me sitting on the sofa and asked in confusion, "Did not you go for your morning run? It is raining outside." "Could not go." "Wait a moment then. I will go make breakfast after I wash up." With that, she ducked into the bathroom. And thus, the domestic bliss arc officially begins. I looked at the delivery order on my phone and silently canceled it. How could takeout ever compare to a breakfast made by my future wife? Bro is moving incredibly fast, planning the wedding on day 2. A moment later, Yu Quince neatly tied her hair into a ponytail. However, she discovered that besides eggs and noodles, and a bit of rice and flour, the kitchen was completely devoid of other ingredients. There was not even a single frozen steamed bun. The freezer was so clean it looked like it had never been used. Classic bachelor fridge setup right there. She could not help but sigh. Does this guy survive entirely on takeout? It is an absolute miracle he maintains such a good physique. Unfair genetics. What can you do? Why do not his parents look after him? Are they too busy making money? Or do all rich people just let their kids roam free like this, left with no choice? She could only make egg pancakes with rice porridge, although cooking a bowl of noodles would have worked too. This was, after all, the very first breakfast she was making for the person she liked. Wait. She already likes him. The pacing is wild. She did not want to be too casual about it. Just as Yu Quince was focused on making the pancakes, I quietly sneaked up beside her. I curiously stared at the egg pancake taking shape in the pan. As a wealthy young master who had not seen much of the real world, this egg pancake was a huge novelty to me. At first, I thought she was just cracking an egg onto a flatbread. But watching the process, I suddenly understood. It is actually the exact same logic as making a crepe. Yu Quince tore off a small corner of the pancake, carefully caught it with her hand and brought it right to my mouth. Taste it and see if it suits your liking. I did not hold back, eating the pancake right off her chopsticks. It is very soft, actually pretty delicious. That is good. It just lacks green onions. Otherwise, it would be much more fragrant. Yu Quince smiled gently. This is already perfect. Sorry to trouble you with the cooking. I will go wash up. After I left, Yu Quince continued to cook the pancakes, while inexplicably staring at the chopsticks I had just used. As if possessed, she put the chopsticks into her own mouth. The indirect kiss trope strikes early, spacing out, completely lost in thought. It was not until the pancake was almost burnt that she jolted awake. As she frantically flipped it over, she looked back with a flushed face to make sure no Owen was there. Blushing, she covered her face and breathed a sigh of relief. She covered her face in embarrassment and let out a long sigh of relief. By the time I finished washing up, Yu Quince had already placed breakfast on the dining table and was sitting obediently in her chair waiting for me. Why are you waiting for me? Go ahead and eat. With a slight blush, Yu Quince picked up the chopsticks I had just used and began eating slowly and methodically. But as she was eating, she spoke up and asked,
I want to go grocery shopping this afternoon.
Are there any places selling vegetables nearby? Go out of the complex, turn right, and turn right again at the first intersection. There's a small mall. The basement floor is a supermarket. They have vegetables, eggs, and meat. There's also a wet market nearby. I was about to continue, but then felt such a complicated explanation was entirely unnecessary. Changing my tune, I said, never mind, I do not have anything going on anyway. I will just take you there myself this afternoon. After the meal, Yu Quince cleared the dishes and went to wash up, while I sprawled on the sofa, playing with my phone. At that moment, Lu Xingje sent a message. Old goo, let us grab a drink at noon. You're out of your mind. That is disgusting. Why would we drink in the middle of the day? Knowing your usual habits, should not you be asking me to play games? Truly, day drinking is a bold choice, because I found a newly opened barbecue joint. The whole menu is 50% off today. You coming or not? Sure, why not? Send the address. My second uncle's barbecue. Seeing the name of the place, I could not help but laugh out loud. This name is absolute genius. Right? I only checked it out because of the name. Otherwise, I would have completely missed the 50% discount. Lu Xingje added, let us meet directly at the restaurant around 11. I need to drop by my dad's place first.
Okay.
Putting down my phone, I walked toward the bathroom. Looking at the beautiful silhouette, brushing her teeth, I said, Quince, I'm going out for lunch with a friend at noon. Do you want to come with me? Her mouth full of foam, Yu Quince mumbled a question. A guy or a girl? But right after asking, she realized she had overstepped. What was her status here, really? The classic roommate or lover identity crisis. How could she ask something like that? A guy? My bro from junior high. I completely brushed it off, not minding at all. Seeing my indifferent reaction, Yu Quince hurriedly rinsed the toothpaste foam from her mouth and changed the subject. I do not even know your friend, so I will just skip it. Otherwise, you guys might feel awkward eating, and I would just feel out of place too. I will order you some takeout for lunch then. I felt her reasoning made perfect sense, so I did not push it. As for grocery shopping, we will see how the afternoon goes. If it does not work out, I will take you tomorrow. Or if you want to head out and explore on your own, that is fine too. When noon arrived, I waited until Yu Quince's takeout was delivered before leaving for my hangout. Taking a cab all the way to my second uncle's barbecue, I found that Lu Xingje had already ordered a massive spread of skewers and casseroles, along with a huge crate of beer and white liquor. Caps already popped. I had only intended to have a casual drink. Seeing the setup made my temples throb. Mixing beer and baijiu at noon, this guy has a death wish. This kid Lu Xingje was playing the act first, report later trick again. Now, I could not back out even if I wanted to. I sat down, utterly resigned, and flipped my best friend a middle finger. Come on, old goo. We are not leaving until we are hammered. Drink my ass. If I get drunk, my future wife is the one who has to suffer taking care of me. When have you ever not just ditched me and run off? I massaged my head, already feeling an impending headache. Lu Xingzhe chugged a mouthful of alcohol. It is fine. I guarantee I will deliver you home safely. As for women, what is wrong with them serving their husband once in a while? Before his voice even faded, he suddenly realized something was very wrong. He stood up abruptly, glaring at me. What did you say about a future wife? Meanwhile, inside the barbecue joint, I looked at the highly agitated Lu Xingzhe and gave him a brief rundown of the past few days' events. I only mentioned how I met Yu Quince, took her in, and bought her some clothes. I did not breathe a single word about her past struggles. Lu Xingzhe got even more worked up after hearing this. So you're telling me you and the campus belle are cohabiting? I took a sip of my drink, looking bewildered. The situation is pretty complicated, but yes, we are technically living together. Old goo, we agreed to be single for life, and you actually betrayed me? The ultimate bro code violation right there. His sudden shout instantly drew the attention of every single diner around us. I hastily shoved Lu Xingzhe back into his seat. Can you keep your damn voice down?
Are you proud of being single or something?
Lu Xingzhe slumped in his seat, looking ashen, and sighed up at the ceiling. My best bro has cast aside his virginity. Where on earth is my springtime romance? Cough. Cough. I'm actually still. Just as I was about to explain, Lu Xingzhe shot me a deeply suspicious side eye. No way. Meat is delivered right to your door and you do not take a bite. The campus beauty you have known as a classmate for 3 years, with such a solid emotional foundation, something definitely should have happened. Wait, do not tell me you suffer from performance issues, typical wingman logic in action. Bullshit. I tapped my fingers wildly on the table to explain. We have been friends and classmates for 3 years. I have only taken her in for a few days. If I actually did that, would not I be an absolute beast? You single dog, stop talking trash. Heh. You talk as if you're not 0-2, and just like that, the two of us downed glass after glass. We got absolutely trashed. Finally, wrapping our arms around each other's shoulders, we stumbled out of the BBQ place with steps as light as cotton. Drunk out of my mind, I had completely lost touch with reality. Although Lu Xingzhe was still somewhat conscious, he was not doing much better. He took a cab and dropped me right at my front door. Knowing someone was home, he simply raised his hand and started banging on the door. Yu Quince looked through the peephole, saw it was me, and quickly pulled the door open. When Lu Xingzhe saw the girl who opened the door, he froze for a solid second, sobering up quite a bit. Hello? Sister-in-law. Lu Xingzhe greeted her with utmost politeness. He adapts remarkably fast when terrified. Yu Quince's face turned a slight shade of pink. She did not deny the title, merely giving a quiet nod. The two of them had barely helped me onto the sofa when I violently shot up, squatted by the trash can, and threw up a few times. Yu Quince squatted beside me, gently patting my back, tears welling up in her eyes. Did not you say you were just getting lunch? How did you manage to drink yourself into this state? The girl's voice was full of heartache and gentle scolding. Having emptied my stomach, I sobered up slightly, and without a second of hesitation, I completely sold Lu Xingzhe out. Lu Xingzhe ordered beer and baijiu, and he popped all the caps in advance. We could not return them, so we just had to drink it all. Yu Quince turned to look at Lu Xingzhe, who was leaning drowsily against the wall. A layer of frost crept over her beautiful face. Uh-oh! The protective wife mode is fully activated. Her tone was ice cold. You are Lu Xingzhe, right? If you ever do this again, dragging my King Chen out to drink relentlessly, I swear I will beat you so hard even your parents won't recognize you. After finishing her threat, Yu Quince shot him a freezing glare and strode off to the bathroom. Lu Xingzhe gulped hard, gave me a look of profound pity, and immediately bolted out the door. I really hope this guy does not end up thoroughly henpecked, he prayed. After Yu Quince returned with a toothbrush cup and a hot towel, she noted Lu Xingzhe's swift disappearance in the tightly shut front door. She let out a cold humph, sat down next to me, and began wiping my face meticulously. Then she pulled the trash can closer, brought the cup to my lips. Rinse your mouth. I obediently followed instructions. After rinsing, I was settled back onto the sofa. Once everything was tidied up, she prepared a cup of water and set it on the coffee table. Looking at my quiet, sleeping face, for some unknown reason, Yu Quince squatted down and began admiring it closely. Staring at sleeping people, romantic in fiction, a bit startling in reality. Suddenly, as if sensing something, I groggily opened my eyes, looking at the beautiful, pure girl right in front of me. Before she could even react, I wrapped my arm straight around the back of her head, lifted myself slightly, and kissed those soft lips. Yu Quince's eyes widened in shock, But after a brief moment of being stunned, she gently closed her eyes, parting her lips to respond to the kiss, letting the warmth passionately claim its territory. A short while later, I drowsily flopped back down onto the sofa. Yu Quince, meanwhile, pressed her moist lips together. Her eyes were brimming with pure joy. So this is what kissing feels like. It was a bit intense, but to give her first kiss to him, it felt wonderful. It was not until late the next morning that I slowly woke up, clutching my pounding head. I groggily dragged myself off the sofa looking for water. The fragmented memories of last night started flooding back into my brain piece by piece. The foot that had just touched the floor froze instantly. Even my lingering sleepiness was immediately banished. I force-kissed Yu Quince, cue the internal screaming. At that moment, a soft murmur sounded nearby. Turning my head, I saw the girl lying on her side on the chaise lounge, rubbing her eyes as she woke up. Seeing that I was already awake, she got up and handed me the cup from the coffee table. Her voice still carried a hint of laziness. "You drank way too much last night. Drink some water first. I will go cook some noodles for you. After all, you did not eat anything last night." Saying that, she shuffled off to the kitchen in her slippers, feeling Yu Quince's deep care for me. The guilt and panic over forcibly kissing her gradually faded. Since the feelings are mutual, a kiss should not be a big deal, right? The mental gymnastics of a protagonist. After drinking the water, I walked over to the kitchen, just as I was about to apologize for the night before. Yu Quince spoke up first. "Go, sit down. The noodles will be ready in a second." I swallowed my apology back down. "Never mind. Let us just keep things as they are. It is better not to bring up the forced kiss again, so we do not both end up feeling awkward." As Yu Quince served the noodles topped with a perfect sunny side-up egg, I, already starving, immediately began devouring it like a ravenous wolf. "Eat slower. No Owen is going to steal it from you." Resting her face in her hands, Yu Quince watched me with a smile playing on her lips. Because she had cooked a bit too much, there were still some noodles left after I was full. But I seriously could not eat another bite. I am so stuffed. I'm going to take a shower. I reek of alcohol. Sorry to leave the cleaning to you. After wiping my mouth, I got up and headed to the bathroom. After watching me leave, Yu Quince did not immediately clean up the dishes. Instead, she sat in the spot I had just vacated, picked up the chopsticks I had used, and started eating my leftovers. It was not until she finished the last drop of soup that she finally cleared the bowls into the kitchen. Zero waste policy fully enforced. Once I had freshened up, I took Yu Quince out, heading straight for the nearest wet market. "Madam, how much for a pound of these green beans?" Yu Quince sifted through the fresh beans, her gaze landing on the white-haired elderly woman sitting behind the stall. "$3.50 a pound?" Yu Quince blinked her big eyes. "Can we do $3? The old lady evaluated the pretty young face before her and broke into a kind grandmotherly smile. "Right, 3. It is. I see you are still a young girl. Otherwise, I could never sell them this cheap." "Thank you, Granny. I will take £4 then." Yu Quince flashed a sweet smile. The vendor briskly pulled out a plastic bag, weighed the beans, and handed them over. Moving on to the next few stalls, Yu Quince bought tomatoes, eggplants, and potatoes. Without exception, all the stall owners were utterly conquered by her sweet voice and undeniably adorable looks. After just a few lines of bargaining, they obediently surrendered to her prices. Standing by her side, I was completely dumbfounded. Is she the reincarnation of a fox spirit or something? Her charisma stat is definitely maxed out, regardless of age or gender. She rarely needed more than 2 rounds of bartering before the vendors seemed bewitched, happily accepting whatever price Yu Quince offered. It was absolutely terrifying. "Let us go. We just need to grab some meat and eggs and we can head home." After returning home, we busied ourselves for over an hour before the meal was ready. Just as I brought the freshly steamed crabs and dipping sauce to the table, I noticed Yu Quince was nowhere to be seen. I looked around and noticed the bathroom light was on. Assuming she was just using the restroom, I did not rush to start eating and sat on the sofa, mindlessly scrolling through my phone. But after quite a while, she still had not come out. I walked over to the bathroom door, knocked, and asked, "Are you okay in there?" Yu Quince, who had been stressing about how to ask for help, seized the opportunity. "I am fine. It is just my time of the month, and my stomach hurts a bit. Could you help me grab a pack of sanitary pads?" I went to the storage room, casually grabbed a pack, and returned to the bathroom door. "How should I hand them to you?" "Cover your eyes and come in. You're only allowed to look at the floor," Yu Quince said after a moment of hesitation, as I pushed the door open with own hand half covering my eyes. Yu Quince's face turned a violently bright shade of red from embarrassment. Taking the pads, she quickly rushed me out. "Okay, got it. Now hurry up and get out." I certainly did not dare to linger, immediately turning around and exiting the bathroom. When Yu Quince finally emerged and sat at the dining table, I passed her a warm cup of ginger and shredded ginger cola. "Make do with this for now. We do not have brown brown sugar or a hot water bag at home. We really do not have them here, so I will buy them for you after we finish eating. Ginger cola helps keep the cold away, but you should not drink too much of it. Just this own cup for today.
Thank you.
Quince took the cola with both hands. Sipping it in small, delicate mouthfuls, I started peeling the crabs while noting, "You won't have the luck to enjoy these crabs today. You can't eat cooling foods during your period." "That is okay. I am perfectly happy eating the green beans." Looking at Quince's pitiful, slightly wronged expression, I compromised and took 2 freshly peeled crab legs, dipped them in sauce and placed them in her bowl. Just these 2 legs. Just to get a taste. "Once your auntie leaves, I will make a whole batch just for you." Quince responded with wide-eyed confusion, not quite understanding why I had suddenly caved and let her eat some. After dinner, as Quince and I were lounging on the sofa, playing on our phones, Lu Xingje sent a message. "Old Gu, you still alive? Your lady was so terrifying last night. She threatened to beat me until my own parents would not recognize me. Scared the hell out of me. I came to check if you survived the night as soon as I woke up. Am I a good bro or what?" Seeing his text, I vaguely recalled snippets of Quince unleashing her fury on Lu Xingje last night. Turning my head, I looked at the tranquil, sweet girl beside me and remembered her meticulously gentle care from the night before. I just could not reconcile her current image with that cold, intimidating figure in my memories. "I can only say you had it coming. Who told you to pull that act first, report later stunt? If the drinks could be returned, this never would have happened. So, you're just gonna let it slide. Watch out, you're definitely going to be a henpecked husband. You idiot. I'm done talking to you. I'm heading out," setting down my phone. I glanced again at the girl beside me, who wore a soft, smiling expression as she quietly played on her phone. A henpecked husband? Probably not, right? Famous last words right there. "Quince, I'm going out to buy you some brown sugar and a hot water bag. You just rest at home." I stood up and changed my shoes. Quince rubbed her lower abdomen. "It actually does not hurt that much. You do not have to buy them. I will just drink some hot water to warm up my stomach and I will be fine. It is better to buy them just in case. Why suffer when you can be comfortable? Just wait here for me." "Right then. Stay safe." Hearing that, I waved my hand and walked out the door. About an hour later, I returned home carrying the brown sugar, a hot water bag, and a massive plastic bag stuffed full of snacks. That evening, after dinner, Quince nestled into the soft, oversized bed. She placed the warm hot water bag over her lower abdomen, squinting her eyes in pure comfort. I walked in, holding a steaming cup of ginger brown sugar water. "Feeling any better?" Quince took the hot brown sugar water, nodding gently. "I won't bother you anymore then. Just put the cup on the nightstand when you're done. I will wash it tomorrow. Get some rest. Call me if you need anything." After giving my instructions, I turned and headed back to my own bedroom. Quince sipped the sweet brown sugar water in small gulps, her eyes glistening beautifully. The warmth and sweetness of the drink felt as though it was flowing straight into her heart, filling her entire being with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Some completely love-struck. Girl was so excited she stayed up super late that night. The next morning, I had just finished my morning run and taken a shower at home. When the doorbell rang, I froze for a second after opening the door. "Sister Miao Shu, how come you are here?" Shen Miao Shu feigned displeasure and said, "You little brat. Am I not welcome? How could that be? We have not seen each other in 5 years. You flew all the way here without even giving me a heads up. Anyone would be a little shocked, right? Alright, hurry up and come in." Shen Miaoshu looked around. As she walked over and made herself comfortable on the sofa, "This little place is not bad at all." Asked for her uninvited arrival. I was not surprised in the slightest. With her capabilities, tracking down my address was child's play. "It can't compare to your palace," I teased. "Asking for a beating are not you." Shen Miaoshu rolled her eyes at me. "Where's that little girl you took in?" Probably did not sleep well because of her period. Otherwise, she would have been up by now. Shen Miaoshu nodded. "I will take you guys out for a big meal this afternoon. I just drove past a restaurant. The storefront is pretty big, and it is right on the pedestrian street next to the mall. I'm guessing the food won't be too bad." After we chatted casually for a while, Quince got up and walked out of the guest room. Seeing a stranger, she blanked out for a second and immediately greeted her nervously. "Hello." Shen Miaoshu carefully examined the young girl's face and figure and replied with a satisfied tone. "Hello there. You must be Quince. My name is Shen Miaoshu. Chen has probably mentioned me to you. If you do not mind, just call me Sister Miaoshu too." "Sister Miaoshu." Quince called out obediently. "So sweet. Let us eat breakfast first. We can chat while we eat. I just bought all of this. Try it and see if it suits your taste. If you do not like it, I can order something else on the app. Just eat whatever," I said casually. Shen Miaoshu just shot me a glare. "Who asked you?" I was talking to Quince. Okay. Out with the old, in with the new. She replaced me faster than my browser clearing its cache. Yu Quince quickly waved her hands. No need, Sister Miaoshu. Anything is fine for breakfast. Shen Miaoshu simply assumed Yu Quince was being too polite to ask, so she emphasized again, do not force yourself if it does not taste good. I will order you something else. We are all family here. There is no need to feel shy. Before Yu Quince could even speak, I immediately interjected, my dear sister, since when are we family? Shen Miaoshu looked at me in confusion. Is not Quince your girlfriend? Hearing this, Yu Quince's cheeks instantly flushed bright red. She buried her head and aggressively gnawed on her steamed bun. The classic ostrich maneuver is super effective. Ahem. Ahem. I coughed awkwardly a couple of times as well. We are just friends right now. Friends? You bought her clothes and shoes, and even opened your precious mouth to ask me for a favor. Who are you trying to fool? Oh, I get it now. I finally caught on. You said right now, right, which means in the future, you will be adding the word girl in front of friend. Reading him like open source code right there. Just eat your food. I immediately picked up a bun and stuffed it into her mouth. After breakfast, Shen Miaoshu pulled Yu Quince into the guest room for a chat. Meanwhile, I was pitifully shut out in the hallway all by myself. I wanted to press my ear against the door to eavesdrop a bit, but unfortunately during the renovations, the soundproofing was done so well that I could not hear a single thing. I had no choice but to head back to my own room and play some games. It was not until close to noon that Shen Miaoshu and Yu Quince came out arm in arm. They walked out of the room looking exactly like best sisters. Obviously, that entire morning of chatting had pulled them much closer. The two of them walked over to the master bedroom, and Shen Miaoshu knocked on the door shouting,
Chen.
let us go out to eat. On the way, Shen Miaoshu and I chatted casually. Yu Quince, on the other hand, leaned against the car window on her own, quietly watching the bustling shops lining the street. Whenever she used to take the bus out to buy things, she loved doing exactly this, because it gave her a sense of liberation, like she was escaping hell. Even if it was just an illusion, she could not help but steal that tiny sliver of joy. But now the ride was much smoother. The seats were far more comfortable. Plus, the person she liked was right by her side, and she never had to return to that so-called home ever again. The experiences of these past few short days felt just like a dream. She was terrified of waking up. Suddenly, sitting there in the car, Yu Quince noticed a particular shop that seemed completely out of place with its surroundings. In her heart, she could not help but start secretly planning something. We arrived at the restaurant. Shen Miaoshu walked in and casually ordered a few dishes. Then she pulled Yu Quince to her side and started whispering to her. I sat in the opposite seat, blandly scrolling through my phone. I was completely unaware that the Sister Miaoshu I trusted so much was ruthlessly digging up all my dark, embarrassing history. Let me tell you, when Guqingchen was little, he wet the bed once. Oh no. Deploying the ultimate childhood blackmail material. To make sure his mom would not find out, he secretly rinsed the bedsheet with water over and over again, and then hung it out to dry while his mom was at work. Turns out, it was a purely white bedsheet. After it dried, it left a massive yellow ring right in the middle. Ha ha ha. Yu Quince covered her mouth and giggled secretly too. She glanced at me slightly from the corner of her eye. Seeing that I was not paying attention, she relaxed, and went back to listening to Shen Miaoshu expose my deepest flaws. And there's more. There is more. Before, his mom hired a retired Special Forces soldier for him to train his physique and teach him some self-defense. But this little punk could not handle the daily torture from the coach. So while the guy was off the clock and taking a shower, he stole the clothes the coach left by the door and literally set them on fire. I heard the poor coach had to come out buck naked. He did a 100-meter dash straight into this kid's bedroom and grabbed a bedsheet to wrap around himself. Apparently, the family maid caught a glimpse of him on his way there. She almost called the cops. Burning someone's clothes while they shower is absolute menace behavior. After that, the coach trained Gu Qingxian like an absolute pack animal. He nearly broke the poor kid. Every time I went to see him, he would be face down on the sofa, completely paralyzed, so I would just walk up and smack his butt as hard as I could. It would bounce right back. It was so much fun. Ha ha ha. After a delightfully long chat entirely at the expense of my innocence, the dishes finally started arriving at the table. Shen Miaoshu still did not return Yu Quince to me. Instead, she kept tossing pieces of sweet and sour pork into her bowl one second, and heaps of garlic sauce shredded pork the next. It was exactly like she was feeding her own daughter. After the meal, she elegantly wiped her mouth, called the waiter over, pointed at me, and said, "That guy over there will be paying." Wait. What? You said it was your treat, but you are making me pay? Shen Miaoshu nodded, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. It is my treat. I brought you guys here, did not I? Besides, I am essentially the guest here, right? Do you really have the nerve to make the guest foot the bill? The mental gymnastics to avoid paying is Olympic level. I stretched out my hand and gave her a giant thumbs up. Well played, Sister Miaoshu. After we got back home, I turned my head and said to Yu Quince, Quince, I need to talk to Sister Miaoshu privately for a bit. Could you go back to your room and play on your phone for a while? Although Yu Quince was a bit confused, she obediently nodded and retreated to her own room. Come with me, Sister Miaoshu, I said without even looking back. Hearing this, Shen Miaoshu had no choice but to follow. After bringing her into the master bedroom, I looked at Shen Miaoshu, who had immediately hijacked my gaming chair. I immediately hopped backward and planted my butt directly on the desk. Sister Miaoshu, I have not seen you in years. How come you have not changed one bit? Because I take great care of my skin. Obviously. Plus, I'm really not that old. Just 36. In 4 more months, you will be 37,
I stated matter-of-factly.
Upon hearing that, Shen Miaoshu flashed a radiant, sunny smile, but her fingers viciously pinched my thigh and gave it a full, brutal 360-degree twist. Never correct a woman on her exact age. Basic survival rule. My bad. My bad. I frantically pried Shen Miaoshu's hand away and cut straight to the chase. Right. You have seen me. We have had our meal. Out with it. What brings you all the way here to Linjiang? Do not tell me you just came purely to visit me. I am not an idiot. A woman pulling an uninvited surprise ambush could never happen without a hidden agenda. I would bet 80% it has something to do with my mother. Shen Miaoshu did not even try to deny it. She pulled out her phone and brought up a photo. It was a picture of a pot-bellied middle-aged man being slapped in handcuffs. There was a crowd of people surrounding him. Judging by their outfits, they were all local villagers. I have handled that matter you asked me to look into. The boss of the illegal coal mine has already been arrested. It took quite a bit of effort, though. The villagers in that small town were actively protecting him. He must have promised them a hefty amount of benefits. She then went on to add, as for Quince's father, you said we should try our best not to use the legal system to punish him. That is going to require some real elbow grease. Just give it a few more days. Do not worry. I promise that when the time comes, you will be able to marry her in complete peace. I ignored her teasing tone and asked again, what else? Shen Miaoshu fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Your maternal grandfather passed away yesterday. I froze for a brief second, let out a small sigh, and replied, not particularly caring. Did he now? So, you flew all this way just to tell me that? Shen Miaoshu paused before continuing. He left the vast majority of his inheritance to your mother. He left the other children just a bit of the company's dividend rights. Hearing this, I lost my cool. Did his brain short circuit or something? Why would he give everything to my mom? Shen Miaoshu explained helplessly. Put down your prejudices for a second. Your grandfather was a businessman after all. He was not stupid. He knew exactly what kind of trash his other children were. Splitting it evenly would only mean that the fortune he spent over half his life building up would completely wash away down the drain. He decided it was better to let the most capable child, which is your mother, take control and leave dividends for the rest of his children. Ensuring they never have to worry about food or clothes for the rest of their lives is enough. By drawing up a crystal clear will, he also managed to prevent his children from fighting over the scraps and ruining whatever family ties were left. I had to admit, even though the old man was incredibly annoying, he actually made a sound move. He also left an inheritance for you. It is a small 2-story villa, comes with a garden and a swimming pool. The moment Shen Miaoshu finished speaking, you could just hear a loud thump. I leaped off the desk, staring at her in absolute disbelief. What? That stinky old geezer actually left something for me. You have got to be kidding me. He hated my guts. How is it possible he left anything for me? Shen Miaoshu calmly rolled her eyes at me and said softly, stop acting so shocked. You startled me. Your grandfather truly did not like you. He really disliked you. But no matter what, you are still his grandson. It would look terrible on his reputation if he did not leave you at least something. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Inwardly, I could not stop grumbling to myself. Thank God, thank God. I almost felt guilty for the rest of my life. Dodge the classic family guilt trip bullet right there. Then I pressed her again. What else? Shen Miaoshu, clearly annoyed, poked me right in the stomach with her finger and complained, you just have to get to the absolute bottom of everything. Do not you spit it out. Otherwise, I will call your parents right now and tattle. I will tell them you are harboring inappropriate intentions toward me, that the old cow is trying to eat the tender grass. I bet Grandma and Grandpa will summon you home immediately. I threatened. You little punk? Not cute at all. Shen Miaoshu muttered a complaint with a pout, then finally caved. Actually, you have probably already guessed it. Your mother is the ON who asked me to come. Your mother wanted me to secretly intervene and get you to apply to a university in the Magic City, so you can go back and learn how to help her manage the corporate group, to prepare you to inherit and run things in the future. That is it. Why did not you just say so from the beginning? I threw my hands open. If I told you immediately, you would have put your guard up. How was I supposed to manipulate you then? Forcing me to spill the beans. When I go back, that woman is definitely going to lecture me again. Shen Miaoshu turned her body slightly, looking just like a child throwing a temper tantrum. Her face was filled with utter displeasure, but she still followed up with a question. However, judging by your tone just now, does that mean you agree? How is that even possible? She takes over the company, realizes she has no heir, and that is when she remembers she has a son like me. It was not hard to hear that my tone carried quite a bit of lingering resentment. Shen Miaoshu quickly tried to mediate. Do not say that. She is your mother after all. Honestly, she has cared about you a lot since you left home. Back when you first arrived in Linjiang, out of the 2 million I gave you, 1.8 million of it was from your mom. Later on, when you wrote your web novel, she was the ON who threw money down to buy the copyright, the programming software you developed, and even the piano lessons you taught. The vast majority of those clients were sourced directly by your mother. Turns out he was not a self-made genius after all, just heavily subsidized. I admit it. She really did give birth to you just to use you as a tool back then. That is also the reason she gave you the cold shoulder later on. But her personality has always been like this. Cold and emotionally stunted. For so many years, I am the only close friend she has ever had. The best friend who grew up right beside her. All these years, she drowned herself completely in her work. By the time she finally realized she was doing it wrong and actually wanted to learn how to be a proper mother. You had already grown up, therefore, she just wants to do everything in her power to make it up to you, to become a good mother. And just to ensure your future life is wealthy and completely worry-free. I slammed my hand violently down on the desk, breathing heavily. My voice was absolutely laced with anger. She is naturally cold and emotionally stunted. What about me? Did I just deserve to endure all those eye rolls at home from a young age? And the constant bullying from my peers, and that totally apathetic, dismissive look she gave me whenever I begged my own mother for help. Now she suddenly wants to be a good mother. What right does she have to even say those words? Do not you know how deep those past scars go? After violently venting my frustrations, I softened my tone slightly and continued. Fine, I know she had her own hardships when she gave birth to me. I get it. I do not hate her either. I will accept her help, consider it compensation, and a way for her to fill the void of her own guilt. In the future, if she ever gets sick or genuinely needs my help, I will definitely go back and take care of her with all my heart. But she should not use this as an excuse to put on the mask of a good mother and expect me to just completely welcome her back into my life. I can see you were planning to play the persuasive mediator here, so I strongly advise you to pack up and leave Linjiang as soon as possible. There is absolutely no point wasting your time here. Shen Miaoshu let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Before standing up and pushing the door open, she turned back and said, think about it a little more carefully. I will be sticking around Linjiang for a while. Shen Miaoshu opened the bedroom door. The first thing that caught her eye was a highly anxious Yu Quince. Her hands were tightly clasped in front of her chest. Her eyes were brimming with worry. Shen Miaoshu gave her a slight smile and pulled Yu Quince down to sit on the sofa. Quince, you really like Chen? Do not you? Yu Quince's cheeks flushed slightly red, but she still gave a very firm nod. I do not know much about what is going on between the two of you. Could you tell me why you like him so much? After hesitating for a brief moment, Yu Quince still briefly recounted everything she had gone through over the past few years. She even declared that I was the only own for her in this lifetime. Hearing this, Shen Miaoshu's heart ached, and she pulled the young girl into her arms. Gently patting her back, she encouraged her, then you have to chase him with everything you have got. Grab onto him tightly and never let go. I can tell that Chen likes you too. Us relatives can't always be by his side to take care of him. I will have to trouble you to look after him from now on. There was a deep sense of guilt in Shen Miaoshu's voice and a heavy dose of regret. I will definitely take great care of him. However, Yu Quince completely missed these underlying emotions. She simply took it as a solemn passing of the torch from her future boyfriend's family. Shen Miaoshu smiled, patted her on the head, and corrected her. I'm not just asking you to take care of him physically. You're just a kid who needs taking care of yourself. What I mean is, I want you to become his emotional sanctuary. Do not let Gu Qingchen fool you with his act of not caring about anything right now. Childhood trauma is something that can never be fully cured. Sometime in the future, those scabs might get ripped open again. But if there's someone who truly understands him right by his side, even the most painful scars can slowly be soothed away. The same goes for you. Your childhood trauma is even worse than his. I hope the same logic applies to you. Treat him as your comfort and salvation, and do not ever give those old wounds a chance to reopen. Yu Quince nodded emphatically. I understand, Sister Miaoshu. Such a good girl. Do not worry about me. Hurry up and take this chance to go comfort Chen. Shen Miaoshu patted the back of her hand as she spoke. Thank you, Sister Miaoshu. Yu Quince stood up and gave a deep, respectful bow of gratitude. Then she practically sprinted toward the master bedroom. Watching the girl hurry off so eagerly, a bitter smile crept onto the corner of Shen Miaoshu's lips. She murmured softly to herself, That is wonderful. Everything that was missing during his childhood. Just let this overflowing sense of love wash it all away. It is just a shame I was born before you. And by the time you were born, I was already old, hitting us with the classical tragedy poetry. The unrequited older sister trope is painfully real. Shen Miaoshu walked slowly to the entryway. She cast one final, silent glance back at the tightly shut bedroom door, and then gently pushed the front door open, leaving the apartment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, I was lying on my bed, staring blankly up at the pristine white ceiling. My thoughts were incredibly tangled. The relative who hated me the most had just passed away, yet he inexplicably left me an entire house. The motherly care I had desperately craved throughout my childhood had finally arrived, but only after I had already grown up and learned to survive without it. Actually, from the moment my very first novel's copyright was purchased, to the programming software and my piano tutoring business, where massive clients would knock on my door the second I launched them, I already knew deep down that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. I guessed exactly who it was, but I still accepted the help with a completely clear conscience. I knew, no matter how hard I tried to reject it, as long as I still wanted to make money, she, as my mother, would always find a way to forcefully shove that money into my hands. Besides, it is not like I refuse to acknowledge her as my mother. It is just that, because of everything I went through in my childhood, my heart simply cannot accept her. If anything truly bad ever happened to my mother, I would definitely return to her side without a second of hesitation. Right at that moment, the bedroom door was pushed open softly. A clear, gentle voice immediately followed. "Are you doing okay?" I looked up and saw the slender, graceful girl walking towards me. What could possibly be wrong with me? We just argued a bit. Go, get some rest. Do not mind me. But there was no way you Quince was just going to leave like that. She slowly sat down on the edge of the bed and said, "I'm worried about you." I curled up the corners of my mouth into a smirk. Worried about me? Do you really think I could get into trouble sitting safely in my own home? Yu Quince did not say a word in response. Instead, she kicked off her slippers, climbed onto the bed, and sat right next to my head before speaking. "You can pour out any troubles you have to me. If you can be my sounding board, I can be yours too. What kind of troubles could I possibly have? I'm just tired and resting for a bit." Yu Quince did not expose my terrible bluff, but simply rested her hand gently on my forehead and tenderly smoothed out my furrowed brows. A highly optimal de-stressing algorithm right there, feeling the girl's comforting touch. The corner of my mouth, which I had forced into a nonchalant smile, dropped. After hesitating for a moment, I finally spoke. "Want to hear a story?" Yu Quince replied in a soft, sweet voice. There was once a boy. He was born into a wealthy, prestigious family. Even though he received an elite education and never had to worry about food or clothes, nobody in that house actually liked him. The elders constantly called him a bastard, and the kids his age always bullied him. Every time the boy sought comfort and help from his mother, he was repeatedly met with her coldness and utter disregard. Only one of his aunts cared for him and looked after him. When he grew a little older, his mother seemed to change her attitude toward him. She arranged a ton of stuff for him to learn every day, and would occasionally push him and tutor him, but sometimes she would still find him annoying and noisy, and just shoo him away. The boy was treated like a toy, summoned when wanted, discarded when not. One day, he accidentally overheard a conversation between his mother and his aunt. He found out he was actually a test tube baby, and his birth was merely his mother's tool to escape an arranged marriage back then. The reason the elders hated him so much was because if that marriage alliance had succeeded, the family's current assets would have multiplied several times over. Therefore, after learning the truth, the boy ran away from home. He did not actually hate his mother, because if he were in her shoes, he probably would have done the exact same thing. A very pragmatic, logic-driven way to process family trauma. But just as he became independent, mature, and started living a peaceful life, that mother suddenly popped back into the picture. She wanted him to go straight back and learn how to manage the company, while trying her hardest to play the good mother. In all these years, not a single phone call, not a single text message, waiting until the person in the family who hated him the most finally died, before she finally dared to say she wanted to be a good mother. And she even had someone else deliver the message. It is pure irony. She is still treating the boy like a toy. She has not changed one bit. After listening to my story, Yu Quince sniffled. She subconsciously lifted my head and placed it on her lap. Then, cupping my cheeks with her soft hands, she said with a slight sob in her voice,
There.
"From now on, I will be the Owen to care for you. Do not be sad anymore." Resting my head on the girl's soft thighs, I relaxed my entire body in pure comfort. My mood also improved significantly. Looking at the tearful Yu Quince, I was instantly amused. Why are you the Owen crying? Compared to you, I have practically been living in paradise. Okay? At the same time, I raised my hand and brushed the corners of her eyes, wiping away the tears that were about to fall. But Yu Quince completely disagreed with me. She immediately fired back. "It is not the same. Everything I went through was just so I could meet the you who is perfectly meant for me." A-tier romantic dialogue compilation material right there. But seeing you like this makes my heart hurt so much. So, please do not be sad anymore. Okay? Hearing this, I raised the hand I had just put down and gave her soft, tender cheek a good pinch. My voice was overwhelmingly affectionate. Right? Alright, I'm not sad anymore. So stop crying. You! Just let me stay like this for a bit. You Quince obediently hummed in agreement. From this moment on, our relationship seemed to have leveled up significantly. Knowing each other's pasts, understanding each other's feelings, and having Sister Miaoshu tear down half the remaining barrier between us. Even without a formal confession, we naturally entered a state that felt even better than being an official couple. After lying there for over an hour, I sat up from Yu Quince's lap pillow, just as I got off the bed and reached out to pull her up. She spoke in a soft, sticky voice. Wait a sec. My legs are completely numb. The physical cost of an hour-long lap pillow is no joke. Sorry about that. I laughed and squatted down, grabbing her slender ankle with one hand while using the other to massage her thigh. Sure enough, not only was it comfortable to sleep on, the tactile feedback was also absolutely top tier. I alternated between her legs, massaging them for quite a while. Yu Quince whispered with blushing cheeks, "That is enough. You do not have to massage them anymore." I did not push my luck. Standing up, I held Yu Quince's delicate little hand and pulled her up from the bed, leaving the bedroom. I still did not let go of the girl's hand, and Yu Quince just kept her head down shyly. Without the slightest hint of resistance, looking at the empty living room, I knew Shen Miaoshu had already left. I did not mind, since she already had a car sorted out. The place she was staying at definitely would not be subpar either. I had no need to worry about her. The two of us sat on the sofa, each playing on our phones, but our joined hands remained tightly clasped together. Neither of us took the initiative to let go. At that moment, I gently squeezed the girl's soft, slender hand, turned my head to look at her and said, "I'm going to the driving school this afternoon to sign up for lessons. Do you want to learn too?" Yu Quince thought about it for a bit, shook her head, and said, "I think I will skip it. I know absolutely nothing about cars. Even if I passed the test, I would not be a good driver. We can talk about it later if I ever actually need to." Right then just stay home and be a good girl. I will go to the driving school to register. I will just buy dinner and bring it back, so you do not have to cook. After watching me leave and waiting for a brief moment, Yu Quince, seeing that I was not coming back, quickly hurried to the entryway, changed her shoes, and carefully slipped out the door. Actually, right after she watched me leave, she had cautiously gone out as well. She arrived at a tattoo parlor named Wild Rose. The sign outside stated that they primarily served female clients. A woman dressed in a somewhat clubbing style, sporting a lip piercing, saw Yu Quince walk in. She merely looked up and gave her a quick once-over, before looking back down at her phone and saying, "I do not tattoo kids here. Hurry up and leave. You are too young to be picking up bad habits." Hearing the woman's rather fierce tone, Yu Quince almost chickened out, but as if thinking of something important, she weakly pulled out her phone and said, "I can pay extra." The female tattoo artist looked up in confusion. She studied the innocent and timid girl standing in front of her. She felt that a girl who seemed this honest and pretty did not look like someone who would stray off the right path. Putting down her phone, she asked, "Why do you absolutely want to get a tattoo? Is someone forcing you?" Yu Quince immediately shook her head frantically and explained, "No one is forcing me. It is for someone who is more important to me than my own life." The tattoo artist instantly took a guess. "Did a relative of yours pass away? Do you want to tattoo their portrait? I can draw a portrait for you for free. There is no need to permanently ink it on your body." "No, I want to tattoo someone's name." The tattoo artist thought about it for a second, figuring a name would not take up much space, and even if tattooed, it would be easy to laser off later. She agreed. "Come into the back room with me." Saying that, she led Yu Quince into a small private room. After locking the door securely, the woman grabbed a tattoo pen, sterilized it, and pointed at a reclining chair.
"Ely down."
"Where do you want it?" Yu Quince lay down on the chair, shyly pulled open her collar, and said in a voice as quiet as a mosquito, "Right in the middle of my chest." The female tattoo artist frowned. She confirmed once more, "Are you absolutely sure?" Yu Quince nodded. "What are we tattooing?" Gu Qingchen. The tattoo artist nodded, signaling that she understood, just as she was about to put needle to skin. Yu Quince added, "I also want hearts tattooed on both sides." This completely startled the artist, who quickly lifted her hand away and asked, "Who is he? Your boyfriend?" "Absolutely not. A young girl like you, if you tattoo this on yourself. If you two break up, you won't even be able to find a decent boyfriend in the future." Massaging her temples with a massive headache, the tattoo artist thought to herself, "Are all young girls these days this hopelessly brain dead about love?" Classic debugging moment. trying to prevent a user from executing a fatal command. But Yu Quince still pleaded, "Please, sister, I'm not doing this on impulse." Then, she summarized her general life experience in a few sentences and told the tattoo artist everything I had done for her. The tattoo artist's heart ached for her, and she patted Yu Quince's head, saying, "It sounds like the boy you're talking about is indeed a very good person, but I still can't give you this tattoo."
Are you really sure you're amazing?
Boyfriend would actually like you getting a tattoo. You do not actually need to prove anything to him. The prerequisite for making him love you is that you have to love yourself first. I firmly believe your boyfriend would not want you to tattoo his name in such an incredibly private place. There are plenty of ways to prove your love. It does not have to be a tattoo. Cook him a delicious meal. Remind him to wear more clothes when it gets cold. Would not any of these express your love better than a tattoo? Look at all the tattoos I have on my body. It is all because I messed around when I was young. In the end, my boyfriend dumped me, and now no Owen even wants to marry me. Oof. Dropping the heavy real-life lore right there. Are not you afraid your boyfriend might break up with you over this? The moment she heard that, all the determined thoughts in Yu Quince's head instantly vanished into thin air. Since there was a risk of being hated by the person she liked, it was better not to get the tattoo after all. She quickly sat up, adjusted her collar, gave a slight bow to the female tattoo artist, and said, "Thank you, sister. I do not think I will get it after all." After saying that, she quickly hurried all the way back home. Seeing this, the tattoo artist smiled in relief. She muttered to herself, "What a girl willing to risk everything for love." Only, it was unclear whether this quiet murmur was referring to Yu Quince or to her past self. After unlocking and opening the door, Yu Quince secretly peeked her head inside. Seeing that I still had not returned, she secretly breathed a huge sigh of relief. She was terrified that I would find out about her sneaking off to the tattoo parlor and get angry at her for it, even if she did not end up getting it. Engaging in this kind of behavior at such a young, tender age did genuinely feel like she was picking up bad habits. As it neared 6 of the clock, I returned carrying 2 portions of honey-glazed roast meat mixed rice. Looking at Yu Quince sitting on the sofa, I grabbed 2 bottles of cola from the fridge and called out to her, "Stop playing on your phone. Come over and eat." Yu Quince walked over to the dining table. Feeling guilty, she averted her eyes and sat down with her head bowed. I gave her a strange look, but did not overthink it. I pushed a portion of the roast meat mixed rice in front of her. I bought the large portions. If you can't finish it, just leave it. Do not force yourself to stuff it all down. This place gives incredibly generous portions. They call it a large portion, but it could honestly feed almost 3 people with normal appetites. Plus, it is not even that expensive. Yu Quince stuffed a mouthful of rice in and nodded in response. Once the meal was finished, I let out a rather loud carbonated burp. Yu Quince was no exception, except she covered her mouth so it did not make a sound.
Let us go to bed early tonight.
I will take you out to have some fun tomorrow. I'm going to play some games for a bit. Call me if you need anything. I stood up, pinched her soft cheek, and headed straight toward my bedroom. After watching me disappear from her line of sight, she also got up and returned to her own room. The next morning, I slipped into the kitchen right after washing up. I watched Yu Quince bustling about, wearing an apron, with her hair tied up in a ponytail. Her figure looked exactly like a highly efficient, capable little housewife. Very quickly, a full plate of freshly pan-fried egg pancakes was brought to the dining table. Without standing on ceremony, I grabbed a piece and practically inhaled it. Maximum intake efficiency unlocked. Yu Quince, who had just sat down beside me, gently patted my shoulder and chided sweetly. "Do not eat like that. What if you choke?" I instantly corrected my barbaric eating habits and switched to taking small, civilized bites. A smile hung on the corner of Yu Quince's lips. She picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a pancake, placed it in her own bowl, and started eating. As for the bowl and chopsticks she had set out for me, they simply became useless table decorations. After breakfast, Yu Quince leaned back on the sofa. I very naturally rested my head on her lap. The only downside was that I could not feel her smooth skin through the fabric of her clothes. Yu Quince stroked my hair with one hand while scrolling through short videos with the other. At that moment, my phone rang. I answered it and asked, "What is up, Sister Miaoshu?" The business with Yu Wancheng is pretty much wrapped up. A while ago, attacking it from other angles only caused him minor inconveniences, nothing that truly hurt him. So later, I decided to run a background check on Yu Wancheng's wife. And guess what? Regarding Shen Miaoshu's attempt to keep me in suspense, I cut right to the chase and said directly, "Lord Shen, please bring out your professional working attitude. Stop trying to build suspense." Fine. Shen Miaoshu felt a bit bored by my reaction and reported somewhat reluctantly. In recent years, his wife rekindled her affair with the boss who used to be her sugar daddy. Then I got someone to snap a few photos of his wife hanging out with him. Judging by that woman's terrible character, there's a high probability that kid is not even Yu Wancheng's biological son.
Ouch.
The ultimate critical hit logic bomb. Last night, I had someone send him the photos along with that exact hypothesis. Although he has not done anything to his son for the time being, he and his wife definitely got into a massive violent brawl. Right now, Yu Wansheng has taken his son straight to the hospital, most likely to get a paternity test done. Just keep an eye on the situation. I am enjoying a two-person world today. If you have anything to report, just send a text. I unceremoniously hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. As the busy tone echoed, Shen Miaoshu, still sitting in her office, was stunned for a second. Her mouth twitched violently. That little brat, he actually just hung up on me. After that, I relayed all this news to Yu Quince. Yet, after hearing it, she had absolutely no reaction. She merely let out a bland, "Oh." I sat up from Yu Quince's lap, looked at her strangely, and said, "Knowing your dad's extreme patriarchal, son-favoring mindset, after getting cucked this badly, and having the news spread back to their village, are not you afraid he might do something incredibly stupid in a fit of rage, and end up in prison for the rest of his life? In the past, even when she was treated so terribly, Yu Quince never went to the police. Was not it because she hoped her only remaining family member would be okay? I was already trying my best to punish that scumbag father, without explicitly sending him to jail. But what was with the girls completely indifferent? Oh, right now." Yu Quince put down her phone. Her slender, delicate little hands tightly gripped the back of my hand. "He only raised me so he could sell me for a bride price. Now my debt for being raised is completely cleared. In this world, you are my only family." Talk about declaring an absolute variable in her heart. That sentence made me fully understand what she meant. In the past, no matter how that scumbag father treated her, he was her only pillar of support. So naturally, she had to endure everything. But now that she had a new soft pillar of support, and she could relax and sink her entire body and soul into, that old thorn-covered pillar naturally became completely irrelevant. I stood up, rubbed Yu Quince's head, and said, "Let us go out and have some fun." Yu Quince flashed a sweet, radiant smile. The two of us changed our shoes, and with an unspoken understanding, held hands and walked out the door. Upon arriving at the mall, Yu Quince expertly linked her arm through mine. Walking down the street, so many guys walking past kept turning their heads to look at us. On one hand, it was because of Yu Quince's heavenly beauty. On the other hand, they were just insanely jealous of me. We truly managed to dazzle and provoke quite a wave of people. I took Yu Quince to buy a few more outfits and pairs of shoes. After having a simple lunch, I led her up to the 8th floor. Standing in front of the automated ticket machine, I swiped the screen and asked, "Do you want to watch a comedy or an action movie? Can we watch a horror movie?" Yu Quince thought for a second before replying, "Do you like that genre?" I was a bit surprised. I figured that since she looked so soft and delicate on the outside, I did not expect her to actually be so brave. Is this the fabled Gap-Mo contrast? In reality, Yu Quince had zero experience with horror movies. She had only heard rumors that going to the cinema for a horror movie was the absolute best choice for couples. So she just threw that suggestion out there. Right then I will pick a domestic horror movie. Saying that, I bought 2 tickets for a horror film about paper effigies. After printing the tickets, since there was still some time before the movie started, I took Yu Quince over to the arcade area. Movie theaters usually have places like this, specifically designed to kill time before the movie begins. We walked up to a claw machine. After inserting the tokens, completely ignoring the gazes of the people around us, I simply pulled Yu Quince right in front of me and wrapped my arms around her. Leaning down, I pressed close to the girl's blushing cheek and whispered softly, "I will teach you how to play." Saying that, my large hand covered her fair little hand and slowly maneuvered the joystick up, down, left, and right. We stopped it directly above a sealed plushie. Then I guided Yu Quince's hand to lift up and smash down on the red button. As the claw opened and dropped, it steadily grabbed the plushie and smoothly dropped it right into the prize chute. An unexpected successful execution with 0 bugs. Yu Quince instantly spun around, hugged my waist tight, and exclaimed,
Wow.
"You caught it on the very first try. You are amazing." Even I was a little stunned. I was just doing a basic tutorial demonstration. How did it actually work? But since even God was playing wingman for me today, I was not going to be modest. I pulled out the sealed plushie and held it out in front of the girl. Consider it a souvenir from our very first date. I will take extremely good care of it. Yu Quince hugged the plushie tightly against her chest, overwhelmingly happy. After that, the two of us took turns trying several more times, but we got absolutely nothing. RNG stats finally normalized. Let us stop playing this. Let us go play something else. Afraid of wasting money, Yu Quince pulled my arm and dragged me off to play other games. Tried out that monster-clearing arcade game where you just aggressively tap the screen, then gave those motorcycle racing games a spin. She went from being super excited at the start to completely losing interest later on. You could easily tell this just was not her type of game. Finally, I got Quince to try out the dance machine. As a girl with somewhat clumsy movements, she had practically zero body coordination. She just rigidly followed the screen and stepped on the corresponding arrows like a robot. But even so, a bunch of creepy old dudes still gathered around to watch. Arcade culture at its finest, I guess. So, after playing just 2 rounds, Quince was obediently pulled away by me to play something else. Good call, shield her from the weirdos. Before the movie started, I bought a massive bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola and took Quince to get our tickets checked. Since it was a horror movie and did not feature any famous actors, there were not many people watching. It was basically an empty theater. Except for the 2 of us, the only other people in our entire row were at the very edge. And it was a pair of grown men. Do guys really go with their bros to watch niche horror movies like this? Whether they were secretly a bit fruity or not, I was just afraid Quince would pick up bad habits and turn into a Fujoshi. Bro is really out here fighting imaginary demons. So I just pinched her cheek to stop her from looking to the right. Quince had no idea what was going through my head. She thought, I just wanted to pinch her cheek, and did not pay it much mind. Soon after, the lights in the main hall suddenly went out, and commercials started playing on the screen. Ear-splitting audio blasted from the speakers. Relieved, I pulled my hand back and started scrolling on my phone. But this was Quince's first time watching a movie in a theater, so even the commercials filled her with intense curiosity. She stared intently at the screen. Right up until the actual movie started. The familiar Golden Dragon logo popped up, and then the plot began. The beginning was pretty mundane, just pure narrative exposition. It was not until they started dotting the eyes of the paper dolls later on that the atmosphere finally got creepy. By this point, Quince had already hugged my arm in panic. She hid half of her face, leaving only O and I peeking out. She was absolutely terrified, but still desperately wanted to watch. The camera panned from the man's left shoulder over to his right shoulder, and suddenly the head of a paper doll appeared right behind him. A shriek instantly echoed through the theater. Even though Quince did not scream, she had buried her face deeply into my chest, feeling her delicate body trembling against me. I found it somewhat amusing and hugged her back. I thought she was being brave for looking forward to a horror movie so much, but it turns out she is a total scaredy cat.
Classic date setup right here.
After that, Quince's head never left my chest. She played ostrich right up until the movie ended. The theater lights came back on. I patted her back to comfort her.
There.
The movie's over. It is all fake anyway. Otherwise, how would they have filmed it, right? Quince obviously knew that, but she just could not help being scared. She carefully peeked her head out from my embrace. Looking at the brightly lit surroundings, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly clung to my arm and walked out of the theater with her legs feeling like jelly, secretly vowing in her heart that she would never ever watch a horror movie again. After grabbing our check coats on the first floor, and to help ease her lingering fear, I did not take her straight home. Instead, we wandered over to a nearby park. Maybe because the weather was too hot. There was hardly anyone in the park. Quince and I held hands, strolling along the artificial lake, feeling the warm breeze, and admiring the green lily pads, the pink and white lotus flowers, and the shimmering light on the water's surface. But as we walked, the girl suddenly stopped in her tracks. Confused, I turned to look at her and asked,
What is wrong?
Quince stammered for a second. Then, stealing her resolve, she lowered her head, squeezed her eyes shut, and confessed, her voice starting loud and fading into a whisper.
I like you!
Can you be my boyfriend? She said it with absolutely no confidence, looking like she was completely prepared for rejection.
Aw, somebody protect her.
But in her heart, she figured that even if she got rejected, she would still stubbornly stick by my side. She simply did not want to ruin this peaceful and beautiful atmosphere right now. I looked a bit surprised. I originally brought her to the park specifically to confess to her. I just did not expect her to bravely beat me to the punch. I did not agree right away. I just patted her head and said, I know you have feelings for me, and I like you too. Otherwise, I would not be this intimate with you. Hearing this, Quince immediately snapped her head up, her eyes sparkling with pleasant surprise. But I continued, but I want to know, is your affection born out of gratitude for my help, or does it truly come from your heart? Her heart raced. She felt like her confession was on the verge of being accepted. She desperately spilled out everything she wanted to say. My feelings for you are the kind of love that comes straight from the heart. I have liked you for 3 years now. I know I do not deserve you. Girl, stand up. Stop with the classic tragic heroine dialogue. Whether it is family background or past experiences, I really do not want to hold you back from finding a better girl. But I just can't control how much I like you. You were the ON who said that 200,000 was to repay my upbringing and act as a dowry. And now I'm your fiancé. I am yours, Gu Qingchen. Whether it is out of pity or just a transaction, I just want to stay by your side forever. I want to be a little selfish, a little greedy, even if you fall in love with another girl in the future. Please do not abandon me. We can just see each other in secret. Okay? Listening to her incredibly humble and desperate confession, I honestly did not know how to respond to her sickly obsession. Major red flag, but we are rolling with it. After taking a moment to collect myself, I said, my heart aching for her,
You silly girl.
since I have chosen to like you, I won't accept any other girl, and you're not being selfish or greedy because you're worth it, are you? Saying yes, I smiled faintly and did not say a word, but I used my actions to give her the answer. I cupped her cheeks with both hands, rubbing them gently, and without another word, I captured her thin cherry lips. The girl's eyes widened in shock before slowly fluttering shut. Tears unconsciously slipped from the corners of her eyes. Tears of joy and of overwhelming emotion. We held each other tightly, our tongues deeply and passionately intertwined. Being a love fool is not really a derogatory term. It is just falling too deeply for the wrong person. But if you meet the right person, then it becomes an incredibly beautiful reaction for both. Unfortunately, such profound connections in this world are incredibly rare. I do not know how much time passed. Quince was lightly panting, leaning limply into my embrace. Can I call you Chen? After 3 years of unrequited love, the girl who finally got her wish was deeply yearning for an intimate pet name. I did not know whether to laugh or cry as I replied, that is my childhood nickname. It feels so weird hearing you say it. Then what should I call you? Quince asked. Forget it. Chen is fine. It sounds affectionate. I could not be bothered to overthink it anymore. Then I asked in return, what about me? What should I call you? Quince. Baby. Let us just go with Quince. Baby is a bit too cheesy. Quince affectionately nuzzled against my chest. Because of our intense makeout session just now, we were both sweating profusely. I wiped the sweat from her flushed cheeks with my hand. Quince, let us head home first. If we keep this up out here, we are going to get heat stroke. After getting home, I pulled Quince onto the couch, and we started making out all over again. People in the honeymoon phase just can't get enough of each other, especially a guy and girl experiencing this for the very first time. It was not until past 6 in the evening that I finally let go of her. Quince was breathing heavily, curled up limply in my arms, basking in the afterglow of our intimacy. This lovesick girl had completely stamped herself with my label. No matter how intimate things got, she was a willing participant, and she completely refused to resist a single move I made. Taking a quick breather, I grabbed my phone and ordered 2 large portions of braised chicken rice. Then I tackled her back down onto the couch, and we resumed our makeout session. No need to build up 3 years of suppressed feelings anymore. Naturally, it was straight into the honeymoon phase. We only finally separated when the delivery arrived. Late at night, fresh out of the shower, I turned off the lights and lay in bed scrolling on my phone. Right then, there was a soft knock on the bedroom door. As the door cracked open, I saw Quince holding up the seal plushie she caught earlier that day, hiding half her face. Revealing her big, watery eyes, she shyly whispered, "Can I sleep with you?" I am scared. Looking at her like this, I instantly knew it was the horror movie Aftermath. Sure, as long as you're not afraid of me eating you alive. She froze for a second, but quickly grasped what eating meant in this context. After all, considering the late-night live broadcast she grew up hearing from her scumbag dad and stepmom, she was not exactly completely innocent. It is okay if you really can't hold back. I do not mind. Seeing how adorable she was, I did not have the heart to tease her anymore. I immediately shifted to Owen's side, scooting over to make room. I patted the empty space and said, "Come on.
Lee down here.
Quince let out a soft kicked off her slippers, and climbed into bed, hugging the plushie. Right. Go to sleep. I patted her head, coaxing her like a child. Quince let out a comfortable soft hum from her nose. She wrapped her arms around my waist and closed her eyes. However, this was absolute torture for me. A healthy young guy being cuddled all night by a beautiful girl with a stunning figure. The exquisite sensation of those 2 soft mounds pressing against me was making it incredibly hard for my heart not to go wild. Stay strong, soldier. It was not until the second half of the night that I finally drifted off to sleep, but just as the sky was starting to lighten, my eyes snapped open. Oh crap, seeing her clinging to me like an octopus, my life instantly flashed before my eyes. A man can be killed, but he cannot die of social embarrassment. I carefully shifted my body, trying to slowly extract myself from the girl's embrace, but she was a very light sleeper, and my movements immediately woke her up. Rubbing her eyes, she mumbled in a soft, sleepy voice, "Where are you going, Chen?" Before she could even finish her sentence, I shoved her aside and bolted into the bathroom, yelling, "Go back to sleep," as I fled. Quince sat up, looking completely lost for a moment, thinking about her boyfriend rushing off in such a panic. She assumed something was wrong with me. She quickly scrambled out of bed and chased after me. But the moment she stepped into the bathroom, she saw my pants, ON long and ON short, draped over the edge of the sink, and a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Yes, the classic anime walk-in scene. Flawless execution. Her face exploded in a violent blush, She immediately covered her face and speed walked to the living room. She completely understood why I had rushed into the bathroom the second I woke up, so she hurried back to the master bedroom, dug out a fresh set of clothes, and walked back to the bathroom. Meanwhile, I was currently wrapped in a towel, stressing over the fact that I ran out in such a hurry. I had not brought anything with me. How was I supposed to leave? Suddenly, she pushed the door open again and handed me a fresh set of clothes. The atmosphere grew excruciatingly awkward. With a slightly trembling hand, I accepted the girl's kindness and tried to explain myself. It is a normal phenomenon. You are a top student. You should know this, right? Just when I was at a complete loss for words, she pinched the hem of her shirt and replied,
I know.
So, do you still need? I am your girlfriend. I can help you. No need. Thanks for the offer. I loudly rejected her. Then you just go change your clothes first. She turned around and left, completely mortified. When I finally came out, we locked eyes for a second. Neither of us said a word. The air was thick with embarrassment. With no other choice, I feigned composure and said, I'm gonna go boil some noodles.
You should try my cooking.
After saying that, I sprinted to the kitchen like I had popped a speed boost. She watched my retreating figure, a gentle smile inevitably creeping onto her face. With the kitchen occupied, she had nothing to do, but could not sit still either. So she went to the bedroom and stripped the bed, replacing the 3-piece bedding set with fresh ones. Then she bundled up the dirty sheets and my dirty clothes, sorting them into the washing machine. After that, she grabbed the laundry detergent and went back to the bathroom, personally and meticulously hand-washing my underwear. But as luck would have it, while waiting for the noodles to boil, I wandered out and caught her right in the act. I had zero embarrassment left in me at this point. When you're thick-skinned, you just roll with it. It was a normal physiological reaction anyway. It just proved I was a healthy, functioning man. I walked over, holding my chopsticks, leaned against the doorframe and asked, Why are you hand-washing those? Do not we have a washing machine? Her cheeks flushed slightly, her tone unnaturally defensive. I feel like the washing machine does not clean them well enough, so I'm just scrubbing them by hand. It feels safer to wear this way. She did not quite understand why herself. Even though she could not care less how her own stuff was washed when it came to the man she loved, she felt she had to personally hand wash his things to have peace of mind. Otherwise, it would just sit wrong with her. I leaned forward slightly, looked at the washing machine running on the balcony, and asked in confusion, Are yours in the washing machine? Now I was really lost. You throw your own underwear in the washing machine, but hand wash mine. Did she just awaken some weird fetish? Yes, she absolutely did.
Run, bro.
I did not dare ask too deeply. After all, her attachment was a bit obsessive to begin with. Who knows, maybe she was just into it. Hand wash it is. Then, I will just treat it as the perks of a future wife. It probably was not some strange fetish, right? But why was I feeling a little excited about it? I shook my head and silently retreated back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, as she got to the very last pair, the exact pair I had changed out of this morning, a sudden flash of inspiration hit her, and she muttered to herself, He probably won't notice if Owen is missing, right, madam? That is grand theft undergarments. So driven by some mischievous ghost, she folded it up, sneaked a guilty glance toward the kitchen to make sure I was still there, and dashed back to her own bedroom. She pulled out her newly acquired treasure, stared blankly at it for a good long while. When she finally snapped out of it, her ears and neck were entirely flushed pink. After treating it like a precious artifact and hiding it in the top drawer of her closet, Quince dove straight onto her bed, burying her head under the covers. Recalling what she had just done, she was so embarrassed she could have exploded on the spot. Quince, time to eat. My voice drifted in from the living room. She yelled back a response, smacked her own cheeks a few times, silently recited the Chushi Biao in her head, using ancient Chinese poetry to suppress the horny brilliant. Forcing herself to calm down, she came to the dining table and sat down. Looking at her crimson face, I assumed she was still embarrassed about the bathroom incident, so I did not ask anything and just quietly slurped my noodles. Little did I know, that blush was actually for an entirely different reason. At that moment, I was lounging leisurely on the sofa. I opened my phone and saw a message from Shen Miaoshu. Let me give you a quick update on the Yu Wanqing situation over the past 2 days. Yesterday afternoon, the paternity test results for Yu Wanqing and his son came back. They are not biologically related. He caused a massive scene at the hospital. This morning, he demanded a divorce from his wife, but the woman refused. She even threatened that if he dared to divorce her, she would go around the village and broadcast the fact that he's been wearing a green hat for over a decade. Right now, both sides are stuck in a stalemate. Legally, there is not enough evidence for the things he has done, so it is hard to nail him from that angle. For the next few years, Yu Wanqing probably won't have the time to cause any trouble, but you should still make other preparations just in case. I replied with an okay. I looked up and saw that she had just finished drying her hands. She plopped down, right next to me. I casually gave her a quick rundown of the Yu Wanqing drama. She just gave a nonchalant, "Oh," scrolling through short videos with one hand, while playfully messing with my hair with the other. I naturally let my head rest on her lap and checked a message from Lu Xingzhe. "Old Goo, the single dogs are requesting backup. Get online, go go go."
I got absolutely slaughtered yesterday.
Do not tell me you are choosing the campus belle over me. Are you really going to ditch your bros for a girl? I have been your wingman for 5 years, man. You can't just toss me aside for someone new. Well, since he put it that way, I could not really bring myself to say no.
Right, coming.
After replying, I sat up and pinched Yu Quince's soft, squishy cheek. "Come, keep me company while I game. And grab 2 colas from the fridge for me while you're at it." While she went to fetch the drinks, I headed into the bedroom first, grabbed some snacks from the rack at the foot of the bed and put them on the desk. When she came back, I patted my thigh directly and said,
I'm gonna hold you while I play.
I have been wanting to do this forever.
She set down the drinks and obediently perched herself on my lap, leaning against me as she watched the computer screen. Maybe her hair was getting in the way, so I used my fingers to gather her beautiful locks together and swept them over Owen's shoulder to the front. If she tied it up, it would seriously give off those young wife vibes. Once we joined the game lobby, Lu Xingzhe's obnoxious voice blared through the speakers. "Old Goo, watch me completely carry this match." I instantly fired back. "I would be thrilled if you just managed not to get completely steamrolled by them." Today, I'm going to show you what it means to be a sleeping dragon. Once I awaken, I will shock the world. Yu Quince did not really understand gaming. All she saw was a bunch of people shooting at each other. Since she could not follow what was happening, she just played on her phone, while occasionally feeding me snacks. Having a little wifey like this is absolute perfection. It went on like this until close to noon. Lu Xingzhe finally logged off to go eat. That is when I realized my little wifey had somehow fallen asleep while straddling my lap. I did not have the heart to wake her up. I just kissed her soft cheek, grabbed my phone and ordered 2 bowls of BBQ meat bibimbap, and then continued holding her, closing my eyes for a quick nap. About half an hour later, the delivery guy called to say the food had arrived. Only then did I gently pat Yu Quince's little butt to wake her up. The girl let out a cute hum and stretched her arms. "Food's here. I need to go grab it," I said in a gentle voice. She reached out, wrapped her arms around my neck, and sleepily whined, "Carry me there to get it." I paused for a second. This was the very first time she had ever acted spoiled with me. She was probably just sleep drunk, helpless. I had no choice but to support her by her bottom, stand up, and walk toward the entryway. When I opened the door, the delivery guy froze for a solid second. He probably thought we were into some weird role play. "To be fair, you kinda look like it right now." But seeing that we were fully dressed and simply just hugging each other, he hurriedly handed over the food. After saying, "Enjoy your meal," he hurried away. The sudden PDA must have been completely blinding for him. Mao. Poor delivery guy just wanted to do his job. Sitting at the dining table, I opened the BBQ meat bibimbap. Yu Quince, who was leaning against my chest, rubbed her sleepy eyes. Pushing off my chest, she sat up straight. Looking at her beautiful and cute sleepy face, I cupped her cheeks, gently caressing them, and said softly, "Are you fully awake now? Do you want to eat first or go wash up?" "Eat." Her voice was so soft it could melt bones. As she spoke, she carefully extended her little feet, testing the ground. As she climbed off my lap and sat down on the chair next to me. Looking at the well-behaved Yu Quince, I pushed a portion of the bibimbap in front of her. Watching her pick up a spoon and take tiny, delicate bites, I suddenly felt that this kind of life was actually pretty wonderful. Peak domestic bliss right here. After dinner, I picked Yu Quince up bridal style again and carried her back to her bedroom. After all, her slippers were still under the computer desk. In the afternoon, Lu Xingzhe and I continued our gaming session. We played straight until past 7 in the evening before logging off. I walked out of the bedroom. A beautiful figure with a ponytail was wearing an apron, standing by the stove, making tomato and egg stir-fry. I walked over without saying a word and simply poked the girl's cheek. Yu Quince broke into a smile and said, "It will be ready in a second. Do not rush.
Take your time cooking.
I just want to hold you for a bit." As I said that, I wrapped my arms around her slender waist and buried my face into her soft cheek, rubbing against it affectionately. Yu Quince put down the spatula, turned around, and hugged me back. Lightly standing on her tiptoes, she leaned against my chest. The two of us lost ourselves in the moment for a bit, until we smelled something slightly burning. Priorities. People, save the food. Yu Quince quickly let go, turned back around to turn off the heat, and gave the food a quick toss. Then she playfully scolded, "Honestly, it is all your fault. It almost burned." "Yes, yes, yes." My bad. Blame me. I lightly pinched her cheek. After eating, I started playing games by myself while Yu Quinn stayed by my side to keep me company. Go, get some rest. I will bring you breakfast tomorrow after my morning run. You should sleep in, I said while keeping my eyes on the screen, but Yu Quinn shyly and gently hugged my arm and asked in a low voice, I am still a little scared. I want to sleep with you. Can I? I smiled bitterly. Having a piece of meat dangling right in front of your eyes but not being able to eat it. That feeling is pure torture. Bro is suffering from success. But my girlfriend said she was scared. Asked her boyfriend. How could I possibly say no? Besides, I also wanted to sleep holding a sweet-smelling soft girl. Who cares if it is torture? It is fine, as long as I get to hold her. So I happily agreed. Right then, hearing this, Yu Quinn smiled happily. She immediately went to the side, kicked off her slippers, and climbed into the same spot she slept in last night. How could I still be in the mood for gaming? I just shut off the computer and climbed into bed. Yu Quinn naturally hugged me and closed her eyes. I lay on my side, resting my head on my arm, sighing slightly in my heart. I patted her back to coax her to sleep like comforting a child. After a good while, I put my arm down, rested my head on the pillow and closed my eyes. But Yu Quinn was not asleep at all. She could feel my restless, unyielding physical reaction and felt a bit guilty. Well, this got spicy real quick. After all, she was the one who insisted on sleeping next to me. Even though I was uncomfortable, I still accommodated her. Yu Quinn stared blankly at my side profile. After hesitating for a moment, she slipped down under the covers like a fish diving into water. Oh my, we are skipping right past base 2. A long time later, already wide awake, I pinched Quince's flushed cheeks and said helplessly, Are not you going to go brush your teeth and wash up? The girl gently shook her head, not daring to open her mouth. And she did not dare to look at me either. She shyly buried her face in my chest. I rubbed her fluffy head and said dotingly,
Thank you.
A true polite king. The morning light shone through the window into the room. Yu Quinn stretched lazily and climbed out of bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes. By the time she came out, I had already walked through the door with soy milk and fried dough sticks.
You are awake.
Come eat. I placed the breakfast on the table and called out to her. Yu Quinn jogged over with quick little steps. She wrapped her arms around me, gave me a kiss, and then sat down on the chair, picking up a fried dough stick to eat. Except she forgot to brush her teeth last night, so the fried dough stick tasted a little bit strange. I am wheezing. Sir, please, that is foul, but hilarious. After breakfast, I curled up on the couch, holding my phone and memorizing questions for my driving theory test, while Yu Quinn sat quietly next to me, watching a movie on her phone. After studying for a bit, I put down my phone and pulled Yu Quinn into my arms. She was deeply focused on her movie. She just rested her head against my chest and did not move. Feeling a little bored, I could not help but start getting handsy with her. One moment, I was pinching her soft cheeks. The next, I was playing with her silky hair. Then, I would flick her moist, pouty lips with my finger. She was like a plush doll, offering zero resistance, and was actually incredibly cooperative. After messing around for a while, I pulled her long, beautiful legs onto my lap. I gently stroked those slender, toned, and fair long legs, and held her smooth, graceful arches. Okay, Quentin Tarantino, we get it. She has nice feet. Just like that. Yu Quinn did not pull her feet away until she finished the entire movie. Instead, she lightly traced my palm with her toes and whispered softly in my ear, Darling, carry me back to the room to rest. I froze for a second. That darling sent a shiver straight down my spine. I asked curiously, Why the sudden darling? I almost did not react in time. Yu Quinn kissed my cheek and said, Being a little cheesy occasionally makes us feel closer, right? How the hell was I supposed to hold back after that? I just stood up, scooped her into my arms, and carried her straight into the bedroom. Right now, I was leaning lazily against the headboard, looking thoroughly satisfied. It is a good thing I do not smoke. Otherwise, this is exactly when I would light up a post-coital cigarette. Yu Quinn threw the tissues she used to wipe herself into the trash can, and completely naked, started picking up our scattered clothes from the floor. I pulled her back into my arms and covered us both with the blanket. I planted a gentle kiss on her cute little nose. Rest for a bit. You can clean up later. Yu Quinn curled up obediently in my embrace. Her small face pressed against my firm chest. Her eyelids fluttered shut. Starting from today, our relationship has gotten a whole lot more intimate over the past few days. I have just been at home being completely inseparable from Yu Quinn, watching shows and playing games together. And at night, well, naturally, couples do what couples do. Besides co-op multiplayer gaming, I have certainly experienced all modes of gameplay. A man of culture, testing all the mechanics, Yu Quinn was loving every minute of it too. She kept buying groceries and cooking all sorts of meals to nourish my vitality. I have almost wiped out our entire stock of chives and eggs. Ah, yes, the traditional Chinese aphrodisiacs. Right now, the morning sun was spilling through the window into the room, Yu Quince was busy in the kitchen. I quietly walked over and hugged that graceful apron-clad figure from behind, resting my chin lightly on her shoulder. I looked at the pancakes in the frying pan, and the corner of my mouth instantly twitched. Quince, are we eating chive and egg pancakes? She flipped a pancake. Without even turning her head, she replied, yeah, why? Well, we have been eating nothing but chives and eggs for days. I am seriously about to throw up. The day before yesterday, it was pan-fried chive and egg dumplings. Yesterday, it was chive pockets. Today, it is straight up chive and egg pancakes. Do chives even actually work? Are they really that nutritional? Yu Quince turned her head and asked worriedly, you have been asking for it so many times every night these past few days. I am just afraid your body won't be able to handle it. It does not hurt to load up on nutrients. Hearing this, I felt my dignity as a man had been directly challenged. I immediately grabbed both of her soft cheeks and gave them a firm tug. There is absolutely nothing wrong with my stamina. I do not need to be nourished, understand? The girl let out a cute little whine and said, then what about the pancakes I made? I sighed helplessly. Since you already made them, then let us just eat. Not long after we finished eating, there was a light knock on the front door. I got up from the sofa and walked over to the entryway. The moment I opened the door, a slender, jade-like hand slipped in first and grabbed my ear with absolute precision, then gave it a full 360-degree twist. Ow, ow, ow. Sister Meow Shoe, my bad. My bad. I had not even seen who was at the door, but the second I felt that familiar technique, I instantly knew who had arrived. That is for hanging up on me so rudely. Has it been too long since I taught you a lesson? Did you forget who is in charge? Right now, Shen Meow Shu's elegant and delicate face carried the haughty pride of a queen. It just clashed a bit with her usual scholarly, refined aura. She dragged me by the ear to the sofa and sat down. Then she asked nonchalantly, where's Quince? Before I could even answer, Yu Quince walked out of the kitchen and greeted her. Hello, Sister Meow Shu. Shen Meow Shu instantly changed her expression completely. The duality of women, truly terrifying. Quince, come here. Sit next to your big sister. She let go of my ear, casually kicked me to the side, patted the spot next to her, and said with a smile, okay. Yu Quince obediently shimmied over to Shen Miaoshu's side, sitting ramrod straight, acting like a nervous little wife meeting her mother-in-law. I rubbed my bright red ear, curled my lip, and asked, why are you here? Also, who visits someone's house without bringing a gift to show some sincerity? You did not bring anything last time either. Is this appropriate for the dignified eldest daughter of an educated family? Well,
Chen.
Shen Miaoshu flashed an incredibly friendly smile. Her tone was terrifyingly gentle. Have I been giving you too much face lately? Do you want me to help you jog your memory about some childhood stories? I violently shuddered, remembering how this woman used to flick and pinch my little buddy down there when I was a kid. FBI open up, excuse me, what? This escalated so fast, not to mention the memories of her dressing me up in little skirts and parading me through the streets.
Ahem.
Well, you see, you were basically half a mom to me. Since when do moms need to bring gifts when visiting their kids? I have got stuff to do.
You two chat.
Saying that, I tried to slip away into the bedroom. Enough! Stop goofing around. Quit acting up. I am here for official business today. Shen Miaoshu's voice suddenly turned serious. I dropped the playful attitude. Go ahead. Shen Miaoshu got straight to the point. Your mother is coming over tonight. Hearing this, I immediately fell silent. After a long pause, I finally asked, what is she coming for? Shen Miaoshu slowly stood up. You will know when she gets here. I'm just giving you a heads up in advance. I have to go to the airport to pick her up now. With the click of the front door closing, Yu Quince reached out with her slender fingers, gently touching my red ear and asking with concern, does it still hurt? I hugged her soft, slender waist, buried my head into the embrace of my dreams, and mumbled, yeah, it hurts. Only my future wifey truly cares about me. Unlike that woman, she really twists to kill. Yu Quince rubbed my ear with one hand and stroked my hair with the other. With a bright red face, she said,
There.
Sister Miaoshu really cares about you. I will rub it for you a little more. It will feel better soon. I nodded, but deep down I was feeling incredibly irritated about my mother's impending arrival. Ah, the plot thickens. The obligatory rich, distant parent trope. As evening approached, I had been in a funk the entire afternoon. Sitting on the couch, gloomily scrolling through my phone, Yu Quince was also very nervous. After all, she was about to meet her future mother-in-law, but seeing the man she loved acting like this, she pushed her own worries aside. She just wanted to cheer me up. The girl extended a single finger and pressed it against my chest. Getting pushed flat onto the couch, I gulped nervously. What are you doing? Making you happy.
To distract you.
I cupped Yu Quince's face and gently kissed her forehead. Then I went back to my bedroom to change clothes. Even though we did not go all the way and just messed around a bit on the surface, it definitely made me feel a whole lot better. My guy's mood is easily swayed by physical affection. Classic. Yu Quince sat up on her knees on the sofa, calmed her breathing down. Seeing that it was getting late, she quickly tidied herself up, threw her clothes back on, and hurried into the kitchen to cook dinner. Yu Quince brought a massive plate of cola chicken wings to the table and quickly whipped up 4 scrambled eggs. The rice was also done and she served it into bowls. I sat at the dining table, mentally planning to go out tomorrow and stock up on proper safety equipment. Otherwise, if we go fully live ammunition own day, we would absolutely end up making a baby. I mean, I personally did not mind, but it would not be fair to Yu Quince at this stage. Responsible king behavior while waiting. I texted the front door passcode to Shen Miaoshu. There was no way I was going to actively open the door and welcome that woman inside, but we waited for ages and nobody showed up. I could not be bothered to wait any longer, so I just told Yu Quince to sit down and start eating. However, Yu Quince did not want to leave a bad impression on her future mother-in-law, so she sat down but did not touch her food. About 10 minutes later, the sound of the front door unlocking echoed through the room, followed by the sharp click-clack of 2 pairs of high heels walking in. I turned my head to look and saw a cold, glamorous woman with an entirely emotionless expression standing right in front of me. Shen Miaoshu was standing just behind her. "Why are you here? Is the company not busy enough?" I turned my head back around and kept eating my cola chicken wings. Seeing this dynamic, Yu Quince beside me instantly stood up, a bundle of nerves. "You are my son. Am I not allowed to come see you?" The woman's voice was frigid, seemingly devoid of any emotion. "That is right. She is my nominal biological mother, Gu Jiren. Of course you can. But if you traveled all this way just to look at me, well, you have looked, so please leave." Ice cold bro did not even flinch. My voice was equally devoid of emotion, as if I were talking to a complete stranger. "We have not seen each other in a long time. Do you really have to speak to me like this?" I did not want to engage with her at all, so I simply stopped talking and buried my head back in my food. I figured once the atmosphere got awkward enough, this woman would naturally leave. But Gu Jiren pivoted her target straight to Yu Quince. "You must be Yu Quince." She slowly shifted her gaze to the girl holding her rice bowl. Her tone sounded like she was addressing a subordinate. Yu Quince nodded nervously. "Hello, auntie?" Gu Jiren's eyes locked onto her sharply, and she said coldly, "Cohabitating before marriage?" Yu Quince thought Gu Jiren was opposing our relationship. She silently lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. Tears uncontrollably welled up in her eyes. I immediately stood up and pulled Yu Quince into my arms, staring coldly at Gu Jiren, my tone carrying an underlying thread of anger. "My love life is none of your business. What does living together have to do with being married? I do not need you standing here barking orders at us." "Good man, defend your girl." Shen Miaoshu quickly chimed in from the side.
Chen.
"Your mom does not mean anything bad by it. She is just trying to find a topic of conversation." Gu Jiren did not voice any objections to that, which essentially meant she agreed. Half believing it, I slightly reined in my temper. I looked down, stroking my girlfriend's soft cheek, and comforted her.
There.
"Do not be sad. What other people say is their problem. It is not like I'm going to abandon you. If she tries to forcefully intervene in the future, worst case scenario, we just do not get the marriage certificate. I will just elope with you. And that'll be that." Yu Quince nuzzled her face against my palm, buried her head in my chest, and whispered softly, "Do not make it sound so extreme. Just have a proper talk with auntie." I stroked her hair, turned my head to Gu Jiren and said, "Let us go into the room and talk." After saying that, I let go of Yu Quince and walked into the bedroom. Gu Jiren glanced at Yu Quince before following closely behind me. Back in the bedroom, I knew exactly what kind of personality Gu Jiren had, so I cut straight to the chase. "Spit it out. What are you here for?" Gu Jiren stuck to her previous story. "I really just came to see you." I mocked her without holding back. "To see me? Where were you all those years ago? Who are you trying to perform this loving mother act for now?"
Right.
"I do hold resentment towards you, but I do not hate you. I just simply do not want to interact with you. If you have an ulterior motive, just say it. Maybe then I will actually negotiate with you. So drop the emotional manipulation. It is making me sick." Bro's spine is made of adamantium. "You love to see it. Your feelings for me exist solely because of bloodline. I am nothing but an IVF baby, just a tool you use to escape your arranged marriage. Have you ever genuinely treated me as your son?" Hearing this, Gu Jiren went silent. In the past, she truly had never seen the boy in front of her as a son. Financial support was merely a way to compensate him, so she could buy her own peace of mind. After a brief moment of thought, Gu Jiren finally dropped the motherly facade. Her tone turned entirely serious. "Apply to a university in Shanghai, enter the conglomerate and start accumulating experience, then take over the whole thing. At the end of the day, you are my blood son. The family assets cannot be handed over to a bunch of incompetent freeloaders or outsiders. I will never get married. And you actually have capability. You are my only option." The classic CEO inheritance plot twist. Hook, line, and sinker. And just like that, She immediately threw down her bargaining chips. Will the girl you care about not need protection in the future? Even if her scumbag father goes to jail, how many years will he actually serve? As long as he is not dead. Yu Quince can never legally sever her blood ties with him. What if he gets desperate and completely disregards the law? Without powerful connections and a strong background, what exactly will you use to protect the girl you love? Do you think your sister Miyashu can help you forever? Every single word she said made absolute sense. You can never be too careful. The only real strength is when you yourself are powerful. Relying on outsiders will always have its limits. I could only admit that a businesswoman is truly a businesswoman. She could attack from every possible angle. If the emotional card does not work, switch to the profit card. If the profit card does not work, stack on the psychological pressure. If all else fails, use the threat card. Every human has weaknesses and vulnerabilities. There was no way Gujaran would just watch such a massive business empire change hands to outsiders. Right now, she was using soft tactics. Later, it might turn into a complete fallout. She might even target Yu Quince at any cost and by any means necessary, just to force me into taking over the conglomerate. Anyway, a massive fortune was practically forcing itself into my lap. Why would I refuse it over some emotional baggage and let the situation escalate further? Would not that just make me an idiot? Pragmatism at its finest. Worst case scenario, I just hold my nose and take the crown. I will follow your arrangement, but you're not allowed to interfere in my love life, and you must fully cooperate with me when it comes to it. I finally spoke. Deal. Then Gujaran added, at the end of the day, I am your mother. I can at least have a chat with my future daughter-in-law, right? I nodded in agreement. Naturally. We walked out of the bedroom. 2 more dishes were added to the dining table. Meanwhile, Yu Quince stood to the side like a little maid. Gujaran looked at her and slightly curled the corners of her lips. I will call you Quince, just like Ching-Chin does. Is that all right? Of course. Yu Quince nodded obediently. Gujaran pulled out a chair and sat down, then patted the chair next to her and said, sit next to me. Let us eat and chat. Yu Quince nervously sat down next to her future mother-in-law. I also took a seat next to Shen Miaoshu, only I shot a sideways glare at this traitor before picking up my chopsticks again. Shen Miaoshu did not dare make a peep. She just pretended not to see me and calmly continued eating her food. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law across the table, however, seemed to be getting along quite well. Gujaran picked up a cola, chicken wing and placed it into Yu Quince's bowl. Do not be nervous. I assume Ching-Chin has already told you about our family situation. I have not been a competent mother, so I won't interfere in the matters between you two. Thank you, Auntie. Yu Quince thought this meant her mother-in-law had finally accepted her. But just as a wave of joy rose in her heart, Gujaran's next words sent it crashing right back to rock bottom. Ouch, emotional whiplash. However, other than your looks and figure, you are completely out of my Ching-Chin's league. God damn, straight for the jugular.
You need to be clear on that.
Listening from the side, I instantly flared up in anger. I slammed my chopsticks onto the table and said coldly, Gujaran, if you're gonna talk to her with that attitude, then get out of my house. Stand your ground, king. But Yu Quince actually started pleading on Gujaran's behalf.
Chenchin.
It is okay. Let Auntie finish. I can feel that she does not mean any harm. I let out a heavy sigh through my nose and resumed eating. Gujaran then continued, in the future, King Chen will definitely take over the conglomerate. When that time comes, women with even better looks and figures than yours, and far better family backgrounds, will flock to his side, throwing themselves at him one after another. I expect you not to be petty. Do not give up on him or misunderstand him over these things. You are very virtuous and caring. That is something those other women can't compete with. Since you do not match King Chen in other aspects, then make up for it with your effort. Take care of his every need, never do anything to betray him, and do not leave any openings for outsiders to exploit. The darkness within wealthy families is far filthier and more despicable than you can imagine. They will use any means necessary for the sake of profit. Since you are entering a family that is entirely out of your social class, you must use everything at your disposal to protect yourself, and do not let any rift form between you and your man. Learn to be tolerant. Improve yourself. That is the key to whether you can maintain your footing by King Chen's side. Do not naively think that as long as you just love each other enough, you won't be torn apart. There are some things you just can't see coming and can't guard against. Gujaran talked a whole lot, and I understood her point perfectly. It was not that she had a bad attitude. Her words just still carried the sharp edge of someone in a position of power, which made it sound incredibly harsh. Simply put, she just lacked the art of conversation. Her EQ was pitifully low. Then again, it made sense, born into a wealthy family, never having stepped a foot outside of it, only ever dealing with subordinates and a cold, calculating family. How could her EQ not be low? No wonder Shen Miaoshi was her only best friend. Roasted by her own son. Damn. Yu Quince also nodded seriously and replied with genuine sincerity, "Thank you for the guidance, Auntie. But my feelings for Chen Chen are different from ordinary couples. I will keep your words in my heart, and those bad things will absolutely never happen. I have heard all about your past. You two will have to take hold of your own future." She did not doubt the girl's words at all. After all, this was a poor child who had been severely scarred by her family, only to be pulled out of that sea of suffering by her son. Judging from all the information she had gathered over the past few years, Yu Quince had completely treated me as her spiritual pillar. Then, Gujaran suddenly changed the subject. "Since we have already laid everything out on the table, whether you get a marriage certificate or not is irrelevant. From now on, just call me Mom." "Wait, what?" That was a fast 180. "I will also cover all the expenses for your wedding." Yu Quince's pretty face flushed red. "Thank you, Mom."
Right. Let us eat.
Shen Miaoshu also let out a massive sigh of relief. This should ease the tension between mother and son a bit, right? After dinner, Gujaran pulled Yu Quince onto the sofa to chat some more. I went straight back to my room to play games. I had no interest in listening to a bunch of women chattering away. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Shen Miaoshu started rushing them. "Let us go, otherwise we will miss our flight." As they walked out, Gujaran said to me, "Your sister Miaoshu and I are heading back to Shanghai. When you fill out your college applications, it is best to aim for Shanghai University or the University of Finance and Economics. But other choices are fine too. It is up to you."
I know.
I walked them all the way to the elevator. Right before they left, Yu Quince waved at them. Showing a sweet smile, she said, "Sister Miaoshu, have a safe trip." "Got it, little Quince? Hurry back inside. We will just see each other again in Shanghai this September." Gujaran's tone was as cool and detached as ever. After saying our goodbyes, I cast a suspicious glance at Yu Quince. What on earth did this silly girl talk about with my mom? She did not get brainwashed into turning against me, did she? But I did not dwell on it too much. From the moment I decided to take over the conglomerate, my relationship with my absentee mother was destined to thaw a little. Having the daughter-in-law get closer to her mother-in-law would not hurt. Once we were back inside the house, Yu Quince practically tackled me with a hug. She happily planted a big kiss on my cheek.
Chen.
Mom accepted me, already dropping the auntie, smooth. She used to always believe that our social statuses were completely mismatched, and that it would not end well for us. Driven by her extreme inferiority complex, she just wanted to savor every fleeting moment of happiness for as long as she could. To repay my kindness toward her, she went to absolutely any lengths to please me and care for me, and she never tired of it, completely losing herself in the process, even morbidly collecting and craving every little thing about me. She knew exactly how twisted her feelings were, but 3 years of deeply buried longing, mixed with the salvation of being rescued from the darkness, made her feel like she was entirely my exclusive property. Even if one day I might abandon her, her mindset never changed. It is just that a massive weight had always been hanging over her heart. She dreaded seeing that day ever arrive. But now, her lover's mother had formally acknowledged her today. Even if it was just a verbal confirmation, it was enough to make that massive weight in her heart finally drop. Is she stupid? Or is it just her love brain acting up? Whatever. Anything goes. This is enough. Tears kept streaming down from the corners of Yu Quince's eyes, falling endlessly like a kite with a snapped string. No matter how much she wiped them away with the back of her hand, they just would not stop. Oh, let the girl cry it out. That night, after I took a shower, I was lying lazily on the bed, scrolling through my phone, waiting for Yu Quince, who had just gone in to shower. About 20 minutes later, the bedroom door was slowly pushed open. I turned my head to look, and was instantly dumbstruck. No other reason. Solely because the girl standing before my eyes was breathtakingly beautiful, with her hands behind her back and a slight blush on her cheeks. Her shy demeanor, with her head slightly bowed, made her look like a flower bud just waiting to bloom. This visual impact of being simultaneously pure and seductive made it incredibly hard for me to maintain any self-control. Here we go again, folks. My hands subconsciously reached out and wrapped around her impossibly thin waist, pulling her straight into my arms. Yu Quince obediently rested her pretty face against my chest and asked in a soft, sweet voice, "Do I look pretty?" I nodded emphatically. "Absolutely gorgeous." Hearing my praise, Yu Quince broke into a radiant smile. Her delicate, soft lips captured mine, passionately claiming me. Gradually, the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Yu Quince pulled back from the kiss, leaned in close to my ear and whispered softly, "Take me."
Well, that was direct.
Hearing that, I froze for a second. "Are you serious?" Yu Quince nodded. "I have wanted to give myself to you for a long time. You were the Owen who would not take it. You better think this through. Once we take this step, there is no turning back. Do not do this out of impulse." Hearing that, her mouth immediately drooped. Feigning grievance, she squeezed out a few tears. "Are you regretting it? You do not want to marry me anymore." Weaponized tears, very effective. Seeing this reaction, I hurriedly leaned down and gave her a fierce kiss. How could that be possible? "I will do it, okay?" Yu Quince had definitely mastered the art of changing faces. She instantly broke out into a smile. Wrapping her arms around my neck, she cooed,
I love you the most.
I helplessly pinched her soft, squishy cheek. I really can't say no to you, who practically forces themselves on someone like this. After a rustling of clothes, both of our clothes were tossed out of the covers, as my gentle kisses continuously showered down on her. My movements were also incredibly gentle. Still, the girl shed a few tears. I kept softly kissing Quince's eyes, earlobes, and collarbone, comforting her gently as I murmured, relax. Close your eyes and think about happy memories between us. As the spring breeze swept past, the soft sighs and murmurs also slowly died down. Fade to black PG-13 style, Quince nestled tightly in my embrace, gazing at my side profile with eyes full of lingering affection.
Chenchin.
I love you so much. The girl who had finally gotten her wish was overflowing with tenderness. I love you too. Saying that, I captured her lips and kissed her deeply again. Quince looped her arms around my neck, tears of joy slipping uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. When our lips finally parted, the girl affectionately nuzzled her soft cheek against mine. Her voice soft, sweet, and sticky as she said, if only time could stop at this moment forever. I chuckled, stroking her beautiful back, and said gently, that won't do. We still have to get married, have kids, and grow old together. We still have a very, very long life ahead of us. Go to sleep now. Quince buried her face in the crook of my neck and slowly drifted off to sleep. Quince tucked her face into the crook of my neck and slowly drifted off. The next morning, Quince woke up first. Hugging my neck, she let out a few lazy, soft murmurs. Then she nuzzled her head deeper into her boyfriend's neck. After that, she lifted her beautiful leg and draped it over my waist. The arms holding me tightened their grip even further, as if she would not rest until she had literally melted herself completely into her boyfriend's body. Naturally, I was woken up by all her tossing and turning. Still slightly groggy with sleep, I mumbled, you can't even sit still in the morning. Are you the reincarnation of a succubus or something, bro? Dropping fantasy lore first thing in the morning? Quince tilted her head in confusion. What is a succubus? I leaned in close to her ear and seriously explained it to her. I watched as her cheeks progressively turned brighter and brighter red. She covered her face with both hands and protested, I am not. I just like you so much. That is all. Ha ha ha. All right. Let me see just how much you like me. About 2.5 hours later. 2.5 hours, my guy. Calm down. I was holding the completely limp girl in my arms face to face, basking in the afterglow. A moment later, I picked up my phone and checked the time and realized it was already past 10 a.m. Can you still get out of bed? This afternoon, we need to return your dad's household registration book, I said, lightly smacking Quince's little butt. I will do whatever you say. Saying that, she looked up and kissed my lips. As I pulled away and got out of bed, I picked up the nightgown from the floor and handed it to Quince, before picking up my own clothes and putting them on. Just as Quince finished getting dressed and tried to get out of bed, her legs completely gave out, and she almost collapsed to the floor. I hurriedly caught her and helped her sit back down on the bed, asking worriedly, what is wrong? Are you dizzy? Quince shyly shook her head, pointing at her thighs. My legs are so sore and weak, and my lower back feels kinda numb. It also still hurts a little down there. Hearing that, I breathed a sigh of relief. I feigned a scolding tone. We went a bit overboard, did not we? Told you not to push yourself. I plopped myself down on the floor and rested Quince's beautiful legs on my lap, gently massaging them. Quince watched all of this quietly, but just silently pulled the covers up to hide her eyes, letting me do as I pleased while enjoying the slightly ticklish sensation. Afterward, Quince lay on her stomach on the bed and let me sit on her thighs to massage her lower back. After enjoying the premium services of her personal boyfriend master, she finally got up and stumbled her way to the bathroom to wash up. I followed closely beside her. Seeing that the girl did not need my help, she sat down on the toilet to relieve herself. Quince just gave me a quick glance, then picked up her toothbrush and started brushing her teeth. She conveniently squeezed toothpaste onto my toothbrush too, resting it across the mouthwash cup. Seeing that I had finished doing my business, Quince directly handed me the prepared toothbrush. Then she walked over to the toilet, lifted her skirt, and sat down. Listening to the sound of the trickling water, we really did not need this level of detail, author. I leisurely brushed my teeth. After we finished freshening up, Quince went back to the room, found her slippers, and put them on, but she did not take off the nightgown. She hurried straight into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Once I was done, I also walked into the kitchen and hugged the girl from behind. Feeling my wandering hands, Quince let out a soft moan. Nuzzling her nose against my cheek, she acted spoiled. Stop messing around. Wait until I finish cooking. Seeing my pure first love transform into such a seductive beauty, I could not help but tease her. I really suspect you're a reincarnated succubus, sent specifically to corrupt a pure, innocent boy like me. Innocent, buddy. You initiated half of this. Quince flipped the fried egg in the pan, turned her head to kiss my chin and mumbled vaguely, "Then I will only ever be a succubus for you." Smooth comeback. Ever since she was completely claimed by me last night, Yu Quince had entirely shed her reservations and inferiority complex. Driven by her absolute devotion, she now thoroughly believed that we were destined to marry, have kids, and grow old together. If she had met a scumbag, her story would have definitely ended in utter tragedy. But I know exactly what it feels like to be overlooked and undervalued. That is why I take relationships very seriously. Just as Shin Miyashu once said, she hoped we could become each other's solace. The girl, emotionally, is extremely deprived yet deeply craves love, and the guy, physically and mentally, is extremely lacking yet provides what is missing. Perhaps this is just a beautiful fate destined by heaven. After finishing the cooking, Yu Quince obediently sat in my lap. She would take a bite of the fried egg, then feed her boyfriend a bite. Same went for the bread and milk. Just as we were eating and being completely overly affectionate with each other, Yu Quince suddenly touched her stomach and asked, "We did not use any protection. What if I get pregnant? Then we have the baby." It is not like I can't afford to raise own. But I admit, I was a bit impulsive this time. If nothing happens this time, I will definitely make sure to use protection next time. Or you can take short-term birth control pills. They are perfectly safe and harmless. I did not stress too much over the issue and just randomly stuffed a piece of bread into my mouth. Yu Quince noticed that I had basically failed to break my bad habit of scarfing down food. She playfully swatted me and lifted the glass of milk to my lips. It would actually be best if I got pregnant. I really want a baby. Speedrunning life out here. If it is a boy, then I will have 2 guys spoiling me. I will cook for you every day, tidy up the house, and then make the kids serve me tea and water. Life would be absolutely perfect. If it is a girl, I will buy her pretty little dresses every day, take her out to eat all sorts of delicious food, and take her to play with all the fun things in the world. Listening to Yu Quince's beautiful vision for the future, I dotingly pinched her cheek and said,
You were really gonna be quite the mother, huh?
the boy gets put to work, while the girl gets all the luxury. That is way too biased. Not at all. Does not the internet say that boys should be raised tough and girls should be spoiled? Yu Quince rubbed her forehead against my chin and playfully argued back. I thought about it for a second. It actually did make some sense, so I immediately nodded in agreement and said, "Fair point, but I will just have to work a little harder then. Let us focus on getting you pregnant first." Then you would better do your best. Yu Quince encouraged me with a teasing giggle. After breakfast, Yu Quince walked over, hooked her arm through mine, and shook it slightly. "Let us go. We can pick up some groceries on the way back. We are almost out of food at home." Feeling the soft, encompassing pressure against my arm, I kissed her lips. Let us go. We arrived back at that old run-down neighborhood. Walking through the messy, cluttered stairwell, I stood in front of the iron door that I had visited once before and knocked forcefully. As the door swung open, a punk kid with dyed blonde hair snapped with a bad attitude. "Why the hell are you knocking so hard? Who are you looking for?" I took one look at him. So this was the scumbag father's little bastard child. Oh, the drama returns. "Hey kid, hurry up and call your daddy out. I am here to return something." Yu Zizun clearly guessed who I was. After all, his dad had cursed my name in his ear plenty of times. This was the man who had completely ruined his family, his mother and father getting into massive physical fights. Even he ended up as collateral damage. Later on, his mother even dragged him back to the village and loudly broadcasted to everyone that he was not his father's biological son. His grandmother was so furious she was sent straight to the hospital.
Ixing yike.
Yu Zizun's world completely collapsed. As it turned out, that wealthy boss of a father completely refused to acknowledge him as an illegitimate son. He even threatened his father not to divorce his mother, or else he would lose out on his precious perks. Just like that, the entire house fell into a dead silence. All the doting and allowance that used to be his vanished into thin air, and it was all because of the ridiculously handsome man standing right in front of him. Yu Zizun's eyes filled with venomous anger. He looked like he wanted to tear me to pieces. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the youthful and lively girl, looking like everyone's first love, his sister. He was instantly captivated, staring so hard his eyes practically glazed over. "Dude, that is your sister, gross. Since I am not actually my father's biological son, does not that mean we could heh?" This twisted thought echoed louder and louder in Yu Zizun's head. I noticed his creepy, lecherous gaze and immediately stepped in front of Yu Quince to block his view. She gripped the hem of my shirt and hid behind me. "If you keep looking at her like that, do not blame me for what happens next." Yu Zizun snapped back to reality and sneered. "What the hell are you acting so arrogant for? As long as I'm here, do not even dream about marrying my sister. Keep dreaming." Before he could even finish his sentence, a disheveled, scruffy, middle-aged man marched over and slapped him right to the floor. A flawless entry 10 per 10 execution. What are you doing? This man was none other than Yu Wanqing. Though he had entirely lost his usual charming, sophisticated demeanor, he glared down at him coldly. I do not have a son like you. If you utter one more word of nonsense, I will break your legs. I watched this father-son drama unfold with pure amusement. Just a moment ago, he was the precious son, and now he is threatening to break his legs. Family loyalty at its finest, folks. Yu Wanqing turned to look at me, and his face instantly morphed into a mask of extreme politeness.
Haha.
It has been a while, young Master Gu. Please come right in. He opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. I did not buy it for a second. I tossed the household register book right at Yu Wanqing and said, "Here is your register. From now on, we are even. Just pretend you never had this daughter." No, no, no. Seeing that I was about to leave, Yu Wanqing rushed over to block my path. How can you say that? Even broken bones are connected by tendons. She is my precious daughter. You can't just say she is gone like that. Besides, I still have to plan her wedding in the future. If not a single elder from the bride's side shows up, how would that look? People would gossip behind our backs. I actually laughed out loud. Yu Wanqing, I bet that last part is what you really wanted to say. Are you expecting me to pay you a bride price or something? Meanwhile, Yu Zizun, still sitting on the floor, threw a tantrum. He immediately snapped back. She is my sister. I forbid her from marrying a scumbag like him. I will take care of her from now on. Yu Wanqing did not hesitate. He marched over and landed a few heavy kicks on him.
You little brat.
Since when is it your turn to speak? After dealing with that, he quickly turned back to me, feigning helplessness. Look, marriage is a big deal. Paying a bride price and returning a dowry is tradition. How could we possibly skip it? How about this? The bride price can be 666,000. Just for good luck. A wealthy young master like you surely would not care about pocket change like that. And as for us, we will return a dowry of 88,800. Math is clearly not this man's strong suit. What a terrible Roy to represent prosperity. After all, the bride's return gift can't be higher than the groom's, right?
Clap, clap, clap.
I started slow clapping.
Brilliant.
Simply brilliant. Father-in-law, your little performance here was truly spectacular, but treating me like a complete idiot makes me very unhappy. Then I shifted my gaze to Yu Zizun on the floor. And you, your filthy little thoughts are written all over your face. Do you honestly think I can't tell? Even though you and your father share no blood. You guys are truly a matching set, birds of a feather. It seems that if I do not show you what I'm capable of, you won't have a shred of respect. I hope you can handle the consequences. I shoved Yu Wanqing aside, took Yu Quince by the hand, and walked downstairs. Wait, young Master Gu, I do not need the bride price. I will even add extra to the dowry.
Young Master Gu.
Please do not be rash. Seeing me leave so decisively, Yu Wanqing was suddenly gripped by panic. His life was currently a complete mess, and was not at all because of the very guy walking away. He did not even have the courage to chase after us. His only thought was to hide. Hide away as quickly as possible. He could not let me find him. After leaving the old residential area, I brought Yu Quince to a small public square. We found a bench in the shade and sat down. The girl could tell her boyfriend had a lot on his mind. She stayed completely quiet, just hugging my arm and resting her head against my shoulder. I did indeed have a lot on my mind. Going to Shen Miaoshu to deal with the Yu family would not be enough. At most, it would put Yu Wanqing behind bars for a few years. Once he got out, he would still cause trouble. And Yu Zizun was even worse. He was a minor and had not committed any major crimes yet. The legal route would not do a damn thing to him. The only solution left was to ask my mother for help. This world is never just black or white. It is a delicate, complicated shade of gray. Ah, the classic morally gray rich heir manifesto. I understood this truth from a very young age, not to mention, the Gyu family's conglomerate was massive, and its network of interests was deeply tangled. Quietly getting rid of a few nobodies with zero background would be ridiculously easy for them. A gentle breeze blew past, and a stray leaf landed squarely on my phone screen. I brushed it away with my hand, staring at the contact named Mother in my directory. My finger hovered there, hesitating to press call. It had been over 4 years since we last spoke, even though we just met briefly yesterday. It still hurt my pride to actively ask her for a favor. Yu Quince looked up at my conflicted expression and gently tried to persuade me. If you do not want to do it, then let us just drop it. My father and brother can't really do anything to me anymore. At worst, they will just be a minor annoyance. Maybe they won't even bother looking for trouble anyway. I looked down at the incredibly understanding girl beside me, wrapped my arm around her shoulder, and softly kissed her forehead. With a girl this amazing, how could I let my pride leave a potential threat lingering over her future? So I decisively hit the call button. Beep. After a few rings, a cold, elegant voice came through the speaker.
Chen.
Gujiaran sounded a bit puzzled. They had just seen each other yesterday. Did the author stutter here? Why was this kid suddenly calling her today? Just hearing him call her mom left Gujarin stunned for quite a while as I sat on the park bench. Looking at the sweet girl beside me, I finally made up my mind and called my mother. After a few rings, a cold, elegant voice came through the speaker.
Chen.
Gujarin sounded a bit puzzled. They had just seen each other yesterday after all. Why was this kid suddenly calling her today? Just hearing him call her mom left Gujarin stunned for a long time. It had been so long since she last heard it. In the past, due to various reasons, she had absolutely zero maternal instincts. She just did whatever she wanted, focusing on her own ambitions, completely failing to do what a mother should. But the day I left, the moment the child who had grown up beside her disappeared, she finally understood what it meant to feel empty. She finally understood worry and longing. No matter what, he was still her own flesh and blood. How could she feel absolutely nothing? It is just that her maternal love kicked in way too late, and regretting it now felt entirely useless. Her child had already grown up. She knew I deeply resented her, so she did not even dare to show outward affection. She could only silently provide financial support from the shadows, even though she was the kind of ruthless businesswoman who would sacrifice her child for the sake of the corporation. Now that her son had proven himself highly capable and agreed to take over the conglomerate in the future, securing the empire his father had built, she could finally redirect all her energy towards making amends and being a proper mother. Tell me, Gujarin snapped out of her daze and quickly responded. I hesitated for a moment before stating my request. Do me a favor. Make the Yu family of 4 disappear from this world. Well, that escalated quickly from 0 to 100, even though their crimes do not warrant the death penalty. When dealing with people whose lives are a total train wreck, they might just lose their minds on day and come after Quince. It is impossible to completely guard against that. I gave Yu Wancheng a chance, but even after seeing what I was capable of, he still wanted to act up. People like him are fundamentally incapable of behaving. When it comes to the safety of the person I love most, whether it is just a slight possibility or a seemingly minor annoyance, I must use the most absolute and ruthless methods to strike first and secure our safety. This was the environment I grew up in. I have overheard and witnessed far too much darkness. So edgy. I bet he drinks his coffee black too. Doing certain things does not even make my heart skip a beat anymore. I will have it handled within a month. If they were people with even a tiny bit of background, this kind of extreme approach would not fly. But for an ordinary family, it won't be an issue at all. Then Gujarin added, head back to Shanghai soon. I worry about you being out there. Got it. With that, I hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, Gujarin looked at the disconnected screen and sighed. Then, she immediately dialed another number. I put down my phone and turned to Yu Quince. Are you going to blame me for being so ruthless? Yu Quince immediately shook her head. Instead, she looked worried. Will you get dragged down by this? She honestly could not care less about that scumbag of a father who cares about having a conscience when it comes to him. As long as the person she loved most was safe, that was all that mattered. I smiled softly, pinching her cheek as I reassured her. Do not worry. The bigger the elite family, the more meticulously and cleanly they handle things. They have so many methods that you could not even imagine. Even if things go south, they have backup plans. Just wait for the good news before heading home. I went to buy some emergency contraceptives just to have them on hand for emergencies. We would not use them lightly. Even though taking them as directed is fine, they can still cause side effects. Using them once in a blue moon for an emergency is okay. But for everything else, I will just order online. After all, ever since Yu Quince walked out of that pharmacy, she had been blushing furiously, burying her face into my shoulder, letting me guide her as we walked. If I dragged her to a supermarket to buy condoms now, she would probably pass out from embarrassment. By the time we got home, it was already 2:30 p.m. Yu Quince did not even change her clothes. She just ran into the kitchen to wash the vegetables. I stood beside her, helping out, and casually asked, do you want to take a short-term pill first? We did not use any protection at all yesterday. Yu Quince, however, did not seem to care at all. It is fine. I actually really want a baby. If I get pregnant, I will just have it. Right then, let us see what people say when you show up to college with a giant baby bump. I teased her intentionally. I do not care.
So what?
I am an adult. If anyone gossips about me, I will just hold my head high and tell them, this is the crystallization of love between me and my husband. Then I will point right at their jealous faces and say, you are just a miserable, unloved loser who can't stand seeing other people happy.
Did me getting pregnant violate the law or basic morality?
Why do you feel the need to judge me?
Did not your mother ever teach you that silence is golden? As she said said all this, Yu Quince kept changing her tone of voice, and even threw in some dramatic hand gestures. She looked absolutely adorable. I pinched her cute little nose and said, "You little idiot.
You are lucky you ran into me.
Otherwise, you would have been completely played by some jerk." Yu Quince rubbed her nose with the back of her hand and pouted. "Your hands are all wet. And besides, you are my very first love. How could I possibly accept anyone else? Moreover, if it were not for you, I might have already reincarnated by now." I did not bother drying my hands. I just cupped her face and squished her cheeks. "Erase those suicidal thoughts from your brain completely. Do you hear me?" Yu Quince dropped the vegetables in her hands, turned slightly, and cupped my face as well. Her eyes were brimming with tenderness. "I promise I won't. I have not married you yet. I have not given you children yet. I have not enjoyed enough of your pampering yet. Even if we have to face life and death together in the future, I will follow you anywhere. Hubby, I will love you forever. Forever and forever." How could any guy possibly hold back after hearing that? I scooped her up in my arms and headed straight for the bedroom. "Wait a second. Let us cook and eat first. We will just order takeout." 2.5 hours later, I was lying on the sofa scrolling through food delivery apps. Yu Quince sat beside me, her face still flushed. A few damp strands of hair stuck to the side of her face. She kept rubbing her lower back occasionally and then massaged her reddened knees. After adjusting her posture, she stretched out her delicate foot and used her soft little toes to press lightly against the sole of my foot. She pouted and stayed completely silent, as if silently protesting my rough behavior from moments ago. I just kept scrolling on my phone, wiggling my foot playfully to entertain her. Before we knew it, it was June 23rd. Yu Quince and I sat in front of the computer to check our college entrance exam scores. We quickly found out the big results. I scored 671. Yu Quince scored 729. She is absolutely carrying the brain cells in this relationship. Let us be real. Neither of us was particularly ecstatic. After all, it was pretty much expected. Then the 26th rolled around. I squeezed Yu Quince's slender waist as she sat in my lap and said,
"I am definitely going to Shanghai University."
"What about you?" Yu Quince smiled gently, cupped my face, and said, "I will go wherever you go. Do not throw away your future for me. If you have the scores for Tsinghua or Peking University, you really should go." I tried to talk some sense into her. Yu Quince stood on her tiptoes and pressed a firm kiss to my lips. Then she declared with absolute conviction, word by word, "I'm going with you." I knew she was going to be completely stubborn about this. I could only chuckle helplessly. "As long as you have thought it through, regardless of what happens, I will take care of you." In the end, we both filled out our applications for the finance department at Shanghai University, though Yu Quince planned to minor in accounting during her sophomore year. A few days after I finished my second driving test, the admission letters from Shanghai University arrived, along with our class assignments. By some stroke of incredible luck, we were placed in the exact same class, in the bedroom. I was enjoying the act, resting my head on Yu Quince's lap, while enjoying her ear cleaning service. This girl had seen some ear cleaning videos online recently, and actually bought a whole professional kit to practice on me. What could I do?
You have got to indulge your girlfriend, right?
But honestly, it was incredibly relaxing. I was on the verge of falling asleep. It was the ultimate sleep aid. Right then, my phone suddenly rang. The sudden noise instantly snapped me out of my drowsy state. I glanced at the caller ID'd, answered the call, and put it on speaker. A cold, sharp female voice immediately echoed through the room. "The problem is solved. Yu Wanqing seemed to be actively hiding from you. So I just tossed out a little bait of $8,000, offering a 2-week overseas group tour for 4. And like an idiot, he brought his whole family and took the bait. It really saved me a lot of effort. And would not, you know it, less than 5 or 6 days into their trip, their entire family happened to encounter an armed robbery. They all fell under the gunfire." Ah, yes. The classic accidental tragedy abroad. The perpetrator was caught, of course. He had terminal stomach cancer.
Wow. A highly convenient, disposable hitman.
Classic elite maneuver. Claimed he was robbing them to pay for his medical bills. What a shame that the family of 4 supposedly fought back to the death. A real tragedy. Hearing this, Yu Quince, who was holding the ear pick, shivered violently. In her mind, the image of that elegant, aloof mother-in-law suddenly morphed into something terrifying. It was her very first time witnessing exactly how the ultra-wealthy handled their loose ends. Asked for her biological father and his new family. Who cares? She did not really know them anyway. Understood. I rolled over, facing my girlfriend's stomach, and motioned for her to start on the other ear. Gujarin stayed quiet for a moment before asking, "When are you coming back to Shanghai?" I mentally reviewed my summer plans and replied, "I am still taking my driving tests. Once I'm done, we will head to Shanghai for a few days to relax. We will check out the campus, and then I will come see you. No rush. I have to get back to work then. As the call ended, I felt a massive weight lift off my chest. The mess with my girlfriend's trashy family was finally completely resolved. I closed my eyes, breathed in Yu Quince's intoxicating scent, and went back to enjoying her gentle ear cleaning. Fast forward to August 13th. After passing my final driving test and arranging for my license to be mailed, I walked out of the testing center and took Yu Quince's hand where she was waiting for me. Seeing the fine beads of sweat rolling down her adorable face, I took her to a bubble tea shop to grab 2 strawberry sundaes before hailing a cab home. The moment we stepped through the door, Yu Quince bolted for the bathroom. She splashed cold water on her face, trying to cool down from the brutal summer heat. I followed right behind her and asked, "Do you want to take a shower?" Yu Quince was not planning to initially, but since I mentioned it, she nodded. "Yeah. All right," saying that she started taking off her clothes, but when she turned her head, she saw me stripping down as well. She looked confused. "Did you want to shower first?" I wrapped my arms around her slightly sweaty body, planted a kiss on her flushed cheek, and whispered, "Let us shower together." I grinned and closed the bathroom door behind us. Yu Quince shot me a playful, blushing glare. "Liar! We are definitely not just showering." Afterwards, she swayed her gorgeous figure back to the bedroom. As soon as Yu Quince came out fully dressed, I handed her a pill and a glass of water. Sorry, I got a little carried away. This time, Yu Quince did not put up a fight. She obediently took the pill, wrapped her arms around my waist, and gave me a kiss. "I do not blame you at all. The more carried away you get with me, the more I like it." Then the young girl linked her arm through mine, pulling me toward the kitchen. "Right. All right. Come. Keep me company while I cook." I held my glass of water, following her gentle pull and staying by her side. With a treasure of a girlfriend like her, how could anyone not be head over heels? Cue the romance music. After dinner, I lay on the couch and sent my mother a text. I remember Sister Miyashu saying my grandfather left me a small villa. What is the address? Quince and I will stay there when we move to Shanghai. Saves us the trouble of finding an apartment. Very quickly, Gujaran replied with an address. Villa No. 16, Eugene Grand Mansion. Bring your ID card to the property management to get the keys and the deed. Then she immediately sent another message. "Do you need me to send someone to clean it up and help you move in?" "No need. We will handle it ourselves." After replying, I booked a moving van online, scheduling it for tomorrow at noon. I tossed my phone aside, sat up, and pulled Yu Quince into my arms. I gave her a firm kiss and declared, "Pack your bags tomorrow. We are moving to Shanghai. The high-speed train tickets are for tomorrow morning." Hearing that they were taking the high-speed train, a spark of anticipation lit up Yu Quince's eyes. She had never been on Owen before. She wondered what it would feel like. The night gradually deepened. After chatting on the sofa for a while, we went back to the bedroom to rest. Sleeping with clothes on is uncomfortable. Be good. Her warm, soft curves from earlier in the day still lingered in my mind. I openly coaxed my girlfriend, wanting to relive that feeling. Naturally, Yu Quince went along with whatever I wanted. After some rustling under the covers, she silently pushed her outer and inner clothes out of the blanket. Satisfied, I naturally wrapped my arms around the young girl's warm body. The next morning, accompanied by a lazy, soft hum, Yu Quince wrapped her arms around my neck, rubbing her little head fiercely into the crook of my shoulder, her fair body pressed tightly against my chest. Woken up by her squirming, I let out a yawn. Feeling the softness pressed against me, I stretched out my arm and tightly pulled her by her slender waist, while my other hand gently stroked her smooth, beautiful back. We snoozed for a little while longer. Then Yu Quince rubbed her eyes, sat up, and stretched lazily. The blanket slipped down her skin, revealing a beautiful snow-white view. She picked up her clothes from the side and put them on. She stood up, stepped over me, and got out of bed. After going to the bathroom, Yu Quince squeezed out my toothpaste first, and only then started brushing her own teeth. A moment later, I groggily stumbled into the bathroom as well. Watching my girlfriend rinse her mouth, I took the foam-covered toothbrush right out of her hand, put it in my mouth, and started brushing. Seeing this, Yu Quince quickly spoke up.
I just used that.
"Does not it gross you out?" I did not answer. Instead, I reached out an arm to loop around her waist, resting my chin on her shoulder. I kept my eyes closed, continuing to brush my teeth, while pressing my cheek against hers. Yu Quince instantly understood what I meant. The corners of her mouth curled up. She raised her slender, delicate hand and gently stroked my cheek. Her boyfriend did not mind using her unrinsed toothbrush at all, which made the young girl's heart flutter. He must love her to the very marrow of his bones, right? As for her own toothbrush, of course she would keep using it. She had willingly done much more intimate and messy things for him with absolute joy. Why would she care about this? I, on the other hand, had a different take, loving her to the bone. Not quite. At least not yet. After all, I did not have a love brain. Sure, buddy. Keep telling yourself that while you literally share toothpaste backwash, these things have to progress step by step. The reason I acted this way was because, to me, Yu Quince was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. She had only ever been tainted by me. so every inch of her was fragrant. Of course, I would not be grossed out. If it were a girlfriend with a dating history, I definitely would not do this. Who knows how many people would have tasted those lips? Wait, no, I would not even date a woman with a romantic history. Why would I, a pristine sheet of paper, go looking for a used newspaper? The purity culture metaphors are truly wild today. If I were a used newspaper, then I would lower my standards and look for another newspaper. Luckily, there were 3 suitcases and a few woven bags in the storage room. Otherwise, we would have to go downstairs to buy some. After freshening up, the 2 of us did not even eat breakfast, each grabbing a suitcase and some woven bags. We went back to our respective bedrooms to start packing. Yu Quince was the first to take out her precious collection and pack it away carefully. Those were her most important treasures. They absolutely could not be discovered. Taking them out to admire them later would bring back the memory of her boyfriend fully releasing his desires for the first time. Meanwhile, on my end, after roughly shoving my clothes into the suitcase, I started packing the bed sheets. But when I picked up the second off-white bed sheet, I noticed some light brown marks. Looking closely, it looked an awful lot like dried blood. Then it hit me. Was not this the bed sheet from Yu Quince's first time? That must be the stain she left behind. Bro, please discover laundry detergent. I'm begging you. So careless. How did I forget to put it away? And that girl too. She did not even care about it. Luckily, it had not been washed. I absolutely had to treasure it. This couple was truly on the exact same wavelength. Both of them, with their own little secret motives, were hoarding the messy physical evidence they had left for each other. We packed straight through until noon. The moving company staff arrived, and after bustling about for over an hour, everything was loaded onto the truck. I tipped the workers a little extra, booking them for tomorrow's delivery. Since we were heading out tomorrow at noon, the freight truck would get there much faster. We could not just have them waiting around for us, could we? Watching the moving truck drive off in the distance. The 2 of us, starving, first went to the courier station to pick up my male driver's license. Then, hand in hand, we headed to the nearest hot pot restaurant. This time, Yu Quince went to the sauce station. I sat at the table and waited. Before long, the young girl gracefully returned holding 2 bowls of dipping sauce. She sat next to me and said, "Look, the essentials: sesame paste, sweet vinegar, a dash of Sichuan peppercorn oil, and some chopped spicy millet peppers. Not bad, right?" I dipped my chopsticks in, tasted it, and pinched Yu Quince's soft cheek as I gave my verdict. "It is good, but you do not have to rigidly copy my exact preferences. Whatever you like is the best. Honestly, every restaurant's sauce tastes a bit different. Anyway, of all the places I have eaten at, I have never tasted the exact same flavor twice. Maybe it also has to do with the slightly different ratios of seasonings used each time." Yu Quince, completely lacking her own opinions on the matter, firmly rejected the idea. "No way. Whatever you like to eat is definitely the most delicious." I smiled dotingly, pulled her into my arms, and playfully tickled her with a barely noticeable motion. Yu Quince did not resist. She just blushed and pleaded, "There are too many people here. You can play with me however you want when we get home. Okay?" Naturally, I did not make things difficult for her. I let go and behaved myself, just wrapping an arm around her waist. Shortly after, the waiter brought over the broth pot and all the raw ingredients. Yu Quince skillfully dropped in the lamb and used her chopsticks to swish the beef tripe in the boiling broth. About 10 seconds later, she held one hand underneath to catch the dripping soup, while using the other to feed the tripe right to my mouth. I did not stand on ceremony. I ate it in one bite and even licked her chopsticks. Yu Quince smiled happily, turned around, and continued cooking the rest of the food. Once the lamb was cooked, I scooped it all out and put it into Yu Quince's bowl. She looked at me in confusion and asked, "Why are you giving it all to me? I can't eat all of this. Let us eat it together. If it boils for too long, the meat will get tough." Obediently, Yu Quince pushed the sauce bowl to the middle, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. Noticing that she kept accidentally getting her hair in her mouth, I put down my chopsticks, gathered the loose strands framing her face, and smoothed them to the back, holding them together with the rest of her long flowing hair. I held her hair back for her. Seeing how considerate her boyfriend was, Yu Quince gave me a sweet smile, picked up a piece of lamb, and fed it to me. And just like that, the guy held the girl's hair back for her, while the girl took a bite for herself, and then fed a bite to the guy. This incredibly sweet scene was making plenty of the younger diners around us fiercely jealous, seeing such an affectionate couple. The woman from the middle-aged couple at the next table suddenly spoke up. "Young man, you really know how to spoil your girlfriend. And the young lady is so sweet and considerate. I have seen plenty of young couples before, but they usually just eat their own food. Rarely do you see a pair taking care of each other so thoughtfully. You two need to stay together. Try to get married." Hearing this, I politely replied, "Thank you, Auntie. We are definitely going to get married." Yu Quince also beamed with absolute bliss. "Auntie, I am not his girlfriend. I am his fiancée. The kind officially recognized by our family. The middle-aged woman looked surprised. Oh my, you are so young and you are already engaged. Well then, I wish you a speedy arrival of a precious baby. Auntie is skipping straight to the end credits here. I quickly waved my hands. No, no, no.
I appreciate the kind words, Auntie.
But we have to finish college before we can have kids. The middle-aged woman, however, was quite open-minded. She brushed it off entirely. So what if you're college students? Plenty of people get married and pregnant in college these days.
You are already engaged.
You should hurry up. A shotgun wedding would be so beautiful. The middle-aged man next to her quickly covered his wife's mouth and apologized nervously. Sorry. You two should focus on your studies. Do not listen to her nonsense. We are so sorry for bothering you. Please go ahead and eat. It is fine, uncle. I did not mind it at all. I knew the auntie meant well. Auntie makes a great point. It would be so beautiful. Quince's eyes sparkled with sheer excitement. She turned to me and whispered playfully, Hubby, let us have a baby. Have a baby, my foot. You little idiot, just eat your food. Feeling helpless, I flicked her forehead. Quince rubbed her forehead, pouted unhappily, picked up a piece of lamb to eat, and then picked up another piece to feed to me. By the time we finished eating, it was already 4,000 p.m. The weather was unbearably hot. We lost any desire to go shopping, so we just held hands and headed straight home. After walking through the door, I could not stand the sticky sweat all over me. So I went to the bathroom for a quick rinse. Quince felt fine, so she did not join me. Instead, she sneaked stealthily into the bedroom, pulled out a pair of scissors, and yanked open the nightstand drawer. She dumped all the little rubber umbrellas out of their box, and then, very naughtily, poked a few tiny holes in each own with the tip of the scissors. Madam, that is considered a crime in several jurisdictions. Then she quickly shoved them all back. Everything returned to its original place. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, the girl's movements sped up instantly. She chucked the scissors right under the bed. Author stuttered again. Then she casually opened the door, clasped her hands behind her back, and started humming a soft tune. Looking at her, I felt like something was off. I walked over and asked, What is up with you? What do you mean? What is up? Quince's face flushed slightly, and she guiltily turned her head away. Suspicious. What bad thing did you just do? Seeing the girl acting so unnatural, I knew for sure something was wrong. Seeing that she was about to be exposed, Quince's face turned beet red. She blurted out, I rewarded myself a little. I stared at her, genuinely shocked. She just said that out loud.
Ahem.
Well, do you still need my help? To cover up her actual secret, Quince was practically on the verge of tears from embarrassment. She bit her lip, and with misty, tear-filled eyes, looked at me pitifully. Is the manuscript buffering? Then she grabbed my hand and dragged me into the room. We tumbled onto the bed together. After a deep, passionate exchange, I pulled open the drawer and got busy. Seeing this, Quince felt even guiltier. She tightly covered her face with her hands, chanting internally over and over, Please do not notice. Please do not notice. Now in the bedroom, I held the fast asleep Quince and opened my eyes. I woke up first today, but actually, I was woken up by the loud cicadas outside the window. Furious, I marched over to the window, pushed open the screen, and leaned half my body out. Spotting that noisy cicada clinging to the wall, I stretched out my arm to reach it, but could not quite grab it. As if to mock me, the cicada started chirping even louder. You little shit, if I do not deal with you today. My last name is not Gu. Starting beef with an insect peak male behavior. Quince was woken up by the commotion before she even had time to fully wake up. She was terrified by my reckless acrobatics. She scrambled over to me, wrapped her arms around my waist, and yanked me back with all her might. Feeling the soft, slight curve pressed against my back, I went with her momentum and stepped back. That is too dangerous. We are on the 10th floor. What if you fell? Do you have any idea how fast my heart was beating just now? Can you think about the consequences before you do something? You are the only family I have left. If something happens to you, what am I supposed to do? I have not even had your children yet. We have not grown old together yet. Your punishment is no touching me for the next 3 days. Just to teach you a lesson. Quince puffed up her cheeks and scolded me angrily. Her tone was sharp, completely devoid of her usual soft, gentle sweetness. It looked like she was genuinely pissed. Knowing I was entirely in the wrong, I immediately wrapped my arms around her smooth back, buried my face into her prominent collarbone, and shamelessly nuzzled her, whining playfully. I was wrong. My sweet Quince, please take back the punishment. I promise I won't ever do that again. Cut it out. Quince pushed my head away, broke free from my embrace, and sat on the bed. She crossed her arms, turned her back to me, and gave me the silent treatment. This was the first time I had ever seen her angry at me. It was honestly kind of novel. Thick-skinned as ever, I leaned in again, tightly hugging her soft, fair body from behind. Rubbing my cheek against her soft face, I coaxed her gently. Okay, Okay, do not be mad. I really did not mean to scare you. It absolutely won't happen again, I promise. Look how sincerely I am apologizing. Be the bigger person. Do not hold a grudge against this lowly servant. Himph. Quince wiggled her body, but seeing that she could not shake me off, she let out a delicate himph, completely ignoring me. Actually, she had already forgiven me the moment I apologized. But just to make sure I learned my lesson, she maintained the angry act. I genuinely thought my wife was still furious, so I simply turned her head and captured those thin, pink lips. Lovers' quarrels are never really a big deal. There is nothing a kiss can't solve, and if own is not enough, then two will do the trick. Quince tried hard to suppress her fluttering heart, refusing to respond, letting me kiss her passionately all on my own. But gradually, her defenses crumbled entirely. She actively wrapped her arms around my head, tangling with me even more deeply. She could not help it. Her domineering boyfriend, who usually protected her, was actively showing weakness. It was just too irresistible. She loved it. Just as Quince was about to take the initiative for some morning exercise, I quickly stopped her. Hurry up and get ready. We have a high-speed train to catch. Hearing this, the young girl finally snapped out of her daze. Her rapid, sweet breath brushed against my face. Her eyes rippled with emotion, overflowing with affection. You could practically see the little heart shapes in her pupils, gathering her senses. She suddenly remembered she was supposed to be angry. She immediately turned her head away, letting out another cute, indignant hump. Right. All right.
You're not mad anymore, right?
Hurry up and go wash up. Says who? I am still mad. Quince acted tough for a brief second, and then commanded,
Dress me.
right away. Your servant obeys. I let go of her soft, smooth body, picked up her white, lace-trimmed bra from the floor. Raise your arms. The young girl obediently lifted them. After clasping it, I dawdled and adjusted it unnecessarily, earning a massive eye roll from Quince, hooking the straps and straightening them out. I then picked up her panties, guided her long, beautiful legs into them, pulled them up past her thighs. Lift. Your hips. The young girl obediently lifted them. I took a quick peek at the cotton fabric. Once everything was properly covered, I naughtily smacked her butt, which earned me yet another eye roll from Quince. Next, I grabbed her over the knee socks, slid them over her relaxed, cute little toes, and pulled them up. I gripped her smooth arches and gave them a little squeeze, before finally picking up her white dress shirt and pleated skirt from the floor. Once she was fully dressed, Quince stood up, kissed my cheek, slipped on her slippers, and skipped merrily into the bathroom to wash up. Regarding this whole process, I can only say it was not bad at all. After putting on my own clothes, I glanced toward the bathroom where my girlfriend was washing her face. I immediately dashed to the kitchen, grabbed a broom, and crept silently back to the window. I stuck my head back outside, locked my eyes onto the cicada that was still buzzing, extended the arm holding the broom, and just started wildly swatting blind. The buzzing stopped instantly. I smirked triumphantly. I told you, if I do not deal with you, my last name is not Gyu, for the sake of our future children's naming rights. Any risk was worth taking. I found the perfect excuse for my petty, childish battle of egos. Hearing the noise, Quince immediately yelled out, Chen, what are you doing? Startled, I quickly pretended to be sweeping the floor and yelled back, almost ready to go, I am just quickly sweeping the bedroom floor. The girl did not suspect a thing. As I washed the cleanser off my face, I looked at my own guilty play-acting reflection in the mirror, and a sudden realization hit me. Was Lu Xingzhe right? Am I really destined to be a henpecked husband? I packed the little umbrellas and other supplies from the drawer, draped a white cloth over the bed, and then walked over to the bathroom. By this time, Quince was done washing up and was sitting on the toilet peeing. Walking in, I flashed a wicked grin, stepped forward, and like tickling a cat, scratched her sharp, delicate chin. Quince did not say anything. She just stared at me blankly, looking completely bewildered. Feeling a bit bored by the lack of reaction, I pulled my hand back, walked over to the sink, and started washing up. I could not be bothered to wash my hair. It was not too messy or greasy anyway, so it would have to do. After straightening her skirt, Quince flushed the toilet, walked up behind me, and hugged me tight, pressing her gorgeous face against my back. She asked softly, What do you want to eat? I will make it for you. As I lathered my face with cleanser, I replied, Just go rest for a bit. We are kind of running short on time. We will just grab a bite at the train station.
Right.
But the young girl kept clinging to me affectionately, refusing to let go. A moment later, done with my routine, I walked out of the bathroom with my little shadow attached. I picked up a small hair tie from the coffee table, stepped behind Quince, and gathered her silky hair into a high ponytail. I adjusted her French bangs and pulled out a few strands of hair to frame her face. All done. My wife is so beautiful. Let us go. I could not help but pinch Quince's flawless oval face, I planted a soft kiss on her pouty red lips, took her hand, and headed out the door. On the way, Yu Quince still looked a little reluctant to leave. I looked back at our little home. After all, it had witnessed all her memories and happiness. Arriving at the high-speed rail station, we grabbed a quick bite before I Yu Quince to the ticket gate. In a minute, just place your ed card on the turnstile scanner, and you can pass through. Just watch what I do. I pulled our 2 ID cards from my pocket, handing hers over. The young girl mimicked my actions and smoothly passed through security. We reached the platform, followed the signs to our designated carriage, and boarded the train. Yu Quince looked around curiously at everything. I found our seats and let her take the window side. There were only 2 seats in our row, so we would not be disturbed by strangers. Yu Quince hugged my arm, leaned her head on my shoulder, and watched the hurried passengers outside the window. After about 10 minutes, the train slowly pulled out of the station. At first, the speed was quite slow. Since it was Yu Quince's first time on a high-speed train, she peeked around with wide-eyed curiosity. But as the train accelerated and the scenery outside whipped by in a blur, the young girl pressed her face against the glass in sheer amazement. So fast. It is way, way faster than a car. I will take you on a plane sometime. That is even faster. You can even admire the clouds right outside your window. I chuckled and ruffled her soft hair. Leaving the Shanghai high-speed rail station, I grabbed Yu Quince's hand, hailed a random taxi, and headed straight for Eugene Grand Mansion. Watching the familiar streetscapes outside the window, I could not help but sigh. Life is so unpredictable. I was once so absolutely certain I would never come back here. Yet here I was in the end, arriving at Eugene Grand Mansion. Yu Quince and I first went to the property management office. We registered my owner information and picked up the keys, access cards, and property deeds. I then called the moving company to tell them to head over, since we had nothing else to do while waiting. The 2 of us headed straight to Villa No. 16. A high-end villa district was indeed on a completely different level from a regular neighborhood. After wandering around the house for half the day, Yu Quince looked at our absurdly luxurious new home in pure awe. Unable to tell if she was dreaming or awake, she poked my arm gently and asked,
Chen,
"Can I really live here?" I pulled the young girl into my arms and said gently, "Why could not you?"
You are my little princess.
Smooth. Very smooth. Honestly, I just thought the place was not bad, having grown up in the Guo family's sprawling estate. My standards were obscenely high, but as my future home with Yu Quince, I felt this place was better than anywhere else on earth. Shortly after, with my approval, the moving company was let in by the security guards at the main gate. After working up a sweat for a while, the workers piled all our belongings in the center of the living room and left, staring at the floor covered in electronics, woven bags, and other random clutter gave me a massive headache. Luckily, I had Yu Quince, the ultimate virtuous homemaker. She systematically sorted and categorized everything, and I just moved the boxes to their designated spots. Yu Quince was personally unpacking our clothes and bedding. She split the walk-in closet right down the middle. Owen's side for our outdoor outfits, and the other for our loungewear and pajamas. Both of our undergarments and socks were grouped together and neatly tucked into several drawers, because the new bed was a massive round Owen. The bed sheets we brought from home could not be used anymore, so they were shoved into a cabinet to gather dust. As for Yu Quince's most precious trophy collection, she naturally hid it away in a corner cabinet, and the bedsheet stained with the young girl's first time was secretly kept by me in a suitcase and stashed in the storage room. You two are absolute hoarders of the weirdest things. Looking at the walk-in closet that was already half full, I hugged Yu Quince's soft, slender waist from behind and teased her. "We are already sharing the exact same bedroom. Do you think this is appropriate for a mere girlfriend?" Yu Quince completely missed my teasing tone. Her face filled with longing and happiness as she replied, "Let me correct you. I am officially approved by your mother. I am your fiancé. Besides, moving again when we get married would be such a hassle. Is not it so much easier this way? We can just save the guest bedroom for our future kids. Is not that a great plan?" She is planning 30 steps ahead. I respect it. It is a very great plan. Hearing her say that, a rush of warmth flowed through my heart. I moved one hand up to embrace her fully, while my other hand remained wrapped around her slender waist. I buried my face into the young girl's neck, breathing in her rich, sweet scent. As I inhaled deeply, I gradually tightened my arms, wishing I could literally merge her into my own body. Yu Quince seemed to sense my intense emotions. She raised her hand to stroke my cheek, speaking with the utmost gentleness. "Quince loves you the most. Forever and ever, you little idiot. I will always love you too," I whispered back softly. Yu Quince mumbled in dissatisfaction, puffed out her cheeks, and pinched my face instead of stroking it. I was making a very serious confession. "You need to respond properly. Who are you calling an idiot?" Half an hour later, Yu Quince had sorted out the clothes from our old laundry basket and tossed them into the washing machine for a high-temperature wash. But she deliberately left my underwear out in a separate pile. Watching the young girl scrubbing away at my boxers at the sink, I asked in confusion, Quince, you can just throw those in the machine on a hot cycle. Why are you wasting your energy washing them by hand? It had been the exact same back in Linjiang. My underwear was always hand washed by Yu Quince, while she casually tossed her own into the washing machine. I had wanted to ask her about this for a while, but kept forgetting until now. Seeing her do it again reminded me. Yu Quince wrung out on pair, draped it aside, and started scrubbing the next on. As she answered in complete seriousness, I absolutely refuse to leave the hygiene of my future happiness in the hands of a machine. I only feel at ease washing it thoroughly with my own two hands. Well, that is certainly Owen's way to show dedication to the relationship. I honestly did not know what to say to that. I just shook my head helplessly and turned back to the living room. I pulled out my phone, logged into the property management app, and ordered some groceries to be delivered. The property fees here were outrageously expensive. Grocery delivery was the bare minimum they should offer. Barely 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. I got up, opened the door, and immediately said, "Is your property service always this fast?" The delivery man paused for a second, realized I was a new owner, and immediately smiled as he explained, "Sir, you might not know this yet, but Eugene Grand Mansion has its own dedicated cold storage. All vegetables, eggs, and milk are restocked fresh every 3 days. If an owner needs anything, we offer 24-hour on-call delivery." Right then, I guess that barely justifies the $5,000 a month property fee. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, sir. Please contact the property office anytime if you need anything." I brought the groceries into the kitchen. Just as I rolled up my sleeves to wash the vegetables, Yu Quince finished her chores upstairs and walked down. She looked at the produce on the counter in confusion. Where did the vegetables come from? I ordered them through the property management app, and they just brought them over. I turned on the faucet and started washing the greens as I replied, "The property management offers this kind of service." Yu Quince walked over to help me wash them. "Yep, I do pay $5,000 a month in property fees after all. I will download the app for you later. Just buy groceries through there from now on. Do not bother going out to buy them yourself." Yu Quince's voice instantly jumped up an octave.
$5,000
a month. Do we really have to pay that? I nodded.
Absolutely.
Yu Quince pursed her lips, her heart bleeding for the money. "Then I'm going to make them deliver groceries all the time. We have to earn our money's worth back," spoken like a true penny pincher. I laughed and tapped her cute upturned nose with my wet finger. "You just boss them around as much as you want." Yu Quince wiped the tip of her nose with the back of her hand. "Just focus on washing the vegetables." The two of us bustled around the kitchen. Having starved for nearly the whole day, we finally sat down to eat. To celebrate our housewarming, we naturally had 4 dishes and a soup. Blinded by sheer starvation, I had scooped an absolutely massive bowl of rice. Unsurprisingly, I hit a wall at the end and left some behind, clutching my uncomfortably stuffed stomach. I half slumped onto the sofa, refusing to move a single muscle. After Yu Quince finished her own bowl, she picked up my leftover rice and finished that off too. Luckily, I had not left much, or she would have been too stuffed to move as well. She washed the dishes, put the leftover food in the fridge, and slowly walked over to sit on the sofa. She was quite full herself, but still thoughtfully reached out to massage my overly stuffed stomach. You know what they say? A full belly leads to wandering thoughts. Even though it was just a simple stomach massage, it was enough to spark a familiar fire. I enjoyed the massage for a little while, before suddenly standing up, sweeping her into a princess carry, and heading straight upstairs. Yu Quince instinctively wrapped her arms around my neck and asked, "Where are we going?" I sniffed her fair, swan-like neck, my tone dripping with unmistakable intent. "To test out if the new bed is soft, of course, and to help digest our food." Yu Quince's skin flushed a pretty shade of pink, and she let out a soft, compliant pushing the bedroom door open. I gently laid the girl down on the cotton soft round bed. We exchanged a smile before kissing each other passionately. I then pulled the hair tie holding her ponytail, and her jet black hair instantly cascaded down, as smooth as a silken waterfall, clothes scattered onto the floor. Just as the passion peaked, I actually managed to pull myself back. I rationally held her at arm's length and said, "Wait, an umbrella." Yu Quince's rationality slowly returned as well. To avoid exposing her little sabotage plan from earlier, she eagerly pulled open the nightstand drawer. "I will help you put it on." A long time later, dusk was completely swallowed by the night, following a beautiful lingering cry echoing through the bedroom. The storm finally subsided. I tightly embraced the soft, flushed Yu Quince, kissing her thin, cherry-red lips. But Yu Quince, who had been responding enthusiastically, suddenly furrowed her brow and pushed me away. Still in the bedroom, I nudged her nose with mine and asked softly, "What is wrong?" "My stomach feels a bit weird. I think my period just started." Yu Quince explained, "We literally just finished, and it arrives right on cue. Talk about perfect timing. Seems like it. Yu Quince bashfully buried her face into my neck, nuzzling against me. I felt a wave of relief. That was way too close. We almost ended up fighting a bloody battle. Then I asked, do you need to go put on a pad? My legs are jelly. Carry me to the bathroom and grab a pad for me while you're at it. Yu Quince whined playfully. I threw back the covers, scooped the girl up, and carried her to the bathroom. Then I went downstairs to the storage room to grab some overnight pads. Meanwhile, Yu Quince sat on the toilet, her face a mask of pure regret. Her sabotage plan had been absolutely flawless, but she had not accounted for the insurmountable wall that was Aunt Flo. All her sneaky efforts tonight had been completely in vain. Crime does not pay, girl. I brought the pads back upstairs to the bedroom, scooped her panties off the floor, and walked back into the bathroom. I handed everything over to her, and then just stood there completely motionless. Seeing that I had zero intention of leaving, Yu Quince had no choice but to suppress her embarrassment. Blushing furiously, she attached the sanitary pad. After pulling up her panties, she stepped onto the floor with her pinkish toes still completely topless. She wrapped her arms around my arm, dragged me out of the bathroom, and coaxed me into going to sleep. Does your stomach hurt? I asked with concern. It is fine. I do not really get cramps. Right then, tomorrow I will have the property management send over some brown sugar and jujubes, so I can make you some ginger tea. I will ask for a hot salt bag too. The next morning, it was a bit cloudy today, making it look rather gray and gloomy outside. Yu Quince woke up feeling quite unhappy because of her period. She could not press her body flush against mine without a barrier in the way. She felt like there was a literal wall between her and total happiness. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, but just as she tried to sit up, a sharp tug on her scalp pulled her back down.
Ouch.
Looking back at me, still fast asleep, she realized her hair was pinned firmly underneath my body. Yu Quince gave it a little tug first, but it would not budge. Left with no other choice, she gently pushed my shoulder. Her voice carried that soft, raspy sweetness of someone who just woke up.
Chen.
Get up. I groggily peeled my eyes open and asked in confusion,
What is wrong?
does your stomach hurt? No, you are lying on my hair. Yu Quince replied in a sweet, whiny tone. Oh, sorry. I quickly rolled onto my side after helping untangle her hair. The young girl smiled sweetly, leaned over, and planted a kiss on the corner of my mouth. Why are you apologizing? Go back to sleep for a bit.
I will go make breakfast.
Take my phone downstairs with you. Just order the groceries directly through the property app. While you're at it, get some brown sugar and jujubes for yourself, and tell them to make a run to buy a hot salt bag for you. Listening to my instructions, Yu Quince picked up my phone, swung her beautiful legs over the edge of the bed to slip on her slippers, and said, Got it. I will call you when breakfast is ready. Now that I was fully awake, I could not fall back asleep. I sat up, leaning against the curved headboard, staring blankly into space. Suddenly, I thought of someone. That is right, Lu Xingzhe. That idiot had not contacted me a single time since the exams ended, and because I had been so wrapped up in being lovey-dovey with Yu Quince, I had completely forgotten to ask him about his score and college choices. As a bro, that was a major fail. Thinking of this, I reached to grab my phone to text him, only to remember Her Highness had just taken it downstairs. Well, whatever. I picked up Yu Quince's phone instead. It did not have a passcode. I unlocked it and opened WeChat. Her friends list was incredibly clean. I was her ON and only contact. Slightly concerning, but okay. I clicked on the search bar, typed in Lu Xingzhe's phone number, and sent a friend request. For the request note, I typed Gu Cheng's wife. Barely 10 seconds later, he accepted the request. Lu Xingzhe immediately sent the first message. Sister-in-law, I replied. It is Gu Chengchen? Quince took my phone, so I have to use her account to talk to you. Lu Xingzhe fired back, completely sour. Are you just trying to show off how much trust you two have? I skipped the nonsense and cut straight to the chase.
What have you been up to?
You have not contacted me for 2 months.
Also, what was your score? Where are you applying? Lu Xingzhe replied, 588, an undergrad program in Shaanxi. It is not like you bothered to contact me either. I knew you were busy being all lovey-dovey, to tell you the truth. Your boy is in an online relationship now. I'm busy being lovey-dovey too. I was genuinely surprised. Is it reliable? Who are you looking down on? She is a total knockout, okay? Have you met up in person? Any pictures? We met playing video games. I was utterly speechless. Please do not tell me she has an alcoholic dad, a mom who ran off, a younger brother she has to put through school, and a broken soul. Or maybe she helps her grandpa sell tea in the mountains. Do not fall for a scam, bro. Classic internet scam tropes right there. Oh, please. I am not an idiot. Right then, just keep your guard up. Right then, Yu Quince walked into the bedroom. She did not care in the slightest that I was playing on her phone. She dove straight into my arms, nuzzling her head against my chest wildly. Time to eat. Chen Chen. I wrapped one arm around her back and used the other to type a quick reply to Lu Xing's. My wife is cuddling in my arms, acting spoiled and calling me down to eat. Can't chat anymore. Bye! The moment I sent that, I deleted him from her friends list. On the other end, Lu Xingjie was probably grinding his teeth, typing out a barrage of furious messages, only to be met with a string of red exclamation marks. Savage. After breakfast, I sneakily left the house for an errand. I did not tell Yu Quince a thing, and I did not get back until noon. In the kitchen, I poured the freshly boiled concoction of brown sugar, jujubes, and shredded ginger into Yu Quince's thermos. Our plan for today was to hit up the amusement park, but since Yu Quince was on her period and could not be exposed to cold water, I had firmly crossed off all the water rides from our itinerary. I twisted the cap on tightly and stuffed the thermos into my backpack. I did a quick inventory of the bag's contents. Everything essential was there. Anything we forgot, we could just buy there. Just then, Yu Quince elegantly descended the staircase. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. Even without a drop of makeup, her delicate oval face was breathtakingly beautiful. Blended into her pure first love aura was an unmistakable hint of mature, captivating charm that only a beloved wife possessed. I admired her for a good moment before suddenly asking, "Did you wear safety shorts underneath?"
I did.
Yu Quince nodded and very naturally lifted the hem of her skirt slightly, letting me see the safety shorts underneath. Satisfied, I stepped forward, wrapped my arms around her slender waist, pressed my nose against hers, and whispered, "Good girl. My girlfriend looks absolutely stunning today." How could a girl so completely head over heels possibly resist words like that? She immediately puckered her red lips and planted them firmly on mine. We made out passionately for quite a while before finally pulling apart. "Let us go." I slung my backpack over my shoulder, took Yu Quince's small hand in mine, and we headed out the door. Meanwhile, at that exact same time, Shen Miaoshu was sitting in a cafe. She gently stirred her coffee, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Sitting across from her was an incredibly elegant and exquisite woman. The woman took a delicate sip of her coffee and asked softly, "Miaoshu, I heard the little wolf dog you fancy has returned to the city." Shen Miaoshu merely gave a soft in response and stayed silent. The woman sitting across from her was one of her closest friends, and Wenxin. She was also the only person in the world who knew that Shen Miaoshu harbored feelings for the boy she had practically watched grow up. "So what is the plan? Are you still intending to lock him down and keep him firmly in your grasp?" And Wenxin asked. Shen Miaoshu let out a bitter, self-deprecating smile. "You know as well as I do that it is impossible between us. Whether it is our relationship dynamic or our age gap, or our family backgrounds, not to mention, he already has a genuinely good girl whom he loves and who loves him back." And Wenxin thought about it carefully. It really did make sense. Shen Miaoshu's family background was too prominent, and there were far too many people waiting in the dark to sabotage her. This kind of taboo relationship would definitely be weaponized by those with ulterior motives. It would not be good for her, nor for that young man. Even the slightest misstep could drag the entire Shen family down from their pedestal. And Wenxin sighed and could not help but roast her friend. "Of all the people you could have fallen for, how did you end up liking a brat you practically watched grow up?" Classic trope alert. Though usually it is the other way around. Shen Miaoshu fell silent for a moment. She took a sip of her coffee, seemingly explaining, yet also muttering to herself, that child was neglected by his mother from a young age, so his personality matured way too early. At first, I honestly just pitied him and wanted to show him some care, but gradually, he acted less and less like a child, and even started taking the initiative to look after me instead. Over all these years, I know my family background and our age gap do not permit me to have these kinds of feelings, but my heart just unconsciously leans toward him. What can I do? Love is inherently unreasonable. If it could be easily controlled and discarded, it would not be love, would it? Anyway, I will probably never date or get married in this lifetime. It is better to just quietly protect him from a distance. Maybe help him babysit his future kids, and let him see me off in my old age. That is actually a pretty happy ending. A bit overly dramatic, but we love a devoted queen. Hearing this, and Wenxin shook her head helplessly and mumbled to herself. Meanwhile, outside the amusement park, I took Yu Quince through security and ticket check. The young girl looked curiously at the various rides in motion, the crowds beaming with bright smiles, and the children playfully running around. I brought her to the double-decker carousel first. This was where you would find the most couples, along with plenty of kids. After lining up for a while, I led Yu Quince to sit on a white wooden horse, while I took the wooden bird next to her. As the machine slowly began to spin, the wooden animals gently bobbed up and down. Yu Quince was taking it all in with pure fascination. When she heard me call out, "Quince, look back!" Hearing this, the girl turned around in confusion, only to find me holding my phone horizontally, clearly about to take a picture of her. "Give me a smile, little Quince," prompted by her boyfriend. Yu Quince flashed me the sweetest smile imaginable. I quickly snapped several shots in a row, and then under my expert direction. We got plenty of photos in other poses, some with her arms raised high, throwing a peace sign, some with her holding her cheeks and looking forward, and some with her arms wide open, hair blowing in the wind. Once the ride stopped, I pulled her in for a few more selfies, including one where we sat on the same horse, and I wrapped her in my arms. Though we were quickly shooed away by the staff right after, gotta respect the queue after all. Strolling down the fairy tale-esque pathways, we spotted a small ice cream stand by the road. I went up and bought a vanilla-flavored one.
I let her have 2 licks.
Before mercilessly claiming the rest for myself. Quince did not complain at all. She just obediently hooked her arm through mine, watching me eat with a gaze full of pure tenderness. It was her time of the month after all. Otherwise, she definitely would have fought me for every bite. After finishing the sickeningly sweet treat, we arrived at the pirate ship. Want to try this? It might be a bit intense, I asked, feeding my girlfriend the very last bite of the ice cream cone. Quince stuck out her little tongue, licking a speck of ice cream from the corner of her mouth and said, "Let us try it." Having never been to an amusement park before, she naturally wanted to experience everything. After lining up and boarding, I specifically chose seats right in the middle. The G-force here is relatively milder as the safety bar locked into place. I wrapped my arm around Quince's slender waist, pulling her close against my chest. Gradually, the pirate ship began to swing. It was fine at first. Quince relaxed and enjoyed it for a moment, feeling like she was just on a giant swing. But as it picked up speed, she practically buried her head straight into my chest. Feeling the massive pendulum motion, the poor girl's heart was doing flips. I did not feel much of anything, honestly. I even cheerfully whipped out my phone to record my easily spooked girlfriend shrinking into my arms in a buttery smooth 60 FPS, stepping off the pirate ship. Quince's legs were literally shaking. I guided her to a bench by the path, and we sat for a while until she finally caught her breath. Maybe it was her first time going on a thrill ride, so her system just had not adjusted yet. After that, I took her on a bunch of other rides. Things like those kiddie rocking cars and a mini trampoline bungee jump. Basically all the incredibly tame, gentle attractions. Of course, we did not slack on the photos either. The gallery was now packed with images of her bright, happy smiles. It was not until around 5 p.m. when we walked past the roller coaster that I gave her hand a little squeeze and asked, "A roller coaster is a must-do at an amusement park. Want to give it a shot?" It is definitely crazier than the pirate ship. Just the thought of the pirate ship still gave her lingering trauma. But not wanting to ruin her boyfriend's fun, she nodded and agreed. "Let us try it." "Girl, blink twice if you need rescuing." After a brief wait in line, I quickly pulled Quince to the very front row and sat down. I had my reasons. Sure, it is more intense up front, but it is infinitely safer. If someone behind us decided to throw up, the splash zone would absolutely not reach us. Pro gamer move right there. The safety restraints on a roller coaster are not like the pirate ship. They lock you in individually. Because of this, the girl could not dive into her boyfriend's arms for comfort. She could only grip my hand for dear life. As the coaster launched, it started with a slow, agonizing climb, but once we reached the peak, the car came to a dead stop, staring down at the near vertical drop. Quince squeezed my hand even tighter. Suddenly, the roller coaster plunged downward. A chorus of screams instantly erupted through the air. Quince did not scream at all. She just instinctively squeezed her eyes shut and bit down hard on her lip. The massive spike in adrenaline made her squeeze my hand with a terrifying amount of strength. It genuinely hurt, but I did not let go. Instead, I gripped her hand right back just as firmly. Once the nightmare-inducing ride ended, the coaster pulled into the station and stopped. Quince's face was completely drained of color, and her whole body was trembling uncontrollably. My heart ached as I scooped her up out of the seat in a princess carry. She clung to me like I was her last lifeline, looping her arms tightly around my neck. Off to the side, another guy looking equally pale was just awkwardly patting his girlfriend's back. The girl looked over at us with pure envy, then turned around and glared at her own boyfriend. "Look at them. I want to be carried too." The guy just gave a weak, awkward smile. "Let us skip it. I do not want to drop you. I could piggyback you, maybe, but I definitely do not have the arm strength to carry you like that." Bro really just admitted defeat instantly, completely forgetting her fear of the roller coaster. The girl stomped her foot and stormed off, leaving her boyfriend in the dust. I was entirely oblivious to this side drama. Of course. Carrying the girl in my arms, I headed to a relatively quieter spot. Naturally, we drew quite a few stairs along the way. After all, a full princess carry in public is pretty rare to see, especially in such a crowded place. Plus, being an exceptionally attractive couple naturally brought in even more spectators. Once we settled onto a bench, Quince's breathing had mostly leveled out. The only reason she was still glued to my chest was purely out of shyness, and because she loved the feeling of being completely enveloped in safety. Still a bit worried, I pressed pressed my cheek against the top of her head. Owen's arm held her soft frame tightly, while my other hand gently patted her slightly damp back. At the same time, I softly comforted her.
There.
It is okay. Do not be scared. We will never go on that again. How about I buy you some milk tea? No more scary stuff, all right? I finally realized that Quince simply was not built for thrill rides. I would have to make sure to avoid them from now on. Right. While I was comforting my girlfriend, a beautiful woman dressed in an elegant dress was walking nearby, holding the hand of a 7 or 8-year-old girl.
Mommy,
I want ice cream.
The elegant woman tapped her daughter's forehead lightly and refused. No way. You already had ON. If you get a tummy ache, your dad is going to come home and spank you. The little girl adorably tilted her head up. Daddy is so busy every day. Where would he find the time to spank me? Mommy, please just let me have ON more. No, even if you do not get a spanking, you still can't have ON. As she spoke, the woman caught a glimpse of me out of the corner of her eye. In that instant, she snapped her head over, freezing in place without even blinking. Staring at the young figure sitting on the bench, she could not help but whisper under her breath, "Big brother." Oh boy, the secret billionaire heir plotline is officially engaging. But very quickly, the woman snapped back to reality. A sorrowful look crossed her eyes. Her older brother had sacrificed himself long ago. But how could this boy look so identical to him? Could it be that the sample her brother left before passing was used by someone for IVF and it actually succeeded? That does not make sense though. Did not the doctors say the viability was so low it was basically impossible? And would not it lose viability completely after 3 years of cryopreservation?
Mommy,
What are you doing? Seeing her mom spacing out, the little girl tugged at the hem of her dress in confusion. Be good, Nini. Mommy needs to make a phone call. Do not make any noise. Okay? Seeing that her mom had serious business, the little girl obediently kept quiet. She just squatted on the ground and started playing with some pebbles. You could tell right away she was a very well-raised child. As the call connected, a deep, stern voice came through the receiver. Han. I think I just saw my older brother's child. The elegant woman did not beat around the bush and dropped the bomb immediately. How certain are you? He looks exactly like him. Way too similar. He looks around 20 years old too. The timeline roughly matches up. Do not forget, your brother's incident happened 22 years ago. His sample already had an incredibly low viability rate. Not to mention it had been cryopreserved for 3 years. It would have lost all viability long ago. If the boy is really around 18 to 20, then the timeline does not actually align. The stern voice reminded her, you have to factor in the 10 months of pregnancy too. The voice on the other end went silent for a moment before replying. Even if that is true, that means someone went to the clinic and willingly accepted the donation to conceive the child. Even if he has your brother's blood, he has nothing to do with the Yusuf family. Acknowledging him would be highly inappropriate. Are we really just going to watch my brothers flesh and blood drift through the world all alone outside the Yusuf family? The woman's voice grew agitated, thick with tears. The deep, stern voice finally sighed in compromise. Take a picture and we will investigate it. We will decide what to do once we have the results. For now, do not mention a word to your mother or your second and third brothers. With that, the call was abruptly ended. The woman quickly snapped several photos of me, then grabbed her daughter and hurriedly left the scene. Back inside the amusement park bubble, Quince slyly peeked up at me. Seeing me gazing into the distance, my hand still endlessly patting her back in a steady rhythm, she could not help but think to herself, he really acts like a good dad patiently coaxing his baby. Wait! No. Suddenly, I looked down, locking eyes perfectly with her beautiful gaze. Startled, Quince instantly buried her face back into my chest. I saw that. No use hiding now, ready to go eat. I could not help but laugh at the cute display, gently pinching her soft, delicate cheek as I asked. Quince just tightened her arms around my waist and mumbled, milk tea, you promised? Right. All right. I smiled helplessly. We will get milk tea, then we will get dinner. And tonight, I will take you on the Ferris wheel. How about that? Hearing this, a spark of anticipation flared in Quince's heart. She obediently agreed. With that, she finally peeled herself off my chest, smoothed out her skirt, and whispered, okay, let us go. I stood up as well, took her hand, and headed toward the milk tea shop. Quince glanced down at our interlocked hands, then assertively reached out with her free arm and hugged my arm tightly against her chest, finally satisfied. Feeling the soft pressure against my arm, I playfully tried to pinch her cute little nose in a doting manner. She giggled and dodged, then quickly planted a swift kiss on my cheek. Inside a Chinese restaurant, Quince was holding a cup of warm pearl milk tea, taking sips, and then constantly lifting it to my lips. Naturally, I took the straw and took a massive gulp. Do not drink too much, or you will be too full to eat when the food gets here. She took another sip through the straw, swallowing the sweet milk tea. Before long, several dishes and bowls of rice were brought to the table. Guoba oro sweet and sour crispy pork, liurododuan stir-fried pork strips,
Braised prawns.
mapo tofu. I did not start eating my own food immediately. Instead, I put on some plastic gloves and started peeling the shrimp. Every time I peeled on, I dropped it right into Yu Quince's bowl. And as a top-tier girlfriend, she did not just sit there reaping the rewards. She would feed me a piece of crispy pork, then a piece of stir-fried pork, followed by a spoonful of rice. We just kept looping this cozy routine. She did not finish all the peeled shrimp either. She deliberately saved plenty for me. After we finished eating, the sky had not completely darkened yet. I thought about it for a moment and decided to take Yu Quince to the haunted house. It would not have any physical G-force drops. And honestly, a couple's amusement park date is not complete without surviving a haunted house together. No sooner said than done. I took her hand and walked over to the haunted house. I glanced over the rules and safety guidelines. It was not an escape room or a puzzle-solving type of attraction. It was purely a walkthrough with live actors trying to jump scare you. Since it was currently prime dinner time, there were not many people in line. No queue at all. We could head straight in. Right before we entered, the staff member at the door announced, "If you have a heart condition or cannot handle jump scares, please step out now. In the event of an incident, the park bears no responsibility. Once inside, if you wish to quit, raise your hand and yell out loud. A staff member will escort you out. And most importantly, please refrain from punching our actors. I guess the NPCs have taken a few hits on the job."
Right.
There are multiple paths inside, each leading to a different themed zone. Please choose your own route. Have a terrifyingly good time. After the spiel, the 10 or so people with us all trickled into the dark building. I led Yu Quince down the path for the abandoned hospital theme. Initially, another couple was walking behind us, but for some reason, right as we neared the hospital entrance, they backed out and switched to a different route. Whatever did not matter to me. Two less third wheels meant we got the spooky atmosphere all to ourselves. The moment we pushed open the doors, we were greeted by a dilapidated hallway. The walls were covered in bloody handprints, with frantic messages scrawled in red liquid. Things like, "Get out," "Help me," "It is here," the very next second. Wait, let me repeat that. The very next second, the heavy doors behind us slammed shut with a deafening bang. It scared the living daylights out of Yu Quince. She frantically hugged my arm, her entire body trembling. I was mostly fine, just a tiny bit startled in my head. I turned around and pulled the door handle, locked tight, exactly as expected. Looks like we can only move forward. Yu Quince gave a tiny, frightened hum in response. We slowly crept forward down the corridor. It was dead silent all around us. We could not hear any screams from the other themed areas, so the soundproofing was clearly top-notch. As we passed by a dirty window, a hand suddenly slapped violently against the glass.
Slap.
Yu Quince did not scream this time. She just let out a sharp gasp of shock and pressed herself deeper into my side. We kept walking. At the end of the hallway was a dead end, but just as a creepy groaning sound echoed out, Owen of the rotting wooden doors behind us creaked open on its own. Knowing this was the obvious path forward, I had no choice but to lead her into that room. Inside, there were 2 hospital beds. The blanket on Owen was thrown aside, its sheets heavily stained with fake blood. The other bed was covered by a crisp white sheet, clearly hiding a body underneath. As we approached, I fully expected the corpse to suddenly sit up and jump scare us. Yu Quince was bracing for the exact same thing. However, the medical supply cabinet right behind us quietly unlatched instead. A grotesque, skeletal hand reached out and slowly draped itself over Yu Quince's shoulder. Looking at that horrifyingly realistic hand, she unleashed an absolute ear-piercing shriek and instantly dove straight into my chest. Shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, I snapped my head back immediately, only to see the fake hand already retracting. The cabinet door softly clicked shut again. Holding my panicked girlfriend tightly, I reassured her, "It is okay. It is okay. It is all fake. Look, I promise." Heart-pounding, Yu Quince hesitantly peeked over her shoulder. It was just an ordinary medical cabinet. Nothing was there. But right as she breathed a sigh of relief and lifted her head to step back out of my embrace, she suddenly noticed that the corpse lying on the bed had silently sat straight up, and it was staring right at her with a nightmarish grin. This masterful double-tap scare absolutely broke poor Yu Quince. Without another word, she launched herself right back onto me, her arms locked around my neck in a chokehold, burying her beautiful face firmly against my collarbone. Her long, slender legs even wrapped tightly around my waist. Koala mode activated. I had to quickly catch her by her thighs to keep her up. Before turning to face the actor, I could not help but praise him.
Bro,
that misdirection tactic was genuinely brilliant. The NPC did not utter a single word to break character. He just slowly raised his hand, gave me a solid thumbs up, and silently laid back down under his sheet. Meanwhile, soft sobbing noises were coming from against my chest. I quickly backed up against the wall and crouched down, cupping Quince's face in my hands, seeing her eyes all red, crying so pitifully like rain on pear blossoms. My heart ached. Right? All right, we are done. We are done. I will take you out of here right now, okay? She nodded pitifully, sniffling, and buried her face back into my neck. She buried her face back into my neck again. I stood back up, adjusting my grip to support her weight, and looked straight into the security camera in the corner. We quit. Please send someone to walk us out. A few seconds later, the NPC on the bed sat up again. He tossed the white sheet off, revealing a young guy with a friendly grin, wearing a headset. Follow me, bro. I am so sorry. Scared your girlfriend to tears, he stood up, adjusted his clothes, and apologized. But Quince in my arms turned her little head, and with a slight sob in her voice, corrected him. It is fiancé. After saying that, she buried her head back into my chest, all asserting dominance even while crying. You have to respect it. I smiled dotingly, rubbed her head, and said, my wife is just a bit too timid. The previously grinning guy could not smile anymore. Bro just wanted to do his job. He did not ask for this level of PDA damage. Just follow me. He led me out through the hospital entrance we had just come through, then went back to his post, exiting the haunted house. I saw there was still some time before 8 of the clock, so I held Quince and we sat on a bench to wait, perhaps due to the suspension bridge effect. Quince became even more clingy once she calmed down, sitting on my lap like a little kitten. She started kissing and licking my neck like she was grooming me. I am all sweaty. Do not you find it gross? Quince showed zero signs of stopping, sweetly taking a second to reply, I like it, before going right back to it. After enjoying it for a bit, my hands started getting restless too, caressing her fair thighs one moment, squeezing her plump bottom the next. We stayed like this until 7:30. I set the girl in my arms down on her feet, wrapped an arm around her slender waist, and went to line up for the Ferris wheel. Quince was very displeased on the way. She grabbed my hand and pressed it directly against her belly button, pressing her own hand firmly over the back of mine, as if she was terrified I might run away. After a short wait in line, we smoothly boarded the Ferris wheel. As our field of vision slowly rose, the young girl was already pressed against the window, looking down at the dazzling city lights of Shanghai and the beautiful moonlight shimmering on the river. It is so beautiful. Watching our cabin approach the very top, I hugged Quince's slim waist from behind and said, there is something even more beautiful coming up. I heard that when a Ferris wheel reaches the top, couples who kiss will stay together forever. Then we should kiss too, Quince said without a second thought. The moment her words fell, with a sharp bang, a streak of fire shot up into the sky, breaking the silence of the night. Immediately after, a gorgeous firework bloomed in the air. Then fireworks of various colors and sizes blossomed one after another, rising and falling in succession, illuminating the entire night sky. Pedestrians in the amusement park all took out their phones, snapping photos and recording this stunning scene. So pretty, I did not hear anything about a fireworks show today. Who cares? Just enjoy the view. Inside the cabin, Quince's beautiful eyes reflected the brilliant colors of the sky. I pressed my cheek against her soft face, suddenly holding a diamond ring between my fingers and slowly bringing it before her eyes. Wait, dropping the big bucks on a private fireworks show just for a promise ring? The flex is unreal. Quince, will you marry me? There was no kneeling on OA and knee, but there was a sky full of fireworks. Quince turned her head in shock, her expression full of disbelief. She stared blankly at her lover's profile, the deep affection in her eyes practically overflowing. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Quince slowly extended her left hand, her voice trembling with excitement. Of course I will. I slipped the diamond ring onto her ring finger, speaking with a gentle tone. Good girl. Quince loves Chenshin the most too. As the cabin reached the absolute highest point and paused, our lips pressed tightly together. It was not fierce or passionate, just the simplest touch between lovers. At this moment, the boy held the girl from behind, and the girl rested her soft hands over his large hands on her waist. This beautiful picture would be forever imprinted in each other's minds. After returning home, I first transferred the amusement park. The remaining 100,000 balance for the fireworks show? Yep, there is the confirmation. Unbelievable wealth. Then lazily lay on the bed scrolling through my phone. I was exhausted. This was way more tiring than shopping. Quince went to the walk-in closet to grab some fresh clothes, making a special detour to the bed just to give me a kiss, before happily swaying her little skirt all the way to the bathroom to shower. When she came out after showering and drying her hair, she found me still in the exact same position, scrolling on my phone.
Ahem.
Quince coughed on purpose, trying to get my attention, and she definitely succeeded. I looked over at her, only to see the young girl wearing a form-fitting purple stepmother dress. The legendary stepmom dress trope strikes again, which perfectly highlighted every curve of her exquisite figure. Her flawless first love face still carried a post-shower flush. That innocent yet alluring aura was simply too captivating. What made you decide to wear this? Are not you afraid? I will take you right here and now. I could not even look away. Yu Quinn strode over with her long legs wrapped in glossy sheer tights. Walking a literal catwalk to the edge of the bed, she bent her knees and crawled right up to my feet. Sitting up facing me, legs half bent, I dazedly enjoyed the view for a moment before saying a bit helplessly, "Aunt Flo is visiting, remember? Behave yourself." I was seriously afraid I would not be able to resist the temptation and end up hurting her. Yu Quince, however, completely ignored my warning. After a good while, getting a bit tired, the girl shifted her position, tugged at her collar, and started mimicking the moves she would seen in the manga in her head. I really could not handle much more of this. I laid flat on the bed, out of sight, out of mind. A long time later, Yu Quince slowly got up and said, "I will clean up a bit and then go make you dinner. Stop being lazy. Go take a shower." I let out a satisfied hum of agreement. In the bathroom, Yu Quince grabbed her towel and did a quick wipe down, a look of pity flashing across her beautiful face. As she muttered to herself, "What a waste. Girl is down astronomical." After watching her leave, I laid there for quite a while longer, before finally getting up to shower. 10 minutes or so later, watching the girl humming a tune in the kitchen, I walked up right behind her and wrapped her in a tight hug. My large hands wandered around like two slithering snakes, while I rubbed my cheek affectionately against hers, enjoying my caresses. She smiled softly and said, "It is getting pretty late. I'm just gonna stir-fry your own dish." "Okay, I will eat whatever you make." After dinner, both of us were pretty wiped out from a full day of playing. We did a quick cleanup and cuddled up together in bed, falling into a sweet sleep. Early the next morning, birds were chirping crisply outside the window. Still half asleep, Yu Quince stretched lazily, wanting to snuggle back into her lover's arms. But after groping around for a while without finding that warm body, she confusedly cracked one eye open, only to find her pillow partner gone. Not even bothering to put on clothes, she got out of bed completely naked. She checked the bathroom. Nothing. She hurriedly ran downstairs, finally spotting me in the kitchen. Yu Quince trotted over and hugged me affectionately, rubbing her soft cheek against my back in utter devotion. Having just finished frying the last egg, I turned around to hug her back. But upon seeing all that snow-white scenery, I exasperatedly flicked her on the forehead. "Why did you come down without any clothes on? What if someone else was in the house? Go put something on?" Yu Quince playfully stuck out her tongue, then obediently ran upstairs. When she came back down, she was wearing that same stepmom dress from last night. I suppressed the flutter in my chest. "Hurry up and eat. We are heading to Mom's company in a bit." Yu Quince sat down next to me, asking between bites, "Am I going to? Mom called this morning and told me to bring you." After breakfast, Yu Quince changed out of the dress and into a white blouse and pleated skirt. We hailed a cab and headed straight for the Gyu Corporation. Arriving at the base of the skyscraper, Yu Quince held my arm and looked up, her cute little mouth falling slightly open. "It is so tall and huge. Let us go. The inside is even better." Entering the building, I expertly led her straight to the top floor. This entire floor was the president's office. The cubicles outside were entirely occupied by secretaries. At the very end was Gujaran's office. I pushed the heavy doors open and strutted right in. The secretaries outside had already been notified, so nobody stopped us. Yu Quince followed obediently behind me, taking in the luxurious decor and a space only slightly smaller than our school auditorium. CEO Mom really does not mess around. Seeing me walk in, Gujaran paused her work. She looked up, pointed to the genuine leather chairs in front of her desk, and said in her usual cool tone, "Have a seat." I sat down waiting for her to speak. Yu Quince also sat down properly, softly greeting her auntie. "Good girl, Quince." Gujaran offered a rare smile, before turning her gaze to a certain someone. "And you?" I reluctantly called out. "Mom?" Gujaran nodded in satisfaction. She slid a file folder in front of me and said, "Take a look at this first. At the very least, you need to know what industries your family's company operates in, and what subsidiaries we own. For now, focus on your studies. Drop by the company occasionally to shadow me as a secretary, and learn how to manage a business." With that settled, she turned to Yu Quince. "Quince, you are majoring in finance too, so you should follow along and learn. I heard you're minoring in accounting in your sophomore year, right?" The young girl nodded. "Study hard. Once Chen takes over the company, the CFO position is yours." "What is a CFO?" Yu Quince asked blankly. Gujaran patiently explained. "It stands for Chief Financial Officer. You will primarily manage all the capital flow and financial planning for the entire group, and you will need a solid level of expertise across the board. Our group is not publicly listed. I hold over half the shares, and I have veto power. That is why we have not set up a board of directors. Because of that, the head of finance has to be someone the leader can trust completely. So you need to study hard. Come, do your internship here in your senior year, and strive to be Chenchen's right hand. Be his ears, whether it is grassroots employees or middle management. You need to listen to all their suggestions and analyze the pros and cons, since this is fundamentally an autocratic corporation. If we stop listening to outside opinions, we won't last long. Actually, very sound, practical business advice. Hearing this, Yu Quince's eyes immediately filled with determination. Do not worry, Mom. Wait, did she just call her mom? Fast track to the altar. I will definitely work hard. I, on the other hand, did not want to put too much pressure on my girlfriend. I stroked her hair and said, relax, just do your best. Do not stress yourself out and put too much pressure on yourself. Yu Quince gave me a sweet smile. Looking at the affectionate couple, Gu Jiren's lips quirked up slightly as she went back to her work. After reading through the file, Yu Quince felt like her worldview had been elevated to a whole new level. It seemed she really had to work hard. Otherwise, how could she be a good financial steward for her future husband? As for me, I silently handed the file back after finishing it. Then I asked, when you say drop by occasionally, is that up to you or me? Gu Jiren did not even look up.
Me.
I will message you when I need you. Then Quince and I are taking off. Hold on. Gu Jiren called out, stopping me. I transferred 8 million to your bank card. Find some time to go buy a car. It will make coming to the office easier. Thanks, Mom. I did not bother politely declining. Taking Yu Quince's hand, I walked out of the office. It is not like I'm some hypocrite who pretends to be noble while taking handouts. When I was young and foolish, I did hold some resentment. But now that I'm older and more sensible, I know the whole story. Any grudge was just childhood hurt from feeling neglected by my mother. It is not like I hated her to the bone and wanted to sever all ties. So what if I have a bit of an attitude with her? Can a guy be a little rebellious? And what is wrong with living off my own rich mom every now and then? It is called accepting a mother's doting love, understand, spoken like a true shameless trust fund kid. I respect the honesty. Leaving the company, I headed straight for the Rolls-Royce dealership. Walking in, I asked specifically for the Cullinan. It is the ultimate dream SUV for men. After a comprehensive presentation from the salesperson, I just directly laid out my mother's net worth. After a quick phone call to verify, a contract for 5.8 million was drawn up and placed on the table. And it was in stock too. I signed and swiped the card. After dealing with the insurance and all the other miscellaneous paperwork, the salesperson respectfully escorted me to the VIP lounge to wait, serving up a variety of drinks and desserts. Yu Quince had clung to my arm the entire time, her brain completely short-circuiting. She only flinched when she heard the price tag. After scoring a free luxury lunch at the dealership, even the license plates were sorted out. It just goes to show that Gu Jiren must be a massive VIP client here. I drove the new car straight home. For the next few days, Yu Quince and I finally had some downtime. Every day we either went out shopping or stayed at home, being completely inseparable. It was absolute bliss. During this time, Yu Quince also got the hang of online shopping. Despite her young age, she was already adapting perfectly to the wealthy housewife lifestyle. She bought a mountain of clothes and shoes. A small portion was normal clothing. The vast majority consisted of various sexy outfits, cosplay uniforms, white sheer camisoles, and the like, plus a few fun little props for couples, along with some safety supplies. Let us just say, once Aunt Flo left, Yu Quince did not hold back on me. She was determined to execute her master plan. As for why my pure girlfriend was suddenly going down this wild path, I found the culprit on her phone. Her short video feed was heavily recommending videos of gorgeous women. It seems that is where she was getting her fashion inspiration. And in her browser history, I saw searches for a few very familiar educational software applications, as well as hidden folders with app clones and such. She definitely learned all this by snooping through my phone. I can only say that my girlfriend's dedication to pleasing her man is truly a remarkable talent. Even the brand new box of Durex I bought was secretly tampered with by her again. Rip to bro's pullout game. He is becoming a dad before midterms. These happy days continued right up until August 31st. After loading our luggage into the car, we headed to Shanghai University together. On the way, I stopped to buy a carton of Chunghwa cigarettes, along with 4 cups of iced milk tea. Arriving at the gates of Shanghai University, the place was packed with freshmen dragging suitcases, parents dropping off their kids, and upperclassmen guiding the newbies through registration. My Cullinan was just way too eye-catching, especially the Spirit of Ecstasy hood ornament. Even if people do not know the car model, they absolutely recognize that little gold statue. I silently retracted the hood ornament and quickly drove up to the school gate. The security uncle had seen a lot in his day. He recognized it was a Rolls-Royce at first glance. Just as he was about to step forward and say outside vehicles were not allowed in, the car window slowly rolled down and 2 packs of Chunghwa were handed over. Uncle, do me a solid. I am just dropping someone off inside. I will be right back out. The security guard acted completely natural as he took the cigarettes and slipped them into his pocket. He coughed twice. No rush. Just keep a low profile. No problem, Uncle. I will bring you a bottle of mutai next time. Bro is literally bribing his way through college on day own. The guard quickly pressed the button to raise the boom barrier. Hurry up and go. Before our supervisor sees, I did not waste any more time chatting and drove straight in, pulling up to women's dormitory building 3. I parked the car, had Quince carry the milk tea, while I grabbed her luggage and got out. Naturally, plenty of girls turned to stare. After all, the silhouette of a Rolls Royce is pretty hard to miss. Some of the more scheming gold diggers who were eager to make a move stopped dead in their tracks the moment they saw Quince. She was just too gorgeous. They could not even compete, maybe because today was registration day. The dorm ante was surprisingly absent, letting all sorts of people come and go freely. It was not until I took Quince upstairs that I realized there was a female faculty member patrolling back and forth on every floor. Reaching dorm 502 on the 5th floor totally wiped me out. Carrying heavy luggage up 5 flights of stairs is truly a task beyond normal human endurance. I pushed open the dorm room door. It was very quiet inside. Just 2 girls sitting at their desks, looking at their phones, seeing people walk in. They both looked over. Hello, beauties. Milk tea is on me. I gave a slight smile, took the drinks from Quince's hands and held them up. After handing them their respective cups, I added, please take good care of my Quince from now on. After military training, I will treat you all to a big feast.
Thank you.
We are roommates. It is what we should do. ON of the girls with short hair flashed a bright, pretty smile. Her tone was very natural. Clearly, she had a very outgoing personality. The other girl, who wore round-rimmed glasses and had a baby face, also spoke up.
Thank you.
And then she went totally silent. Looks like someone has social anxiety. I did not say anything else. I just nudged Quince forward and whispered in her ear, go chat with them. A person needs to have their own friends. That was exactly why I wanted her to stay in the dorms. Freshmen generally are not allowed to apply to live off campus. Though with my connections, I could easily get it approved, but I chose not to. Living in this world, it does not work if you do not have a few friends. It does not matter how many. Even just 1 or 2 close confidants is enough. They can comfort you when you're unhappy, or help you out when you least expect it. I did not interrupt the girls trying to bond. I quietly went to make my girlfriend's bed. Hello, my name is Quince. She deliberately made her tone sound cold and aloof, completely devoid of the soft, sweet voice she used with me. She did not want to show her vulnerable side to anyone other than the man she loved. The short-haired girl responded with great enthusiasm. Hi, I am Jang Rochu. I am from the Northeast, though I do not really have the accent. My mom forced me to speak standard Mandarin since I was little, or I would get the stick right after. The baby-faced girl also said nervously, hello, I am Yan Jichun. I am from a rural village in Shandong. Hearing her timid tone, Jang Roshui immediately jumped up and slung an arm over her shoulder. So you just have social anxiety? I thought you were just playing the Ice Queen. When I first got here, you just glanced at me and then buried your head in your phone. I was too scared to even talk to you. Sorry. Yan Jichun apologized softly. It is fine. It is fine. Jiang Ruoshui did not mind at all. She continued asking, what score did you get to get into Shanghai U? 665. Not bad. I only beat you by 13 points. Then Jiang Rushu turned to look at Quince. Quince, it is okay if I call you that, right? Yes. Quince nodded.
Sure thing.
Do you mind if I ask what score you got? 729. Holy crap. Then why did not you go to Tsinghua or Peking University? Jiang Ruoshui's face was full of absolute shock. She could not believe a literal academic god had moved into her dorm. Before Quince could even answer, I spoke up and interrupted. Sorry?
I should not interrupt your chat.
After saying that, I turned to Quince. I have made your bed for you, so I'm gonna head to my own dorm now. Get along well with your roommates. Let me know if you need anything. Let me go with you. That way you can chat with your roommates. And I can make your bed for you. Quince hugged my arm, instantly reverting to her usual soft, gentle tone. No need. If you go, it will be like tossing a sheep into a pack of wolves. Just stay here and bond with your roommates for now. Be good. Hearing this, the girl pouted, reluctantly agreeing. Right. The moment I left, Jiang Ruochui leaned in, her face burning with gossip. Quince, was that your older brother? Quince shook her head. She flashed the diamond ring on her hand and said, fiancé?
What?
Jiang Ruoshui gasped out loud. Quince, you already have a fiancé. She nodded, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. He proposed. So does not that make him my fiancé? Flawless logic, honestly?
Wow.
Hurry up and tell us your love story. Jiang Ruoshui was practically vibrating with excitement. Even the shy Yanji Chun carefully scooted closer to eavesdrop. Meanwhile, on my end, I parked the car downstairs near the boys' dormitory, ignoring the stares from the guys around me. I carried my bedding and luggage upstairs. Luckily, my room was on the second floor. I really did not want to haul stuff up endless flights of stairs again today. Arriving at room 201, it was the very first door on the floor. I pushed it open and walked in, only to see 3 people gathered around chatting. 2 guys and Oan, girl, standing right there in the boys' dorm. Having just walked in, I was a little stunned. Why is a girl sitting so casually between 2 guys? Whose girlfriend is this anyway? Owen of the guys, sporting a buzz cut and wearing a blue tracksuit, spoke up in fluent northeastern dialect. Number 4. You finally made it. I was a bit confused. Putting down my mattress pad and suitcase, I sat down and asked, is number 4 supposed to be me? You are the 4th own to move in, so of course you are number 4. After explaining, the northeastern guy continued, my name is Hikyang. My nickname is Dooner. You can just call me Dunner too. And I do not think I need to explain where I'm from. Nice to meet you all.
I am Gu Ching Chen.
A Shanghai local, I introduced myself, not bothering to argue about the whole number 4 ranking. It really did not matter. Next, a guy in a suit with slicked back hair chimed in. I am Chen Junji from Sichuan, Chongqing. Call me Junji or call me Jeej, whatever works. And then the girl introduced herself in a soft, gentle voice. My name is Lee Zerui.
From Henan. Just call me Rurui.
Hearing that slightly effeminate male voice, I stared at him in surprise. A cross-dresser. Well, this dorm dynamic just got way more interesting. Lee Zerui smiled openly. Nice to meet you, but I'm personally into women, so do not worry. Chen Junjae threw an arm around Zerui's waist, who was wearing a tight long dress, and said with a totally straight face, I believe our dorm is highly inclusive. We absolutely will not discriminate against anyone, right? Hikyang also reached over and patted Lee Zerui's thigh. Exactly. Our dorm is extremely friendly. Lee Zerui did not say a word, nor did he resist their teasing. Instead, he just shyly covered his mouth. Looking at my sweet, feminine-looking roommate, I naturally did not have any prejudice either. If nothing else, it was definitely pleasing to the eye. All I could say was, sometimes I feel like I'm too normal to fit in with you guys.
Rurui?
You did not come to campus dressed exactly like this, did you? I looked at his flowing long hair, his delicate face with parted bangs, and the elegant long dress, asking out of pure curiosity. But I did not dare say much more. I will change back into men's clothes when we gather at the classroom later. When I go out normally, it just depends on my mood. This hair is just a wig anyway. Why? Did I make your heart skip a beat? After patiently explaining, Lee Zerui even playfully flirted with me. I immediately shook my head. Absolutely not. I have a girlfriend. You do look genuinely pretty like this. But trying to bend me is a lost cause. Hearing this, Hikyang and Chen Junji instantly closed in on me. Grabbing me by both shoulders, they asked eagerly, Number 4. What major is your girlfriend in? Does she have any pretty friends? Number 4. Do not forget about your brothers. We need to set up a dorm mixer. Lee Zerui did not say anything, but the look he gave me was full of anticipation. I had a feeling he was planning to show up to the mixer in full drag, which honestly would not be the worst idea. Who knows, maybe some girls are totally into that. Hikyang was fine, but Chen Junji was the real menace here. The only reason this guy was wearing a full suit was to pick up girls. I did not dare make any promises. I will try my best.
Let us talk about it after military training is over. I need to make my bed first.
Are we heading out for lunch together? I will find a restaurant, and we can split the bill later, Hikyang said with a grin. Hearing this, we all laughed and agreed. None of us had any objections. At noon, the 4 of us walked to a small restaurant nearby. Once we sat down, I received a text from Yu Quince.
Chen.
Have you eaten yet? Having lunch with my roommates right now. What about you guys? Let us chat tonight then. I will let you eat with your roommates. I put my phone down. My roommates had already finished ordering the food, except for Lee Zerui. He had actually come out still wearing his dress, so naturally, he was trying to speak as little as possible to avoid blowing his cover. Gotta respect the dedication to the bit. After we finished eating, the guys said they wanted to wander around and explore the campus. I made an excuse to opt out. Taking advantage of the moment they left, I hurried to move my car and park it outside the campus gates. It was better to keep my rich kid status under wraps until we all knew each other better. Walking back to my dorm, I got another text from Yu Quince.
Chen.
Can I come find you? Let us walk around the campus together. Do not you want to spend time with your roommates? But I miss you. Then wait for me downstairs by your dorm. Yu Quince quickly sent back a photo. I am already downstairs by your dorm. Right. Wait for me. I will be right there. On the other side of campus. The moment Yu Quince lowered her phone, a gentle breeze swept by, caressing her loose hair and sending it fluttering softly through the air. A few leaves drifted down slowly from the trees above. The young girl looked up, reaching out to catch On. Her eyes curved into crescents, and a smile so beautiful it should be illegal bloomed on her flawless face. And this exact scene was witnessed by a guy who had just walked out of the dormitory building. His heart literally skipped a beat. He stared at Yu Quince, completely mesmerized. This feeling, it was something he had never experienced with any of his dozen or so ex-girlfriends. Love at first sight. Let us go, Yugi. It was not until another guy walked up and patted his shoulder that he finally snapped out of his daze. Hold on. Deciding actions speak louder than words. Chung Zayu walked straight up to Yu Quince. Putting on a fake gentlemanly aura, he asked, "Hello there. My dad is the chairman of the Shangzi group."
Ah, yes. The classic, do you know who my dad is? Mating call?
My name is Cheng Zayu. Could I get your contact info so we can get to know each other? Yu Quince frowned slightly at his words. She subtly took a few steps back, but her angelic voice remained cold and politely distant. "I'm sorry. I have a fiancé. Come on. I might have believed you if you said you had a boyfriend, but a fiancé, that is laying it on a bit thick. Do not you think? There is no need to use an excuse like that to brush me off. I just want to add your WeChat and make a friend." Regardless of her reasoning, Cheng Zayu, being a veteran playboy, obviously knew the girl was rejecting him, but unwilling to give up, he shamelessly continued to pester her. Yu Quince did not want to engage with him anymore. She walked away on her long legs to wait somewhere else. Cheng Zayu tried to follow her, but was interrupted by his friend calling out from a distance.
UG.
"You hitting on girls again? Let us head out first. The guys are already rushing us, and there are plenty of hot girls waiting over there too." Naturally, Cheng Ziyu did not want his friend to know he had just spectacularly failed. He stubbornly replied, "We already knew each other, just catching up for a bit. Let us go." There was no rush. As long as she was a student at Shanghai University, he could definitely find her again. His friend did not doubt his words. Meanwhile, Cheng Ziyu casually pulled out his phone and sent a text to a girl named Qian Qian. "Let us break up." Just that own short, brutal sentence, followed smoothly by the classic block and delete combo. Trash behavior at its finest. A few minutes later, the moment I arrived at the dorm building, I spotted her standing by the road, wearing a stunning off-the-shoulder white dress. I walked up and called out softly, "Quince." Hearing her name, Yu Quince turned her head, seeing her beloved boyfriend walking toward her. She immediately broke into a light jog, her slender legs moving quickly under her skirt, throwing herself right into my arms. The girl instantly started complaining.
Chen.
Some guy just tried to ask for my number, and I would not give it to him. I even told him I had a fiancé, but he still had the nerve to keep pestering me. I furrowed my brows, looking around as I asked, "Where is he?" His friend just called him away. "Got it. Next time you run into someone like that, just ignore them completely. Walk away immediately, and text me right away." I firmly instructed her. "I know. Now, take me for a walk around." Yu Quince rubbed her soft cheek against my chest. "Let us go." I took her hand, our fingers tightly intertwined, and we started walking toward the sports field. There are two small scenic spots on the Shanghai U campus. One is a lake, and the other is a wooded garden. Both are popular spots for students to stroll around and for couples to go on dates. At this moment, Yu Quince and I were strolling by the lake, her arm linked with mine. Many of the students passing by could not help but steal glances at us. It could not be helped. This couple's visual stats were simply too high. People literally could not control their eyes. Meanwhile, not too far away, three sneaky figures were secretly tailing us. It was none other than the Muscle, the Stick, and the wife of room 201. He Qiang squinted his eyes and asked, "Do you guys think that is number 4? Should be. Looks exactly like him. And the girl next to him is an absolute 10. They are acting super close, so it is definitely his girlfriend." Chen Junjie analyzed. However, the little wife beside them said softly, "Is it really okay for us to do this? Number 4 is on a date. Why are we spying on him?" He Qiang looked at Li Zirui's sweet feminine face and actually felt a bit dazed, even though it was not romantic interest. It was definitely a very strange, confusing feeling. Too weird. He quickly cleared his throat and corrected him. "This is a public space. We are just coincidentally running into him. Understand?" Chen Junjie immediately backed him up. "Exactly. It is a public space. How can this be called spying?" Then his tone shifted. No wonder he did not want to walk around with us. Turns out he was sneaking off for a date. But why did not he just tell us straight up? Could he be two-timing? No idea. "Let us keep watching," He Qiang whispered back. Over on my side, after wandering around with Yu Quince for a while, I took her for a stroll through the wooded garden too. It was basically just the lake, but swapped out for a pond. There were lotus leaves floating on the surface, a small wooden bridge, and a somewhat large rockery. The area was not that big, overall, A quick walk was enough to see it all. Afterward, the two of us headed off campus to grab dinner. When I finally escorted her back to her dorm building, the young girl was full of reluctance. Just yesterday, they were glued together in bed, and today they had to be apart. But most importantly, her master plan was now delayed. She could only pray that her recent hard work would bear fruit soon. She stood on her tiptoes, and we hugged for a long time before finally separating. I'm going upstairs now.
You have to miss me. Okay.
I rubbed the top of her head. Go on. I will see you directly in the classroom tomorrow morning. With that said, Yu Quince looked back at me every 3 steps, reluctantly making her way upstairs. I watched her go for a moment before turning and leaving as well. Back in room 201, He Kyung and Chen Junjae were not around. Only Lee Zerui was there, currently taking off his makeup. He had already taken off his wig, revealing his natural, slightly parted short hair. Yet, he still looked incredibly feminine. He really was just born with that kind of face. Rui. Your natural beauty is genuinely unfair. I teased him. Lee Zerui helplessly spread his hands. What can I do? God gave me this face, and my parents raised me like a girl since I was little. Otherwise, I would not have ended up with these hobbies.
Really?
How do you personally feel about it? I do not really think much of it. Probably just used to it by now. Being a guy or a girl, I'm fine with either. Otherwise, I would not be. So open about showing you guys, Lee Zerui replied honestly. I nodded. That is pretty cool. As long as you're happy, Lee Zerui voiced his agreement. Right then, He Kyung and Junji walked back in together. They immediately charged at me and started their interrogation, sneaking off on a secret date behind our backs. Spit it out. Is that girl your girlfriend? Why did not you tell us? Confess. Are you two timing someone? Is that why you were hiding it from us? I threw my hands up in defeat, laughing and crying at the same time. I was not even planning on going out. But my girlfriend suddenly invited me. How could I possibly say no to that? He Kyung and Junji exchanged a look. In perfect unison, they spat out. Traitor.
Bros before hoes, man.
Later that night, I lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Not having that warm, soft little body in my arms really took some getting used to. Was it a mistake not applying to live off campus? He Kyung was already fast asleep, even snoring lightly. Chen Junji seemed to be playing a game on his phone. The little wife, Rui, was not moving. No idea what he was up to. Suddenly, a WeChat notification popped up. I picked up my phone and tapped on it. It was a message from my own little wife.
Chen.
I can't sleep. I miss you so much. What do? I can't sleep either. I miss you too. Can I sneak out and come find you? Absolutely not. How could you possibly sneak out now? Let us just chat on here. You will get sleepy after a bit. And then, Yu Quince started chatting my ear off, spilling everything she and her roommates had talked about today. She even went into detail about their discussions on how everyone felt during that kind of time and their favorite positions. Plus, all the wild little tips and tricks her roommates had heard of or read about. Honestly, when girls start talking dirty, guys do not even stand a chance. As we kept chatting, the replies suddenly stopped coming. She had probably fallen asleep. I sent her a good night and finally put my phone away to sleep. The next day, I woke up bright and early, went for a morning run on the track, and on my way back, swung by the cafeteria to grab my roommates, some jambing guozi and soy milk for breakfast. Number 4. You are literally my brother from another mother. Number 4. If you do not mind, I would gladly accept you as my godfather. He Kyung and Chen Junji, those two clowns, grabbed their breakfast and praised me to the heavens. Only the gentle, soft-spoken little wife smiled and simply said, thank you, even offering to transfer me money for it. Naturally, I did not care about the few bucks and waved it off. After eating breakfast, the 4 of us quickly got ready and headed straight to classroom 403 in teaching building 2. Yu Quince and her 3 roommates also left the cafeteria, making their way to classroom 403. There was a gorgeous, mature-looking girl walking with them now, radiating older sister energy. That had to be their final roommate once inside the classroom. To save a seat for me, Yu Quince specifically sat separately from her roommates, though she was still sitting right in front of them. Meanwhile, sitting in the very back row, a guy with dyed blonde hair was staring obsessively in her direction. Talk about fate. Did not even have to try.
You are actually in the same class as me.
And you have got such a hot, mature roommate too? Heh. If I could bag them both, I certainly would not complain. Heh. Cheng Zeyu's face was completely lost in a creepy, lustful daze, as if he could already vividly see his future life with a beauty in each arm. The roommate sitting next to him obviously heard his mumbling. Yesterday, he claimed they were just old acquaintances catching up. But today, he is looking shocked and thrilled just to run into her. Clearly, he had crashed and burned yesterday. But what could anyone do when this brain-dead young master threw cash around so freely? Even if you heard it, you had to pretend you did not. And so, under the watchful eyes of his roommate, Cheng Zeyu put on his most elegant walk, and just like yesterday strutted over to Yu Quince with his fake gentleman act. With a warm, smooth tone, he said, Well, hello there. What a coincidence. Looks like we are classmates after all. Yu Quince shot him a sideways glance, gave a cold indifferent and completely ignored him after that. Chung Zayu let out an awkward chuckle. Pointing at the empty seat next to her, he asked, "Excuse me, could I sit next to you? Spoiler alert. No, you can't. Suit yourself." Taking that as permission, Cheng Ziyu's face instantly lit up with joy. But just as he was about to sit down, the young girl immediately stood up and moved a solid 6 seats over to his left, before calmly sitting back down. Absolutely ruthless. The social distancing is real. Cheng Ziyu's eye twitched hard, but he could not think of a single valid excuse to approach her again. He could only sit back down properly for now, glancing sideways at the distant, cold, and incredibly stern, breathtakingly gorgeous girl. Right at that moment, a remarkably handsome figure walked into the classroom, instantly catching the eyes of quite a few girls. 3 other guys were following closely behind him. One of them looked just like a delicate, soft little girl, which honestly is peak roommate dynamics right there. This easily drew the attention of a few more girls. Cheng Ziyu's eyes tracked their movement, a flash of pure, unfiltered jealousy burning deep in his gaze. But a split second later, his fists clenched tightly, and his jealousy completely boiled over. A wave of blinding rage rushed straight to his brain, because that ridiculously handsome guy actually sat right down next to Yu Quince, and even casually, affectionately pinched her cheek. Bold move on day own, my guy. And that was not even the end of it. The untouchable, icy goddess actually flashed that insanely handsome dude a smile 100 times sweeter than the faint smirk he had managed to see yesterday. In an instant, jealousy entirely consumed his heart. Cheng Ziyu did not give a damn what their actual relationship was anymore. He slammed his hands on the desk and stood straight up.
Take your hands off her right now, bro. Really thinks he is the main character of an anime.
Inside the classroom at this moment, the entire class's attention was instantly snatched away by Cheng Ziyu's sudden, unhinged shout. Yu Quince was completely startled too, immediately grabbing my arm tightly as she turned her head to look. I coldly eyed this loud, making a seem bizarre guy, utterly failing to comprehend what his problem was. Yu Quince whispered a quiet explanation directly into my ear. "He is the guy who kept bothering me yesterday. Just a second ago, he tried to pester me again. That is exactly why I ran over here to hide from him."
Got it.
I understand. With that, I stood up from my seat. Gazing calmly and indifferently back at Cheng Ziyu, "I am being affectionate with my own girlfriend." "What the hell does that have to do with you?" Before Cheng Ziyu could even open his mouth to respond, Yu Quince raised her left hand first, flashing the sparkling diamond ring on her finger to correct me. It is fiancé, not girlfriend."
Flexing the ring instantly. "Yeah, she is definitely a keeper."
I let out a helpless smile, fondly ruffling her hair with pure doting affection.
Right, my fiancé.
Cheng Ziyu's heart shattered into a million pieces at the sight. But as he forced himself to calm down a bit, he sneered, refusing to back down. "As long as you have not signed the official marriage certificate, I still have every right to pursue her." The textbook logic of a delusional antagonist. Listen up, kid. The chairman of the Shengzi group happens to be my dad. I can give her absolutely anything her heart desires. I advise you to be smart, know your place, and walk away from her. You can't give her real happiness. Do not force me to use my resources to ruin you. Since that day, Yu Quince's stunning figure had been deeply and permanently seared into his mind. Giving up on her, absolutely out of the question, because he had a perfect track record with girls in the past. Cheng Ziyu possessed an absurd amount of unearned confidence, genuinely believing that as long as he set his eyes on someone, she would inevitably end up in his hands. It was just that Yu Quince had triggered something far more intense in him this time, igniting an overwhelming toxic sense of possessiveness. He subconsciously already viewed her as his own property. He could not stand the thought of this pristine, pure sheet of paper being touched even a single bit by anyone else but him. Yikes, this internal monologue is a walking red flag forest. A dangerous wave of anger finally flared up in my eyes. But just as I was about to fire back, Yu Quince beat me to it and stood straight up. She pointed her finger right at Cheng Ziyu's face, dropping her usual icy, gentle demeanor entirely. With her eyes flushing a bit red, she snapped furiously, "Who the hell are you? I do not even know you."
Did your brain short circuit or something?
Marching up here and spouting a bunch of arrogant nonsense that could cause a total misunderstanding. "What does me being intimate with my husband have to do with your huge, shameless face? Are you freaking out of your mind?" If the classroom chairs were not bolted to the floor, she would have hurled Owen directly at his head by now. After screaming her lungs out, Yu Quince whirled around and clung to me tightly. She lifted her beautiful face, tears streaming down her cheeks like open faucets. Her voice cracked with panic as she desperately explained,
Chenchin.
I swear I do not even know him. Do not listen to a single word he says. Please do not leave me. I will be completely obedient from now on. I promise. I will stay far, far away from him. I won't say a single word to him ever again. I will do whatever you want me to do from now on. Just please do not leave me. Okay, wow, she flipped from fierce tiger to terrified kitten in 2 seconds. Severe attachment issues unlocked. My heart ached as I wrapped my arms around her, stroking her head gently to comfort her. Shh. It is all right. It is all right. Be a good girl, Quince. When did I ever say I was leaving you? Even if the sky falls, I'm never letting you go. I did not believe a single word that clown said. Stop crying. Okay, do not cry. As soon as class is over, I will take you back to our place. We will just spend the rest of the day by ourselves. All right. Staring down at my trembling, insecure girlfriend, I suddenly realized just how incredibly fragile her sense of security was. Otherwise, a single comment from a random stranger would not have terrified her to this extent. As expected, childhood trauma is not something that heals easily. Ah, the mandatory tragic backstory drop. Quince rubbed her face against the nook of my neck, nodding her total agreement. Right around then, the 3 girls from dorm 502 stood up from the front row. They glared directly at Cheng Ziyu. The own exuding pure boss older sister vibes flipped him a solid middle finger and coldly spat out 2 words. You, clown. Short, sharp, and absolutely devastating. Love her already. Jiang Ruxu glared at him with pure rage. How dare you make our Quince cry? Just wait and see how I deal with you later. Yan Jichun let out a cold snort, not even bothering to waste her breath on him. My own roommates backed me up flawlessly too. He Qiang had already positioned himself right behind Cheng Ziyu, slamming a heavy hand onto the guy's shoulder. His tone was incredibly aggressive. Go back to whatever rock you crawled out from under.
You hear me?
You made our sister-in-law cry. Scram before things get ugly. Do not make me slap the taste out of your mouth. Chen Junjie chimed in right beside him, nodding along. At this point, Cheng Ziyu finally snapped out of the shock of being roasted by the girls and the sight of Quince's submissive, pleading attitude toward me. After shooting me a glance packed with pure hatred, he turned around and retreated to his seat in the very back row. He firmly convinced himself that the pure, sweet girl of his dreams had absolutely been brainwashed and pooed by that guy. Otherwise, she would never throw away her dignity like that. He swore he would rescue the girl he fell in love with at first sight. The I can fix her white knight delusion runs incredibly deep with this guy. The surrounding students who were happily enjoying the drama finally put down their phones and sat back properly, instantly uploading this massive gossip to the university forum. Lisa Rui, our resident soft wife roommate, tapped my shoulder from behind. He gave me a big thumbs up, seemingly in complete awe of how perfectly I handled my girl. I gently patted the back of the girl in my arms to soothe her, though the smoldering anger in my eyes had not faded one bit. Seeing him return, Cheng Ziyu's roommate immediately rushed over with a sycophantic smile to comfort him. Bro, it is fine. Everyone loves a beautiful girl. Pursuing her fair and square is not a crime. Since she does not know what is good for her, let us just pick a new target. What about that ice-cold roommate of hers? Before the roommate could even finish his sentence, Cheng Ziyu cut him off with a chilling voice. If you badmouth her one more time, you can throw up every single drop of alcohol I bought you. If you do not, I will find someone to beat it out of you. The fake smile froze instantly on the roommate's face. He nodded frantically. Yes, you're totally right. Do not lower yourself to my level, bro. But internally, he was cursing up a storm. What a complete piece of trash. He has totally lost his mind from being worshipped by all those gold-digging girls. The girl clearly has a boyfriend and you still try to steal her openly. People say you've got a screw loose, and they are not wrong. If it were not for your wealthy old man, you would have been jumped in an alley with a sack over your head long ago. Honestly, this roommate is the most realistic and relatable character so far. Deep down, Cheng Ziyu knew he had been too impulsive, but he could not help it. Who told that girl to leave such an indelible mark on him? It was like he was entirely possessed. It was not something he could just drop whenever he wanted. For the first time since hitting puberty, his heart had skipped a serious beat. The feeling was entirely different from all the basic flashy girls he usually messed with. No way. No matter what it takes, he had to steal her away. Looking at her, judging by how pure and innocent she looks, she probably has not been opened up yet. Wait, what year of web novel am I reading right now? Grossly outdated phrasing. As long as I move fast, it should still be in time. Just then, a woman dressed in a professional office lady suit, around 30 years old, walked into the classroom. The first class for the freshmen officially began. Everyone straightened up and sat properly in their seats, except for Quince, who was still sniffling and clinging tightly to my arm. The female teacher let out a soft sigh and spoke up smoothly. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhang Ling. I will be your counselor for the next 4 years of university. I hope we can get along well together. Today is your freshman orientation and ideological guidance class.
I assume.
In this modern digital age, what you can and cannot do is already crystal clear to all of you. You just need to find some time to check the university's official website for the campus rules. For now, let us go around the room and do self-introductions. We will start right here from the front row on my right side and snake through, as student after student walked up to the podium and back down. The introductions were pretty much identical. They just said their names, where they were from, and at most added a hobby. Eventually, it was the turn of that mature boss babe girl from dorm 502. My name is Fan Zuru, a Shanghai local. As for hobbies, does researching fashion and makeup count? With that, she strutted down from the podium with her long legs. This glamorous exit effortlessly drew the rapt attention of countless guys. Next up was Yu Quince. Because of the dramatic scene earlier, everyone looked up to stare intently at this girl who looked completely icy on the outside, but possessed an incredibly explosive temper when pushed. Hello, everyone. My name is Yu Quince. She literally just stated her name and immediately walked off the stage. Shortest intro award goes to her. Cheng Zheyu silently committed her name to memory. Right after her, I stepped up to the stage as well. Staring coldly at Cheng Zheyu in the very back row, I declared, hello, everyone. My name is Gu Qingchen, and especially you, the son of the chairman of Shangzhe Group or whatever. You better bring your absolute best tricks to the table. Otherwise, do not regret it later. MC throwing down the gauntlet directly in front of the counselor. Alpha move. Standing to the side, Zhang Ling frowned slightly. Her sharp intuition picked up on the heavy tension. She questioned, Student Gu Qingchen, what exactly do you mean by that? I merely flashed a subtle smile. Just a joke, teacher. With that, I strode down from the podium. As Fan Zero watched my retreating figure, a strange, intrigued spark flickered in her eyes. Confused but unable to justify an outburst, Zhang Ling let it slide. She called up the next student. Once the entire class had finished introducing themselves, she stood back at the center of the podium and said, moving on. We have the upcoming 2-week military training for freshmen. Tomorrow morning at 8 of the clock sharp. Everyone is to gather at the sports field. Find the sign for Financial Management Class 1 and line up. Then wait for the instructor's arrangements. For now, we need to select a temporary class monitor and a deputy monitor. They will be responsible for distributing the military uniforms today and handling various tasks over the next 15 days. Is anyone willing to volunteer? Hearing this, Jiang Roxu raised her hand without a second thought. She certainly was not going to miss out on an excellent chance to pad her resume. To everyone's surprise, she was the only person in the entire room who raised a hand. Right? You will be the temporary class monitor then, Zhang Ling said. Then she added, let us get a guy for the deputy monitor position. Who is up for it? I cast a quick glance backward and whispered to He Qiang and Chen Junji, Jiang Roxue is pretty cute. With an opportunity like this, if you guys want to escape being single, you have got to take the initiative. The two of them exchanged a look. Chen Junji immediately made an after you gesture. He Qiang clapped him on the shoulder, silently praising him as a true brother, and raised his hand high in the air, just like before. He Qiang was the sole volunteer in the entire class, and just like that, after finalizing the temporary monitor positions, Zhang Ling rambled on a bit more about ideological education. Once class dismissed, I took a still glum Yu Quince by the hand and headed straight outside to grab my car and drive back to Yujing Regency. Once we stepped inside the house and returned to a familiar environment, Yu Quince's sense of security finally returned a bit. On the large round bed in the bedroom, she snuggled deeply into my chest, her arms wrapping tightly around my neck, her delicate face pressed flat against mine, as if glued together. Naturally, I was not owned to just sit still smoothly. My hands began to wander all over like nimble little thieves. A truly poetic description for wandering hands. The young girl quietly enjoyed it, and her mood brightened significantly. Gradually, the two of us became locked in a passionate embrace, as our clothes slipped off piece by piece and scattered across the floor. A cool summer duvet eventually veiled the breathtaking view. The sun was already well on its way down the western mountains, casting a faint golden twilight across the entire city. On the bed, Yu Quince's lovely face was deeply flushed, her sweat-soaked hair clinging lightly to her cheeks. She propped up her exhausted body to get out of bed and picked up 2 or 3 used condom wrappers from the floor. By the time I finished showering and walked out, Yu Quince was standing obediently by the doorway, hands hidden behind her back. I am all done washing up. It is your turn. Yu Quince guiltily averted her gaze and hurried into the bathroom. I did not notice anything unusual about her behavior, so I just tidied up the clothes and props scattered on the floor, tossed the crumpled tissues into the trash, and lazily collapsed back onto the bed to order some takeout. Perhaps because she was in a bad mood earlier, she had gone completely wild without stopping. and we had completely forgotten to eat lunch. Inside the bathroom, Yu Quince stroked her belly and murmured softly to herself, I really hope I get pregnant smoothly this time, even though I poked holes in the rubbers. She still could not shake the deep anxiety in her chest. Whoa, hold up. She poked holes in the condoms. This went from mild insecurity to full-blown psychological thriller real fast. In her mind, only a child could serve as an unbreakable bond to chain the two of them together forever, and act as her ultimate insurance policy against being abandoned. After retrieving the food delivery, I unpacked it and set it out on the dining table. Yu Quince finished her shower and walked down the stairs. The young girl was still clinging to me intensely, completely unwilling to be separated even for a second. She climbed straight onto my lap, wrapping both arms tightly around my neck. Her cute little nose nuzzled all over my face like a playful little piglet. I wrapped one arm around her slender waist and picked up an onion ring with my other hand holding it to her lips. Right. All right, let us eat first. We have been messing around for half the day. Are not you starving? Yu Quince bit into the onion ring in one go, playfully licking my finger afterward as she cooed. You feed me? I gave her a doting smile and dutifully fed her a pea pie one moment and a chicken cartilage skewer the next. After feeding her a sampling of every single snack, Yu Quince finally started munching on a burger all by herself. Once we were stuffed and finished with dinner, we cleaned up a bit and headed out the door. On the way back to campus, I took advantage of the mall still being open to pick up 10 bottles of sunscreen spray before returning to the university, parking the car outside the campus gates as usual. I walked Yu Quince all the way back to her dorm building. I pulled 5 bottles of sunscreen out of the plastic bag and handed her the bag with the remaining ones, saying, share these with your roommates. Let me know if you run out, and I will buy more. Kiss me. Yu Quince stood on her tiptoes, pouting her red lips as she leaned in close. I gave her a quick peck, then pinched her soft cheek and said, hurry on up and enjoy the ace. Text or call me if anything comes up. With that, the young girl turned around with light steps, looking back at me every 3 steps as she headed upstairs. The moment she stepped into the dorm room, the 3 girls immediately swarmed her. Fan Zero was the first to speak gently. Feeling any better now? Seeing her question stolen, Jang Ruoshui quickly chimed in to comfort her. Do not let that absolute creep get to you. He is just a total psycho, spouting all that arrogant, unhinged nonsense out of nowhere. Your boyfriend is not some player anyway, so what is there to worry about? Yan Jichen did not quite know what to say, so she simply squeezed Yu Quince's hand gently, letting her actions speak for her words. It is fine. I am feeling a lot better already. Thank you guys. As she spoke, she jiggled the sunscreen spray she was holding in her right hand. My husband got these for you guys. Let me know if it is not enough, and I will have him buy more. Fan Zero was obviously from a wealthy family and did not need basic items like this at all, but she still smiled warmly and thanked her. Thank your boyfriend for me.
Wow.
Having a man really hits different. I also want to be spoiled by a guy who is 6 feet tall with an 8-pack and looks even hotter than Daniel Wu. Jang Ro Chui teased dramatically. Yan Jichun, being completely literal and straightforward, did not catch the playful sarcasm at all. She offered some earnest advice instead. You could always go pray at a temple. There is a small temple near my home village. Tons of people go there to pray for marriage and babies. They say it is incredibly effective. You should give it a shot. Praying for a baby to get an 8-pack boyfriend, flawless logic, Yan Jichun. Jang Ruoxui was completely left speechless by her response. She cupped Yan Jichun's cheeks and began to vigorously squish and pinch them. The adorable, dim-witted Yan Jichun actually thought this was just Jang Ruoxui's affectionate way of showing gratitude, and completely cooperated, letting her squash her face at will. Meanwhile, the moment I walked back into my own dorm room, I heard Keong's booming voice shouting at the top of his lungs.
Quick, quick, quick.
Kai Wenji, heal me, give me a heal. Chen Junjae instantly shot back.
Coming.
I set down my own stash of sunscreen sprays and walked over to our submissive princess roommate's side. I noticed he was playing Han Sin, carrying hard with a terrifying score of 16-1. He was an absolute beast at the game. This stark contrast between his delicate exterior and savage gameplay was honestly no different from an innocent little anime girl, suddenly leaping up and ripping a giant bodybuilder's head clean off. And exceptionally vivid imagery there, Mix. Victory.
Haha.
I finally hit diamond rank. I am still own match short. Rui? Carry me through own more game. As the enemy's crystal shattered into pieces, He Qiang and Chen Junji jumped out of their chairs and lunged at Li Zerui. They sandwiched him, planting aggressive, sloppy kisses on his cheeks. The sheer sight of it was pure visual pollution. Bro sexual culture at its absolute peak. Once they were done making out with him, He Qiang strolled over and threw an arm over my shoulder. Before he could even open his mouth, I shoved my hand directly onto his face to stop him.
Whoa.
Do not you dare kiss me. He Qiang's face instantly broke out in dark lines. I was not trying to kiss you, jackass. I wanted to ask if you managed to calm your girl down. I finally let out a sigh of relief and replied, yeah, she is fine now. I already walked her back to her dorm room. Good to hear. Standing to the side, Junji teased playfully. Probably cost you a bit of lower back strain though, huh? Am I right? Fourth brother. Look at Mr. Expert over here. I slapped the back of his head playfully, not even attempting to deny it. Meanwhile, Lizarui just sat there watching the three of us with a gentle smile. He did not interject a single word, radiating the serene aura of a peaceful mother watching her chaotic children play. After shooting the breeze for a little while longer, He Qiang and Junji walked over and said, fourth brother, cafeteria run. Time to eat. Our submissive wife, roommate, was already waiting patiently by the door. Count me out. I just ate a little while ago. I am still totally full, I replied, settling down in front of my desk. Suit yourself. We are heading out then. With that, the three of them filed out of the dorm room. Taking advantage of having the room completely to myself, I quickly made a brief call to Gu Jaren. I asked her to send over all the background intel on Shengze Group. They were a top 10 enterprise local to Shanghai. They used to be the absolute titans of Shanghai's real estate industry, but had since transitioned their business. Now they primarily dealt in e-commerce along with domestic and international trade. The main chairman's name was Cheng Wensheng, who was undoubtedly Cheng Ziyu's old man. Their biggest political backer was rumored to be the deputy mayor of Shanghai. This is getting a bit tricky. I will just have to wait for them to make the first move. And here we go. The classic web novel escalation from simple campus drama to local political warfare. Back inside the boys' dorm room. By the time I returned from my morning run, it was already past 7 a.m. Li Zirui was the only own-up, brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Staring at the other two clowns who were still snoring away like logs, I went right ahead and shook them awake. Fortunately, He Qiang did not really have any morning crankiness. The moment his eyes opened, he sat straight up. He dragged his drowsy, groggy self out of bed and headed to the bathroom. Meanwhile, that slacker Chen Junji sat straight up for a split second before collapsing right back down. No matter how many times we called him after that, he was completely unresponsive. Just then, Lizarui finished washing up and walked out while applying hand cream. Seeing the situation, he first walked back over to his own desk, dug out a wig, and put it on. Wait, a wig? Dorm pranks are escalating fast here. Then he directly called me down from my upper bunk. Go ahead and change into your clothes. Leave this to me. With that, our resident soft wife climbed onto Chen Junji's bed, taking his delicate hands, which were wafting the sweet scent of hand cream. He waved them gently right in front of Junji's nose, then curling his fingers into a delicate orchid gesture. He lightly traced the pads of his fingers down Junji's chin to his chest. Finally, Li Zirui unleashed his ultimate devastating secret weapon. He leaned his lips right up against Chen Junji's ear and exhaled a puff of warm air, pinching his throat to pitch his voice high and whined with sweet coddling affection.
Junji Gag.
Time to wakey up. Mwah! Bro, this is a psychological weapon of mass destruction in a boys' dorm. In an instant, Chen Junji's entire body violently shuddered, and he bolted upright like a corpse reanimating. I watched the whole thing completely slack-jawed, while our unbothered, soft wife calmly pulled away. I silently gave him a massive thumbs up. Absolute legend. Pure genius. Chen Junji just sat there frozen on his bed, completely dazed. His brain had entirely short-circuited and crashed. Because the moment he snapped out of it, he realized something terrifying. For a fleeting microsecond just now, his heart had actually skipped a beat. Wait, that is definitely not right. Bro is questioning his entire orientation right now. He Qiang wiped his face and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Chen Junji spacing out, he quickly urged him, hurry up, wash your face, and get changed. It is almost 7:30 already. We still need to grab breakfast at the cafeteria. We are seriously running out of time. Hearing this, Chen Junji could not care less about his existential crisis anymore. He scrambled out of bed and rushed into the bathroom to wash up. Men are generally lightning fast. And yes, I'm strictly talking about washing up. Leave your dirty jokes at the door. Within minutes, all four of us were fully dressed and heading down to the cafeteria. Before stepping out, I did not forget to pocket 2 bottles of sunscreen spray. By the time it approached 8 a.m., the sports field was already packed to the brim with incoming freshmen. Mind you, it was only the finance and accounting departments. The other majors were stationed at entirely different locations. I was casually holding hands and chatting with Yu Quince, while Cheng Ziyu stood not too far away, glaring at us with eyes dripping with pure hateful jealousy. Very soon, a platoon of drill instructors marched in from the distance with perfectly synchronized movements and echoing booming chants jogging right toward us. our financial management class 1 was assigned. An instructor named Duan Fei. University military training turned out to be barely any different from high school. It was all just standing at attention and practicing the standard march over and over. After grinding out the drills for about 2.5 hours, Instructor Duan finally announced a 20-minute break. Instantly, a collective, miserable groan erupted from the crowd. A few people even collapsed right onto the ground, landing square on their butts. Finally, a break. I thought I was a goner. Seriously, I feel like I'm literally being roasted alive out here. Who has water? Luckily, because I work out regularly, this level of physical exertion was barely an inconvenience for me. I pulled out a bottle of sunscreen spray, tossed it to our soft wife, and instructed him, give He Kang and Junjae a good spray down too. Once that was said, I headed right over to the girls' side and led Yu Quince away to a quiet, secluded little corner. Chung Zayu watched with wide, helpless eyes as his goddess was led away by her boyfriend. Yet, he did not dare to brainlessly march forward and cause another scene this time. Only his turning white, tightly clenched fists could truly express the absolute agony in his heart. Naturally, I could not care less about some wealthy brat's feelings. Gently massaging my girlfriend's petite hands, I asked softly, can you hold up through this if it is too much? Just let me know right away. I will handle getting you a medical leave. Yu Quince let out a soft sigh and gently shook her head. Showing zero hesitation, she used her free hand to tenderly wipe the sweat from my forehead. It is fine, really. This is actually a great chance for me to get a little exercise. You just do not push yourself past your limit. I won't. She flashed me a soft, sweet smile, and then, as if suddenly remembering something, she blurted out, wait here for me for just a second. With that, she hurriedly scampered off toward the synthetic running track. Over there was a small designated area where Financial Management Class 1 kept all their water bottles. Since it was only the first morning of military training, nobody had really realized how brutal the heat would get yet, so there were barely any bottles sitting around. Yu Quince picked up her own pastel pink thermos flask and quickly trotted right back to my side. Unscrewing the lid, she held the cup directly up to my lips. Here. Take a drink. I filled it up with fresh mineral water. Honestly, I was not particularly thirsty, but looking at the deep, nurturing concern swirling in Yu Quince's eyes and seeing the cup already tilting toward my mouth, I had no choice but to dutifully take a few swallows, gently stopping her hand as she tried to tilt it further. I said,
Right, that is plenty. That is plenty.
You should drink some too.
I am really not that thirsty. Cross my heart. Yu Quince shot me a slightly suspicious look. You have to drink until you're completely full. Do not just worry about me. If I'm still thirsty later, I can always just grab a sip from Ji-chun and the others. I am genuinely fine. Look, I'm not thirsty anymore. Hurry up and drink. Fine then. Yu Quince finally pulled the thermos back and intentionally rotated it exactly a half turn, lining her lips up perfectly with the exact spot mine had just touched. She began chugging the water down merrily. Indirect kiss achieved. The subtle rom-com moves are strong with this own, watching her drain the rest of the flask in own single breath. I pulled out the sunscreen spray and asked, did you apply any of this before heading out? Now tilt your head up and close your eyes. Hearing my instruction, Yu Quince tightly screwed the cap back on, and obediently did exactly as she was told. After giving her a thorough, even coating of spray, I gave myself a quick application as well. For the remaining time left on our break, it was naturally filled with the two of us flirting and being completely inseparable. Granted, because the scorching weather was a bit intense, we did not initiate anything overly physical or suffocating. We just stayed locked arm in arm, whispering sweet nothings and casually chatting away. All too soon, the 20-minute rest period reached its end, as the instructor's booming voice roared for everyone to fall back into formation. Yu Quince quickly put her thermos back in its place and trotted right back into the ranks alongside me. Instructor Duan issued the command to stand at attention once again and promptly wandered off to a shaded corner to slack off and pass the time, though every now and then he would conduct a quick lap around the ranks, just to scout for anyone whose posture was lacking or sloppy, or anyone attempting to sneakily cut corners. This agonizing stance lasted all the way until 12 p.m. before he finally announced dismissal for lunch, adding a stern reminder that everyone had to gather back by 2000 p.m. The crowd dispersed instantly in every imaginable direction. Nobody even had a single watt of energy left to utter a complaint. They just bolted like stampeding cattle toward the campus cafeteria. After all, they were utterly starving and completely dehydrated. Compared to talking trash or whining, survival was clearly the absolute top priority. Inside the crowded cafeteria, since a single table could not possibly accommodate our entire group, Yu Quince and I ended up sharing a table with Lizzie Rui and Fan Zero. The remaining 4 members of our crew took over the adjacent table right next to us. Although we were technically split across 2 tables, they were only separated by a narrow walkway, Having a fluid conversation back and forth was still completely effortless. Naturally, I had a little hidden agenda of my own here. Realistically, everyone could have just sat wherever they pleased. But for the sake of my brothers and sisters' future relationship prospects, Quince and I deliberately dragged our respective roommates to sit together in a makeshift group date, regardless of whether anyone would actually spark a romantic connection right off the bat. Getting to know each other early on certainly would not hurt. Besides, we were bound to organize a formal joint dorm mixer down the road anyway. So breaking the ice now meant hanging out later would not feel terribly awkward, right? As everyone was eating and chatting happily. Suddenly, a thick, heavily muscled arm slapped heavily onto my shoulder. I spun my head around to look, and the mouthful of rice I had not even finished chewing yet instantly sprayed right across his face. My eyes widened in absolute profound shock.
Gong Day 2.
Big Head Gong. Okay. That is a hilarious nickname.
What the hell are you doing here?
We have not crossed paths in years. How on earth did you end up as a military drill instructor? Is the private combat training industry not paying the bills anymore? Did you seriously get laid off? This massive guy was none other than the instructor who had trained me in military hand-to-hand combat years ago. He was also the legendary retired Special Forces soldier whom I once hilariously pranked by burning his uniform, forcing him to sprint out into the open completely bare-chested Coach Gong Hongyi. Due to his distinctively massive cranium, I had permanently given him the affectionate nickname Gong Datu. Gong Hongyi wiped the stray grains of rice off his face, dark lines covering his forehead. Gritting his teeth in pure annoyance, he growled,
"You little brat."
"We have not seen each other in years, and your mouth is still as utterly unfiltered and toxic as ever. I have always been a drill instructor. You punk. The private coaching was just a side hustle. Where the hell did you get the idea that I lost my job? But look at you. I spotted you from a mile away and recognized you instantly. Now that you have fallen right back into my clutches, just wait and see how brutally I'm going to whip you into shape." I immediately protested. Gong Day 2's training regimens were notoriously subhuman tortures that no sane body could endure. Without uttering another word, I leaped out of my chair and threw a lightning-fast sidekick, catching him completely off guard. I launched a preemptive strike straight toward Gong Hongyi. A retired Special Forces kingpin was obviously no pushover though. He fluidly ducked the strike and launched an instantaneous counterattack. Fists came flying at me from a dozen dizzying angles. I blocked and parried every single incoming strike with rapid-fire precision, but I failed to properly anticipate his final heavy maneuver, crossing both arms firmly in front of my chest to form a desperate guard. I was struck squarely by Gong Hongyi's driving kick, sending me stumbling backwards several paces. While the brief exchange appeared incredibly intense and dramatic to onlookers, the entire clash had honestly unfolded in the span of a mere few seconds. Yet, a profound dead silence instantly blanketed the entire cafeteria. Every single student's eyes were glued to the two of us, completely stunned by the impromptu action flick.
Gong Day 2.
You have seriously gotten soft.
Back in the day, you could effortlessly floor me with own and move. How did your skills degrade into something this basic? Gong Hongyi scoffed and fired back. It is obviously because you have grown up. You brat, your physical size and reach advantage finally caught up to mine. Do not go thinking my skills have dulled for a second. And another thing,
Drop that ridiculous Gong Day 2 nickname?
technically speaking, I'm still your martial arts master. Show some damn respect. Please. I curled my lips in a mocking smirk. Try actually pinning me to the floor first. Then we will talk respect. Fine then, let us head out to the sports field and settle this properly. I want to see if you have been slacking off and getting lazy over all these years. Hold your horses for a second. Turning around, I stepped right back to Quince's side and said softly, "Go ahead and finish your lunch first. I am just going out to mess around with this guy for a bit." But Quince tightly grabbed hold of my hand, her beautiful eyes swimming with deep, unadulterated worry. Who exactly is he? Why did you guys suddenly start throwing punches like that? How about you just do not go out there? What if you end up getting hurt? Do not sweat it. He is literally just my old combat coach from back in the day. Relax, I promise. We are just going to spar and test each other out a little. He is an official instructor now. He knows exactly how to restrain his strikes and maintain control. I gently ruffled her hair with a reassuring smile as I spoke. Right, I suppose. But you have to be incredibly careful out there. The second you realize you can't beat him, just tap out and surrender. Okay? Quince tightly pressed her lips together, firmly issuing her strict conditions. "I am heading out then. Hurry up and finish your food before it gets cold." With those final words, I whirled around and followed Gong Hongyi out of the cafeteria. A sizable crowd of students who had already wolfed down their lunches instantly tagged along behind us, eager to witness some free entertainment. Inside, the cafeteria quickly returned to its usual buzzing chatter. Jiang Ruoshui turned to stare at Quince, her face a mask of absolute wide-eyed shock. Holy sweet mother of God.
Your man is actually that much of a powerhouse.
Fan Zero's eyes flickered with a subtle hint of surprise, but she maintained her composure and chose to remain silent. She simply stared toward the exit of the cafeteria, her mind clearly wandering elsewhere. Yan Jichun was far from the type to get easily startled or dramatic over things. She merely let out a silent, deeply impressed gasp within her own mind. Meanwhile, He Qiang and Chen Junjie had already deployed maximum speed to completely clean out every last scrap of food on their trays, sprinting out the door to watch the fight. As for our resident soft wife roommate, true to form, he maintained absolute poise, even if the heavens were to collapse right in front of him. He just continued daintily and peacefully chewing his lunch without a care in the world. Not too far away, Chung Zheyu had fully witnessed the brief, explosive martial arts display. He instantly and quietly canceled his original plan to hire thugs to teach me a lesson. Smartest thing this guy has done all day. Once Yu Quince finished devouring her own meal, she smoothly pulled my leftover tray toward herself and happily began finishing off the rest of my food. Shoveling the very last mouthful of her own food into her mouth, Jiang Roshu sighed with dramatic awe. Yep, it is a proven scientific fact. Leftovers always taste better when they belong to your man. Yu Quince's cheeks instantly flushed a delicate shade of pink. Wasting food is a sin, that is all. Sure, whatever you say, boss. 0. Jichun. And, wait, what was your name again? Jiang Rokshu's train of thought completely stalled mid-sentence as she pointed at our roommate.
Li Zirui.
Right.
Li Zirui.
Everyone's done eating, right? Let us head outside and check out the action too. With that, our soft wife stood up and followed the 4 girls out of the cafeteria in a neat little line. By the time they arrived, a massive crowd had already gathered around the perimeter of the sports field. I unleashed a vicious, snapping, spinning kick, only for Gong Hongyi to cleanly catch my leg in a vice-like grip. Pivoting on pure instinct, I decisively launched myself into the air, whipping a fierce, acrobatic roundhouse kick straight toward Gong Hongyi's head. Forced to release his grip, Gong Hongyi had no choice but to back off, quickly snapping his arm up into a tight block to protect his temple. But right as he successfully spotted a golden opening and prepared to launch a devastating counter, I had already hit the turf hard and completely checked out of the fight. Offering zero resistance, Gong Hongyi managed to freeze his incoming punch mere inches from my face just in time. Pulling his fist back, he let out a loud mocking scoff. Hey kid, were not you acting like a total badass just a second ago in the cafeteria? How did you go completely soft on me already? I just sprawled flat on the grass, fully embracing a state of total, unbothered slackerdom. Truth be told, every single muscle in my body was throbbing with an intense ache, yet my mouth remained as absolutely stubborn and unyielding as ever. You are a literal retired Special Forces war machine bullying a fragile young student. How do you have the audacity to talk trash? The fact that I managed to trade blows with you back and forth for this long just proves you have gotten incredibly rusty. Gong Daetu. Bullcrap. I was blatantly pulling my punches and holding back on you, you brat. There was absolutely no parallel universe where Gong Hongyi would ever admit his physical peak had passed. Yet the harsh reality was that as the years steadily piled up on him, all the lingering battle scars and hidden physical trauma left behind from his old Black Ops missions had begun to aggressively flare up all at once, leaving him feeling increasingly overwhelmed and out of gas. Take right now, for instance, his right arm, which had once been completely pierced through by a bullet, throbbed with a blinding ache the moment he channeled raw power into it. His left side felt somewhat numb and unresponsive, and his reaction speed had undeniably tanked compared to his golden years. Out of nowhere, a gorgeous, striking figure burst straight through the surrounding crowd, her eyes completely brimming with frantic tears. With her eyes flashing crimson, she threw her body directly in front of Gong Hongyi as a human shield. Sobbing uncontrollably while glaring at him with a chilling, murderous intensity, she snapped. A grown drill instructor actually abusing and bullying a defenseless student. How do you even sleep at night? And she was not even close to finished. I am absolutely reporting this directly to the university administration. Seeing this level of sheer escalation, I did not dare lie there slacking off for another second. I forced myself up through the throbbing pain, scrambled to my feet, and gently wiped the tears from Yu Quince's cheeks with the back of my hand, soothing her. Hey, it is all right. It is all right. Please do not cry. Look at me. I do not have a scratch on me. He is just an old buddy of mine. We were literally just messing around. It is not that serious. Gong Hongyi did not take the girl's aggressive outburst to heart at all. Instead, he leaned in and asked with a highly intrigued, knowing smirk. Oh ho, your girlfriend? Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. She is an absolute gem of a girl. You better treat her right and never break her heart. Damn right. After all, how could anyone ever dream of letting down a girl who sheds genuine tears over your slightest pain? Well, obviously, who do you think I am? I'm not some ancient, crusty bachelor like you, still single, and unable to pull a single date at your age. Hearing this savage blow to his single status, Gong Hongyi was just about to lose his temper. But right on cue, Yu Quince extended her left hand, purposely flaunting the massive diamond ring gleaming on her finger as she quietly corrected him. I am not his girlfriend. I am his official fiancé, fully approved and recognized by Mama Gu. The level of territorial marking here is truly elite tier. Gong Hongyi froze in genuine brief astonishment, instantly forgetting my petty insults. He burst into a booming, deep belly laugh.
Bwahaha, perfect.
Excellent. Excellent. What an absolute spitfire of a girl. I love the spirit. Right. Alright, stop aggressively flaunting your cheesy romance right in front of my single face. I am officially granting the two of you a half-day leave. Go let your precious fiancé take you to the infirmary to patch up those bruises. He placed an incredibly heavy, deliberate emphasis on the word fiancé. Sounds fantastic to me. The moment the words left his mouth, I grabbed Yu Quince and made a strategic retreat, completely ignoring whatever parting teases Gong Data was trying to throw our way. A whole half-day of private, uninterrupted couple time. Why on earth would I waste time standing around chatting? Peace out, old man. We are out of here. Gong Hongyi whirled around to face the surrounding crowd of students who were still holding their smartphones up to record everything and barked a thunderous order. What are you all staring and filming for? Disperse and take your break immediately. Otherwise, I will call a formal assembly right now and make you grind drills until dusk. The absolute millisecond those words echoed across the field, the entire crowd instantly scattered like cockroaches when the lights flip on. The sheer speed of their retreat was honestly comparable to a space-bound rocket. Naturally, the scandalous headlines of Gong-level coach battles freshman student and pure first love goddess fiercely shielding her hubby instantly trended and completely dominated the university's online forums, while the rest of the freshman class spent the entire afternoon sweating bullets under the brutal sun. I was living the absolute dream, lazily lounging across a bed in the air-conditioned infirmary. To be completely fair, my injuries were not serious at all. It was just a handful of superficial standard bruises. A quick application of some basic pain relief and circulation spray was all it took to fix me up. Yet Yu Quince remained seated quietly by my side, her big eyes still brimming with tearful pools, looking profoundly, thoroughly miserable. In her mind, she was harboring a massive amount of resentment toward Gong Hongyi's handling of the spar. If it was supposed to be a friendly spar, why on earth did he have to hit so incredibly hard? He should have just let my chin-chin land a few satisfying punches, and then gracefully accepted defeat like a proper adult. You are a grown-ass professional instructor. Why are you being so petty with a college student? Her level of unhinged bias for her boyfriend is both terrifying and admirable. It was an absolute stroke of cosmic luck that Gong Hongyi was not telepathic, otherwise he would have inevitably lost his mind and screamed, "Let him land a few punches. Are you out of your mind? That little psycho was legitimately aiming for my life. Did you completely miss the part where he unleashed 100% of his raw power and whipped a lethal roundhouse kick directly at my skull?
What?
A student's life matters, but a drill instructor's life is just a joke to you." Staring at the visibly pouting, thoroughly dejected girl, I reached out, taking her petite hand into mine and giving it a gentle squeeze. Letting out a mixture of a chuckle and a sigh, I said, "Right.
All right, Quince.
Turn that frown upside down. Okay, look at me. These are all tiny, superficial scratches. They will completely vanish in a couple of days. Do not hold a grudge against Gong Day 2. The truth is, he was massively pulling his punches out there. If anything, I was the one throwing strikes with lethal intent. The guy is a literal retired Special Forces legend. If he had not deliberately restrained himself, I would not have survived more than 3 exchanges. And even then, I had to put my absolute entire soul into matching him. Your explanation finally made Yu Quince's tense shoulders relax a tiny bit. Yet she still leaned closer, whining in a soft, sugary, coddling tone. "You have to give me a big kiss before I can feel better." I immediately sat up, leaning forward to plant a firm kiss right on her sweet lips. Cough. Cough. Out of absolute nowhere, a smooth, sharp female voice cut cleanly through the romantic atmosphere of the infirmary. "Excuse me. There are actual other human beings present in this room. Kindly restrain your raging hormones, please." Yu Quince's face instantly went red as she buried her head low in pure bashfulness. I calmly turned my head to look over at the school nurse standing nearby in her white lab coat. True to my life philosophy, as long as I do not feel awkward, the awkwardness belongs entirely to everyone else. I immediately whipped out my smartphone and said with a straight face, "Hey, nurse sister, how about I quickly wire you $200 and you head outside to enjoy a nice, leisurely cup of coffee." Hearing my blatant bribe, the school nurse slowly spun her head around. She narrowed her eyes at me with profound suspicion. "What exactly are you planning to pull here? This is an official university medical clinic, not your private master bedroom. Furthermore, I'm a medical professional. What am I supposed to do if a genuinely sick student walks in needing care? $500. I stated with complete unbothered composure. This is not an issue that can be solved with money. All in $1,000. I chimed in once more, my voice completely flat and nonchalant. You know, suddenly sitting at this desk has made me feel incredibly exhausted. I think I will go stand outside by the entrance to get some fresh air. Everyone has a price, and hers was exactly $1,000. Iconic shift. The nurse let out a wide, dramatic stretch as she rose from her chair. Right before stepping out the door, she paused and pointedly issued a strict warning. And one more thing. This is strictly a medical infirmary. Do not go completely wild and cross the line in there. With the door clicking shut, the infirmary was finally reduced to just the two of us. Without wasting a single fraction of a second, I firmly pulled Quince down onto the clinic bed alongside me. Wrapping my arms tightly around her slender waist, we locked into a deep embrace. Quince ed every last ounce of her previous bashfulness, wrapping her arms securely around the nape of my neck, as she passionately and aggressively initiated the kiss, craving more. Suddenly worrying about the potential presence of hidden security cameras, I yanked the heavy white duvet up, covering the both of us entirely from view. Underneath the sheet, we completely threw caution to the wind and let things escalate. After rolling around and hooking up beneath the sheets for nearly a full hour, the girl's soft, breathless, dream-like whimpers finally subsided, flipping the duvet back open. I sat up and let out a long, satisfying stretch. Quince rose as well, carefully rearranging her inner and outer layers of clothing. With her face thoroughly flushed a deep crimson, she smoothed out her messy, disheveled hair. Let us head out. I am totally over lying around in this bed. Let us go take a nice stroll outside, I suggested casually. Quince wrapped her arms around mine with deep, unwavering affection, and we walked out of the infirmary side by side. Hey there, nurse sister, we are taking off now. You can head right back inside and get back to work. I offered a cheery farewell to the nurse who had been standing guard right outside like a statue the entire time. With that, I proudly led my fiancée away, leaving her in the dust. Letting out a massive sigh of pure, sweet relief, the nurse ducked back inside. She rushed straight back into the clinic, collapsed into her chair, and began massaging her long legs, which were completely exhausted from standing. Then, all of a sudden realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. She blinked and muttered under her breath, "Wait a damn minute, that little punk never actually wired me the $1,000? LMAO, MC literally scammed the school nurse." Absolute menace behavior. As we were walking past the public restroom located right down the corridor from the clinic, a rather wicked, spontaneous idea suddenly popped into my head. Then I led Quince over toward the public restrooms. After casting a quick glance left and right to make sure the coast was entirely clear, I took her firmly by the hand and we walked straight right inside. We paced all the way to the absolute furthest stall at the very back and slid the lock cleanly into place, following a brief flurry of rustling clothes and hushed, quiet sounds. Public restroom romance on day 2? Bold choice, guys. Wait a minute. Inside the restroom at that exact microsecond, the distinct clatter of 2 sets of approaching footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Startled, I immediately wrapped my arms around Quince, who was currently sitting right on top of me, and gently covered her mouth to keep her quiet. Bro, you seriously still have not thrown in the towel regarding that Quince girl. Simultaneously, the crisp, metallic clicks of 2 lighters flicking open echoed through the space. Cheng Ziyu took a long drag of his cigarette and voiced, "Of course not. I am completely 100% serious about her this time. How could I possibly let some basic random outsider walk away with a girl who is as pure and flawless as pristine moonlight?" Naturally, there was no parallel universe where he would admit to his roommate that her pure silhouette had already been deeply and permanently seared into the deepest recesses of his mind, as doing so would severely damage his grand macho alpha image. But the girl clearly already has a boyfriend, with that explosive video completely blowing up the campus forums today. Plus Quince explicitly stating with her own mouth that the guy is her fiancé. Is not what we are trying to pull a little bit messed up? The roommate tried his best to offer some rational advice.
Piffed. Please.
They are just freshmen. How can some naive, innocent little campus romance hope to withstand the harsh weight of reality? At the end of the day, all women inevitably bow down to the power of wealth. I am practically rescuing her from a lifetime of misery ahead of schedule. It does not matter what kind of underhanded tactics I have to employ, as long as the final outcome goes exactly my way. The classic, I'm doing this for her own good villain coping mechanism. Textbook delusion. Cheng Ziyu dismissed the concerns with complete indifference. Then he added with a sharp grin, "Oh, right, tell that chick we hired to play it smart and be sharp. Do not just mindlessly throw herself directly onto Guqing Chen the absolute second she spots him. Have her strike up a casual, normal conversation first, to completely lower his guard, and then gradually start acting a bit overly touchy-feely and intimate. Once his defenses are down, she can catch him off guard, lunge forward and wrap her arms around him tight. You better make sure you set up the camera at a flawless angle and capture Guqing's face with crystal clear definition. If you screw this up, you're dead meat. Ah, the classic honey trap scheme. Cheap, predictable, yet effective. Yes, of course. Bro, we should probably split. The drill instructor is about to call the afternoon assembly any minute now. Let us move. Throughout the entire duration of their conversation, Yu Quince had already completely lost every single shred of her rationality. She could not care less what the actual situation outside the stall door was. Listening closely as Cheng Zheyu and his roommate's footsteps finally faded out of the restroom, I let out a long breath and completely relaxed my tense frame. Yu Quince did exactly the same once she finally snapped out of her dazed state. Her face flushed a deep crimson with intense bashfulness as she buried her head heavily into my chest. Fortunately, thanks to my exceptionally thick skin, I remained completely unfazed and composed. The two of us quickly tidied ourselves and our clothes up, and I even carefully wiped down the stall door, the toilet seat, and the floor tiles, wiping down the evidence like a seasoned crime scene cleanup professional. Highly suspicious, the young girl shyly covered her face, peeking at me from between her fingers all the while. After we discreetly and carefully sneaked out of the restroom, she clung tightly to my arm with rosy, glowing cheeks, though her walking stride was looking a little bit unnatural. Well, what can you do? Her fiancé's passionate affection had left her profoundly, thoroughly satisfied. The two of us did not linger or wander around any further. I escorted Yu Quince straight back to her dorm building, gave her a deep, lingering parting kiss, and took my leave. Having no immediate desire to head back to my own room, I wandered over to the sports field for a stroll, watching financial management class, one sweating while standing rigidly at attention. I smugly tilted my chin up in pure arrogance and casually strolled right past the front of their formation, humming a little tune. Taunting people doing military drills while you're lounging on leave, absolute menace behavior. Our resident soft wife roommate barely offered a reaction, but He Qiang and Chen Junjie were already glaring in my direction, gritting their teeth in pure envy. Zhang Ruoxue merely rolled her eyes at my antics, while Fan Zero and Yan Jichun collectively chose to completely ignore my presence, but instructor Duan Fei possessed eyes like an absolute hawk. He immediately barked out. Second row, you two guys making faces and winking back and forth over there. Drop down and give me 20 push-ups right now on your own initiative. Do not make me physically come over there and drag you out. Fourth brother, you absolute piece of trash. He Qiang and Chen Junji hit the turf and could only obediently follow the orders. Seeing this, I strolled over with a massive grin to cheerfully kick them while they were down. Tsk, tisk, tisk. What an absolute tragedy. That is exactly what you get for slacking off and being naughty. Duan Fei, of course, had fully taken note of this guy, the very same student who had spared with Coach Gong at noon, and been officially granted a half-day medical leave. There was no helping it. The punk had left an incredibly deep impression, but judging by the current looks of it, the kid was fully recovered, and even had plenty of spare energy to come strutting around here. Duan Fei immediately seized the perfect opportunity to avenge Gong Hongyi, declaring Gu Qingqin for actively disrupting the order and discipline of the formation. Drop out and run 20 laps around the sports field right now. This is an official order. Oh, holy crap. How many? The smug smirk instantly vanished from my face, but it seamlessly transferred right onto the faces of He Qiang and Chen Junji.
Bwahaha.
Fourth brother,
You completely played yourself, did not you?
exactly. That is what you get for gloating and showing off. Hurry up and start running. The two of them instantly jeered and mocked from the ground. Who gave you two permission to open your mouths and talk? Add another 20 push-ups. Duan Fei barked. Mutual destruction at its absolute finest. Truly nobody wins here. The two of them bitterly resumed their push-ups, groaning with every single rep. Then Duan Fei turned back and shouted in my direction. What are you still standing there frozen for? Pick up the pace. Are you kidding me? Did Gong Deitu deliberately order you to pull this stunt? My eye twitched slightly. Is this still about me burning your clothes back then? And letting the family maid catch a full view of your bare naked body? Do you really have to be this incredibly vindictive?
Wow, the backstory of why he burned his coach's uniform gets more unhinged by the second.
Duan Fei did not offer a single word of response. Instead, he ruthlessly added to the penalty. 30 laps, and so I had no choice but to yell back as I started breaking into a sprint.
Gong Day 2.
You just wait and see. Although it was not dark yet, the scorching sun had already lost a significant amount of its brutal heat. Sweating profusely from head to toe, my footsteps grew increasingly heavy with every stride. Gritting my teeth, I pushed through the absolute final half lap, before finally slowing my intense sprint down into a walk. Anyone who has just finished intense cardiovascular exercise knows you can never just abruptly stop and collapse right away. After pacing back and forth for a good long while to cool down, I finally collapsed flat onto the grassy field like a dead weight. Each lap was 400 meters, meaning 30 laps equaled a staggering 12 kilometers. It was an absolute stroke of luck that I maintained a strict daily morning run regimen. Otherwise, there was no way my body would have survived the distance. Right now, both of my legs felt as though they were locking up in violent, agonizing spasms. Even my lungs throbbed with a dull ache from the rapid, shallow gasps for air. Duanfei calmly paced over to my side and noted, "Not bad, kid.
12 kilometers.
Oh, an hour, 2 minutes, and 17 seconds. That is an exceptionally solid performance. Keep up the good work." I did not have a single watt of energy left to talk to him, so I simply raised my hand and flipped him a solid middle finger. Duanfei naturally did not care in the slightest. He turned on his heel and marched right back to the front of Financial Management Class 1. Reverently, another hour or so slowly ticked by, as the surrounding drill instructors finally began barking dismissal commands one after another. My expansive view of the bright blue sky was suddenly obstructed by several heads popping into frame. Someone had even audaciously extended a finger and placed it directly beneath my nostrils to check for signs of life. Squinting my eyes to get a clearer look, I realized it was none other than that absolute clown, Zhang Ruchui. The moment Zhang Ruxu saw my eyes twitch, she immediately gasped in mock astonishment. "He is alive. The corpse is reanimating." Utterly speechless, I groaned. "I am literally just too exhausted to open my mouth or move a muscle. I have not kicked the bucket yet, you idiot. Old Gu, you are an absolute beast. Not only did you square off against a special forces coach, but you can casually blast through 30 laps like it is nothing. For real, if that were me, I would have 100% collapsed halfway through." He Qiang and Chen Junjie, our resident comedy duo, chimed in back and forth flawlessly. Honestly, it is a tragedy these two have not started a stand-up comedy routine yet. Just then, a delicate hand sporting a fresh manicure reached over and gently set a bottle of mineral water right onto my chest. Fan Ziru squatted down beside me and murmured softly, "Here, take a sip." I grabbed it from the store during our brief mid-session break. "It is completely unopened. No need, but thank you for the kind gesture." I turned her down instantly without a second thought. Loyal boyfriend reflexes activated automatically. Zero hesitation, instant rejection. Then I immediately followed up asking, "Is there still water left in Quince's thermos?" Yan Jichen, who was holding Yu Quince's bottle in her hand, replied, "Yes, there is. It is completely full. Fantastic." With that, I handed the unopened mineral water right back to Fan Zero. With the steady support of our soft wife roommate, I painstakingly hauled myself up, took Yu Quince's thermos, unscrewed the cap, and began chugging greedily, clutching the rejected water bottle in her hand. Fan Zero simply watched me, her facial expression betraying absolutely zero emotion. Once I finished quenching my thirst, I dialed Yu Quince's number, telling her there was no need to walk all the way out here. I would just buy a meal and have her roommates bring it back to her. Right. Let us move. Time to grab some real food. I slowly paced alongside the rest of the crew toward the campus cafeteria. Once we finished eating, Zhang Ruchui picked up the boxed rice bowl I had bought and headed straight back to the dorm alongside Fan Ziru and Yan Jichun. The very instant she stepped through the door, she set the steaming meal right down in front of you, Quince, and immediately began chattering away at high volume. "Quince, your man is an absolute unit. He blasted through 30 entire laps and still acted like it was a casual walk in the park. He is seriously incredible. You are going to be so incredibly well taken care of in the future. Ugh, I am so jealous." "Wait, what, 30 laps?" Yu Quince asked, looking completely lost and confused. "Wait. You did not know. Your husband was penalized by the drill instructor and forced to run 30 laps around the track. But did not we officially have a half-day medical leave? Why on earth would he still get punished?" A wave of deep anxiety steadily surged in Yu Quince's chest as she questioned them frantically. "Well, who told him to come swaggering up to our formation this afternoon just to gloat about not having to drill?" Naturally, the instructor caught him red-handed and made an example out of him. The absolute second the words left Zhang Ruoshu's mouth, Yu Quince snatched up her phone, bolted upright, and sprinted straight out of the dorm room. "Hey, wait a minute. Are not you going to eat your dinner? It is going to get completely cold." Staring at the retreating figure of the girl as she vanished down the hall, Zhang Ruoxui's shouting voice gradually faded away into nothingness. She blinked her eyes twice in a completely dazed stupor and muttered, "Is she seriously that obsessively worried about her man?" Fan Ziru calmly applied her skincare products and noted smoothly, "Girls who are deeply infatuated and madly in love are always like this. You will get used to it eventually." Arriving at the base of the boys' dorm building, Yu Quince marched straight up the stairs without a hint of hesitation. This immediate intrusion instantly captured the rapt attention of a massive crowd of guys, leaving even the dorm supervisor lady completely frozen. failing to process the situation. The boys' dorm policies were notoriously lax compared to the girls' side. If a guy dared to break into the girls' dorm, he would be slapped with an immediate official disciplinary write-up. But for a girl entering the boys' side, nobody batted an eye. Talk about a total double standard. Whatever happened to absolute gender equality? Ah, the classic universal truth of college dorm double standards. Reaching room 201, Quince pushed the door wide open and stepped right inside. The three guys, who were huddled together intensely grinding matches in honor of kings, simultaneously lifted their heads and froze completely in their tracks. Fourth brother, your wifey is officially here. He Qiang was the first to snap out of his stupor, promptly shouting out a warning. Pivoting sideways from my upper bunk, I poked my head down to look, and was met with the sight of that lovely familiar silhouette. I scrambled out of bed, climbed down from the bunk in a flash, and tenderly cupped her breathtaking, first love-esque oval face, caressing it gently. How did you manage to march straight up here? You could have just shot me a quick text and I would have come down. Quince immediately lunged forward and threw her arms around me, burying her little head deeply into my chest as she whimpered softly. I heard from Ruoxu that you were penalized with a 30-lap run. I was so incredibly worried about you, so I sprinted over as fast as I could to check on you. Naturally, He Kayang and the other two had absolutely zero desire to stay and play third wheel. Right now, they were trying to tiptoe out of the dorm room with the stealth of literal burglars. However, true to the laws of comedy, an unexpected mishap was bound to unfold. Out of nowhere, the distinct clattering sound of an empty soda can hitting the floor tiles echoed with deafening clarity throughout the quiet room. Myself, Quince, still buried in my embrace, along with He Qiang and our soft wife roommate, simultaneously turned their heads to stare dead at Chen Junji.
Hee.
Chen Junji let out a thoroughly awkward, sheepish grin. Total accident, guys. Complete mishap. As he spoke, he hastily stomped down twice with his feet, crushing the offending can flat before tossing it into the trash bin. Then he offered me a sweeping, dramatic gesture of invitation. Please, carry right on, do not mind a smooth save, Junji. Absolutely seamless transition. With that, the third wheel trio swiftly bolted out of the dorm room at maximum speed. Quince turned back to look up at me and could not help but let out a beautiful, radiant smile. Your roommates are actually pretty hilarious. They definitely are. I gave her backside a playful little pat and asked, did you actually eat that dinner I had them bring back for you? Quince obediently shook her head. Well, let us get going then. I will take you out to grab some proper food. I released my hold on her and sat down in the chair to swap into my shoes. But Quince merely knitted her delicate brows, shaking her head in deep concern. No need, really. You need to properly rest up. You ran for such a grueling length of time. I actually came over planning to give you a nice thorough massage the absolute millisecond I heard that. I thought, wow, premium girlfriend perks already. I instantly kicked off my shoes, rose to my feet, and scrambled back up to the upper bunk. Come on up, show me absolutely zero mercy, taking immediate and absolute advantage of a girlfriend massage offer a wise man's choice. Quince was thoroughly amused by my goofy antics and let out a little chuckle. She slipped off her pristine white sneakers and climbed up onto the bed as well. I laid flat on my stomach, tucking the pillow comfortably beneath my head. You may begin, my beloved lady wife. Quince gently settled herself down, sitting right atop my lower back, and with her back turned to me, she began kneading and massaging my sore thighs. While I thoroughly enjoyed the sensation of her two delightfully soft plush cheeks resting on my back, I was simultaneously grimacing in intense pain as the young girl's slender, driving fingers worked through my deeply aching muscle tissues. It was a literal definition of a painful yet heavenly ecstasy. Hiss gentle, go. A little easier on me. Perhaps because she had channeled a bit too much raw strength into her grip, I hurriedly cried out in protest. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Quince's eyes instantly welled up with a crimson flush, and her voice immediately carried a delicate, trembling crack. Seriously, if you could not handle the distance, you should have just stopped running. Why did you absolutely insist on grinding through the entire penalty? Why do you always have to be so incredibly stubborn and push yourself too hard? And that drill instructor is awful too. Why on earth do every single one of them love targeting defenseless students? We are not even actual soldiers under his command. What right does he have to treat you like this? Protectiveness, level 100. She is fully prepared to launch a formal war against the whole military department. The moment I detected the unstable emotional shift in Quince's voice, I quickly flipped myself over and securely wrapped my arms around her, pulling her into a tight embrace. Quince naturally took the opening to bury her beautiful face deeply into the crook of my neck, gently patting her petite head with own hand. I began soothing her softly. There, There it is. All right. It is all right. Why are those waterworks turning on again? Are you a little professional crybaby or something? Look at me. I'm completely fine. Are not I? It is literally just some standard muscle soreness from overexertion. It will be completely gone by tomorrow morning. I only ran it because I knew for a fact my body could handle the physical distance. Otherwise, I definitely would have thrown in the towel and stopped. And the instructor would not have physically forced me to continue if I was dying. Yu Quince let out a soft, pouting huff and gently raised her fist to plant a weak, playful punch right onto my chest. Can't you just stay put and behave yourself safely for once? You constantly leave me worrying myself to death. There is absolutely zero chance a guy can just sit quietly and behave. If he did, he would not be a guy anymore. I know exactly where to draw the line and exercise restraint. I promise I won't ever actually injure myself. So you can rest easy, my absolute darling. I held her tight, gently rocking our bodies back and forth, exactly as though I were cradling a tiny, precious infant to sleep. Meanwhile, outside the dorm room, our soft wife, roommate Lizarui, inexplicably let out a loud, sudden sneeze, getting aggressively gossiped about across telepathic lines. Classic anime trope. After a good long while passed, I walked out hand in hand with Yu Quince and directed a question toward the trio who were standing like statues right outside. Are you three down to grab some late-night snacks? I will bring some back for everyone. Let us do Chinese BBQ skewers. Thank you, adoptive father, He Qiang declared with a massive grin. Do not forget to grab some cold beers. Chen Junji quickly chimed in from the side, backing him up. Li Zerui simply offered a gentle, anything works for me. Right, we are taking off then. With that, the two of us walked hand in hand straight out of the dorm building. Strolling along a leisurely path, we made our way to a nearby street food alley.
Chen.
I really want to eat that own, Yu Quince chirped, pointing directly at a nearby cheese hot dog stall. I instantly strode over, bought a piping hot own, and handed it to her, watching her take an enthusiastic first bite. I followed up, asking, is it good? Yeah, it is pretty decent. As we continued wandering through the market, Yu Quince munched down until exactly half was left, then held the rest out to me. I do not really want any more of this.
You finish it up.
I took it from her hand and completely demolished it in 2 or 3 massive bites. The sheer variety of vendors in the food alley was completely dizzying. It was physically impossible to sample every single shop, so Yu Quince strictly selected items that caught her eye and interest. What on earth is this flower-shaped treat? Yu Quince asked, gesturing toward a delicate, flower-shaped pastry. That is a traditional Haitang cake. It is exceptionally delicious. Let us buy a pack of 4. You can bring them back and share them with your roommates. Pan-fried buns, Shengjianbao. Yu Quince cheered, tugging and shaking my arm excitedly. I mean, it is a legendary signature local specialty of Shanghai. We absolutely have to try it. I gave her soft cheek a fond, doting pinch and bought a serving right away. True to form, Yu Quince devoured exactly half of it before dumping the remaining portion onto me. The role of the human garbage disposal boyfriend is truly a universal phenomenon. After looping around a few more times, we grabbed some pork chops with rice cakes, deep-fried turnip cakes, spiced beans, and various other treats. We bought a single portion of every imaginable street snack just for Yu Quince to sample, and without fail, she ate precisely half of every single item, before passing the remaining half off to me. To finish things off, we packed a container of premium crab roe over rice, grabbed the ordered BBQ skewers and beers for the roommates, and finally left the food market. Returning to the university campus, I led Yu Quince over to sit down on a park bench, tucked away in a quiet corner. Since the immediate surroundings were completely deserted, Yu Quince let her guard down and relaxed significantly. She slipped off her sneakers and thrust her stocking-clad feet straight into my lap, while she happily munched on her crab roe rice bowl. She restlessly wriggled and flexed her feet playfully. Judging by the way her tiny toes were occasionally curling and flaring out like little flowers, the young girl's mood was undeniably fantastic right now. Taking hold of her beautifully curved arches, I began gently and tenderly, massaging her feet. Yu Quince shoveled a spoonful of the mixed rice into my mouth and murmured, I seriously want to move back into our house and live with you so badly. Having to sleep apart at night without getting to snuggle up close is absolute psychological torture. With that, she promptly stuffed another massive spoonful of rice into her own mouth, her cheeks puffing out slightly as she chewed slowly and deliberately. The very second sophomore year starts, I will take you back to live at our place. For now, let us just focus on doing well in our studies. Down the road, the literal moment any holiday or break rolls around, I will whisk you straight home so we can enjoy our own private couple's paradise. Alright? I patiently and tenderly comforted her.
Deal.
Yu Quince flashed a radiant, blissful smile and affectionately stuffed yet another spoonful of rice into my mouth. Once we were both thoroughly stuffed and satisfied, I carefully lifted my girlfriend's petite feet and helped her slip her shoes back on properly. Then, picking up the late-night snacks resting on the bench. I took Yu Quince by the hand, and we walked away together. Arriving at the base of the girls' dorm building, Yu Quince securely wrapped her arms around my waist, tilting her head up to share a passionate, lingering parting embrace with me. She finally reluctantly retreated back upstairs to her room. The moment Jiang Rachui saw her return bearing a bounty of delicious treats, she instantly lunged forward and planted a massive, aggressive kiss right on her cheek. Yan Jichen did not stand on ceremony either. She gladly accepted her share of the food. Fan Zero, being a born and raised Shanghai local, had naturally eaten dishes like this countless times before, but she still offered a polite word of thanks as she accepted the snacks. Meanwhile, the absolute millisecond I stepped back into my own dorm room, I was immediately ambushed and surrounded by our resident comedy duo. I held out the assortment of BBQ skewers in my hand. Here you go, your late-night barbecue and cold beers. Thank you, adoptive father. Chen Junji was the first to open his mouth and bellow, "Hey, why the hell are you stealing my signature line?" He Qiang grumbled with a laugh. Our soft wife, roommate, offered a sweet, thoroughly gentle word of thanks, and immediately dug into the skewers alongside those two unfilial adoptive sons. Mind you, he strictly skipped the alcohol and stuck entirely to crushing the food. The following morning, everyone gathered at the sports field at the usual time, as always. Today's training curriculum was focused on precision marching and halting. I was honestly executing my drills flawlessly and making great progress, when out of nowhere, Gong Hongyi called me out of the ranks. "What is up? Do not tell me you're planning to give me private on hell. Were not those 30 grueling laps Duan Fei made me run yesterday plenty enough?" Gong Hongyi listened to my outburst looking entirely bewildered and clueless. "What, 30 laps?" I just could not react in time. Gong Daetu actually gave him time off. He had no idea he would end up back on the field yesterday afternoon. I really thought Gong Daetu ordered it. Stereotypes really do kill.
Duan Fei, right?
Trying to avenge your boss, huh? Just you wait. Plotting revenge already. Classic petty Mick energy. Gong Hongyi finally caught on too. "You went back to the field yesterday and Duan Fei caught you. Made you run 30 laps, huh? Beautifully done. I will make sure to praise him when I get back. Rest assured." I silently gave him the middle finger. Only own, why not both? "So, why on earth are you looking for me? Someone wants to see you, and they are quite the big shot." The top brass from the military district came straight to me with this. "Who did you piss off recently?" Hearing Gong Hongyi's words, I was a bit puzzled. I have not offended anyone. Well, except for Cheng Ziyu. But how could Cheng Ziyu possibly call on his dad's sugar daddy just over some petty jealousy? Plus, that backer is in politics. What the hell does that have to do with the military? Makes zero sense. Plot hole avoided. "When do they want to see me?" I asked. They did not specify, just told me to bring you over first. They should be here any minute now. But judging by the leader's eager tone, it does not sound like they are here to settle a score. Whatever. Unable to figure it out, I stopped dwelling on it. I guess I will only know what their deal is once we meet face to face. After chatting with Gong Hongyi for nearly an hour, he received a call and said, "Come with me, they are here." I gave a slight nod and walked out of the school with him. We arrived at a deserted street. Gong Hongyi pointed to an official government car and said, "The person who wants to see you is inside. Go on." I slowly walked forward. There were 8 people standing around the car. 8 bodyguards, subtle flex, all dressed in plain clothes and wearing earpieces. 2 were guarding the doors, while the rest were positioned in different directions, keeping a lookout. As I reached the car door, one of them stepped right up, blocking my path and said, "Hello, we need to pat you down. Please cooperate."
Thank you.
I frowned in displeasure. The classic arrogant mech routine begins. Just how big of an official is this person inside? Forcing Gong Hongyi to hold me back for a meeting is one thing, but making me get searched for an appointment they set up, it is not like I was the one begging to meet, trying to pull this power play on me. Well, this lord ain't playing along. The moment that thought crossed my mind, I turned around to leave. Just then, the car window rolled down, and a very refined, beautiful woman hurriedly called out to stop me. "Young man, please wait. They are just following protocol. There is a very important person in the car, and they have to ensure his safety. I hope you can understand. Just consider it as a favor to this auntie. Okay? Please just cooperate with them for a moment. We truly have something very important to discuss with you. We will also compensate you for taking up your time." Does that sound all right? Since she put it like that, rich people literally offering money to talk. Easy win. How could I possibly refuse? I had no choice but to walk back and let the guy do a quick pat down. Inside the car, besides the woman from earlier, sat a straight-backed old man who exuded a naturally intimidating aura. My first impression was that he was someone who had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A bit dramatic, do not you think? Plus, with the old man staring unblinking right at me. It honestly gave me the chills. The beautiful lady warmly held the back of my hand and introduced them in an affectionate tone. Hello, young man.
I am Shu Yahan.
And this is my father, Shu Zhongshan.
You can just call him Grandpa Shu.
This sudden intimacy made me a little defensive, but I still greeted them politely. Hello, Auntie Shu. Grandpa Shu. Then I followed up with a question. May I ask why you wanted to see me? Is there something you need? The beautiful woman did not answer. Instead, she turned to look at her father. Xu Zhongshan also snapped out of his slight daze. His voice was a bit old but still rang with powerful authority. Gu Qingchen. The name your mother gave you? I nodded. A bit too casual of a name, perhaps. Black lines dropped down my face. The classic anime sweat drop moment. Old man, where are your manners? After speaking, Xu Zhongshan unlocked his phone, pulled up a picture, and handed it to me. I took it, totally confused, looking at the person in the photo. My eyes abruptly widened, for no other reason than the fact that the man in the uniform saluting looked exactly like me. Ah, yes. The long-lost billionaire military family trope strikes again. He looked like me. Way too much like me. We looked at least 70 or 80% identical.
Who is this?
I looked up at Xu Zhongshan and asked. Xu Yahan actually chimed in, explaining with red rims around her eyes. His name is Zhu Yifeng. He was my eldest brother, but he sacrificed his life during a mission before his passing. We made him go to the hospital to preserve his lineage. But since my brother never married, we could not just selfishly rent a womb for surrogacy, or drag a woman into the Xu family to live like a widow. So we opted to donate his sperm. Donating sperm of a deceased soldier to a random bank, plot convenience at its finest. But the doctors said the viability was already extremely low by the time it was extracted. It could only be cryogenically preserved for about 3 years max. We had basically given up all hope, but a while back,
I saw you when I took my daughter to the amusement park.
She did not need to say the rest for me to piece it together. So, you thought I might be your brother's child and came looking for me. The beautiful woman gently nodded. If I may be so bold to ask, do you know how your mother got pregnant with you? The Xu family has investigated recently, but turned up empty-handed. Partly because it has been far too long, and partly because Gujera never disclosed the circumstances of her pregnancy to outsiders. After hesitating for a moment, I answered. It was indeed through IVF. Xu Yahan immediately grasped my hand in sheer excitement. Then, could you come do a paternity test with us? Even Xu Zhongshan's hands subconsciously clenched tight, yet I just shook my head. I need to ask my mother first. After all, she raised me single-handedly. I can't just run off with you guys without saying a word. Xu Zhongshan replied. That is completely reasonable. We will absolutely go and pay our respects to your mother. But could you possibly do the DNA test with us first? We can discuss whether you want to acknowledge the Yu family later. Please understand an old man's desperate longing. We truly desperately need to know if my eldest son's child is alive and well in this world. Guilt tripping 101, very effective. I had no choice but to nod. Fine. At a certain paternity testing center in Shanghai, having been forced to endure a needle poke, I was sitting in a chair playing on my phone in total boredom. I had already texted Yu Quince to tell her I was safe. I told her I would explain everything in detail when I got back this afternoon. About 2.5 hours later, a doctor walked out holding a report. Xu Yahan and Yu Zhongshan immediately crowded around him. Chief, among the 4 blood samples you provided,
Your blood and the young man's
show a paternity index of over 40,000. And compared with the other 3 samples from the aunt and uncles, the DNA exhibits a highly significant degree of similarity. Factor in the young man's appearance, and it is extremely probable that he belongs to the Yu family.
Thank you.
Xu Zhongshan voiced his thanks. Meanwhile, Xu Yahan practically tackled me in a hug without a second word. Her tears immediately started falling like rain. My brother has an heir. My eldest brother finally has an heir. My sweet nephew, whatever you need from now on, just tell your auntie. Auntie will handle everything for you. Overpowered family confirmed. MC is about to have it easy. Xu Zhongshan walked over from the side. Looking at how awkward I felt, he quickly pulled Xu Yahan back and scolded her. Enough already. You are a grown woman. Stop acting like such a child. Then he patted me firmly on the shoulder and said, Good boy. You heard the results for yourself. I will go pay my respects to your mother this very afternoon. Whether you ultimately want to accept the Xu family is entirely up to you. But Xu Yahan boldly interrupted. Of course he should. Dear nephew, your grandfather is ridiculously powerful. Vice chairman of the military commission, second only to number Owen, the absolute top dog of the military district. Xu Zhongshan quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. He turned to me and said, "Your aunt was a bit spoiled by your father when he was alive. Seeing you has really brought out her wild side. She is not usually like this in public. Please forgive her. I actually found this aunt quite endearing, so I did not mind it at all. I was just completely stunned by the old man's rank, a sub-national level official, and a military ON at that. This guy is basically untouchable. Acknowledging this family might not be such a bad idea after all. Classic Mick logic. If they are rich and powerful, they are family." At 2:30 in the afternoon, I was dropped back off at the school gates. Xu Yahan got my contact info, and then headed off with the old man to visit Gujiaran. The schedule was a bit tight, but the old man has a ton of affairs to handle daily. He only managed to squeeze out some free time today, because he finally tracked down his suspected grandson, so they were trying to get everything sorted out in a single day. Having made do at the testing center, with a simple box lunch, I did not grab anything else to eat. I headed straight over to the sports field. Taking a look around, I noticed Gong Hongyi was nowhere to be seen, so I did not go directly to call for Yu Quince to avoid getting caught by Duan Fei. Instead, I just slipped right into the formation and started goose-stepping. Unfortunately, that eagle-eyed Cheng Ziyu spotted me. He instantly muttered to his roommate, who happened to be standing right in front of him,
I see Gu Qingchen.
"Our chance is here. Quick, pretend you're getting a heat stroke." The roommate totally understood the assignment. He dramatically wobbled for a few steps, then crashed to the ground playing completely dead. "Give this guy an Oscar." Seeing this, Duan Fei immediately rushed over. "What happened?" Cheng Ziyu quickly answered. "He must have gotten a heat stroke, instructor. Let me rush him to the infirmary." Saying that, he propped up his roommate, and with a little help from the others, hoisted him onto his back and scurried off the field. Neither Duan Fei nor anyone else suspected a thing. They just carried right on with the training. Once the duo made it out of the field, the roommate instantly hopped off Cheng Ziyu's back. He whipped out his phone and contacted the escort they had previously booked. Hiring an escort for a school prank? Kids these days have too much pocket money. Hurry up. It is showtime, and we won't skimp on the payment either. About 40 minutes later, a very pretty woman, dressed in a modest dress, walked up to Cheng Ziyu. She practically shoved her phone's QR code in his face. "Payment first, work later. Professional, respect the hustle." Cheng Ziyu did not hesitate and immediately scanned it, transferring $1,000. The escort nodded in approval. "Right. Where is the guy you mentioned?" Cheng Ziyu pointed at me in the distance and said, "That is him over there. The timing is absolutely perfect. Do not worry about lowering his guard. Just sneak up on him quietly and hug him tight. If he tries to shake you off, just firmly grab onto his arm instead." And then he turned back to his roommate. "Make sure you get some good candid shots. Do not miss a single second. Do not worry, brother Yu. Actions speak louder than words." The two of them sneakily crept toward me. 2.5 minutes later, I fiercely body slammed the escort onto the ground with a flawless shoulder throw.
Wow. Zero hesitation. Equal rights. Equal fights, I guess.
"Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly hit me?" Feigning disgust, I brushed off my clothes and wiped my hands. "Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly hug me?" While speaking, I caught sight of a figure sprinting away in the distance. Instantly, I recalled that day in the bathroom, when I accidentally overheard Cheng Ziyu and his roommate plotting their little scheme. Looks like that roommate's heat stroke was completely fake. His acting was pretty solid, actually, and Cheng Ziyu's cooperation was spot on. What a total bore.
Why on earth is he so obsessed with my Quince?
I genuinely just could not wrap my head around it. Meanwhile, the escort scrambled up, looking completely disheveled, and immediately bolted off to settle the score with her employer. She definitely did not dare throw a tantrum at me. She knew I actually threw hands. Cheng Ziyu looked at the photos on the phone and nodded in pure satisfaction. "Not bad at all. This is more than enough, right?" Then the escort stomped back over. She pointed her finger straight at Cheng Ziyu's nose and threatened,
You never mentioned that this guy gets violent.
"No way.
You have to pay extra.
Otherwise, I'm marching straight to your school leaders." QR code. Finding her way too noisy, Cheng Ziyu just cut to the chase and transferred her another $5,000. "Thank you, boss. I guess we are done here, right?" Since Cheng Ziyu already had the instructor's permission, he was technically on leave, seeing as they had nothing else to do anyway. He eyed the escort's figure up and down and exchanged a meaningful glance with his roommate. The two of them perfectly understood each other. These guys are truly shameless villains. And so, they led the escort straight out of the school gates. I walked back to the front of the finance class 1 formation. I bluntly spoke up, reporting instructor. Duan Fei threw a glance my way. On my way back, I saw Cheng Ziyu and his roommate standing by the side of the road, chatting and taking a break. There was even a woman chilling with them. "Oh, Cheng Ziyu, if you want to disgust me, I can disgust you right back." "Ah, the fine art of snitching." Duan Fei furrowed his brow instantly. "Where are they right now?" I simply spread my hands. "Beats me. Fall back into the formation." Without a second's hesitation, Duan Fei immediately reported the incident to Gong Hongyi. They started checking the security cameras right away to track them down. After all, it was during military training. If something happened, the instructor would definitely be held accountable. Just to snitch on Cheng Ziyu, I had to reluctantly go back into the formation and goose step, and that goose stepping lasted until past 4 p.m. Meanwhile, Cheng Ziyu and his roommate were successfully hunted down by Gong Hongyi. Gong Daetu's face was literally as black as coal. Get back in line. Sneaking off campus during military training is a massive offense that I will be reporting. As for the exact disciplinary action, we will just have to wait and see what the school decides. Gong Hongyi did not bother trying to cover it up at all, totally airing out their dirty laundry in public. The formation instantly exploded into loud whispering. Under the incredibly amused gazes of absolutely everyone, Cheng Ziyu and his roommates' faces turned furiously red. They slinked back into the ranks, wanting nothing more than for the earth to swallow them whole. Quiet down. We are resuming training now. Duanfei coldly glared at the two troublemakers and barked,
You two runners.
Give me 40 laps around the field. You are allowed 2 10-minute breaks in between, but if you do not finish, no dinner for you. Do it now, immediately. He was utterly furious right now, mainly because his squad had produced 2 utter scumbags. The scumbag duo did not dare to further provoke the angry instructor, and obediently started running their laps. But deep down, Cheng Ziyu was already holding a massive, burning grudge against me because his other roommates had quickly filled him in. That I was the one who ratted them out. Once the afternoon training wrapped up, I looked at Cheng Ziyu, who was still miserably jogging on the track, feigning pure arrogance. I grabbed Yu Quintus's little hand and casually strolled right onto the track ahead of him. As he got closer and closer, I immediately wrapped own arm securely around Yu Quintus's waist, held her cheek with the other, and planted a huge kiss right on her lips. Maximum emotional damage achieved. Brutal. When Cheng Ziyu witnessed this horrific scene, the flames of pure jealousy in his eyes practically materialized into physical fire. But with Duanfei standing right there watching, he could only channel all his explosive rage into his running. I skipped eating at the cafeteria with my roommates for dinner, and instead dragged Yu Quince off campus for a nice hot pot date. While we were waiting for our food, Gujarin's call unexpectedly came through. After answering it, her cold, detached voice slowly drifted from the speaker. Are you done with training? While gently pinching Yu Quince's cheek, I replied, Ended ages ago. The old man probably already came to see you, right? So what is your take on it? Acknowledging this family will definitely bring immense benefits to your future. Gujarin is a pure businesswoman through and through, always analyzing things strictly from a profit-driven perspective. However, she quickly added, ultimately, it is completely your choice.
I absolutely won't interfere.
What about you? The son you raised with your own 2 hands, suddenly getting a whole new family. How do you genuinely feel about that? A long silence lingered on the other end before she finally spoke. I have not really done what a proper mother should do. If there's another family out there that can give you the warmth you have always wanted, I am naturally entirely for it. Surprisingly heartfelt for a cold CEO mom. I understand. Let us stop chatting for now then. Saying that, I decisively hung up the phone. At the same time, Yu Quince expertly coated a piece of mutton in sesame paste and playfully fed it to me. I subconsciously opened my mouth and swallowed it. Chewing for a few seconds, I asked, Quince, if 2 complete strangers suddenly came to claim you as their own, saying they were your grandfather and aunt, do you think you would accept them as family? Yu Quince paused for a moment in surprise. Staring at the meat in her bowl, she said, Wait, so that is why you were abruptly called away this morning to meet your new family. I simply nodded. The girl chewed softly on her chopsticks for a second, lost in thought, and then said, I feel like you should at least get to know them first. If I was suddenly forced to call a total stranger Grandpa or Auntie, I would definitely feel super weird too. But once you guys become familiar with each other, maybe it will just happen completely naturally, and you might just end up accepting this family bond without even trying. Hearing this, a wave of profound realization washed over me. I was seriously overthinking it. I was way too focused on just the black and white accept or deny choice, and completely forgot about taking it one step at a time. I immediately wrapped my arms around Yu Quince's waist, and firmly planted a huge kiss on her glossy, oil-slicked lips. Greasy hot pot kisses. True love right there. My wifey really does have the smartest brain around. Right? Alright, just eat your food. The little wifey shoved another piece of shrimp paste straight into my mouth. After getting completely stuffed, the 2 of us strolled down the street hand in hand. Such a strikingly handsome couple really turned quite a few heads. Almost everyone who walked by could not resist sneaking a peek. I suddenly got this weird vibe, like a mix of the Dragon King Returns and playing the villain. The self-awareness is honestly hilarious. A CEO mom, a literal God of War dad, an omnipotent grandfather, and a fiercely overprotective family. I gave Yu Quince's hand a gentle tug, turned to look at her and asked, "Say, do you think some actual main character will randomly pop out to destroy me all in day?" After making it back to the school, we went straight back to the same corner bench we sat on last night. Quince kicked off her military training shoes, propped her little feet up on my lap, and pouted playfully. "My feet really hurt today. Give them a good rub for me." Naturally, I was more than happy to oblige. After helping her take off her socks, I gently grasped her beautiful arches and started massaging them. But as I kept massaging, I noticed that right near her pinky toe and the side joint of her big toe, the skin was slightly peeled off. It was glaringly obvious that her shoes had severely chafed her feet. Makes perfect sense, honestly. Military training shoes are universally notorious for giving horrible blisters. Luckily, we caught it nice and early before it blistered up. Go back and stick some sanitary pads inside your training shoes. Your feet are already scraped raw. Did not you even feel any pain at all? Quince pulled her little foot back for a quick look. Yeah, they really are. No wonder they were stinging a bit. She genuinely thought it was just because of the non-stop, endless training. Then she instantly shoved her little feet right back into my lap and asked, "Do sanitary pads actually work for that?" They totally should. I have seen tons of people recommending it online. Let us just give it a try and see. I was not entirely sure either. After gently rubbing her feet for a bit, I stood up. "Let us go. Hop on. I will carry you back to the dorm." I pocketed my fiance's socks, picked up her shoes, and slightly bent down. Quince stood up too, her snow-white bare feet stepping onto the bench. With a little hop, she pounced onto my back. I immediately caught her small waist and bounced her up to adjust her position. The girl was just like a beautiful snake, wrapping her long, slender legs tightly around my waist and looping her arms securely around my neck. That face, pure as a first love, pressed closely against my cheek, as if we were glued together under the warm glow of the streetlights. Our affectionate silhouette was stretched long and far along the pavement. The next day, out of my 3 roommates, aside from He Chiang, the other 2 had also gotten some painful chafing on their feet. My little wifey dug up some sanitary pads from who knows where, and shared 2 of them with Chen Junji to use as makeshift insoles because of a certain someone's constant dawdling. By the time dorm 201 finally made it to the cafeteria, they only had a measly 10 minutes left to eat. Meanwhile, out on the sports field, Cheng Zheyu was showing Quince the photos he secretly took yesterday. "Look at this. Gu Qingshen was intimately hugging another girl behind your back yesterday. He is nothing but an absolute scumbag. You absolutely must not let him fool you anymore." Quince did not want to deal with his nonsense at all, but Jiang Ruchu stepped right in front of Cheng Zheyu and blocked him. "Do not call our Quince so intimately. Besides, you are owed to talk after being punished to run laps." Cheng Zheyu completely ignored the others and continued to loudly and desperately defend himself. "Quince, you have to believe me. Gu Qingshen maliciously set me up. He is not a good person at all. Do not be blinded by his lies." Quince was annoyed to death. Seeing she could not shake this creep off, she snapped, "Stop acting so overly familiar with me. Who even are you? If you make my husband misunderstand, I will end you." Wifey mode fully activated. We love a fiercely loyal queen. Even if my husband actually had other women, I would personally serve them during their postpartum confinement. If they bear children to carry on my husband's family line, I would be too happy to even care. Okay, this level of loyalty is borderline unhinged, but respect the dedication. Are you satisfied with this answer? Now, can you roll as far away from me as possible? After dropping that absolute bomb, Quince briskly walked away, leaving Cheng Zheyu completely frozen in place, his face flashing between red and white. A few minutes later, I finally arrived, fashionably late as usual. Quince did not cry her eyes out like she did last time. She simply buried her head deep into my chest, silently inhaling the familiar scent that always gave her peace of mind. I listened to Jiang Roxui recount everything that just happened, and nodded to show I understood. I originally thought Cheng Zheyu's pathetic plan would be dead in the water, but I did not expect someone to actually wipe this brat's ass for him. Not only did he miraculously escape punishment, he even showed up for military training normally, and he brazenly tried to shift all the blame onto me. I changed my mind. Rather than sitting around waiting for his tactics to get dirtier down the line, I might as well ruthlessly cripple him right now. Villain McEnergy is the best energy. It is just that quite a few people were involved in this mess. I was not sure if Shen Miaoshu could handle this for me using her own influence alone, or if I should just directly utilize the Xu family, this literal godsend of a backer, but directly asking them for such a massive favor right after acknowledging them as family felt a little bit inappropriate. I guess I will just have to ask Sister Miaoshu first. If that fails, I will turn to the Yus family, having made up my mind. I gently pinched Yu Quince's soft cheek and reassured her, just wait a little longer. Very soon, I will make sure Cheng Zheyu can never bother you again. After the afternoon training ended and we finished lunch, Yu Quince and her roommates returned to their dorm. I sat all alone by the flower bed downstairs of the boys' dormitory. After pondering for a moment, I dialed Shen Miaoshu's number anyway.
Chen.
Are not you in the middle of your military training? How do you have the free time to call me? From the other end of the phone, Shen Miaoshu's melodic and pleasant voice rang out. I just missed you, Sister Miaoshu. I chuckled cheekily. Once you are done with your training, your big sister will treat you and Quince to a massive feast. Right? All right, spit it out. What exactly is the matter? I dropped the playful, cheeky act. Sister Miaoshu really does know me best. Then I won't beat around the bush. This is not a small matter this time, but I am the ON taking the initiative to stir up the trouble. I then proceeded to thoroughly explain everything about Cheng Zheyu, Shengzhe Group, and the powerful backers pulling strings behind them. A spoiled rich kid like Cheng Zheyu could not possibly be clean, and his family's corporation, which started in real estate, is definitely absolutely filthy too. The other end of the line was dead silent for a moment. A vice minister, huh? I really do not have the clearance to deal with that. I will have to beg my dad for help, but they are only Owen rank apart, and they operate in completely different sectors, so it won't be easy to mess with him at all. There is zero chance my dad will mobilize his connections just for you, but I will give it my best shot first. Sorry for always troubling you, Sister Miaoshu. I can only promise to do my absolute utmost. Let us leave it at that for now. I will go to the study and ask the old man. As the call ended, I pulled up Shu Yahan's contact information. Actually, she had messaged me first thing this morning to warmly check in on me, saying that once my military training was officially over, she would take me straight to the capital to officially meet the rest of the Yu family. It was basically an implicit default confirmation that I had acknowledged them as relatives. Now, this made it incredibly awkward for me to ask for a favor. I guess I will just wait for Sister Miaoshu's update first. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside Shen Miaoshu's family study, that is the gist of the entire situation. After Shen Miaoshu finished relaying my mess to her father, the refined-looking older man wearing glasses sitting at the desk deeply furrowed his brow and said, just to cover for that goo boy's careless mess out there and expending our family's connections, while owing massive favors. Is it truly worth it? Shen Miaoshu replied without a single second of hesitation. I can absolutely help him, but you must completely drop whatever feelings you harbor for him. Your age gap and family backgrounds are fundamentally incompatible. You know full well that a relationship between you two is utterly impossible. Furthermore, you will submit to the blind dates I arrange for you.
The classic arranged marriage. Ultimatum.
A tale as old as time in these novels, Father Shen stated his terms plainly. No one knows a daughter better than her own father. How could he possibly fail to see right through his daughter's lingering stubborn feelings for the Gu boy? It was just that things had not crossed a scandalous line yet, so he simply chose to turn a blind eye to it all. I can't let him go in my heart, but I promise I will maintain a proper, respectable distance. As for blind dates, that is impossible. Do not even think about it. I'm not some pedantic, stubborn fool. I won't forcefully oppose you choosing to remain unmarried, but your mother and I won't be around forever. If you do not even leave behind a single son or daughter, how are you going to survive your old age? Chen will provide for me. Shen Miaoshu replied flatly. Father Shen was so furious he violently slammed his hand on the desk. Chen. All you ever think about is Chen. The boy is going to marry and have his own children. What possible obligation does he have to take care of you? I am his older sister, his aunt, his godmother, hitting him with the whole family tree of titles to justify it. Flawless logic. Father Shen was rendered entirely, utterly speechless. Do whatever you want. This is the very first time, and absolutely the last time, but I cannot guarantee I can solve this completely and cleanly. I will simply do what I can. Also, do not ever come to me with his problems next time. Get out. Evidently, Father Shen had developed a spectacularly terrible impression of me. Thank you, Dad. Shen Miaoshu quickly said, absolutely terrified her old father might backtrack, as she practically sprinted out of the study, back safely in her own room. Shen Miaoshu immediately called me back. She faithfully relayed her father's exact words, just do his best. Wildfires never completely destroy the grass. It just grows right back when the spring breeze blows. Poetic villainy. We must destroy them by the roots. What if I reach out to the vice chairman of the military commission? I asked calmly. A general, a sub-national level official. If you can actually mobilize someone of that terrifying caliber, as long as the other party has even the slightest blemish on their record, they can absolutely be obliterated entirely. Shen Miaoshu then asked in utter confusion, what exactly do you mean by that?
You do not actually know someone like that, do you?
I immediately spilled the beans about the entire Zhu family situation. Jiaran actually became a daughter-in-law of a top-tier, powerful family. Then why on earth are you still bothering me for help? Would not your grandpa Xu just solve everything with a snap of his fingers? In her room, room, Shen Miaoshu was so intensely shocked, she literally stood up on her bed. I just formally acknowledged them as family today, so it feels a bit awkward to ask for a massive favor right away. I admitted my hesitation. Shen Miaoshu shot back sharply. Which is more important? Your wife or your precious, fragile pride? If it is inconvenient for your grandpa Shu to directly intervene in political affairs, just have him call my dad. My dad will absolutely cooperate with all his might. Got it. After all, her father is the Minister of Education, a full ministerial level official. Combine that with a sub-national military leader. The sheer power is unimaginable. The ultimate overpowered tag team. I unhesitatingly hung up the phone and decisively dialed my little aunt's number. Why is my precious nephew calling me? Are you wanting to head back to the capital with your auntie to meet the family right now? Auntie will arrange a flight immediately. Hearing her completely unleashed and over-enthusiastic tone, I hesitated for a second, but ultimately repeated the exact same thing I told Shen Miaoshu, word for word to Xu Yahan. Oh, well, that is not difficult at all. Yeah. That is an absolute piece of cake. I just need to give the old man a quick call to let him know. Just sit tight and wait for the good news. The Minister of Education could actually be quite useful here, since it would not be appropriate for the old man to directly stretch his hand into political sectors. My dear nephew, do not worry about a thing. Auntie will ruthlessly avenge my sweet niece-in-law, as long as the other side has even a single tiny stain on their record. Just watch how your auntie tears them apart. Thank you, auntie. I could already easily picture in my head exactly why this aunt of mine adored my deceased father so much. Just how insanely spoiled must she have been to still have such a chaotic, delightfully bold personality at her age. How much trouble did she cause growing up? And how many times did my old man have to heroically cover for her? After hanging up the phone, I went straight back upstairs, just sitting back and waiting to see how things would dramatically unfold. But as I waited, there has been no news for 3 days straight. Cheng Zheyu kept attending training as usual, acting entirely as if absolutely nothing had happened. The military training period was already halfway over, but today I suddenly noticed Cheng Zheyu did not show up. I faintly sensed that something massive had finally gone down. During our 20-minute break, I specifically went and asked Duan Fei what was going on. Duan Fei said he had absolutely no clue either. No one had asked him for any leave of absence today. At noon in the cafeteria, I intentionally sat apart from my roommates. Yu Quince quietly sat by my side, feeding me a bite of food, then taking a bite for herself. Taking another small bite, I smiled affectionately and pinched her cheek. I pulled out my phone, planning to call Shen Miaoshu for a quick update on the situation. However, Xu Yahan's call unexpectedly came through first. As soon as I answered, a voice subtly tinged with fury came through the speaker. Sweet nephew, is your military training over yet? Just giving you a quick heads up. It is completely handled. Shangzi Group's chairman, Cheng Shengtian. Every single crime he has committed over the years has been entirely dug up, and that Cheng Zheyu is an absolute disgusting animal. Over the years, he has ruined over 30 innocent girls. Since middle school, he was the ringleader of a bunch of local thugs, stirring up endless, horrific trouble. His dad covered up every single mess for him. If he had not recklessly kicked a steel plate like you, who knows how long he would still be getting away with murder. But you need to be extremely careful right now. Cheng Shengtian caught wind of the situation and secretly hid his son away last night. A man who violently falls from the absolute peak to rock bottom might just act like a cornered rabid dog. Keep a very low profile these next few days, and definitely do not leave the campus. No need for that anymore. I caught sight of a very familiar figure, standing menacingly not too far away from me. The sheer hatred and dark resentment in his eyes looked like he was ready to swallow me alive on the spot. Cheng Zheyu is right here on campus. Saying that, I directly hung up the phone.
What?
Hello! Xu Yahan frantically tried to call back, and hastily ordered her people to rush straight to the school. I calmly turned to Yu Quince sitting beside me and said, could you go get me another serving of chicken and sweet and sour pork ribs? Yu Quince did not suspect a thing, and obediently took my plate and walked away. Students who had finished eating constantly walked past Cheng Zheyu, though they thought his outfit was a bit weird. No one really paid him much mind. I stood up, just about to step forward and reason with him, when I saw Cheng Zheyu suddenly unzip his jacket. He pulled a gleaming dagger out from inside, and without a single word, charged fiercely right at me. Gu Qingchen, I will kill you. Right there in the crowded school cafeteria. I watched the charging Cheng Zheyu without a shred of surprise, or rather, this was entirely within my precise calculations. I originally planned to disarm him and easily snatch the dagger, but a brilliantly twisted idea suddenly popped into my head. It made me deliberately pull back, dodging his relentless slashing attacks. As I skillfully leaped and rolled around, I even intentionally let him graze me a few times. Calculated self-mutilation for the absolute legal high ground. Diabolical, but effective. Seeing that the timing was just about perfect, I landed a vicious kick, sending Cheng Zheyu crashing heavily to the floor. I leaned over, tightly grabbed his hand that was gripping the dagger, and forcefully guided the blade back toward his own body. What a pity. Letting you die this easily is far too cheap for you. Following my cold, whispered words, the dagger was slowly, millimeter by millimeter, thrust deeply into him. Chung Zeyu's eyes widened to the absolute extreme. With a mouthful of blood, he choked out a few gurgling, pathetic noises, and then completely lost all signs of life. Blood rapidly pooled out from under his lifeless body. The vast majority of the students watching simply could not stomach this intensely gruesome, bloody scene, and wildly scrambled out of the cafeteria in sheer panic. I wiped some blood off my face, feeling my stomach churn slightly. After all, this was my very first time actually killing someone. Even if this guy was utter, irredeemable human trash, the feeling still was not exactly pleasant, but perhaps because I would experienced a lot, or maybe it was those inherited cold-blooded military genes. That wave of nausea did not linger for long at all. Suddenly, a slender, graceful figure bolted frantically to my side. She stared blankly at my arm, stomach, and chest where blood continuously seeped from the sharp cuts. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Tears cascaded down her face, like a broken string of pearls, completely overwhelmed with panic and absolute dread. She could not even force a single word out of her throat. As the adrenaline slowly ebbed away, I grimaced in pain and weakly raised my hand to touch her. But seeing the blood smeared all over it, I gently lowered it again and comforted her in a soft, warm voice. I let him cut me on purpose. The wounds are not deep at all. I am completely fine. Yu Quince was too terrified to even touch me. She could only choke back her sobs while wiping her tears, gripping the corner of my clothes for dear life. Inside the hospital, the cuts on my chest and stomach required a few stitches. The wound on my arm was not deep, so it was just carefully bandaged up. The police also personally came over to take my statement. As for whether this would be officially ruled justifiable self-defense or excessive force, they would reach a final verdict very soon. Although Xu Yahan was incredibly heartbroken seeing her nephew injured, she still needed to personally handle the complicated aftermath, so she had no choice but to leave early. In the hospital ward, having cried herself into pure exhaustion, Yu Quince was sleeping deeply in my arms. I gently caressed her soft cheeks with absolute adoration, a warm, fond smile tracing the corners of my mouth. Gong Hongyi, staring intently at the scenery outside the window, abruptly spoke up. The combat skills I taught you were more than enough to perfectly handle a spoiled rich kid, whose body was completely hollowed out by vice even if he had a knife. I traced my finger over Yu Quince's lips and nonchalantly asked, "What exactly is Instructor Gong trying to imply? You have got guts, and you are terrifyingly decisive, but are not you afraid they will slap you with an excessive force charge?" His weapon never left his hand. Secondly, I was heavily injured, making my counterattack an absolute act of desperate self-preservation. Thirdly, my grandfather should be able to smooth things over smoothly. Ah, the ultimate unbreakable defense. Grandpa's political immunity. I replied indifferently. Furthermore, there was absolutely no way I was going to let an animal like him go enjoy 3 square meals in prison. This room was a luxurious VIP suite exclusively arranged by Xu Yahan, so I was not worried about the walls having ears. Gong Daitu was not an idiot either. He knew my background was massively powerful, and we had absolutely no bad blood between us. We could even be considered friends of sorts. He would not do anything stupid. In the afternoon, only Yu Quince and I were left in the private ward. Yu Quince slowly blinked awake. I put down my phone and was just about to say something when she threw her arms around my neck and fiercely sealed my lips with hers. A long while later, she still did not pull away. Yu Quince angrily bit down hard on my lower lip, refusing to let go no matter what. Hiss, my mistake. It is my fault, my dearest wifey. I cradled her face and desperately begged for mercy. Yu Quince held that vengeful bite for quite a while before finally releasing me, but the very next second, she broke down all over again, massive teardrops pattering down relentlessly. She choked out between sobs, "You always lie to me, every single time. I just want you to stay completely safe and sound. And you even sent me away on purpose. If I had been there, I could have at least shielded you from a few cuts. Then you would not have ended up like this." Both immensely touched and heartbroken, I pulled her tightly into my embrace. I continuously stroked her little head and comforted her.
"You silly girl.
What kind of man lets his own woman take a knife for him? You want me to be safe and sound, but I want exactly the same for you. I promise. If I ever run into a situation like this again, I will turn tail and sprint away instantly." Yu Quince sniffled loudly, lifting her small face from the crook of my neck, and immediately chomped down on my neck with another bite. Wincing from the pain, I gently patted her back, a deep, indulgent smile spreading entirely across my face.
"Let go now!"
Yu Quince buried her face right back into the crook of my neck, and murmured in a low whisper, "I do not believe a word you say. From now on, I'm sticking to you 24/7. The moment things look bad, I will grab you and run. If we can't escape, I will become your human meat shield."
Right.
All right.
I gave her squishy little butt a gentle squeeze and pulled her into an even tighter hug. But deep down in my heart, I secretly swore that will never happen. Even if we truly ever face a situation like that again, I will definitely protect you with everything I have. Suddenly, my stomach let out a pathetic, loud rumble. The hospital room was pin-drop quiet, so Yu Quince naturally heard it loud and clear. She lifted her head from my shoulder and asked, "You have not eaten yet." I helplessly pinched her cheek and teased, "I wonder which little crybaby cried herself to sleep right in my arms," just to avoid waking her up. Of course, I had to just endure the hunger. Yu Quince stuck her little tongue out, making an adorable, silly face. "Who told you to make me so worried and terrified? Letting you starve for a bit is your punishment. I will go buy you some food right now." Saying that, she made a move to get out of bed, but I immediately grabbed her hand. "No need. Mom and Sister Miaoshu will be here shortly, and they are bringing delicious food for both of us. Let us just wait a little bit." "Fine then." Yu Quince obediently lay back down, hugging me super tight, which was perfect because she really did not want to leave my side anyway. About 10 or so minutes later, the door to the ward was pushed open. The first on to storm in was Shen Miaoshu. She marched straight to the side of the bed and ruthlessly grabbed my ear, twisting it a full 360 degrees.
You brat.
Fighting barehanded against someone with a knife. Are you completely insane? Have you forgotten how to run? Hiss! Ow! 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 Sister, I am your wounded patient. Wounded! I yelled out, completely surrendering, as I scrambled to follow the twisting motion of Shen Miaoshu's hand to lessen the pain. Yu Quince watched this hilarious scene with an amused smile and quietly got out of bed. Walking over to Gu Jiaren, who had walked in right behind Miaoshu, Yu Quince sweetly called out. I took the 2 3-tiered lunchboxes she was holding. Quince was not too frightened, was she? Gu Jiaren asked with concern. I heard the scene was quite terrifying. She was genuinely worried that it might have left a traumatic shadow on this innocent girl. No, I was not. I was too entirely focused on worrying about Chen Chen. I honestly did not pay attention to anything else. Yu Quince gently shook her head. She was not just trying to cover it up so others would not worry. Her mind had literally gone completely blank at that moment. Her heart was entirely filled with nothing but absolute fear for my safety. She hardly even noticed Cheng Zheyu lying in a pool of blood on the floor. That is a relief then. Saying that, Gu Jiaren helped Yu Quince set out the food, neatly arranging it all on the coffee table in the hospital ward. I also managed to pry Shen Miaoshu's merciless iron grip off my ear, the classic ear-twisting punishment. Big sister privilege at its absolute finest, and sat down on the leather sofa, rubbing my sore earlobe. Seeing this, Yu Quince quickly stepped forward and gently began massaging my ear for me. Gu Jiaren pushed the food right in front of me. Eat up while it is hot. Shen Miaoshu walked over from the side. Go eat your food. Stop rubbing it for him. Let him suffer a bit so he learns his lesson. Yu Quince gently kneaded it a few more times with her slender fingers. Then let go, walked over and sat on the opposite sofa to start eating. The dishes were stir-fried pork liver with celery and spinach soup. Both were heavy on the iron, specifically made to replenish blood.
I was absolutely certain my mom cooked this.
Because Shen Miaoshu fundamentally does not know her way around a kitchen. Despite Gu Jiaren's cold and detached demeanor, her cooking skills were honestly quite impressive. While we were eating, Shen Miaoshu casually mentioned, "The mayor of Shanghai and my dad are coming over in a bit. Make sure you're prepared." I asked in total confusion, "Why on earth are they coming here?" Shen Miaoshu calmly kept her eyes fixed on her phone. "How could they afford not to come? You just forcefully uprooted a massive tumor from the city, and your grandfather boasts heaven-defying connections. They are doing this to suck up to you, and also to desperately ensure their own dirty laundry is not dragged into the spotlight." As evening approached, the two men did indeed arrive exactly as predicted. Owen was a middle-aged man, who immediately bombarded me with warm greetings, deep concern, and a lengthy self-introduction. I simply responded with polite, friendly small talk. The other man was slightly older. I had some vague impression of him. It was Shen Miaoshu's father, Shen Xingguo. The Gu boy truly has old man Gu's brilliant demeanor, as well as his grandfather's fearless iron-blooded courage. Ah yes, yesterday he was an unsuitable nuisance. Today he is a fearless hero. The sheer power of a sub-national level grandfather to bravely engage in hand-to-hand combat with an armed fanatic and successfully neutralize the threat. You are truly a remarkably capable young man. If you ever run into any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to come find this grandpa. Grandpa will gladly solve everything for you. Looking at Shen Inggua's face completely filled with warm affection and amiability, Shen Miaoshu rolled her eyes so hard internally they almost got stuck.
That is definitely not what you were saying just the other day.
After a good round of excessive praise and pleasantries, the two men did not linger for long. They took their leave shortly after. They were both crafty old foxes after all. With just a few seemingly casual words, They successfully, albeit implicitly, conveyed the message that I was officially recognized as having acted in justifiable self-defense and heroic bravery. Because the mayor's authority was not quite on par with Father Shen's, he mostly just stood off to the side with a polite smile. Even though he had plenty of his own drafts prepared, his very presence had already made his stance crystal clear. He was firmly backing this narrative. Evidently, both of them were practically bending over backward to curry favor with the Zhu family. Late into the night, Shen Miaoshu and Gu Jiaran both headed home. After all, they both had work the next day. Besides, seeing how lively and full of energy I still was, having Yu Quince stay behind to look after me was more than enough. Inside the ward, the curtains were drawn tight, and the door was firmly shut, because my stitches strictly could not get wet. Yu Quince brought over a basin of hot water, preparing to give my body a warm sponge bath.
I can just do it myself.
Just as I raised my hand to take the towel, Yu Quince's soft hand lightly smacked it away. You do not even wash yourself properly when you take a shower. If you wipe yourself down, you will definitely just half-ass it. Just behave and stay put. She practically stripped my hospital gown entirely off. The girl then commenced a full-body, meticulously thorough cleaning operation. I felt just like a bullied, submissive little wife, letting Yu Quince push me around, moving completely to her every command. Once the task was finished, Yu Quince carried the basin back into the bathroom. After rinsing out the towel, she also took a quick shower herself. The only problem was, she did not have a change of clothes. With her slightly damp hair cascading down her shoulders, she stepped out of the bathroom completely naked. Because logic and spare clothes always take a backseat to romance in this universe. My eyes were instantly glued to Yu Quince as she walked towards me. She then lifted the blanket and slid right into my embrace, with our bare skin pressed flush against each other. What sane man could possibly hold back? My hands immediately started wandering. Yu Quince lightly swatted the mischievous hand currently exploring her waist, and said in a soft, sticky tone, "Stop messing around. Be good. You are a patient right now." My breathing was already heavy. Then why would you come out looking like this? My injuries are purely external. It is not like I have internal damage. Who could possibly resist this? Priorities absolutely perfectly straight. Minor stab wounds won't stop this man. Yu Quince replied, looking incredibly wronged. My clothes were completely soaked in sweat during the day. It is way too uncomfortable to sleep in them, and I do not have any clean underwear to change into. So this was my only option. Besides, it is not like you have not slept holding me exactly like this before. Feeling terribly stifled, I buried my head deep into her cleavage and nuzzled vigorously. Feigning utter misery, I whined. Once upon a time, there was a wolf. He got to eat meat until he was absolutely stuffed every single day. But then, one day, the Wolf King failed to catch any prey. And so, that poor wolf starved. Right? Alright. She ran her fingers through my hair and finally compromised. She quickly got out of bed, locked the ward door securely from the inside, and then crawled right back in. She climbed back onto the bed and stabilized herself, sitting comfortably on top of me.
Stay totally still.
I'm scared you will tear your wounds. Otherwise, you will have to get stitched up all over again. Automatic transmission really is so much better to drive than manual. An absolute 10 per 10 excuse for a hospitalized man letting his partner do all the work. Right now, inside the ward, thoroughly satisfied, I tightly embraced Yu Quince's sweat-slicked body. I planted a gentle kiss on her lips. Right now, go to sleep. I am so incredibly sleepy. Yu Quince buried her head deeper into my chest, her long legs still tightly wrapped around my waist. Unable to fend off the sheer exhaustion, she very quickly drifted off into dreamland. The events of the day had caused her way too much emotional turmoil. Now that she finally relaxed, the fatigue naturally hit her like a truck. I was not too sleepy myself. I tucked a stray strand of hair near her mouth behind her ear, and gently patted her smooth, pale back, almost like coaxing a baby to sleep, basking in the warm, cozy afterglow. It took a very, very long time before I slowly drifted off as well. The next morning, the scorching sunlight spilled through the window and landed right on me. Thank God the ward had air conditioning. Otherwise, I would definitely be waking up in a pool of sweat. I slowly blinked my eyes open. Instantly, two massive faces hovering right beside the bed filled my entire field of vision. It was none other than those two idiots, He Chang and Chen Junjie. I froze for a split second, then rolled over in utter speechlessness. When the hell did you guys get? My fluent sentence was abruptly cut off, because I suddenly spotted three girls standing on the other side of the bed. Jiang Rushui flashed me a wide, cheeky grin. Then she grabbed Yan Jichun's hand, who was currently burying her head in shyness, and waved it at me like a literal Maneki Neko beckoning cat. Good morning. Quince's hubby, Fan Ziru, also smiled and gave me a polite wave. No, seriously. What is actually wrong with all of you? Do you just enjoy creepily watching people sleep? Waking up to 6 people staring at you is peak horror movie material. not a wholesome hospital visit. Unable to stay lying down any longer, I immediately sat up. Fan Zuru instinctually reached out to support me, but I waved my hand, rejecting the help. I am fine. It is just a minor scratch. It does not hinder my movement, even though pulling on the stitches definitely hurt quite a bit. It was not a major issue. Where's Quince? I glanced around the room, but did not see the familiar silhouette of my little wifey anywhere. Lee Zerui took a loud slurp of hot water from a paper cup and answered without even looking up. She went out to buy breakfast. He Qiang and Chen Junji hurried over, buzzing with hyped-up excitement. Fourth bro, you were incredibly badass yesterday.
Whoosh! Bam!
Disarming Chang Zayu, empty-handed. Exactly. My blood was literally boiling just watching it. It was just a tiny bit sickening though. I almost threw up on the spot. Zhang Ruoxue chimed in right after. Jichen and I were absolutely terrified.
We did not even dare to look.
We just bolted straight out of the cafeteria. Even just looking at the censored photos on the school forum is enough to scare anyone half to death. Yan Jichen hastily nodded in agreement, lingering fear still evident in her eyes. Zero was pretty brave though. She watched the entire thing unfold. Zhang Ruoxue quickly added. Fan Zero, however, shook her head. I only watched the beginning. The aftermath was way too bloody. I just closed my eyes. I did not pay too much mind to it. After chatting with my roommates for a bit, I suddenly remembered something and asked, wait a minute, are not you guys supposed to be at military training? What time is it already? Zhang Ruoxue, acting in her capacity as class monitor, explained, it has been suspended for a day. At 2 p.m. this afternoon, every class in the school is holding a mandatory meeting. They are probably going to talk about your incident. I nodded in understanding. That made perfect sense. The school did not want the incident blowing up out of proportion, which would severely tarnish their public image. They are putting a gag order on you guys, telling you not to spread rumors recklessly. Saying that, I pulled out my phone and searched for related news. Sure enough, whether it was short video platforms or mainstream news outlets, there were only a few scattered, extremely vague reports. Hardly anyone was seeing it. It must have been heavily suppressed by the higher-ups. Right at that moment, Yu Quince pushed the door open and returned. She was carrying soup dumplings and porridge in her hands. Noticing that she had changed into a fresh set of clothes, I shot her a confused look. I thought you did not have any clean clothes to change into. Do not tell me you ran all the way back to your dorm early this morning. Yu Quince was just about to explain, but Zhang Roshu beat her to the punch. She pointed at an opaque shopping bag sitting on the sofa and announced, reporting in, I brought her a fresh change of clothes when I came over this morning. This sudden formal report left me momentarily speechless. I just nodded and replied with a simple got it. Meanwhile, those two scavengers, He Qiang and Chen Junjie, had already swiped some of the breakfast from Yu Quince's hands and were stuffing their faces. Their hands were seriously way too fast. My little wifey and the rest of the girls also casually gathered around and started eating at a leisurely pace. Yu Quince simply grabbed 2 bags of dumplings and 2 cups of porridge and walked over to sit right beside me. She poked a straw into the porridge and brought it to my lips. I took a long sip. Just as I was reaching out to grab a dumpling to eat, I saw that Yu Quince had already picked one up and was offering it straight to my mouth. With a helpless smile, I happily ate it. Suddenly, Chen Junji's teasing voice slowly drifted over.
Oh, my fourth bro?
How old are you again? You still need someone to spoon feed you. I took another sip of porridge from Yu Quince's hand and fired back seamlessly. Last time I checked, visiting a patient usually involved bringing some gifts. Yet you guys seemingly, tsk, tisk, tisk, and you even have the sheer audacity to steal the patient's food. This throat, stealing a stabbed man's breakfast while visiting empty-handed. True bros right there. The freeloading squad of 6 instantly froze all hand and mouth movements. They all simultaneously turned to glare at a certain someone with a big mouth. Chen Junji awkwardly scratched his head. Well, about that, Did I say something? Sister-in-law, just completely ignore us. Feed him all you want. Hell, I will feed him for you if you get tired. Do not be shy. Ahem. Ahem. Why are you all staring at me? Eat. 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 Only then did the crowd return to burying their heads in their food. Yu Quince covered her mouth, giggling softly for a moment, before picking up another dumpling and feeding it to me. You eat too?
Do not just focus on feeding me.
I took the dumpling from her and gently brought it to Yu Quince's lips. She flashed a sweet, syrupy smile and happily took small, dainty bites, fully enjoying being fed by her future husband. And so, the two of us just kept feeding each other dumplings, sharing the exact same cup of porridge until breakfast was completely finished. After everyone had eaten their fill, They all sat around chatting and catching up. It was not until close to noon that the 6 members of dorm 201 and 502 finally left and headed back to the campus. During these past few days of my hospital stay, Yu Quince formally requested a leave of absence, staying at the hospital the entire time to take care of me. Every single afternoon and evening, Gujaran would reliably deliver home-cooked meals she made herself, but she would only stay for a brief moment before having to head out. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoshu visited quite frequently every night. After all, as a public servant, she worked a standard 9 to 5. Her schedule was relatively relaxed. Xu Yahan only managed to visit once. She stayed for most of the day before having to rush back to the capital. She held a civilian post in the military, and because she had already been delayed in Shanghai for so long due to my incident, she desperately needed to get back to work. Old Man Shu did personally call me twice, however, once was purely to check on my condition, and the second time was to firmly remind me to bring Yu Quince to the capital during the National Day holiday to formally meet the UC family. Naturally, I readily agreed. No matter how you look at it, they did me an unimaginably massive favor. Even if we shared a blood relation, it would be way too ungrateful to just burn the bridge after crossing the river. On the morning of the very last day of military training, even though I was not at 100% full recovery yet, I stubbornly insisted on being discharged from the hospital. I honestly could not stand staying in that room for another second. The two of us did not head straight back to the university. Instead, we first went back to our place at Yujing Hoding. Once we arrived home, I lazily leaned back on the comfortable sofa. Yu Quince gently wrapped her arms around my waist, snuggling deeply into my embrace as we quietly basked in the peaceful, beautiful atmosphere. After resting like that for a short while, Yu Quince planted a soft kiss on my cheek, then got up and headed straight for the kitchen. She was planning to whip up some breakfast, but the apartment was practically out of groceries. Fortunately, the eggs in the fridge were still perfectly fine to eat, so she could only resort to boiling a simple pot of dried noodles. Once the noodles were cooked and brought out to the table, I directly pulled Yu Quince right onto my lap and rubbed the tip of my nose affectionately against her soft cheek. Feed me. I would essentially been living off my wifey spoon feeding this entire time, and now I was officially spoiled rotten. There was no going back. He has successfully regressed into a pampered toddler. The babying is real. Yu Quince looped her arms around my neck and coaxed me in a soft, sticky sweet voice. These noodles literally just came out of the boiling pot. How am I supposed to feed them to you? Just be a good boy and eat them yourself. Okay. I did not actually intend to be unreasonable. I scooped her up and placed her on the chair beside me and casually tapped her adorable little nose. Just teasing you. Hurry up and eat. Yu Quince shot me a breathtakingly tender smile, picked up her chopsticks, and started happily slurping her noodles. After finishing breakfast, I sat down in my gaming chair and fired up the PC for the first time in ages. Ready to finally enjoy a few thrilling rounds of gaming, Yu Quince sat right next to me, obediently watching a drama on her phone, silently keeping me company. And just like that, in barely over an hour, after a flawless streak of terrible negative KDA games, my mental absolutely boomed, and I furiously rage quit the game. I casually scrolled through my phone. It was surprisingly quiet ever since that idiot Luigi started his online romance. He had not taken the initiative to message me even once. Of course, I had not bothered to take the initiative to message him either. Both of us were currently drowning in the boundless ocean of love, completely unable to extricate ourselves. Finding myself with absolutely nothing to do, I gently rolled my gaming chair closer to Yu Quince. Seeing her staring completely absorbed at some melodramatic urban romance drama, I curiously leaned my head over and started watching along with her. The plot could not understand a single thing. The actors do not recognize? Wait, I recognize one of them? At that moment, Yu Quince finally noticed the incredibly handsome side profile hovering right next to her head. Without skipping a beat, she leaned in and kissed my cheek. I slowly shifted my gaze away from the phone screen, cupped her incredibly soft, smooth little face in my hands and said, "Kissing the cheek is way too innocent." Saying that, I directly captured those tender, rosy lips. Yu Quince cooperated perfectly, wrapping her arms around my sturdy back as we completely lost ourselves in the moment. As time gradually ticked by, the two of us transitioned our battlefield to the massive king-size bed. Clothes were chaotically scattered everywhere. The scorching heat of the midday sun was entirely blocked out by the thick window glass. I casually tossed the little rubber sleeve straight into the trash can, using a textbook princess carry. I scooped up Yu Quince, whose entire body was completely limp and whose face was flushed with a deep, rosy red, and carried her into the bathroom. The young girl emanated an aura of pure, languid exhaustion, leaning against my chest in a state of absolute total relaxation. Since we were heading back to the university soon, we naturally had to go all out and indulge ourselves own last time. Wearing a cool blue silk nightgown, Yu Quince sat at her vanity chair. Shaking her damp, freshly washed long hair, she called out, "Hubby, come, Blow dry my hair for me. Coming. I lightly brushed my fingers over my fully scabbed over wounds, buttoned up my shirt, and walked over, grabbing the hairdryer from the nightstand. As the warm, comforting air blew steadily, my hands gently sifted through her silky, smooth hair. A wonderfully pleasant, fresh fragrance drifted straight into my nose. Yu Quince braced both hands on the chair, happily swaying her little head back and forth, blissfully soaking in her man's attentive care. Once her hair was completely dry and the hairdryer put away, the two of us flopped back onto the bed and cuddled affectionately for a bit longer. Then I headed downstairs to grab the fresh groceries the property management had delivered. Yu Quince got up, picking up the clothes scattered all over the floor, carried them into the bathroom, tossed them into the laundry basket, and then elegantly made her way downstairs. Watching me busily prepping in the kitchen, she walked up and picked up a large packet that looked like some kind of seasoning. Reading the words on the packaging, she asked, "Mala Shangguo seasoning. Can we actually make this ourselves at home?" While washing the vegetables in my hands, I replied,
Absolutely.
"Boiled pork slices, pickled mustard, green fish, you name it, it all works. It is just that some restaurants have their own exclusive, secret recipes. So theirs might taste just a tiny bit better, that is all." Yu Quince genuinely had absolutely no idea about this. She had always firmly believed that you could only eat dishes like this if you went out to a restaurant. "Help me chop up all these veggies. Just cut them into moderate, bite-sized pieces." I placed the freshly washed vegetables onto the cutting board. After giving her the task, I immediately fired up the stove and boiled some water, preparing to blanch all the vegetarian ingredients first. Yu Quince grabbed the knife and started chopping the vegetables with surprising skill and efficiency. And just like that, the two of us perfectly coordinated, cooking together in total harmony. Before long, a massive, steaming pot of mala shangguo was proudly served on the table. Yu Quince completely naturally sat herself right down on my lap. She picked up her chopsticks, first picking up a piece of mutton and feeding it to me, before grabbing a slice of lotus root and putting it into her own mouth. This is so incredibly delicious." I playfully pinched her cheek. The seasoning packet was already perfectly blended by the factory. I can't exactly take the credit for this, but Yu Quince completely did not care about the technicalities. She planted a soft kiss on the corner of my mouth and declared, "As long as my hubby made it, it is the most delicious thing in the world."
You sweet talker.
I smiled with deep indulgent affection and gave her little butt a playful, gentle swat. "Feed me another piece of sausage." Yu Quince immediately picked Owen up and brought it straight to my lips. In the afternoon, the young couple nestled comfortably on the bed, leaning warmly against each other. We continued watching that drama on Yu Quince's phone. By now, I had essentially figured out the basic plot. It was basically this guy loves that girl, but that girl actually loves the other guy, and the other guy secretly loves this girl. A classic infuriating love triangle. Ah, the infinite love triangle. The cornerstone of every frustrating daytime drama. Even though this type of show completely was not my cup of tea, with my beautiful wife lying comfortably in my arms, it honestly was not too terribly boring. I occasionally kissed her forehead, and from time to time gently kneaded her soft assets. The girl obediently let me do whatever I wanted. It definitely added a unique, wonderful kind of fun to the experience. "Hubby, why do you think they have so many endless misunderstandings and conflicts? If they just sat down and talked everything out honestly and openly, and strictly maintained a proper distance from the opposite sex, would not everything be perfectly fine?" Yu Quince asked, lightly rubbing her slender fingertips against my hand. I gently brushed her bangs out of her eyes and answered, "Because if they actually communicated like normal human beings, the entire drama would instantly end right there." MC dropping absolute facts. Without easily avoidable misunderstandings, the TV industry would collapse overnight. Plus, the more frustrating and infuriating the plot gets, the more people angrily tune in to watch. Is that really how it works? Yu Quince tilted her head in confusion. She could not wrap her head around it at all. She just felt utterly suffocated and annoyed watching it. She was purely enduring it just to see the final ending. If you do not enjoy watching it, just switch to something else. There are basically infinite TV shows out there. There's bound to be ON that actually hooks you. The girl was super receptive to my advice. She instantly found a completely new drama and started binging. Ah, the classic pivot from frustration to a brand new binge-watching obsession. She watched until the sun started setting. I reluctantly patted the girl who was still comfortably nestled against me. Seeing Yu Quince completely sucked into her show, I softly said, "It is about time we head back to school." Yu Quince slowly lowered her phone, visibly pouting and looking quite displeased. Because going back to the dorms meant she could not cuddle with her hubby to sleep anymore. The ultimate tragedy for a clingy wifey. Besides, Gong Day 2 already got word that I had been discharged from the hospital. Yu Quince gently nodded in understanding. After we finished packing our things, I playfully ruffled Yu Quince's hair and asked, "Say, should we still bother bringing our military training uniforms?" Yu Quince pursed her lips and pondered for a second. "We probably should bring them along, just in case they actually make us wear them again. Wait right here for a sec. I will run and grab them." Saying that, the young girl bounded up the stairs with light, sprightly steps. A short while later, I was holding Yu Quince's hand as we strolled out of our residential complex. Since my Rolls-Royce Cullinan was still parked outside the school gates, wait, since when did he leave a Cullinan parked there? Classic casual rich McFlex. The two of us had no choice but to hail a cab back to campus. We took a leisurely romantic stroll all the way to the sports field. Holding Yu Quince's hand, I walked right up to the front of the Finance Class 1 formation and shouted, "Reporting instructor." "Should we still fall in with the rest of the squad?" Duan Fei turned his head, shot us a quick glance and asked, "Are your injuries fully healed already? Dude literally got stabbed yesterday and is asking to join military training today." "Absolutely built different." I simply nodded. "Pretty much all good. Where are your military training uniforms?" Yu Quince did not utter a single word. She just smugly dangled the bag she was holding. "Go to the restroom and change into them immediately," Duan Fei ordered. I checked my phone for a moment. "Instructor, it is almost 5:30. It is almost 5:30. We will be dismissed in half an hour anyway. There is really no need for this, right? We have night training tonight. Go get changed." If this had been a few days ago, Duan Fei might have just let us go early. But tomorrow is the military training showcase. He needed to go over some details tonight. However, Gong Hongyi had told him that Gu Qinchen and his little wife did not have to join the showcase to prevent us from falling behind and dragging the class down. But since we came back to report anyway, joining a simple night session would not hurt. Right then, I did not think too much of it and pulled Yu Quince to the nearest restroom. However, just as I entered the cubicle, Yu Quince followed me right in. "Hold up, 2 people in Owen bathroom stall. This is a college military training, not a clown car," and locked the door behind us. I coughed softly a couple of times. "Let us not do this here. If we disappear for too long, the instructor will get suspicious." Inside the tight space, Yu Quince rolled her cute eyes at me, handed me the military uniform and said, "Where is your mind wandering off to? Hurry up and change? It is nothing I have not seen before. Why bother doing it separately?" She has got a point. But the logistics of changing clothes in a tiny stall with another person seemed like an absolute nightmare. I was left completely speechless. After heading back to the field, Duan Fei briefly explained tomorrow's schedule, then gathered both classes together, sang a few military songs and dismissed us. Early the next morning, in the massive stadium, all the freshmen were assembled. Each class lined up strictly, according to their appearance order, looking like neat long dragons, except for one inconspicuous corner of the stadium, where a picnic mat was laid out on the ground, covered with all sorts of snacks and drinks. And there I was, leisurely resting my head on Yu Quince's long legs, occasionally opening my mouth to catch the potato chips she fed me. Thank goodness the stadium was huge, and nobody noticed us. Otherwise, we would have been glared to death by the masses. You are literally having a picnic in the middle of a military parade. How blind is everyone in this school? Soon enough, the performance began. I sat up, grabbed my straw, and started sipping my cola while watching the show. Yu Quince hugged my arm, gently resting her head on my shoulder with a soft smile. She stared unblinkingly at my serious side profile. While watching, I did not forget to occasionally pass the straw to my wife's lips for her to take a few sips. Time slowly ticked by, watching Gong Big Head Hongyi stand on the podium, announcing the perfect conclusion of the showcase. I let out a satisfying burp. Then I immediately stood up and helped Yu Quince to her feet, not even bothering to pack up properly. I just grabbed the 4 corners of the picnic mat, bundled it up, clutched it to my chest, and whispered, "Let us go. Let us go. We are dead meat if they catch us." With that, I hurriedly sneaked out of the stadium ahead of the crowd. Yu Quince giggled and followed right behind me. Woohoo! Military training is finally over. Feels so damn good.
I'm gonna game my heart out tonight.
Zirui? Carry me. The moment I stepped into the dorm, He Qiang and Chen Junji were howling like they would want a war. However, upon seeing the beautiful figure sitting at my desk, they instantly shut up.
Ahem.
Sister-in-law is here, huh? Where's the 4th bro? He Qiang immediately lowered his voice and asked. Yu Quince politely turned around and replied, "He is in the bathroom." As soon as she finished speaking, I walked out, wiping my face. You two started hollering the second I walked in. "Do not scare off your future girlfriends doing that." "I won't. I still have my sweet Zirui." Chen Junji wrapped his arm around Li Zirui's shoulder, but Li Zirui pushed him away in disgust, saying, "Sorry, I just like cross-dressing. I'm not actually a girl. My orientation is perfectly normal."
Ah, yes, the classic cross-dressing roommate trope.
Essential for any top-tier dorm dynamic. Thank you very much.
What?
Zirui, you're abandoning me.
I
I do not want to live anymore.
Chen Junji immediately faked a heartbroken wail, slumping over his own desk. Listening to these two goofballs, I wordlessly grabbed Yu Quince's hand, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Go back and tell Jiang Roshu and the others. My treat for lunch today. Ask them if they want to come." Hearing this, Yu Quince tilted her head in confusion. Why the sudden treat? I pulled her into my arms, stroked her soft cheeks, and replied, "Of course it is to take advantage of the post-training holidays and take my precious baby wife out for some fun. And we might as well bring my 3 godsons and your roommates along." Hearing the words, "precious baby wife," a blush crept up Yu Quince's pretty face. She gently pecked the corner of my lips, a soft and lingering little kiss. "I will head back first then. Call me when you're ready." With that, she left my warm, broad chest and walked out of the dorm. At that moment, Lee Zerui spoke up, so sweet. "I'm getting tooth decay over here." I chuckled and threw my hands up. Can't help it. With a treasure of a girl like her in my arms, I just can't control myself. Then I turned to the guys and announced, "Lunch is on me today. We are eating out." "Godfather, for real. Godfather, can we get hot pot?" The 2 blockheads instantly swarmed me, buttering me up. I already booked a restaurant. There's 8 of us. Hot pot would be way too cramped. Hearing this, Lee Zerui silently put his t-shirt and pants back in the closet and pulled out a slim-fit maxi dress. After all, he had promised the girls in room 502 that he would wear women's clothes for them after military training. He is way too committed to this bit. The dedication is almost frightening. He Qiang and Chen Junji had no objections to my arrangements. As long as there was food, they were happy. Everyone went to get changed, staring at the low-key yet luxurious Rolls-Royce Cullinan with its Spirit of Ecstasy hood ornament. He Qiang and Chen Junji froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. My little wife, on the other hand, was not too surprised. Given everything that had happened recently, she had already guessed my family background was far from ordinary. I wanted to interact with you guys as a normal person, but sadly, this is the only car I have available right now, so I will stop pretending. Cards on the table. I am a rich kid. Ah, the classic, I am secretly a billionaire flex. 10 points for the absolute lack of humility. As soon as the words left my mouth, the excited screams of my 2 sons erupted, echoing throughout the entire boys' dorm area. "Let me drive. Me first." Many guys looked over upon hearing the commotion, secretly wondering if their own dorms were hiding any undercover rich roommates. I waved them off and said,
"I need to go pick up the ladies from room 502.
You guys catch a cab. When we get back from eating, you can take it for a spin, or use it to show off at a bar, whatever you want." "Thank you, Godfather." Chen Junji practically dropped to one knee. "I have drifted half my life without meeting a true master. If my lord does not forsake me, Junji is willing to acknowledge you as Godfather." Bro is literally quoting Romance of the 3 Kingdoms over a Rolls-Royce ride. Peak male friendship right here. Great performance. You deserve a reward. You get the first drive when we get back? I'm heading out. I waved and drove off towards the girls' dorm. He Qiang immediately glared at Chen Junji, his eyes seemingly screaming, "Damn, you sneaky bastard playing dirty like that." Arriving downstairs at the girls' dorm, I sent the restaurant's address to Lee Zerui, then called Yu Quince. "Hello, hubby." From the other end of the line, her crisp, sweet voice chimed. "Come on down, you guys." "I am downstairs," I said. After hanging up, I opened the door and stepped out, leaning against the passenger side door, waiting for my wifey to come down. As for the passing girls winking at me, I naturally ignored every single one of them. Yu Quince emerged from the dorm building first, taking joyful, quick little steps. She dove right into my arms. Jiang Roshui and the other 2 strolled out at a leisurely pace right behind her. Seeing the young girl acting all coquettish in her boyfriend's embrace, the chatterbox Jiang Rokshu immediately started teasing. "Oh my, whose little wife is this?" Ditching her besties the moment she hears her hubby is here. I am so heartbroken. Boo-hoo. Yu Quince shyly lifted her small head just a bit and peeked sideways. "Ruoksu, be careful or I will whisper in his ear and tell my hubby not to take you out to eat. If you're gonna have that kind of attitude, sister, then I suppose I am the one being unreasonable."
You must be sick of me already.
It is true what they say. Other sisters are more considerate. In the end, I'm just the annoying extra. Jiang Ruoshua pinched her fingers together dramatically, mimicking Lin Daiyu's classic melancholy speech. The dramatic acting in this friend group deserves an Oscar, or at least a viral TikTok moment. Hearing this, all 3 girls giggled uncontrollably. Seeing that they had laughed enough, I chimed in. "Right. Please get in the car.
You 4 beautiful ladies.
Do not keep He Qiang and the others waiting." Jiang Ruokshui thought my car looked awfully familiar. She nimbly jogged to the front, took own look, and literally cursed out loud. The Spirit of Ecstasy.
"Young Master Gu, I thought your family was just wealthy.
Since you could afford that luxury single hospital room, I did not realize you were this loaded. Are not you keeping an excessively low profile?" I waved it off nonchalantly. "Just average. Just average. Only the third richest in the world. Hurry up and get in, or I will ditch you and leave first. Hearing this, Jiang Roxu hurriedly scrambled into the back seat. I got in and glanced at the three people in the back, confirming everyone was safely inside. I leaned over to buckle Yu Quince's seatbelt. Just as I pulled back, my little wife sneakily planted a kiss on my cheek. I did not return the kiss, but simply pinched her soft, squishy face. Because it was Jiang Ruxui and Yan Jichun's first time in a luxury car, they were incredibly stiff and nervous, so Fan Ziru had to be the one to speak up.
Right. Young Master Gu.
Have some mercy on us single dogs. Stop being so lovey-dovey.
Drive already.
We are off. Taking her advice, I started the car and drove toward the restaurant. We arrived at our destination, a fairly upscale private kitchen restaurant. He Qiang and the guys were already in the private room. After parking, we entered the establishment, and the five of us were led to the private dining room by a waiter. Right upon entering, catching her first glimpse of the elegant and beautiful Li Zirui, Jiang Rochue tilted her head in confusion and whispered to me, "Whose girlfriend is that? Is not this just a gathering for our two dorms?" I kept my arm around Yu Quince's waist, smiled mysteriously, and did not answer. Instead, I just went straight to my seat. This left Jiang Rachu even more baffled. Even Yan Jichun and Fan Zero looked utterly perplexed. Li Zirui offered a faint smile. Instead of keeping them guessing in silence any longer, he immediately greeted them with his gentle, boyish voice. "Hello, everyone." Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Ruxui instantly figured it out. She darted over to Li Zirui in a flash, looking him up and down, left and right. She even lifted his jade-like hand and examined it. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!
You are actually in drag. You are totally just a girl, right?
Is there some kind of magic spell that turns girls into guys? Even the usually composed Fan Zero and the highly introverted Yan Jichun could not contain their curiosity. They leaned in for a closer inspection. "You should totally go into live streaming or cosplay. You were born to eat from this bowl of rice."
I will definitely consider it.
"Thanks." Liz Zirui replied politely. After that, he did not resist at all, generously letting the three girls chatter away while admiring him. Yu Quince's curiosity was not quite as intense. She merely took a few glances, and after those brief looks, she pulled my arm into her embrace, resting her head on my shoulder and pretending to nap. After a good while, I finally had to interrupt them. "Right then, you three curious babies, take a seat. The food is coming out soon." Since the host had given the order, the three girls obediently sat down, though their fascinated gazes kept drifting back to Li Zirui. As dishes began to fill the table, I picked up my chopsticks and said, "Dig in, everyone. Let us not be too formal here." Naturally, He Qiang and Chen Junji began devouring the food like starved tigers. Yu Quince, however, stuck to her policy of personally feeding her husband. Half the food she picked up went straight into my mouth. Of course, I reciprocated and fed Yu Quince as well. Seeing the two of us being so disgustingly sweet and sticky, the group's expressions clearly showed they were entirely used to it by now. It is a miracle the rest of the table has not lost their appetite from all this intense PDA. Halfway through the meal, I finally announced the purpose of today's gathering. I invited you guys out today, partly just to get together, hang out for a bit, and let our two dorms get to know each other better. But also, since we have a few days off, I wanted to take my Quince out to somewhere scenic for a fun getaway. I wanted to ask if you all would like to tag along, and also help brainstorm. Where would be a good place to visit? What do you say? All expenses paid by me. Do not worry. Everyone naturally expressed their eagerness to join, but Jiang Ruchu spoke up. "We should split the travel costs. It is not fair to make you pay for food and the trip." I waved it off, completely unfazed. Why would you go Dutch with a rich kid like me? My main goal is just taking Quince out to play. You guys are just tagging along for the ride. Let us figure out our itinerary for the next few days first. Since I had put it that way, nobody insisted any further. Chen Junjae enthusiastically raised his hand. "How about a water park? It is blazing hot right now. We can have fun and not worry about getting heat stroke." Jiang Ruoshui instantly shot him an exasperated eye roll. "Are you actually going there for the rides? You're just going there to stare at pretty girls in swimsuits." I did not even want to expose you, having his true motives laid bare. Chen Junjae simply shrugged and retorted, "Then where do you suggest we go? We can't just wander around the city aimlessly, right?" "How do you know that?" Jiang Ruoshui tilted her head defiantly. Just then, Fan Ziru raised her hand with a suggestion. "Do you guys want to go camping and have a picnic? I know a spot by a small river. The water only goes up to your knees at its deepest. It is surrounded by woods. My family took me there to play when I was little. If we do not come back at night, we can even pitch tents and stargaze. Though I'm not sure if you can still see the stars out there nowadays." My eyes lit up upon hearing this. It was a fantastic suggestion. It just so happened that my little wife had never gone on a wild picnic before. It would be a great chance for her to experience being close to nature. A romantic riverside picnic with 6 third-wheeling roommates in tow. Truly a genius master plan for intimacy. The proposal was passed unanimously. Everyone happily wrapped up the meal and left the private restaurant. Out on the street, the girls surrounded Lai, Zirui, chattering away as they walked ahead. It looked exactly like they were just a tight-knit group of sisters. The two goons stared at Li Zirui with immense jealousy. As they trailed behind, "Tell me, should I try cross-dressing too?" Chen Junji suddenly spat out an absolutely shocking statement. He Qiang looked at him like he was looking at an absolute moron. "When Zirui does it, it is called natural beauty. You would better pass. I do not think my eyes could handle the trauma." Meanwhile, Yu Quince and I walked at the very back, fingers intertwined, enjoying our own exclusive little two-person world. The original plan was to hit a KTV for some karaoke, but I am completely tone deaf, so that idea was immediately vetoed. Left with no better options, the group decided to go to a movie theater instead, then hit the mall afterwards to buy all the supplies needed for tomorrow's camping trip. Arriving at a nearby cinema, after some discussion, everyone agreed on the currently trending movie, Neja 2. After buying the tickets, the others ran off to play the claw machines while waiting. I did not join them. I bought 7 buckets of popcorn, temporarily left them at the counter, and went to sit in a massage chair by myself. I messaged Gu Jiren on my phone, asking her to arrange 2 subs or heavy off-roaders for the next few days. Yu Quince watched the others play for a bit, but felt that keeping her husband company was much more interesting, so she returned to my side and plopped herself right into my lap. Receiving Gu Jiren's affirmative reply, I put my phone away, wrapped my arms around my wife's slender waist, nuzzled my nose against her cheek, and asked in a soft tone, "Why are not you catching plushies with them anymore?" Yu Quince rested her head against my chest. Listening to my steady, reassuring heartbeat, she said, "I wanted to stay with my hubby. Plus, they are so clumsy. They played over a dozen times and could not even catch on. Last time we only got it by pure luck. If I tried now, I probably would not get ON even in dozens of tries. It is not that they are clumsy. It is just that those machines are rigged traps." I brushed Yu Quince's bangs aside with my hand and planted a kiss on her forehead. But Yu Quince was not satisfied with just that. She looked up, looped her arms around my neck, and slightly puckered her cherry lips.
Kiss me here.
Since the wifey had issued a command, as her husband, I naturally would not dare disobey. A long while later, when we finally separated, Yu Quince was exhaling softly, her eyes rippling with moisture. Both her cheeks and ears were flushed with a rosy pink. I raised my hand and wiped the glossy moisture from the corner of her lips, and tucked her little head into my chest. Then I looked over at the 6 people watching us from behind and asked, "Enjoying the show?" All 6 of them nodded in unison. "Are you kidding me?" They just stood there watching a full-blown makeout session. They deserve front row tickets at this point. My mouth twitched slightly. Last time you guys stared at me. Last time you stared at me sleeping. And this time you're watching us make out. Do you all share some kind of weird voyeuristic fetish? Zhang Ruoshui chimed in to explain. Well, the movie is about to start, but you two were kissing so passionately, we did not dare interrupt, so we had no choice but to watch. My mouth twitched again. I checked my phone. The movie was starting in 4 minutes.
Ahem.
We got a bit too invested and lost track of time. The popcorn is at the counter. 7 buckets. Mind grabbing them for us? After saying that, I did not let Yu Quince get down. Instead, I calmly stood up while still holding her and walked right at the front carrying her princess style. Reaching the ticket checker, I finally set the blushing girl in my arms down, then handed 2 tickets to the staff member. The ticket checker took the tickets with a stiff, forced smile and tore off the stubs. Inwardly, he was screaming complaints. "I have been staring at you two for ages. Making out non-stop in public is own thing. But you actually carried her over here just to rub it in my face. Flexing on single dogs, huh? Fine. Do not blame me for what happens next." The ticket checker handed the ticket stubs back and made a welcoming gesture with a plastered-on smile. "Please head inside. I wish you and your partner a delightful viewing experience. Do not blame me. Thank you very much." The ticket guy is absolutely holding back the urge to ban them from the cinema for life. Godspeed, brave theater employee. It is what it is. A cushy job. He did not want to lose a job that paid 6K a month. I took it and thanked him. Then I put my arm around Yu Quince's shoulder and walked into the theater. The other 6, after grabbing their popcorn and getting their tickets checked, followed us in. Only Chen Junji fell behind and asked the ticket guy a question. "Why did not you wish me a good viewing experience?" The ticket checker instantly put on a fake smile. Then, "I wish you a delightful viewing experience too." Chen Junji nodded in satisfaction after hearing that. He adjusted his collar with ON hand, hugging his popcorn, and strutted into the theater with his head held high. The very next second, the ticket checker's smile vanished completely, and he muttered under his breath, "Psycho. This guy is definitely not getting paid enough for this shift." Inside the theater, all 8 of our seats were in the 5th row. Boys on the left, girls on the right, sandwiching me. and Yu Quince right in the middle. I took the popcorn my little wife handed me, and the movie started. Yu Quince was quite engrossed in it at first, whereas I lacked any interest whatsoever. I was bored, so I started feeding her popcorn. But because I was feeding her too fast, both of Yu Quince's little cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Extremely adorable. After she realized what was happening, she refused further feeding. She leaned into my arms, focusing on chewing the food in her mouth, and started feeding me in return, though not very frequently. As most of her attention was still on the movie, I did not bother Yu Quince anymore. My hand around her waist, however, naughtily decided to scale the Twin Peaks. Bro, you are in a public cinema right next to your friends. Have some decency. A blush crept up the young girl's cheeks. She obediently shifted closer into my embrace, making it even more convenient for me. It just made it a bit hard for her to concentrate on the film. Time slowly passed, the theater lights flickered on, and the emotionally charged movie came to an end. Jiang Ruoshui stood up, looked at Yu Quince's bright red face, and asked in confusion, Quince, are you feeling hot? Why is your face so red? Yu Quince shyly turned her head away and replied timidly, a little bit. At this moment, Fan Zero quickly covered Jiang Ruoshu's mouth. Are you dumb? It is obvious the lovebirds were up to something. Stop asking so many questions. Let us go. Jiang Ruoshui finally realized what was up. She hurriedly slipped away with Fan Zero, secretly admiring them in her heart, playing around that intensely in a movie theater. Those two sure have guts. Yu Quince, flushed with embarrassment and mild anger, buried her face in the crook of my neck, and lightly bit me. You big baddie. It is all your fault. We got caught. I just hugged her waist and teased. We barely even did anything yet. We have not even done the really outrageous stuff. What is there to be shy about? Meanwhile, outside the cinema, 2 Range Rovers were parked in the street-side parking spots. A man walked up to me, bowed slightly, and handed over 2 car keys.
Young Master Gu.
These are the keys to the Range Rovers. I took the keys, and the man bowed respectfully before quickly walking away. Yu Quince clung to my arm and asked, Did you ask Mom to send these over? These cars are for them to drive. Tomorrow, we will take our own car, so we do not have to squeeze in with them. As I spoke, I reached out and brushed her bangs aside. Yu Quince smiled happily, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed my cheek. She was really looking forward to tomorrow's trip. After all, balancing a private couple's world with hanging out with friends, there was nothing better than that. Walking over to the 6 of them, I jingled the car keys and asked, Which one of you ladies knows how to drive? Fan Zero silently raised her hand. Being a wealthy girl, driving was basically a required skill. You drive on. Tomorrow you will be specifically chauffeuring Jiang Ruoshu and Yanji Chun. I handed the key over. Fan Zero took it and nodded in acknowledgement. Then I looked at He Qiang and Chen Junji. Under their expectant gazes, I turned and asked my little wife instead, Zirui, can you drive?
I can.
Lee Zirui nodded, but added, But I have not really touched a car since I got my license. Are you sure you trust me to drive? Feeling helpless, I looked at the 2 goons. You two play rock, paper, scissors for it. Winner gets to drive. Bring it on. I am throwing paper, He Qiang declared without missing a beat. Chen Junji paused for a second. Then, I'm throwing scissors. Ready. Rock, paper, scissors. As He Qiang's voice fell, both of them shot their hands out at the same time. He Qiang threw paper. Chen Junji threw rock. Wait. No, you actually threw paper, honestly. No way. You totally misled me. Best 2 out of 3. Chen Junji yelled, eyes wide with indignation. Bro really overthought a game of rock, paper, scissors. Truly a tactical genius. I literally gave you the answer, and you still got it wrong. Little bro, if you're bad at the game, practice more. Do not play if you can't handle losing. He Qiang mocked him, while taking the car keys from me, and strolled over leisurely to check out his temporary wife. Chen Junji naturally refused to be left behind, just because it did not belong to him. Getting to touch and sit in it was still acceptable. He Qiang, you guys go buy the outdoor supplies, like the tents, lamps, grill, charcoal, and stuff. Just think about what we need and buy it. Fan Zero, you girls go buy a few large blankets to use as picnic mats and grab the snacks, ingredients, and metal skewers for the BBQ while you're at it. Keep in touch with each other and coordinate it. I will transfer the funds to the 2 of you driving later. After assigning them their respective tasks, I took Yu Quince by the hand and swaggered off. Jiang Ruoshui felt like something was not quite right. She rubbed her chin in confusion. Then what are those 2 going to do? By this time, I had already retrieved our car and taken Yu Quince to the riverbank to play. This was my true purpose in bringing friends along, when I clearly could have just had a private couple's getaway. Now I could just dump all the work on them. How carefree. The absolute audacity to use your friends as free event planners and porters. I respect the hustle, but damn, the gentle breeze turned the sparkling reflections on the calm river into a golden hue. The young man and woman sitting on the grassy slope by the bank snuggled together quietly, admiring the beautiful river view and the skyscrapers on the opposite side. Just then, Yu Quince lifted her long snow-white leg and gently rubbed it against my leg. She asked in a soft, sweet tone, "Hubby, can I go play in the water?" "No way. This is not the beach. You never know how deep the drop-off is. It is too dangerous. I will take you to the beach during the National Day holiday." I grabbed both of her hands, pulling her onto my lap and gently stroked them. Yu Quince curled her legs up, letting me playfully hold her. She obediently rested her small head on my chest. I pressed my cheek against the top of her head, smelling the faint, refreshing scent of her hair, not caring about appearances. Like holding a precious doll, I hugged my wife tightly, listening to the flowing river, watching the beautiful twilight scenery. Gradually, Yu Quince involuntarily lifted her small head. Her tender, expressive eyes met mine and our lips locked, just as the two of us were about to deepen the kiss. A phone ringtone shattered the moment. I let go in frustration, licked my lips, and answered the phone. "Hello, did you guys finish shopping?" While enjoying the gentle massage of Yu Quince stroking my cheek, I listened to He Kyung's slightly gruff voice from the other end of the line. "All bought, ready for the boss's inspection."
I am on my way.
I hung up the phone, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Bro's timing is truly impeccable. Certified cock block. I stood up and scooped Yu Quince into my arms in a princess carry and walked towards the Cullinan parked by the road. Yu Quince wrapped her arms around my neck. Swinging her legs lightly, she said, "We did not do any work at all. What are we going to tell them when we get there?" I gave her a light smack on her perky rear. "I am the boss, the own footing the bill. Why on earth would I do any work?" Hearing this, it actually made perfect sense to her. She immediately nodded. "Right. You evil capitalist hubby? Little Quince, you dare speak of your husband like that. Watch how I punish you." I walked quickly to the passenger side of the car, opened the door and set Yu Quince inside, and started tickling her sides. "Ha ha ha. Hubby, I was wrong. Ha 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 ha.
Stop tickling me?
I will give you kisses, okay?" Hearing this, I immediately stopped my hands. I looked at the young girl, whose eyes were crinkled in laughter. Misted with happy tears, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She puckered her lips and murmured softly, "Come here. I will let you go once I have kissed you enough to be satisfied." Yu Quince smoothed out her skirt, held my cheeks with a sweet smile, and I captured those lips I could never get enough of. 2.5 minutes later, Yu Quince took the initiative to break away. She rubbed my cheek, her voice incredibly gentle. "Right now, we are on vacation anyway. When we get home tonight, you can kiss me all you want.
Let us go for now.
Do not keep Rushu and the others waiting." Whatever the wife commands, I lightly tapped her cute button nose and got into the driver's seat. "Seatbelt, wifey." Watching Yu Quince buckle up, I started the engine and sped off, arriving at the location Kiang had sent. Seeing the two Range Rovers with their trunks open, I walked over to see what they had bought. It was pretty comprehensive. 4 tents, a BBQ grill, camping lanterns, sleeping bags and stuff. Not bad. The girls had gathered all sorts of snacks and drinks, BBQ skewers, pre-cut meat, vegetables, seasonings, instant noodles, and 4 colorful blankets. This will do. If we are missing anything, I will just have someone deliver it. Rich kid privileges are truly a cheat code for camping, I said. Jiang Ruoshui, however, finally asked the question that had been burning in her mind all afternoon. "What were you two doing all afternoon?" I replied matter-of-factly. "We found a spot and enjoyed some private couple time." Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, I hit them with the same excuse I had given Yu Quince.
What?
"I am the Oan paying. I am the boss. Of course, my subordinates are the ones doing the work." Chen Junji silently gave me a thumbs up. "So the only reason you invited us to hang out was to have free errand boys." Fan Zero hit the nail right on the head. The scene instantly became slightly awkward.
Ahem.
"Well, anyway, you guys do not need to transfer the leftover money back to me. Keep it and treat yourselves to a good meal tonight. I have some things to take care of. Let us meet up around 8 a.m. at the school gate tomorrow. That is the plan."
Bye-bye.
With that, I grabbed Yu Quince and bolted, leaving the 6 of them staring blankly at each other. Jiang Ruoshui asked, still a bit dazed, "So, what is our move?" "Go our separate ways." Fan Ziru waved her phone. "Boss Gu tipped us so generously, it would be a shame not to feast tonight." "Sounds good. Let us hit up a 5-star hotel," He Kyung suggested. Chen Junji waved his hand dismissively. 5-star portions are too small and way too expensive. We are not gourmet food critics. We won't even appreciate the fine dining nuances. We are better off going to a high-end buffet. They've got everything. It is only a few $100 per person. Best bang for your buck. Of course, if you're purely paying for the vibes, Then 5-star it is, coming from a somewhat affluent family herself. She naturally knew a thing or two about this. Fan, Zaru agreed. True, I know a high-end buffet place. It is 500 per person. A 5-star place works too. I have a membership card, so we can get a discount. What are you guys thinking? The group pondered for a moment and unanimously voted for the high-end buffet. Then they hopped into the Range Rovers and sped straight toward their destination. Evening slowly fell. Now back at the villa, I was currently resting my head on Yu Quince's fair thighs, enjoying her ear-cleaning service.
Flip over.
Other side, Yu Quince's voice was soothing. She gently patted a drowsy me. I obediently flipped over, burying my face in my wife's soft stomach. Just as the ear pick went back into my ear, the doorbell rang. Yu Quince put down the ear pick and nudged me. Hubby, get up quick. I will go get the groceries. How could I possibly let someone else see? My wife in her revealing nightgown. I immediately pressed her down, stood up, and said, I will go. You sit tight. I walked to the entrance hall, opened the door, snatched the groceries, barked a thank you, and slammed the door shut. Zero hesitation, executed flawlessly in smooth motion. The property management worker delivering the food blinked a few times, staring at the tightly shut door and his suddenly empty hands in sheer bewilderment. Feeling utterly baffled, he turned around and left. Yu Quince got up, took the groceries from me, and headed straight to the kitchen. Meanwhile, I lazily leaned against the sofa and scrolled through my phone. Suddenly, Lu Xingzhe, whom I had not spoken to in ages, sent me a message. Old Gu, are you free during the National Day holiday? I glanced at my phone and replied casually, depends on the situation. Lu Xingzhe instantly sent back a voice message of him coughing awkwardly.
Ahem.
Cough. I am meeting up with my online girlfriend in real life. Can you come with me? I raised an eyebrow. Hold up. You're going to meet up in person. What the hell were you doing all summer? Playing video games, obviously. Lu Xingzhe replied with utmost righteous conviction. Peak gamer mentality right there. Where are you meeting her? I asked.
Way high.
Well, is not that a coincidence? I thought to myself, I had originally planned to take Yu Quince to play by the sea anyway. Now I could even let her experience what it is like to ride a plane, and I get to enjoy some premium drama on the side. 3 birds with one stone. Hit me up during National Day. Old Gu, you are a true bro. Best bros for life. Lu Xingzhe was beyond thrilled. I was too lazy to type back. I tossed my phone aside and happily trotted into the kitchen. I wrapped my arms around Yu Quince's slender waist from behind, resting my chin on her shoulder, and watched her stir-fry the vegetables in the pan. Yu Quince, with a smile on her lips, pressed her soft cheek against mine and asked, why are not you lounging on the sofa? What are you doing in the kitchen? Can't I keep my wife company? Then give me a kiss, hubby. Yu Quince tilted her head and puckered her lips. Without hesitation, I swallowed up those jelly-like lips and tasted them. Just a brief moment later, Yu Quince pushed me away, her eyes glistening beautifully, seeing that I wanted to go in for another round. She quickly covered my approaching mouth and said, I will let you kiss me tonight. I'm cooking. Are you still going to eat it if it burns? Of course I will eat it. I will eat whatever you make. How could I ever refuse a meal cooked by my wife, even if it is a pile of cray? Scratch that last part. As long as it is edible, I am scarfing it down. Okay, go take a rest. Burnt food is not healthy. I would never want my most beloved treasure eating that.
Oh, okay, that is incredibly sweet, I will admit it.
Yu Quince looked at me with immense fondness, caressed my cheek, and went back to stirring the pan. Having those words strike me straight in the heart, how could I possibly want to leave? I simply kept Yu Quince's graceful figure wrapped in my arms. I did not interrupt her cooking. I just murmured against her ear, you spoil me too much? Careful, I do not turn out bad. Yu Quince paid no mind to it. She merely turned her head and kissed my cheek. It does not matter.
I like spoiling you.
No matter how bad you become, even if it crosses the line of my principles, it does not matter. You will always be my husband, and I will always stay by your side. Hearing this, I was completely stunned. I asked in shock, what is wrong with you? Saying something like this out of nowhere, Yu Quince seemed a bit bewildered. Nothing's wrong. Is there a problem with what I said? The problem was absolutely massive. Wait, even if it crosses my principles is a gigantic red flag of extreme codependency. We are entering Yandere territory fast. I originally thought that after getting together with Yu Quince, her inferiority complex would fade a little. At the very least, she would not hold on to thoughts like, even if you fall for another girl, please do not abandon me. But looking at it now, that mindset was still deeply rooted in her. And who knows how much more extreme it had become. Line of principles. That could mean way too many things. Seeing my serious expression, Yu Quince smiled gently. She turned off the stove, plated the food, and set it aside. She turned around, hugged me softly, and said, I think I know what you want to ask, and I know I have a problem. It seems to have gotten even worse. Perhaps that you, Quince, who ran away from home on that rainy night died a long time ago. Right now, I have zero feelings about the future. I have very little interest in things that do not concern you, only toward you. And things involving you, do I feel any kind of emotion. As long as I slowly stop feeling your presence, my entire body becomes numb like a marionette. But hearing your voice, smelling your scent, or seeing and touching you, I feel like I have come back to life. Therefore, I have already become a girl who only lives for you. As she spoke, Yu Quince pressed my palm against her chest, her clear, autumn water eyes staring at me unblinkingly. This heart beats only for you. I just want you to stay healthy and safe. Otherwise, I really won't have a single ounce of courage left to keep living. Whoa, this shifted from a sweet rom-com straight into heavy psychological dependency. Please get this girl some therapy ASAP. My heart instantly ached for her, and I hugged her tightly, though she was not crying. Her eyes were entirely red. I'm sorry. I completely failed to notice how you were feeling. Why did not you tell me sooner? It is fine, as long as you never leave me for too long. I am no different from a normal person. Besides, I love how things are right now, depending on you every single moment. This feeling is truly wonderful. Yu Quince gently patted my back, coaxing me as if she were coaxing a child. Silly girl. My tears finally fell. Hold on. Who is the ON crying here? The protagonist or the girl who literally just said she would die without him? The emotional dynamics are getting confusing. I will always be your silly girl. After dinner, I put the last washed bowl into the cupboard. Yu Quince held a peeled apple to my lips. Take a bite. I do not like eating apples. You eat it. I pushed the apple back. No. Seeing my wife acting all cute and offering the apple again, I helplessly took a large bite. Yu Quince looked absolutely delighted. She traced the bite marks I left and began nibbling on it, taking small bites. I tickled her chin and took her free hand to walk upstairs. The young girl nibbled on her apple, blinking her innocent doe eyes at me with those long fair legs. She took brisk little steps and closely followed behind. Entering the bedroom, I took the apple from Yu Quince's hand, finished the last few bites in a flash, and tossed the core. Then I gently took off her and my own clothes. Whoa, slow down there, buddy. We are transitioning from cute apple sharing to rated rawfully fast. Yu Quince did not have any. She was going commando. Let us go. Time for a bath. Saying that, I scooped up the delicate, soft-skinned little white sheep that was Yu Quince and walked into the bathroom. This bath took nearly 2 hours. As the bathroom door opened, I walked out, princess carrying a completely exhausted and heavily blushing Yu Quince. I placed her on the large round bed and covered her with the quilt. Then I went downstairs to grab a glass of water. I took a short-term contraceptive pill from the bedside table, placed it next to the glass of water on the table and said, I said we were just going to take a bath, but you insisted on. Now you have to take the pill. We will bring a pack tomorrow too. You have to secretly take Owen every day. I'm going to find some clothes. Hurry up and take it. After giving my instructions, I walked into the walk-in closet to pick out our outfits for tomorrow. Taking advantage of her husband being in the closet, the sneaky little Quince quickly wrapped the pill in some toilet paper and tossed it into the trash can. Wait, what? She is actively sabotaging the birth control? This Yandere storyline just took a sharp turn into absolute madness. She then chugged 2 large gulps of water, faking the crime scene. While I was looking for clothes for my wife, I suddenly stumbled upon a piece of clothing of mine that had been missing for a while. Looking at the stains on it, I froze for a second. Being an experienced veteran, I quickly realized what had happened. Whatever, it is just a little hobby of the wife. I will pretend I did not see anything. After putting it back in its original place, I walked out holding clothes for both of us. Noticing the water level in the glass had dropped, I did not suspect a thing. I just placed the clothes on the end of the bed, grabbed the hairdryer, and started drying the hair of Yu Quince, who was pretending to watch a TV drama, watching her silky, fragrant hair dry bit by bit. I ruffled my obedient little wife's head, and then proceeded to dry my own hair. Guys' hair is just so much easier to dry than girls. It was dry in no time. I put the hairdryer away. Once all the chores were done, I contentedly pulled Yu Quince's fair body into my embrace, pressing my cheek against hers. I just leaned against the headboard with Yu Quince, watching a TV series on her phone together. Except my hands were being very naughty, wandering all over the place, making the blush that had just faded from Yu Quince's cheeks flush back up again. As time ticked by, noticing my wife struggling to keep her eyes open, I took the phone from her hand, set it aside, and gently patted her, coaxing, "Go to sleep. Good night."
Your hubby?
Yu Quince lazily rolled over, hugging me face to face. She draped her leg over my waist, snuggled deeper into my arms, and then captured my lips. And then, at this moment inside the room, I helplessly rubbed Yu Quince's head, feeling the soft twin peaks pressing against me. I also closed my eyes in enjoyment. The two of us fell asleep just like that, kissing. As for when we finally separated, that was a story for the middle of the night. How do you physically fall asleep mid-kiss? Would not you suffocate or drool all over each other? Romance logic defies biology. The next morning, I slowly opened my eyes, looking at the young girl sleeping soundly, buried in the crook of my neck. I gently pinched her soft, bouncy cheek for a moment and slowly sat up. However, I was both amused and exasperated to discover that Quince's drool had flowed down my neck onto the pillow. I hurriedly reached out and wiped the drool from the corner of my wife's mouth. After slightly straightening her head, I went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, I changed into a set of clothes. Then I leaned over and sat on the edge of the bed. Through the blanket, I gently patted Quince. Get up and wash up. The young girl let out an adorably soft whine and slowly sat up. The summer quilt slipped off her smooth skin. She spread her arms wide open and mumbled groggily, "Hug." Hearing this, I dove headfirst straight into a soft paradise, tightly hugging Quince's tiny waist. Quince was also momentarily stunned by this reverse hug, but right after, she gently hugged my head, her slender fingers threading through my hair, her soft cheek resting against the top of my head. After enjoying the tenderness for a moment, feeling a bit short of breath, I left my wife's embrace. With the milky scent still lingering on my breath, I scooped up the fair-skinned Quince and carried her to the bathroom to wash up. Stand on my feet in front of the sink. I let my wife's delicate, pretty little feet step on the tops of mine. Standing behind her, I used my left hand to gently support her tummy, so she did not have to put in any effort to balance. This level of pampering is insane. She is literally standing on his feet while he holds her up just to brush her teeth. Is she a toddler? Then I handed over a toothbrush, loaded with toothpaste. Quince did not take it. She merely tilted her head slightly, opened her cherry lips, and waited. You lazy little bug. How could I not know what that meant? I affectionately scratched her tummy and personally brushed her teeth for her, after carefully holding the cup for her to rinse her mouth. Quince obediently washed her own face. However, I was the OAN who applied the facial cleanser for her. Once she was done washing up, I supported Quince's little rear and carried her back to the bed.
Clothes.
The wife uttered a simple, single word, commanding me to obediently fetch her clothes. Quince was very cooperative, lifting an arm one moment, lifting a long leg or her hips the next. I skillfully fastened the clasps, hooked, supported, adjusted the straps, slipped her arms through, and covered her hips. After dressing my wife in her undergarments, I put on her blouse and short skirt. Finally, I held her delicate arches and played with them for a bit, before putting on her socks. Thank you, hubby. Quince slipped into her slippers, stood up, gently cradled my cheeks, and unhesitatingly offered her sweet lips. We shared a deep kiss. A long while later, the slightly aroused pair sensibly separated.
Right.
Let us see what we need to pack. I gave Quince a pat on the rear and said, the two of us found a small backpack. We packed some tissues, charging cables, power banks, and Quince's contraceptive pills and stuff. I originally wanted to bring some snacks and drinks. Unfortunately, we did not have any at home. We would just have to stop at a supermarket on the way to grab some. At the entryway, Quince, having put on her shoes, was about to tie her hair up, but I held her hand and said, just leave it down like this. It looks really pretty. Quince clung to my arm and obediently replied, I do not mind, as long as hubby likes it. After the two of us headed out and got in the car, I drove the Cullinan out of the residential area. We stopped at a small shop by the road along the way and bought some snacks and drinks. We drove straight to a spot near the university gate and parked because it was still early, only a little past 7:30. Nobody from the two dorms had arrived yet. Quince dug out a piece of bread from the plastic bag, tore open the packaging, and held it to my lips. I did not hold back and took a massive bite. Only then did Quince pull her hand back and began eating the rest of the bread. After that, whether it was snacks or drinks, if it was a small portion, she would feed me the first bite, and then she would finish the rest. If it was a large portion, we would take turns taking bites. By the time our stomachs were basically full, the time had reached 7:54. Just then, a Range Rover slowly pulled up next to the Cullinan. I rolled down the window. The window opposite rolled down as well, revealing a delicate face with light makeup. It was Fan Zero in the driver's seat. Bosco, reporting early. Not bad, right? Pretty good. You did not oversleep, I replied flatly. Quince leaned over slightly and waved to say hi. I suddenly remembered something and asked, oh right, how did you guys handle all those ingredients last night? Leaving them out for a night would not ruin them, would it? Before Fan Zero could speak, Zhang Ruoxue from the passenger seat threw herself onto her, grabbing the window frame, looking incredibly resentful. If you had not mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Do you know that yesterday, to save those ingredients, I literally ran to 3 different cafeterias just to buy 3 styrofoam boxes and ice packs. Do you have any idea how huge our campus is? I almost died of exhaustion. Okay, you ruthless boss. To be fair, running across a massive college campus carrying styrofoam coolers full of meat sounds like an absolute nightmare workout. She deserves a raise.
Ahem.
I gave an awkward smile and joked, "Good job, comrade. Jiang Ruchui, the organization will not forget your contributions. Also, why did not the three of you just take own cafeteria each, or simply drive outside the campus to buy them?" Hearing this, Jiang Ruchui froze instantly. She stiffly turned her head to look at Fan Ziru and asked, "Yeah, why did not we just take own cafeteria each? Or drive out to buy them?" Yan Jichun chimed in, "Because yesterday, the second you heard the ingredients would spoil if left out,
You bolted out the door.
we figured you had it handled, so we did not bother." Jiang Roshua immediately slinked back into the passenger seat, slumping into the chair, crying tearlessly, looking like life had lost all meaning. To think that she, a top student who scored nearly 700 to get into this elite university, would one day be brought to tears by her own stupidity. "Where are He Chiang and the others?" Fan Zero asked. I threw my hands up. "No idea. I will call and ask." With that, I took out my phone and dialed He Kiang. "Hello, fourth bro. When are you guys getting here?" Who could have expected? He Kiang's first sentence would be a counter question. "Are you guys here yet? Where are you parked?" I looked around in confusion and said, "At the school gate." I stuck my head out the window and looked back, and was immediately rendered speechless to see a Range Rover parked smack in the middle of the main gate. I blurted out, "You and Jiang Ruochu are truly a pair of absolute geniuses. You literally blocked the main gate. How have the security guards not chased you off yet? We are conspicuously parked by the side of the road. Could you please observe your surroundings?" Jiang Ruoshui, who had been eavesdropping, dropped her jaw. "Oh, is that so?" He Kiang's voice came through the phone. At the same time, a huge head popped out of the Range Rover blocking the gate. Shortly after, the final Range Rover slowly pulled up. "Where are Junji and Zerui?" I asked. The rear window of He Kiang's Range Rover slowly rolled down. A casually dressed Chen Junji and a cross-dressing Li Zerui were snuggled up together, sleeping soundly. They stayed up all night ranking up in games, went to bed super late. "Hold on a second." Jiang Roxiu's voice rang out. Then a smartphone poked out from beside Fan Zero's face, with a click and a flash of light. A beautiful photo of Chen Junji and his little wife snuggled together, while sleeping, was forever immortalized. Blackmail material successfully acquired. Dorm Room Survival Tactics 101. "Fan Zero, you lead the way in front," I said. "I only remember the general route. We might have to take a few detours. Just follow me." After saying that, Fan Zero started the car and pulled out of the parking spot. He Kiang also started his car and followed closely. The scenery outside the window sped by, transitioning from cityscape to woodlands. Feeling a bit bored, I moved my hand from the gear shifter onto Yu Quince's smooth, slender thigh and began gently kneading it. Yu Quince, who was engrossed in a TV drama, paused for a moment. She subconsciously leaned her leg against the center console, making it easier for me to reach. After a short while, she kicked off her little white shoes, sat sideways in the passenger seat, and rested her stockinged feet on my lap, swinging them gently. Faced with such a perk, how could I possibly miss out? I grabbed Own, holding the soft, pale arch of Own of her feet, squeezing the cute toes. But I only played with that Own for a bit, before switching to the other. Can't play favorites, must bestow my grace equally. Dude is out here treating his girlfriend's feet like they are a stress ball while driving a multi-million-dollar SUV. Focus on the road. After driving for quite a while, I suddenly felt something was not right because I had already seen the same roadside billboard 3 times. Even some features of the intersections were starting to look very familiar. It felt like we were lost in driving in circles. "Quince, give Fan Zero a call," I said, gently shaking the jade-like foot in my hand. The call connected a few seconds later. Fan Zero's voice came through the phone. Hello. "What is up, Boss Goo? Are you sure you're going the right way?" I asked. The other end of the line went completely silent. After a good while, Fan Zero's slightly unnatural voice finally sounded.
Yeah.
"I even specifically asked my dad about it just now," I said, completely speechless. Schumacher of the Inner Ring. "So you were just taking us on a scenic tour in circles earlier?"
Haha.
"Of course not. Just ran into a tiny little snag earlier. That is all. It is all sorted out now." I was too lazy to argue about it. I just said, "Give me a straight answer. Can we reach our destination before noon?" "Do not worry. I won't let you down." Schumacher of the Inner Ring. About half an hour later, we finally arrived at our destination smoothly. The scenery was indeed beautiful. A lush green grove of trees, enveloping a crystal clear stream. Fallen leaves swayed gently on the surface of the water. The riverbank was paved with smooth cobblestone like pebbles, with plenty of wildflowers dotting the landscape. Nobody rushed to unload the picnic supplies. Instead, they all got out of their cars and ran to the stream to play. Chen Junjie, wearing shorts, charged into the water wearing flip-flops, It really was not deep, barely covering his knees. It seems to have gotten shallower. In my memory, it went up to my thighs. Fan Zuru remarked, "Are there any fish here?" Jiang Roshu asked loudly, slightly excited. He Qiang, watching a small fry swim past his eyes, replied, "There are. I saw some, but they are tiny." Li Zerui chimed in as well. "I saw one the size of a hand, but it vanished in the blink of an eye." Having just helped Yu Quince put on her shoes and socks, I held her hand and walked over slowly. I did not join their discussion, but turned my head and asked my wife, "Do you want to go in and play?" "Only if you go with me," Yu Quince said softly. I smiled indulgently. Rolling up my pant legs and taking off my shoes and socks, I said, "Hold on to my shoulder. I will take off your shoes." Yu Quince obediently held on and lifted her foot slightly. I took off her shoes and socks as well, placing them all together on the bank. I supported her as we stepped barefoot into the stream, feeling the cool water rush over her feet. Yu Quince kicked at the water, feeling novel and excited. Seeing us, two lovebirds, and Chen Junji enter the water, the others quickly followed suit. Everyone played for quite a while. I checked my phone. It was already almost 11 of the clock. "Let us take a break from playing. Let us unload everything and get set up. We will play more after lunch." "Okay." After everyone responded in agreement, I put my arm around Yu Quince's waist and walked ashore because we did not have anything to dry our feet, and we would be going back in later anyway. Everyone just stayed barefoot. We hauled the BBQ grill, generator, and everything else out and set them up. However, the group was stuck, staring at 4 bundles. They stood in a circle, staring down at the 4 open tent bags. On the ground in complete silence, I squatted down, picked up a metal pole, and asked exasperatedly, "Do any of you know how to pitch these things?" The group looked at me, then at each other. Everyone shook their heads in unison. I sighed, feeling a massive headache coming on. I looked at the 3 guys who bought the tents and asked, "How did you guys buy these tents?" "Do not they have those pop-up ones, where you just snap them in place and you're good to go?" I dumped out all the parts from one of the bags. "You just had to buy the ones that need assembly. And all 4 of them are like this. I am truly in awe of your sheer brilliance." The classic buying the cheapest, most complicated camping gear blunder. A rite of passage for every disorganized friend group. He Qiang squatted down without a word and handed the instruction manual from the bag to me. I took it helplessly and began leafing through it. Slowly, I realized it only looked like a lot of parts. It was actually quite simple, so I started directing the guys. "That is basically it." "Got it." I clapped my hands and asked. Everyone immediately nodded and proceeded to pitch the remaining 3 tents. However, I thought of another problem. Quince should not be separated from me at all right now. So how are we going to sleep tonight? 4 tents, 2 people per tent. If she absolutely had to sleep with me, then inevitably ON guy and ON girl would have to share a tent. After hesitating for a moment, I finally spoke up.
Ahem.
"Well, Quince is pretty clingy with me. Can I apply for a private tent just for the 2 of us to sleep in?" Just now, the group exchanged glances, but nobody had any objections. The boss had spoken, how could they refuse? Besides, it was totally understandable that a couple wanted to sleep together. So Fan Zero took the initiative to arrange things for everyone.
"You 3 boys squeeze into ON tent.
Ruoksu and Jichun in another. And I get a whole tent to myself then." Finally, she added playfully, "I'm sure you gentlemen won't mind accommodating a girl like me. Right?" Instantly, the 2.5 adult men present, excluding myself, were flustered by Fan Zero's coquettish tone. Fan Zero knows exactly what she is doing. Master manipulator at work. You can have it.
Yeah, totally.
Us guys are not that picky anyway. We can just squeeze in. After resolving the tent situation, everyone started laying out the picnic mats, setting up the grill, and skewering the meat. Even though the ice packs in the styrofoam boxes had melted, they still retained some chill. So despite the hot weather, the ingredients were perfectly intact. Time slowly crept towards noon. I carried the assorted skewers everyone had prepared and placed them next to the grill, right beside He Qiang.
"You got this."
"If you mess this up, it would be a huge disgrace to Northeasterners everywhere." He Qiang patted his biceps. "Just watch. Inborn talents never fail."
Right.
"Thanks for the hard work." With that, I turned and walked away, ready to go, be all lovey-dovey with my wife. However, Yu Quince had no time for me, because, at this moment, Fan Zero was holding her chin, forcing her to undergo a makeup session. Yes, the classic girl group makeover montage. Mandatory for any camping trip, apparently. Zhang Ruxue and Yan Jichun were watching and learning. I did not interrupt them. I just stood a short distance away, watching curiously. Deep down, I was also quite looking forward to seeing how Yu Quince would look with makeup. A few minutes later, Fan Zero applied lipstick to Yu Quince, revealed a confident smile, and patted her shoulder. "All done. Go on."
"Let your hubby have a look."
"Okay," Yu Quince softly replied, and ran over to me joyfully asking, Hubby, do I look pretty? I did not answer. Instead, I pulled the lovely girl right in front of me into my arms and tasted the lip color she had just applied. Yu Quince wrapped her arms around my back, matching my rhythm with incredible naturalness. Bro just ruined the makeup job that took 5 minutes. Fan Zero is going to kill him. The 6 people watching the show around us, 5 people, all showed doting auntie-like smiles, except for the northeastern big bro chef, he, who was sourly and jealously grilling the skewers, even when he finished grilling all the skewers. The 2 of us were still practically glued together, kissing. Now, all 6 of them were boredly watching us make out. Gradually, Jang Ruokyu, who was absolutely starving, could not help but yell, I say, you two? Can you pause for a sec? Can we eat first, please? Hearing this, the engaged couple, still completely lost in their romantic atmosphere, finally snapped back to reality. We quickly separated. Yu Quince was so embarrassed that she buried her head deeply into my chest.
Ahem.
I coughed awkwardly, picked up my wife and walked over to the picnic mat to sit down. Well, do not mind us. Let us dig in. Only then did everyone start picking up various skewers and eating. Jang Ruoshui spoke while chewing. He Kiang, your skills are legit. You would make a fortune if you opened a BBQ joint. And Quince, stop being so shy. Hurry up and eat. As she spoke, she handed a skewer over to me. Yu Quince, her face flushed red, peeked out for a glance. She reached out and took the skewer and brought it to my lips. You take the first bite? She is seriously hand-feeding him a BBQ skewer in front of everyone. The PDA levels are reaching critical mass. I took a bite, and while praising the food, I moved the skewer to my wife's lips and said, this is seriously good, He Chang. It would be a shame not to open a BBQ place with this kind of talent. Yu Quince also obediently took a bite. Her eyes instantly lit up. Meanwhile, He Kiang, munching on a skewer, pondered for a moment. Then maybe I will try opening Owen during my sophomore or junior year. After being hyped up like that, he was actually tempted. What if it actually works out? Sure, I will invest some money in you when the time comes. You can give it a shot. It has the potential to blow up, I said. At most, it would only be tens of thousands of yuan. I would just treat it as a casual investment. Ah, the casual rich kid flex. Dropping a small fortune like it is spare change to fund his buddy's BBQ dreams, Fanzaru also raised her hand. I will invest too. Since you 2 rich kids are saying so, I definitely have to try it. He Kiang was not the type to be indecisive or beat around the bush. He immediately accepted our goodwill. There was not a single drop left. After the satisfying BBQ feast came to an end, everyone lay contentedly on the picnic mats, basking in the sun. After resting for a while, the 3 girls, excluding Yu Quince, all got up to play in the little stream. He Kiang and Chen Junji found 2 wooden sticks, whittled them sharp, and prepared to go spearfishing. The little wife sat quietly by the riverbank alone, dipping his feet in the water while playing mobile games. Let us go play too. I stood up, scooped Yu Quince into a princess carry, and headed over as well. After setting her down, the young girl happily clung to my arm as we strolled through the water. Feeling a bit bored, Yu Quince and I walked hand in hand over to He Kiang and Chen Junji, watching the 2 of them grip their wooden spears, holding them high, constantly scanning the water for any movement. Suddenly, Chen Junji thrust his spear down, and then, as if he had popped a sprint buff, dashed out, splashing water everywhere with heavy steps. He Kiang, standing right next to him, was naturally caught in the crossfire. Getting completely drenched, he immediately looked up and shouted at Chen Junji, who had already run several meters away. Junji! What the hell are you doing? You splashed me all over. I did not bring any spare clothes, Chen Junji replied while still running. I saw a fish, a huge one. I almost skewered it just now. I almost skewered it. Then, less than 10 seconds later, he trudged back dejectedly, muttering to himself, such a huge fish. How did it disappear so fast? Maybe because you were stomping through the water like a stampeding rhino. Stealth is key, bro. I looked at the 2 of them, own completely soaked, the other half soaked, and said speechlessly, what are you 2 gonna do? It seems none of us brought a change of clothes. He Kiang did not seem to care. No biggie. Worst case, we just sleep naked. Hearing this, Chen Junji agreed. Good idea. And so, the 2 of them completely let loose. They plunged their entire bodies right into the water, catching fish with their bare hands. A short while later, Chen Junji held up a fish, showing it off to me. 4th bro, look how big this fish is.
Awesome, right? Awesome.
How did you catch it? I asked. Earlier, he was struggling just to spear a fish, barehanded. Did the fish just deliver itself into his hands? Chen Junji immediately recounted excitedly. I do not even know, man. I was just looking for fish, and this guy literally leaped over the dragon's gate right into my chest, flopping around. I was scared it would escape, so I quickly chucked it onto the bank with all my might. And that is how I caught it. Beside him, He Kiang curled his lips. Dumb luck. That is what it is. You were just jealous. Saying that, Chen Junji waved the fish in his hand in front of me again. But Jang Roksu interrupted.
Junjae!
Are you planning to steam it or braise it in soy sauce? Before he could reply, He Qiang mercilessly shattered Jang Rushu's expectations. Do not even think about it. We do not have the equipment for that. We can only grill it. We had BBQ for lunch. Do not tell me we are having it for dinner too. Jang Rushu's head dropped instantly, her voice full of disgust. He Qiang pointed at the instant noodles on the mat and said, There. We are eating that for dinner, and we will boil all the leftover ingredients with it. We will just grill the fish and share it later. Since he had been the BBQ master at noon, he naturally slotted himself into the role of the camp chef. Every camping trip needs that Oan guy who violently takes control of the cooking. Bless Chef. Having decided on dinner, the slightly bored group gathered on the mat, discussing how to find some other entertainment. Wanna play Truth or Dare? Fan Zuru suggested. No one had any objections, and everyone agreed one after another. Then, Fan Zuru pulled out a deck of playing cards, picked out an ace through 8 of different suits, and shuffled them. She also brought out a large bottle of cola and some paper cups. Come on. Whoever draws the ace gets to ask a question or give a dare. Whoever draws the 8 chooses truth or dare. If you refuse to answer or refuse to do the dare, you have to down a full cup of cola. Has to be an ON breath. No stopping midway. Otherwise, you drink another cup as a penalty. After explaining the rules, Fan Zero placed the cards on the mat. Everyone, start drawing. The result was Chen Junji with the 8 and Fan Zero with the ace. Chen Junji said, I pick truth.
Right.
Please tell us your first love, the very first person you ever liked. Who was it? Fan Zero came out swinging with a sharp question right off the bat. My middle school literature teacher. Bro really just admitted to having a crush on his teacher in front of everyone. Bold move. Whoa, He Qiang patted Chen Junji's shoulder. That is wild, Junji. What did the teacher look like? She was not spectacularly beautiful or anything. Just the restlessness of youth, you know? After Chen Junji finished recalling with flushed cheeks, he quickly added,
Right.
Next round. Fan Zero shuffled the cards and placed them in the center of the mat again. After everyone picked a card, Chen Junjae directly slammed his card down and let out a shrill shriek. Why is it me again? I knew that free fish came with a price. Karma always collects its dues in Truth or Dare. That card was shockingly an 8. Meanwhile, Zhang Roxu burst out laughing, flipping over her own card. I have got the ace. Truth or Dare? Chen Junji said helplessly, Are you still a virgin? Holy cow, they are pulling absolutely no punches in this game. Jiang Ruochue asked. He gritted his teeth, blushing furiously and squeezed out a single word. Yes. No way. Is not your family pretty rich? How could you have never dated anyone? Jiang Ruochue asked in confusion.
So what?
Is it illegal to be a pure-hearted rich kid? Chen Junji retorted indignantly. Besides, it is not like the money is his anyway. It belongs to his dad. Right now, his monthly allowance is capped at a pitiful 2,000 bucks. Of course it is fine. Jiang Ruochue nodded with a beaming smile, with a new round of drawing cards.
Haha.
It is not me anymore. Chen Junji threw down his 3, looking as smug and excited as a villain whose evil plot just succeeded. Fan Zero tossed her 8 onto the mat with a look of utter resignation. I choose truth. Who has got the ace? Hearing this, I flipped my card over. I am the ace. What is the name of the person you like? Fan Zero looked at me and froze for a moment, seeming to be contemplating something. A moment later, she finally opened her mouth and said, To be honest, I do not have anyone I like. At most, I just have a crush or a good impression of someone and their name. I asked again, but Fan Zero evaded the question, saying, You asked about someone I like. A crush does not count. With that, she began shuffling the cards again. After another 7 or 8 rounds, everyone had gotten a turn, and the questions were mostly trivial ones, like when your first kiss was, when your first love was, sharing a small secret, and so on. However, aside from me and Yu Quince, only Zhang Ruchu, Chen Junji, and the little wife had ever had secret crushes or someone they liked. But none of them had actually ever been in a relationship, until Fan Zero drew the 8 again, and He Qiang, holding the ace, asked the exact same question once more. What is the name of the person you have a crush on? He Qiang, the ultimate wingman, bringing back the drama. The suspense is killing me. This time, she fell silent. I seem to sense her dilemma. If you do not want to say it, just drink the penalty. However, Fan Zero shook her head. She hesitated for a moment and said slowly, His name is Gu Qingchen.